A man unexpectedly reincarnates in ancient times 2,000 years ago and becomes the master of 3 stunningly beautiful female slaves. Just when he thinks he's about to begin a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying the life of a landlord. But he suddenly discovered that he was not a wealthy nobleman, but a poor scholar who was destitute and could not even make ends meet. At this time, the ancient world was in the final years of a dynasty, plagued by natural disasters and food shortages, with countless people starving to death. Lin Zhao was just an ordinary person, and in such a chaotic world, he simply couldn't survive for long. This filled him with despair. Just as Lin Zhao was in despair, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Harsh environment detected, push-up system activated. By simply doing push-ups, you can continuously improve your physical fitness and strength, and also earn system shop coins, which can be exchanged for modern goods, daily necessities, and even various magical and special items in the shop. The moment Lin Zhao heard the voice in his mind, his despair vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming joy and excitement. He knew that his chance to change his destiny had arrived. As long as he persists in doing push-ups, he can exchange food from the system, survive the food shortage, and live in this chaotic world. Furthermore, he can exchange for various magical and special items in the system shop to quickly accumulate wealth, rise rapidly in the chaotic world, and live an enviable life as a landlord. Lin Zhao stared at the virtual panel that appeared before him, glowing with a blue light and exuding a strong sci-fi feel. The top left corner clearly displayed push-up count, 0, and the top right corner showed shop coins, 0. Below the panel, an icon resembling a Taobao shopping cart appeared. He immediately turned his attention to that spot. Upon entering the system shop, Lin Zhao was pleasantly surprised to find that it had everything imaginable. Unfortunately, all the product icons were grayed out, clearly indicating they were not yet unlocked. He had no choice but to exit the store, his eyes returning to the words on the panel, muttering to himself, push-up count. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth, mustered his strength, and managed to do a standard push-up, albeit shakily. The next second, the data on the panel updated immediately. The left side changed to push-up count, 1, while the right side added shop coins, 0.01. Do 100 push-ups to exchange for 1 mall coin. Lin Zhao opened them all again and found that the exchange value of 1 mall coin was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan in his original era. In other words, he would have to do 100 push-ups at his own risk to earn a mere 1 yuan. Given his current weak physique, doing 100 would be almost equivalent to losing half his life. Lin Zhao struggled to get out of bed, wrapped the tattered, yellowed, smelly, and greasy quilt around himself, and staggered to the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Song Yuding, the youngest of the 3 sisters, was quietly gathering firewood. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Upon seeing Lin Zhao appear, Song Yuding immediately stood up in a fluster, her voice barely a whisper. Master. Although Song Yuding was the shortest of the 3, she was still 1.7 meters tall, with a beautiful face and outstanding temperament. Her bright and innocent eyes always evoked a sense of pity in people. Where are your eldest and second eldest sisters? Lin Zhao asked, frowning. The little girl glanced back at the courtyard and whispered, my sisters went to catch fish in the nearby river. What? Lin Zhao's expression changed upon hearing this. Without thinking, ignoring the soreness and weakness all over her body, she rushed out. Song Yuding quickly chased after her. Lin Zhao ran to the nearby riverbank and, sure enough, saw Song Yuro and Song Yujiao searching for something in the water, each holding a wooden stick. They rolled up their trousers and stepped barefoot into the icy river. It was only then that Lin Zhao noticed the injuries on the 2 women. The eldest sister, Song Yuro, had a large bruise on her left ankle and her legs were covered in bruises. The second sister, Song Yujiao, had a conspicuous handprint on her face, and her legs were covered in bruises. The bruises were particularly striking against their fair skin. Lin Zhao felt a pang of anguish, his throat tightened, and he almost shouted in a trembling voice, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Get up here right now. The younger sister, Song Yuding, had already knelt down with a thud, slapping her cheeks repeatedly in terror, crying, I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. I wanted to eat fish, that's why I sent my 2 older sisters here. Lin Zhao's gaze swept over the small river. Although the current wasn't strong, the depth varied, and accidentally slipping into the deeper parts could indeed be disastrous. He gritted his teeth, his tone even more resolute. Get up here right now. Stop catching fish. Song Yuro and Song Yujiao then slowly walked to the riverbank. Lin Zhao quickly walked to the riverbank, bent down, and reached out to help Song Yuro. Her foot injury was obvious, making it difficult for her to move. However, as soon as the three sisters reached the shore, they all knelt down with a thud. Master, we're sorry, we were wrong. Their voices were filled with suppressed fear. Song Yuro bent down and picked up a wooden stick from the ground, clutching it tightly to her chest as if ready to be punished at any moment. Her eyes pleaded as she looked at Lin Zhao. Master, please spare my two sisters. If you must punish someone, punish me alone. Seeing the three sisters' reactions, Lin Zhao was filled with mixed emotions. In their eyes, their master, was like a demon. A heavy feeling welled up in his heart, and his tone softened. All right, get up, all of you. Come home with me. The three sisters looked up at Lin Zhao upon hearing this, but mistakenly thought he was going to take them back for punishment. But they dared not resist. As slaves, they had no right to refuse. If their master were alive, they would at most be beaten and humiliated. But if they lost their master, they became like duckweed, vulnerable to all bullying. Song Yuro was already heartbroken, but she couldn't bear to part with her two younger sisters, especially Song Yuding, who was only 16 years old. She stood up, already prepared. If Lin Zhao really wanted to make a move, she would stand in front of her two younger sisters. Lin Zhao led the three sisters back home. Seeing their disheveled and pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. Big sister, you start a fire and dry your clothes with your second sister. It's too cold, be careful not to catch a cold. He looked at Song Yuro, his tone leaving no room for argument. Big sister, Song Yuro was taken aback. She was 19, indeed a year older than Lin Zhao, but Lin Zhao had always called her lowly servant girl. This sudden address left her feeling flattered and overwhelmed. What puzzled her even more was what Lin Zhao meant by cold. She didn't understand but dared not ask further. It's all right, master. We'll dry it after we warm it up, she replied softly. Lin Zhao felt helpless. They had become too accustomed to being subservient. He sighed and could only instruct. Boil a pot of water. I need it. With that, he turned and left. Yes, master, Song Yuro replied immediately. After Lin Zhao left, the three sisters looked at each other in surprise. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhao did not scold them at all, but instead asked them to dry their clothes. Sister, why did master ask us to boil water? He's not planning to boil us, is he? Song Yujiao asked in a low voice, still shaken. Song Yuding jumped in fright and immediately hid in Song Yuro's arms, sobbing softly, Sister, I'm scared of the pain. Song Yuro looked towards Lin Zhao's room and softly comforted her. Ting Ting, master probably didn't mean that. She vaguely felt that Lin Zhao's request to boil water was probably just an excuse to let them dry their clothes. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Song Yuro shook her head self-deprecatingly. She was definitely overthinking it. How could that be? Unless she was dreaming. At this moment, Lin Zhao, wrapped in the tattered, cold quilt, returned to his bedroom. While he still had a sliver of strength, he decided to quickly do some push-ups. Even if it only earned him half a pound of rice, it would be enough to alleviate his immediate crisis. Thinking of this, he immediately laid down on the couch and began his push-up training. 1, 2, Lin Zhao would pant heavily after every 10 push-ups and had to stop and rest for a while. However, it wasn't all for naught. The number of push-ups on the panel was slowly increasing, and the shop coins were accumulating little by little. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth and persevered, taking a short break when his hands ached, adjusting his breathing, and then continuing his efforts. In the kitchen, the water in the pot was boiling and steam rose in wisps, but Lin Zhao still hadn't come out. Song Yuro was worried about wasting firewood and also worried that Lin Zhao would be angry, so she nervously walked to the bedroom door. She had just pushed open the door when she abruptly stopped. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and a complex mix of emotions, and a blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Her two younger sisters, who had followed behind, were also stunned by what they saw. Song Yuding shyly covered her eyes, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. At that moment, Lin Zhao was wrapped in a blanket, rising and falling on the bed, a posture that was far too easy to misunderstand. Song Yuding was about to speak when Song Yuro pulled her back, and the three sisters quickly returned to the kitchen. Second sister, third sister, I think the master might want us to serve him in bed, Song Yuro whispered. Sister, I'm afraid of pain, Song Yuding said, her face pale with fright and her eyes filled with panic. Song Yujiao also said worriedly, but sister, if we have a child, the child will also be a slave. Song Yuro was well aware of this cruel reality. Even if a child was born to a slave and a wealthy merchant, as long as the mother was a slave, the child would still be a slave. Therefore, being chosen by a master could be a blessing of fate, or it could be a deeper disaster. My two younger sisters, I'll try to persuade master to summon only me, Song Yuro said softly, her tone resolute. But Song Yuzhao immediately followed up with a worried question. But sister, what if master wants all three of us together? Song Yuro's face flushed red, and after a long while, she stammered, Master, his body shouldn't be that healthy, right? Her two younger sisters looked at each other, their eyes clearly saying, I don't believe it. After all, they had seen Lin Zhao's physique firsthand. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he counted 118, 119, 120. After completing 120 push-ups, he collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. But the balance of shop coins on the system panel had already reached 1.2. He immediately opened the in-game store to check. Clearly, his balance wasn't even enough to buy chewing gum, let alone cooked food. However, he suddenly discovered he could buy some basic items, like a bag of salt or 2 lighters. But he obviously didn't need those right now. He started searching for rice. The results showed several types of products, but the prices were all very high, almost all starting at 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms, with the cheapest costing 15 mall coins, which meant he would need to do 1,500 push-ups. Lin Zhao had no choice but to give up. However, he soon noticed a product called bulk expired rice, which cost only 0.99 mall coins per pound. Expired is fine, it just doesn't taste as good, but it's still edible. He immediately redeemed it, spending 0.99 mall coins to get a pound of rice. A system notification sounded. Space generation complete. Current space capacity, 120 L. 1 jin, approximately 500 grams, of rice has been stored and can be retrieved at any time. Lin Zhao's spirits immediately lifted. With this portable space, his future storage problems for purchase supplies would be easily solved. He threw on a tattered quilt and went to the door, only to find the 3 sisters standing blankly to one side, their faces flushed. Seeing Lin Zhao come out, Song Yuro immediately rushed forward, her face resolute. Master, let me do it. My 2 younger sisters are unwell. Chapter 3. A doubled improvement in overall physical fitness. Lin Zhao noticed Song Yuro's unnatural blush and the strange looks in her 2 younger sisters' eyes. He immediately understood. He knew what was going on. They must have misunderstood something. They probably thought they were too thirsty, but actually they were indeed a little hungry, but it was stomach hunger, not the kind of hunger you're thinking of. Lin Zhao wanted to laugh a little, wondering if these 3 sisters were just naive or had too many little scenarios in their minds. He was too lazy to explain and casually said, Big sister, get up. Let's eat first. We can talk about other things later. After saying that, he turned around and went into the kitchen, picked up a jar, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he turned back and said, I'm going out to find something to eat. Don't follow me. The 3 sisters immediately took a few steps back and replied in unison, Yes, master. After leaving the kitchen, Lin Zhao carried the jar for 5 or 6 minutes until he reached the back of Small Hill. He took out a pound of expired rice from his storage space. He glanced at it and thought it was quite good. It was long-grain rice, had no odor, and looked decent. It was a system product, and although expired, it wasn't ordinary quality. After filling the jar with rice, Lin Zhao carried it back to the kitchen. It wasn't appropriate for the 3 sisters to know too much yet. As soon as he entered, he handed the jar to Song Yuro. Eldest sister, cook some porridge, but not too thin. Still not entirely at ease, he grabbed 2 handfuls of rice and put them in a bowl, instructing, Put these in the pot too, cook them all. When Song Yuro saw the rice, she was stunned. Rice was extremely scarce in this era. Even wealthy families couldn't afford to eat it whenever they wanted. Yet Lin Zhao had used almost half a pound of rice to make this porridge. She felt sorry for the rice, but also a little confused. Where did the master get the rice? Did he sell the 3 sisters to get it? The more Song Yuro thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Suddenly, she knelt down, her eyes red with anxiety. Master, please don't give us away. Lin Zhao was taken aback at first, then realized that they had probably made up their own story. This pound of rice, though old, was still easily exchanged for the 3 sisters in this day and age. After Song Yuro knelt down, the other 2 immediately knelt down as well, begging for mercy, each one quite frightened. They said they could work, gather firewood, and support their master, only begging not to be reassigned. Lin Zhao was somewhat helpless. It seemed the original owner didn't have a good image in their minds, and it wouldn't be easy to clear her name anytime soon. He simply stopped explaining and instead said with a wicked grin, You guys are so good-looking, how could I possibly give you away? It's better to keep you for myself. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the jar of rice and added casually, Don't worry, there will be plenty of rice from now on, and you won't have to do any work. The 3 sisters were a little stunned. Their master was actually making empty promises? This was the first time. Although they knew it was probably just talk, hearing it now warmed their hearts. After suffering so much, even a sweet word felt like honey to them. After giving her instructions, Lin Zhao turned around and went back into the house to do push-ups. Before leaving, she said, Hurry up and cook the porridge, eldest sister. In the kitchen, the 2 younger sisters looked at the bowl of rice and whispered to Song Yuro, Sister, should we put this rice in the pot? Song Yuro looked at the clean long-grain rice. Although it was expired, it looked excellent, so she put it directly into the pot without rinsing it. Soon, the pot began to bubble, and the porridge gradually turned milky white, looking quite tempting. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao was still doing push-ups on the bed. 78, 79, 80. Just as he finished the 80th one, the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, host, your overall physical abilities have doubled." Lin Zhao asked in surprise, "What's comprehensive ability?" The system explained, "It's a comprehensive upgrade of physical indicators such as strength, speed, defense, and endurance." Lin Zhao was immediately excited upon hearing this. Endurance too? This system is so thoughtful. The system asked again if he wanted to upgrade immediately, and he replied without hesitation, "Of course, upgrade right away." As soon as he finished speaking, a warm current started from his head and flowed throughout his body, especially his limbs. He instantly felt completely different. The pain in his body disappeared, his limbs regained strength, and even the cold no longer affected him. Lin Zhao began testing his new physical fitness, doing push-ups again. 1, 2, 3. He did it for a full 10 minutes this time, easily completing 400. The only obstacle was, he was too hungry. His physical fitness had improved, but his stomach was still protesting honestly. It was time to eat. He glanced at the system shop. His currency had dropped to 4.21, not enough to buy anything decent, maybe just a pair of socks. Thinking about how much he still needed at home, and with snow on the way, making the nights difficult, he decided to save up and buy the most essential items first. Lin Zhao got up and went to the kitchen. The heat had already enveloped the entire room, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Song Yuro was stirring the porridge in the pot with a spoon, while her second sister, Song Yujiao, and Song Yuding stared longingly at the pot, their mouths practically watering. Lin Zhao leaned over to take a look, then gently stirred it with a spoon. The rice was almost cooked, just a little bit more done. He rubbed his stomach. He was clearly starving. He turned around, took out 4 bowls, washed them clean, and placed them on the stove, ready to serve the porridge. Seeing Song Yuding squatting by the stove, tending the fire, he casually said, "Here, the porridge isn't ready yet. Have some rice water first." He then ladled a bowl and handed it to her. Song Yuding was momentarily stunned, too surprised to accept the bowl. She hadn't expected her host to personally serve her porridge. It felt like a dream. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out to catch it, but perhaps due to nervousness, the bowl slipped from her grasp. It shattered on the stone slab, breaking in two, spilling rice soup all over the floor. A sudden silence fell. Song Yuding immediately knelt down, her voice trembling. "Master, spare me." Chapter 4. The store has no weapons or cigarettes. Lin Zhao could tell at a glance that this wasn't just a simple fright, but a typical stress reaction. She was clearly terrified. Song Yuro and Song Yujiao were standing nearby, also hurriedly knelt down. Song Yuro said urgently, "Master, my younger sister is young and impulsive. If you must punish someone, punish me." Lin Zhao looked at them, speechless for a moment, feeling a tightness in her chest. It was just a bowl of rice porridge that had been spilled, yet it had frightened Song Yuding so much. It seemed that in their hearts, the original owner of this body was someone whose very shadow was enough to make them tremble. Lin Zhao sighed, thinking that since he was already back naked and his image was ruined, what did it matter? He wrapped himself in the blanket, holding the corner of the blanket with one hand and gently taking Song Yuding's hand with the other. "Don't be afraid. Get up quickly. Are you burned?" His tone was gentle, carrying a hint of unintentional concern, and the 3 sisters were all somewhat stunned upon hearing it. Song Yuro's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she couldn't believe that this master in front of her wasn't angry, but instead cared about them. "All right, it's just a broken bowl. It's broken, so be it. We could buy a new one later. Ting Ting, get up." Lin Zhao simply helped Song Yuding up and then turned to the others, saying, "Big sister, second sister, don't kneel anymore. You're making a hole in the house." He helped the 3 sisters up, and Lin Zhao ladled out another bowl of rice porridge and placed it on the stove. "Ting Ting, wait until it cools down before you drink it. Don't burn yourself." Song Yuding stood there looking at the bowl, then looked up at Lin Zhao, her face full of confusion and shock. Song Yuding never expected that instead of being punished for causing trouble, she would receive leniency and care. In her memory, the master of the house was prone to violence, and her eldest sister had even been crippled for making noise while cleaning the house. Lin Zhao watched her stare blankly, then took a bowl, ladled out a bowl of rice porridge, and took a sip. "It tastes good, quite fragrant. Ting Ting, try it quickly." "Yes, master." Song Yuding's voice was still a little trembling as she held the bowl with both hands and carefully brought it to her lips. Song Yuro and Song Yujiao held their breath, afraid that she would cause trouble again. But this time, Song Yuding took a steady sip, her eyes immediately brightening with delight. She had almost forgotten the taste of rice porridge. Now, after this sip, she felt only sweetness in her mouth. Rice porridge may be simple, but for someone who has been starving for a long time, it's a lifesaver. After drinking it, Lin Zhao felt much better. Although she wasn't full, at least her hunger was suppressed. Just then, the porridge in the pot was almost ready. Lin Zhao called out, "Big sister, let them all come and get some porridge." Song Yuro already knew that there would definitely be a share for them when this pot of porridge was cooked, but she couldn't help but be moved when she heard the host offer them some. She was a little dazed for a moment, wondering if this was a dream. Seeing their stunned expression, Lin Zhao simply took matters into her own hands, serving each of them a bowl and placing them on the stove. "Eat up, everyone. Follow me, and you'll have plenty of good things like this in the future." The three sisters still felt their master was just promising them a meal, but they felt a sweet warmth in their hearts. A master who could promise a meal was far better than one who only knew how to use a stick. Lin Zhao carried his porridge back to his room, eating while browsing the system shop's product list. The shop had a lot of items, but none of them were the kind he was familiar with: firearms, AK-47s, Desert Eagles, revolvers, pistols. None of them were available, not even a slingshot. He couldn't even find cigarettes. There wasn't even a pipe, let alone tobacco. The system's logic was a bit strange, but not unacceptable, since he didn't smoke anyway. Lin Zhao didn't consider himself ambitious. He wasn't interested in becoming a king or a tyrant. He just wanted to live a comfortable life. With 3 obedient beauties by his side, who wouldn't scold or beat him, and who would take good care of him, life could be quite pleasant. Soon, he finished a bowl of porridge, and his stomach felt much better, so he decided to continue his push-up workout. 1, 2, 3, he set his pace quite fast, averaging 1 every 2 seconds. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the 3 sisters sat together, drinking porridge with satisfied expressions. Although it was expired rice, they found it to be incredibly delicious. "Sister, why do you think Master is suddenly being so nice to us?" Song Yujiao asked softly. Song Yuro thought for a moment, a complicated look flashing in her eyes, and said softly, "Maybe he's changed." She still remembered the day the 3 of them risked their lives to go to the city to rescue Master. It really wasn't an easy journey. Although Huangtu village is only 30 li from the county town, it was fraught with danger for the 3 women who were slaves. Their slave status meant they could be bullied at any time, and no one would stand up for them. Thinking of those things still sent chills down Song Yuro's spine. She only hoped that this change could continue. "Perhaps our master really is thanking us," she murmured. Song Yuding nodded. "Yes, I also feel that our master has become much gentler." Song Yuro's face showed a long-lost smile as she looked at the bowl of porridge in her hand. "I hope all of this is not a dream." Song Yujiao and Song Yuding listened in silence, their brows furrowed slightly. They weren't afraid of enduring hardship, but rather of experiencing a little sweetness only to be brought back to square one. The 3 silently finished their porridge. The eldest sister stood up and glanced at the bedroom. "Why hasn't Master come to serve more porridge?" She walked over, pushed open the door, and saw Lin Zhao engrossed in doing push-ups, her pace noticeably faster than before. Song Yuro glanced at her, then lowered her head again, feeling a little disappointed. She thought their master was angry with them and didn't want to interact with them. As Lin Zhao exercised, he felt his strength steadily increasing. He had already completed 1,000 push-ups. Ding! The system notified him again. "Congratulations, host. Your overall physical abilities have increased by 3 times. In an instant, he felt as if his body was being forcibly recharged. His limbs were getting hot, and a warm current was surging from his perineum and kidney acupoints. Lin Zhao clenched his fists, feeling as if he could easily hunt tigers in the mountains. But just then, a gruff voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Lin Lao heir, I've delivered the grain. Come out now. I'm taking him away." Chapter 5. The 3 sisters are mine, and no one can take them away. Lin Zhao had just heard the shout outside, when memories immediately flooded his mind. Without even looking, he knew who it was. He walked out of the house, and in the courtyard stood a tall, thin man with pockmarked face, carrying a cloth bag in his right hand. This man was Lai Matsi, whose real name was Lai San. He was a notorious hoodlum in the village, extremely arrogant and domineering because his uncle was the village chief. It was said that he also had some connections in the county, and no one in the village dared to offend him. He was the kind of person who could walk around with his head held high. He was dressed in a black robe, and even had a sachet hanging from his waist as if to look sophisticated. Lin Zhao hadn't had much contact with him before, except for writing a few calligraphy pieces at his house once. That was all. Lin Zhao asked coldly, "What are you doing at my house?" Lai Matsi leaned closer and said, "Lin Lao heir, stop pretending. I brought the grain, and I'm taking Song Yuding with me. I'll bring her back to you in 3 days." Although the voice wasn't loud, the 3 sisters inside the room heard it clearly. Song Yuding's face turned deathly pale, and she almost couldn't stand up. "Sister, I won't go. I'd rather die," she cried out in fear. Upon hearing this, Song Yuro's heart sank. It turned out that all the kindness her master had shown her earlier was just a prelude, a complete deception. She thought Lin Zhao had really changed for the better, But it turned out he just wanted to give her younger sister away in exchange for some food. Her eyes darkened, and she whispered to Song Yuzhao, "Second sister, take good care of little sister." The implication was that she planned to go in her sister's place and bear this hardship alone. Before she could even step out the door, Lin Zhao suddenly laughed. "Lai Motzi, I don't remember any of these things you mentioned." Lai Motzi was taken aback, then immediately realized this kid wanted to back out or raise the price. In fact, Lin Zhao also knew that the original owner had indeed talked to Lai Motzi about exchanging 10 caddies of millet for 3 days' usage rights of song yuting. But it was only a verbal agreement, not a signed document, so he could deny it. "Lin Laoer, are you playing me?" Lai Motzi was furious. He threw the bag on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and rubbed his hands together. "I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the person obediently, or else. Otherwise, what are you going to do?" Lin Zhao interrupted him coldly, her tone firm. "The 3 Song sisters are mine, and no one can take them away unless I die." As soon as she said this, the 3 sisters in the room were all stunned, their hearts pounding like deer. Song Yuro quietly walked to the kitchen door, peeking through the crack at Lin Zhao's back. For the first time, a glimmer of hope rose in her eyes. "What did you say?" Lin Zhao. Lai Motzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the same useless Lin Zhao who couldn't even beat a chicken? Lin Zhao ignored him and pointed directly at the yellow millet on the ground. "Take your things and get out. I don't want to waste my breath." Lai Motzi's expression was almost distorted. He thought to himself, those 3 female slaves weren't earned by you. They were a gift from his father. Enraged, Lai Motzi rushed forward, grabbed the blankets covering Lin Zhao, and said with a sinister smile, "Do you want to die? If you keep pretending, I'll kill you first. Let go." Lin Zhao's voice turned icy cold, and her eyes were like ice blades. Lai Motzi didn't take it seriously at all, arrogantly saying, "Try hitting me then." Lin Zhao was too lazy to waste words and kicked him directly in the stomach. Lai Motzi flew through the air, landing several meters away, his face contorted in pain. He stared at Lin Zhao in disbelief. Was this really the same weak scholar he remembered? Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao lightly kicked the bag of millet, which landed right next to Lai Motzi. "Get out. Keep the grain for yourself." With that, he went inside without looking back. Lai Motzi, clutching his aching back, struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Lin Zhao, believe it or not, within 3 days you'll be begging to send him to my house." After saying that, he walked away cursing, muttering, "Lin Laoer, you just wait, see how I deal with you." As soon as Lin Zhao entered the room, the 3 sisters knelt down in unison, excitedly saying, "Thank you, master." Lin Zhao looked at them helplessly. "I told you not to kneel anymore. Every time you kneel, you'll ruin someone else's life. The ground is about to collapse from kneeling." The 3 of them quickly stood up. Song Yuro's face was full of worry as she cautiously asked, "Master, Lai Motzi probably won't let this go. What if he tries to cheat us?" Song Yuzhao and Song Yuting also looked worried. Although they were touched by Lin Zhao's protection, they were also worried about Lai Motzi's retaliation. Lin Zhao noticed their concerns, took Song Yuro's hand, and said softly, "Don't worry, Lai Motzi can't cause any trouble." Song Yuro blushed, lowered her head, and dared not look at him, her heart racing. Lin Zhao released her hand, walked to the stove, and looked around. "The porridge is almost cold. Let's eat it quickly." He refilled several bowls of porridge and handed them to the 3 sisters, saying, "Your task now is to take good care of your health." He picked up a bowl himself and drank it quickly, finishing the bowl in no time. After finishing the porridge, he went back to his room and continued doing push-ups, each one with a steady rhythm and even breathing. The 3 sisters finished their porridge and, without warning, began cleaning the kitchen. Soon, the house was spotless. It was noon, the sky was overcast, and the wind blew in gusts. Before long, snowflakes began to fall. Lin Zhao continued training in his bedroom. With the triple stamina boost, push-ups became increasingly easy for him. In just 15 minutes, he completed 1,000, bringing his total to 2,000. He gained another 10 shop coins in the system, but his physical attributes didn't improve further. It seemed that the triple boost was the limit for this stage. He opened the online store. His account balance was 19.01. Looking around, he realized he couldn't even afford a pair of thermal underwear. At most, he could buy some cotton underwear. Lin Zhao immediately understood that saving up for clothes by doing push-ups was unrealistic. Even if a complete outfit only cost 300, he'd have to do 30,000 push-ups, possibly until he vomited blood. So if he wanted to buy clothes, he had to find a way to earn money in the real world. After all, the textile industry was quite developed now, and all kinds of fabrics were available. Lin Zhao sorted out his thoughts. Right now, the most urgent thing was to get a set of clothes he could wear. He began searching the original owner's memories to see if he had kept any old clothes. But he soon discovered that he had left nothing behind and was completely penniless. He couldn't help but call out, "Big sister." Soon, Song Yuro ran in with her 2 younger sisters, asking in unison, "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Zhao was a little embarrassed and asked softly, could you lend me your clothes for a moment? Chapter 6: The Kind and Gentle Cousin-in-Law. The three sisters only hesitated for a moment before taking action. Song Yuro and Song Yujiao held up the clothes and pants they had taken off and respectfully handed them to Lin Zhao. Master, please don't find them offensive. As he took the clothes, he secretly vowed. From this day forward, he would make sure these girls were well fed and clothed, and that they would never again suffer such hardship. He quickly put the clothes on. Although they were tattered and thin, his body's resistance to the cold had greatly increased, and the clothes were merely for covering his shame. After getting dressed, he looked at the bedside and said, Eldest sister, second sister, you two go lie down on the bed first. It's too cold outside. The two sisters were stunned, a look of disbelief flashing in their eyes. After all, they usually slept in the storage room next to the kitchen, wrapping themselves in straw when they were cold. Now they were being asked to sleep in their master's bed? Lin Zhao chuckled and added, Go on up, consider it warming my bed. These words eased the tension, and the two sisters carefully climbed into bed and slipped under the covers. Lin Zhao watched them obediently and nodded with a gentle smile. That's good. Then he closed the door, worried that someone might sneak in and cause trouble while he was away. Lin Zhao walked out along the path on the east side of the village. About 500 meters away, there was a thatched hut with a persimmon tree in front of it. The hut was slightly larger than his, but it also looked dilapidated, with a sparse fence, drafty windows, and cracked mud walls. Standing outside the yard, Lin Zhao first spent 1.5 mall coins to buy a pound of foreign-language newspapers, and, fearing that others might not understand them, he specifically chose the English version. Then he spent 10 mall coins to buy 10 jin of loose noodles. He took out 5 jin and wrapped them in newspaper. Holding these, he composed himself for a moment, then called out into the house, Sister-in-law. About 3 minutes later, the curtain was lifted, and a woman in her 20s carrying a child came out. She was exceptionally beautiful, tall, and with delicate features. She was a renowned beauty in the village, Jiang Yueru, Lin Zhao's cousin-in-law, several generations removed. Her life was unfortunate. Shortly after her marriage, her parents-in-law passed away one after another, and recently her husband was killed by bandits on his way to the city. From then on, she became known as the village's jinx. Although she was beautiful, no one dared to approach her. Upon seeing Lin Zhao, she immediately smiled and said, Why are you dressed like that? Come inside. Lin Zhao quickly followed her inside. Although the original owner had a bad personality, she had always respected this cousin-in-law. After entering the house, Jiang Yuru looked at the newspaper Lin Zhao was holding and asked curiously, What are you carrying? Lin Zhao put the noodles on the table, spread out the newspaper, and strands of thin white noodles were immediately revealed. Jiang Yuru was stunned and said in surprise, These are noodles? Lin Zhao nodded. They're called dried noodles. Just boil some water, throw them in, and cook for a while before eating. Jiang Yueru's eyes lit up. Where did you get this? Lin Zhao changed the subject and asked with a smile, Sister-in-law, do you have any clothes at home? Summer clothes are fine too. Lend me one to cover myself. Jiang Yueru then realized that he had come to borrow clothes, but she didn't ask any more questions and handed him the child in her arms. You hold Nyo for now. She turned and went inside, returning a moment later with a black robe. This was bought by your cousin for the new year, but he didn't get a chance to wear it. You two are about the same size, so it should fit you. Lin Zhao took the robe, felt it. It was made of cotton, and although it was for spring and autumn, it was quite good for him now. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll remember this kindness and repay you with an even better piece of cloth in the future. Jiang Yueru smiled, not taking Lin Zhao's bragging too seriously. She looked at the noodles on the table, hesitated, and said, I can't accept these noodles. Lin Zhao quickly explained, These are from a proper place. Please accept them. Don't put too many in when you cook them. They tend to expand. After saying that, he picked up the clothes and stammered, Cousin-in-law, could you lend me 10 more coins? I promise I'll pay you back 100. Jiang Yueru was taken aback, but didn't ask any further questions. She turned and went into the bedroom, rummaged through the bottom of a chest, and pulled out a few copper coins, handing them over. Take these, don't lose them. Lin Zhao solemnly accepted them, nodding repeatedly. Thank you so much, cousin-in-law. I will repay you 100-fold. Jiang Yueru smiled, shook her head gently, and didn't take it seriously, taking Nyo back from Lin Zhao's arms. Just as Lin Zhao was about to leave, Jiang Yueru suddenly spoke up. Can you please stop hitting those girls? They are women just like me. These words suddenly moved Lin Zhao. In this cold era, Jiang Yueru's words were exceptionally warm, making Lin Zhao look at her with new respect. He bowed deeply. I have remembered your teachings, sister-in-law. After saying that, he picked up his clothes and hurried home. He was still thinking about the 3 sisters at home. The room was dimly lit. Jiang Yuru gently patted Nyo's back and murmured, seems to have changed a bit. Looking at the noodles on the table, Jiang Yuru hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up Nyo and walked towards the stove. Nyo, mommy will cook noodles now, and you'll have food to eat soon. Lin Zhao had already returned to his own courtyard. The door was still closed, indicating that the three sisters had behaved well and hadn't run around. Entering the house, he saw them all sitting quietly, and he felt a slight sense of relief. He changed into the robe Jian Yueru had given him, immediately feeling much more comfortable. He then returned the borrowed tattered clothes to Song Yuro and Song Yujiao, earnestly promising, "Tomorrow, I'll go buy you clothes." The three sisters naturally didn't believe him, but their hearts were still warmed. They bowed together and said in unison, "Thank you, master." They knew he was just making empty promises, but even those were better than any beating. Lin Zhao looked out the window at the dilapidated wooden frame. The cold wind rattled the window paper, and snowflakes began to fall. There was only one quilt in the house. How would they get through the night in this cold? Chapter 7. Covering the bedroom with newspapers, the cold wind howled outside. Lin Zhao stood by the window, looking at the dilapidated window, knowing that it was the main draft in the room. He figured he had to seal up quickly, or it would freeze solid by nightfall. Without further ado, Lin Zhao went to the kitchen, found an empty jar, and spent 1.5 shop coins to buy 3 pounds of expired flour, intending to make paste. Back inside, he handed the jar to Song Yuro. "Big sister, come on, cook another pot of paste." Song Yuro took the jar and looked at the clean white flour in surprise, hesitatingly asking, "Master, what is this flour?" Lin Zhao thought for a moment, too lazy to explain too much, and on a whim, shifted the blame to the original owner's father. "To be honest, my father used to run a small business and hid some of his wealth. I've always kept a low profile and haven't told anyone." Song Yuro was somewhat incredulous. After all, she remembered that Master Lin died of poverty and illness, unable to even afford a coffin, and was buried wrapped in a straw mat. However, she only thought about it and didn't dare to say it aloud, since her master was unusually kind, and she didn't want to make a fool of herself. Lin Zhao adopted a mysterious air and whispered a reminder to her. "Remember, eldest sister, keep this low-key, understand?" Song Yuro quickly nodded. "Yes, master." Then she went to diligently cook the paste. While she was at it, Lin Zhao took out the English newspaper she had bought earlier and found one that was just enough to cover the bedroom window. However, thin newspapers wouldn't be effective. They'd easily blow away in the wind. So he slipped out for a stroll and returned with 5 more English newspapers. Inside, the three sisters had already prepared the paste. Lin Zhao, seeing it was almost ready, poured it into a basin. Then he climbed to the window and used the paste to layer the 5 newspapers, instantly sealing the window from the draft. Although the room became much darker, the cold wind was immediately blocked, and the room became much warmer. The three sisters watched silently from the side, their eyes full of questions. Where did their owner get these things? Flour, and these papers printed with strange characters. Lin Zhao didn't explain, turned around, and went out again. He bought 3 jeans of English newspapers, a total of 66 sheets, in the mall, and brought them back to the house. He looked at the 3 girls and said with a smile, Come, I'll give you a task." The 3 sisters immediately stood at attention. "Master, what are your orders?" Lin Zhao divided the newspapers into 3 parts and assigned the tasks. "Eldest sister, make another pot of paste. This time, we'll paste this entire wall." Song Yuro nodded. "So this paper is called a newspaper." Lin Zhao thoughtfully added, "Your legs aren't good, so don't move up high places. Let your second and youngest sisters put it up, and you'll be in charge of directing from below." "Yes, master." Song Yujiao and Song Yuding responded and stepped forward. There was no jealousy in the 2 sisters' eyes, but rather a long-lost sense of security. Their master was not only speaking gently now, but also starting to consider their needs. Lin Zhao ran to the small lawn behind the house and continued his push-up work. 1, 2, 3. As the snow fell heavier, his movements became easier and easier. Although his clothes weren't thick, he didn't feel cold at all. After all, with triple physique, his cold resistance had also been upgraded. After more than an hour, he successfully did 3,600 push-ups, bringing his total to 4,600, and his shop coins increased to 25.5. Although his physical fitness hadn't improved, he clearly felt that push-ups were now as easy as supporting himself against the wall. However, a side effect was that he was hungry again. Lin Zhao patted his stomach, went back to the kitchen, and spent 6 coins on a cabbage and a bag of salt from the online store. He also took out the 5 jeans of noodles he had prepared earlier and hid them in several jars. He threw away the outer leaves of the cabbage, afraid that Song Yuro's thrifty nature would get the better of her and she wouldn't be able to bear to throw them away later. After doing all this, he returned to the bedroom. The 3 sisters had already covered an entire wall with newspapers, instantly making the room warmer and giving it a slightly bookish feel. The 3 sisters huddled together by the wall, studying the strange letters on it. "Sister, have you ever seen these words before?" Song Yuro glanced at it and shook her head. "It doesn't look like the script of our Daeong. It's probably from foreign country." At this moment, Lin Zhao walked in and said, "You guessed right. It's foreign script." It's normal that you can't recognize it. The three sisters immediately stood up straight. And master. Lin Zhao glanced at the wall and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's pasted neatly. He glanced at the sky and said, Eldest sister, it's time to prepare lunch. Yes, master. Song Yuro limped towards the kitchen, her two younger sisters quickly following. Upon entering the kitchen, the three of them were stunned when they saw the cabbage and noodles on the cutting board. The youngest sister asked softly, Eldest sister, is this noodles? Lin Zhao then walked in, smiling as he explained, These are noodles. Just boil them and they're ready to eat. Song Yuro still had some doubts, but could only nod, Yes, master. Lin Zhao returned to the room to continue practicing push-ups. The room was filled with the smell of paste and ink, but it was much better than the previous musty and damp smell. To replenish his energy, he bought some compressed biscuits from the store and continued doing push-ups while eating. Another hour passed, and he successfully completed 3,000 push-ups. His store coins increased to 48.5, almost reaching 100, and Lin Zhao's mood improved. He sat on the edge of the bed, clapped his hands, and muttered to himself, I'll stop here for today. Just then, he heard faint footsteps coming from the doorway. With his current hearing, he immediately recognized it as Song Yuro. She walked to the door, and Lin Zhao was already there to greet her. Big sister, is the food ready? Song Yuro was startled by his sudden appearance and stammered, Master, yes, it's ready. Lin Zhao followed her to the kitchen, where a pot of cabbage noodles was already cooked. Although it was oil-free, it smelled delicious. He took 4 bowls, served one to each of the 3 sisters, and served himself one as well. He sat down and started eating. One bite, and although it was simple because he was so hungry, Lin Zhao found it particularly delicious and ate with great gusto. As he ate, he urged his 3 sisters, Eat up. It'll be the same from now on. You eat whatever I eat. Hearing this, the 3 sisters slowly picked up their bowls and began to slurp their noodles in small sips. They ate quietly, their movements delicate and elegant, without making a sound. As they ate, Lin Zhao noticed that their eyes were red and tears were dripping into their bowls, but no one said a word. He didn't point it out, but simply walked to the pot, filled another bowl, and said firmly, Eat everything that's left, don't leave any. Chapter 8. It's getting cold. Let's squeeze in. Lin Zhao carried a simple bowl of noodles into the bedroom, feeling a surge of emotion. This bowl of plain noodles with little oil and just a few cabbage leaves had actually moved the 3 girls to tears, which really surprised him. As soon as he left, the 3 sisters huddled together and whispered among themselves. Sister, am I dreaming? Song Yuding asked, somewhat dazed. Song Yujiao pinched herself, hissing in pain. It's not a dream. We're alive and well here. But we're slaves. Why is our master treating us so well? Song Yujiao looked puzzled. Yesterday morning he whipped me with a bamboo stick, but today he's so gentle. As she spoke, a blush of girlish infatuation appeared on her face, but she quickly lowered her head. She knew her lowly status and understood that this gentleness was probably just a fleeting moment, and she might be drinking herbal soup again tomorrow. Song Yuro wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile, saying, Sisters, even if this is just a dream, it's worth it. At least someone treated us so kindly. Her voice trembled with emotion. Our master told us to finish the rest of the meal, so we have to complete this task. Her 2 younger sisters immediately nodded earnestly. Yes, sister. Night deepened, and the snow fell heavier, enveloping the entire village in a chill. Although the wind had died down, the cold hadn't lessened in the slightest. Lin Zhao's constitution had greatly improved, and he found himself unusually comfortable nestled in bed. He turned over and suddenly remembered. Where were his 3 sisters? He went into the kitchen and searched around. The kitchen was spotless, pots and pans were neatly arranged, and not a single grain of food was wasted. It was completely dark outside. Lin Zhao felt his way through the darkness to the old cowshed next to the kitchen, which was originally a place to store firewood and other miscellaneous items. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 girls huddled in a corner, covered with several bundles of dry straw. Song Yuro and Song Yujiao were on either side of Song Yuding, protecting her in the middle. The 3 of them were huddled together and looked quite cold. The cowshed had no windows, but it let in drafts from all sides, offering no protection against the cold. Lin Zhao's heart sank. How could the original owner bear to let them sleep in such a place in winter? The 3 sisters were slaves. If someone were to break in at night, even the authorities wouldn't care. Come with me, back to the house, Lin Zhao said in a deep voice. He stepped forward and touched Song Yuro's hand. It was as cold as ice. Song Yuro shuddered as if electrocuted by his gentle touch and instinctively lowered her head to follow him. The 3 sisters dared not ask any questions and silently followed him back to the bedroom. Lin Zhao pointed to the bed. Although the blanket isn't big, you'll all squeeze in with me tonight. All 3 were stunned. Song Yuro's face stiffened, and various thoughts immediately flooded her mind. Did the master mean that all 3 of them should serve the master? In bed, this was a great favor in the eyes of slaves. But in front of her two younger sisters, she still felt embarrassed. Just then, Lin Zhao broke the awkward silence. Second sister, little sister, you go to bed first. Eldest sister will wait a moment. The two younger sisters lowered their heads, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation in their eyes, and carefully slipped into bed. Lin Zhao then turned and left the room, went to the kitchen to boil a basin of water, and brought it back. He walked up to Song Yuro, squatted down, and said, "Come on, wash your feet." As he spoke, he began to roll up her trouser legs. Song Yuro was startled, her face turning pale. "Master, I can do it myself." "Don't move, listen to me," Lin Zhao said softly, but his hands didn't stop. His fingers landed on the bruises on Song Yuro's ankle, and he frowned inwardly. Such severe bruising, the original owner was really not human. He carefully washed her feet, gently and attentively, as if handling a fragile piece of porcelain. Song Yuro bit her lip, not daring to utter a sound, her cheeks already flushed red. After washing, Lin Zhao took out a bottle of safflower oil from his spatial storage, carefully poured out some, rubbed it to warm it, and began massaging the injured area. A unique medicinal fragrance filled the air, a little pungent, yet refreshing. "Master, what is this?" Song Yuro asked softly. "It's a medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. It will help you recover faster." Song Yuro's eyes reddened again. She had never even dreamed that her master would personally apply the medicine for her, let alone medicine. After Lin Zhao finished applying medicine, he put the glass bottle back into his spatial storage. In these days, glass was rarer than gold. It might feel hot and stinging later, that's normal. After he finished speaking, he poured out the foot bath water and went back into the room. Song Yuro was still sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Lin Zhao patted her. "Come on, big sister. Let's get in bed together to warm up." Song Yuro nodded gently and slowly got into bed, her movements a little awkward. Lin Zhao climbed up as well. "I'll sleep in the middle, eldest sister on the left, second sister on the right, and youngest sister on top of me." Although it sounded a bit strange, the biggest problem right now was keeping warm, and the three sisters all understood this. Besides, Lin Zhao was really as warm as a furnace, and once everyone was close together, the chill was quickly dispelled. At first, the three were reserved and hesitant to approach, but later, finding it too cold, they gradually took the initiative to get closer. Nothing more was said that night, except for Lin Zhao, who was a little breathless from being pressed down by the three sisters. The other three slept more soundly than ever before, especially the youngest sister, Song Yuding, who simply lay on top of Lin Zhao and slept like a log. Luckily, Lin Zhao's energy was 3 times stronger now, otherwise that position would probably have caused her to collapse from exhaustion. Before dawn, Song Yuro had already quietly gotten up. The moment she opened her eyes, an unprecedented sense of security made her somewhat dazed. She carefully got out of bed, afraid of disturbing Lin Zhao. Behind her, her second sister, Song Yujiao, also woke up, sat up, and stretched. She glanced at Song Yuding, who was still lying on top of Lin Zhao, and couldn't help but smile and reach out to pat her. Little sister, wake up." Chapter 9, Fourfold Increase in Overall Physical Fitness. As dawn broke, Song Yuding slowly opened her eyes. Before her was Lin Zhao's handsome face as he slept, and the warm body, heat emanating from his chest. That warm feeling captivated her, like a little snail clinging to its shell, unwilling to leave. But as her master's servant, she knew she couldn't stay in bed. It was forbidden. Song Yuding carefully moved away from Lin Zhao's chest, gently sat up, and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She glanced back at the sleeping Lin Zhao, quietly got out of bed, and tiptoed out of the room with her 2 older sisters. Lin Zhao didn't open her eyes until they closed the door and left. The 3 sisters had obviously slept well last night, but she felt rather suffocated. Not only had she been squeezed in by the 3 of them all night, but she also had to constantly control the inappropriate thoughts that popped in her mind, which almost made her explode. Lin Zhao gave a wry smile, thinking to herself, "This life won't do. I need to make some money quickly and take all 3 sisters in, so I won't be so anxious every day. After all, this is ancient times. Such things are not only not shameful, but are a symbol of a respectable family. No one will laugh at you if you tell others." After the 3 sisters left, Lin Zhao got up and dressed, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around to quickly finish today's money-making exercise. He had been extremely hungry last night, but he was too embarrassed to eat anything and had to endure it. Now that he was alone, he immediately bought a large starch sausage from the mall. Although it was junk food, the starch could be converted into glucose, which would be enough to keep him from being hungry. Lin Zhao exchanged 3 mall coins for a sausage, quickly devouring in 3 bites, and his stomach did feel better. He lay down and continued his push-up training for the day. 1, 2, 3, he said, his rhythm steady and his movements precise, 1 per second, completing 2,400 in a row, taking exactly 1 hour and 10 minutes. Adding to his previous total, at this moment, his total number of push-ups officially surpassed 10,000. His mall coin balance updated to 44. Just as he caught his breath, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have achieved an accomplishment. Your overall physical fitness has increased fourfold. Lin Zhao immediately perked up. So this boost was triggered by completing 10,000 push-ups. What about the next stage, 20,000 or 50,000? He mentally estimated that it would get harder as he progressed. 5 times the effort might require 50,000 or even 100,000. However, at this moment, he already possessed 4 times the physical abilities of an average person. If it came down to a fight, he could instantly kill even a third-rate expert. The system then popped up a new notification. New pose unlocked. 1-arm push-up. Reward. 0.02 store coins per attempt. 2 cents per attempt, effectively doubling the earnings. But Lin Zhao knew that the difficulty of this pose was far more than just doubled. He immediately got to work, putting his left hand behind his back and supporting his body with his right, and started doing the exercises. At first, it went smoothly, about a 2-second interval, but by the 500th his right arm was starting to ache. Although his physical strength had quadrupled, the difficulty of 1-arm push-ups was far more complex than simply adding one to the other. An average person doing 302-arm push-ups might not even be able to complete 51-arm push-ups. Lin Zhao wiped his sweat and looked at his current 54 mall coins. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to buy quite a few small items. It seemed it was time to make a trip to the county town. Relying solely on the mall coins for emergencies wasn't enough. Real life required earning money in the real world. He needed to tidy up this dilapidated house. He couldn't continue living like this forever. He got up, dressed, tidied himself up, and went into the kitchen. There was still some white porridge in the pot, but only a small amount, probably enough for one person. He frowned. Why is there so little? Song Yuro came over and said with her head down, Master, this is for you. My sister and I don't get to eat rice porridge. Song Yuding walked over carrying a bamboo basket, a hint of pride on her face. Master, we can eat these. She lifted the lid, revealing a pile of weed roots still covered in mud, and a small fish weighing about 2 ounces. Lin Zhao was somewhat stunned, wondering what good fortune they had gotten into catching the fish. But seeing Song Yuding's satisfied smile because of the little fish, he felt a pang of sadness. He walked over, took the bamboo basket, and looked at Song Yuro. From now on, whatever I eat, you eat too. Remember, it's the 4 of us eating together. Song Yuro was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Lin Zhao repeated, Did you hear me clearly, eldest sister? Yes, master. Although Lin Zhao's tone was stern, Song Yuro's eyes showed no fear, only undisguised joy. Lin Zhao glanced at the pot and ordered, Pour out the porridge and cook another pot. Also, make some pancakes with flour. We're going into the city later. Going to the county town? Song Yuro was stunned. Song Yujiao and Song Yuding stood to the side, their expressions complicated. They couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Was their master going to sell them? But Song Yuro thought again, that was unlikely. They were slaves, and no brothel would want them. Moreover, slaves couldn't be resold unless given away, but their master didn't seem to be lying. Lin Zhao noticed the hesitation in their eyes and explained softly, Didn't I say yesterday that I'd take you into town to buy some things? He had originally planned to leave them at home, but then he thought that these days even the front door wasn't safe. What if they came back and their house was burgled? Wouldn't that be a greater loss than gain? Taking them with him would be more reassuring. Although the 3 sisters still harbored doubts, they dared not disobey. Perhaps their master had truly changed. Song Yuro turned to look at her 2 younger sisters, secretly making a decision in her heart. If their master was lying, then she would have no choice but to take her 2 sisters with her on their journey. They would rather die than be humiliated. She took a deep breath and began kneading dough, boiling water, and cooking porridge. Lin Zhao had already left the kitchen. The snow outside the yard was already knee-deep, and the freezing weather was not suitable for traveling, but the family was really lacking in too many things. There were no cotton-padded clothes, no quilts, and they couldn't even gather enough bowls and chopsticks. Now, they had to go to the county town. He stood in the snow, warmed up, and did 2,000 push-ups, earning 20 shop coins in the process. His account balance now stood at 74 coins. A short while later, Song Yuro's gentle, soothing voice came from inside the house. Master, dinner is ready. Come in and eat. Chapter 10 Departure to the county town. Lin Zhao walked into the kitchen, glanced at the steaming porridge in the pot, and nodded in satisfaction. As he greeted them, he said, Eldest sister, second sister, and youngest sister, we have to get going today, so everyone should eat more. The 3 sisters responded, Yes, master. But their faces were heavy with sorrow, like livestock being driven to the market. Knowing their fate was uncertain, they could only silently follow. Lin Zhao didn't explain further, since no matter how much she said, no one might believe her. Once we get there, we'll naturally understand his intentions. The 4 of them quickly finished their breakfast, which consisted of porridge and flatbread, which warmed their stomachs. The remaining flatbread was wrapped up and taken along as provisions for the journey. Lin Zhao locked the courtyard gate and frowned as she looked at the three sisters' thin and worn-out clothes. If he hadn't traveled through time, their fate would probably have been even worse than the withered grass by the roadside. He said gently, "Please bear with it for a moment. I'll get you new clothes once we get to the city." Upon hearing this, the three sisters immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, master." After saying that, the four of them set off against the wind and snow. Their village, Huangtu, belongs to Shuanghe Town, which in turn belongs to Yingchun County and is 15 kilometers away from the county seat. It would take at least 3 hours to walk there, given the snow. The group first went east through the village, then crossed a small bridge, and then headed south onto the official road. As Lin Zhao walked, he noticed that Song Yuro behind him was walking slower and slower, her brows furrowed. He then remembered that her ankle was still injured. If we continue down this path, we risk serious injury. Lin Zhao stopped, walked up to her, and squatted down. "Big sister, let me carry you on my back." Upon hearing this, Song Yuro panicked. "Master, this isn't appropriate." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Zhao picked her up and carried her steadily on his back. She was very light. To Lin Zhao, it was as easy as carrying a rag doll. The two younger sisters watched in disbelief, thinking that their master was in a hurry to send their older sister to exchange for silver. At first, Song Yuro was a little shy and didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. Lin Zhao reminded him, "You need to hold on tighter, otherwise you might fall and get hurt." She could only gently wrap her arms around his neck, her heart pounding like a drum. Even through her clothes, she could feel Lin Zhao's strong, warm back, which made her feel somewhat at ease. The group continued on their journey, but the wind and snow picked up again and intensified as they walked. Not long after, they arrived outside Shuanghe Town, only to find 2 corpses lying across the snow. The 3 sisters screamed in surprise, and Song Yujiao quickly covered her younger sister Song Yuding's eyes. Lin Zhao carried Song Yuro forward to check. The 2 men were in their 30s and had obvious knife marks on their necks. It looks like he was robbed and murdered. Even his shirt was stripped off. Such things are not uncommon in this chaotic world. Lin Zhao frowned, then calmly said, "Let's go." After saying that, he carried Song Yuro on his back and continued on his way. But before he had gone far, less than 2 kilometers from the county town, Lin Zhao stopped again. A young woman sat by a roadside stone, holding a baby tightly in her arms, covered in snow. Lin Zhao stepped forward and his heart sank. The mother and child had both frozen to death. The sight stunned him. The woman looked somewhat like Jiang Yueru, and the child resembled Nyo very much. At this moment, Song Yuro, who was on his back, whispered, "Master, let's bury them." Lin Zhao initially thought she was just testing him, but to his surprise, he nodded after listening. Good. Unfortunately, he didn't have any tools on him. Lin Zhao looked around and pointed to a piece of wasteland not far away. "Let's go. It's easier to dig over there." The 3 sisters went forward to help, found some sticks, and started digging in the dirt. They knew that if the body wasn't buried in time, it might become food for the starving people. Although it can only be buried shallowly, at least it allows the person to have a complete body. The 4 of them worked for more than an hour and finally dug a pit. Lin Zhao buried the mother and son on the ground, covered them with yellow earth, clapped her hands, and stood up. "All right, let's continue on our way." After saying that, he carried Song Yuro on his back and embarked on the last leg of the journey. Finally, after passing through a snowy field, the outline of the county town gradually came into view ahead. Although the city walls are not high and the county town is not large, it is several times more prosperous than the village. Lin Zhao felt a surge of relief. The 3 sisters were truly lucky to be alive. They braved the wind and snow to transport the original owner's body from the outskirts of the county back to the village. The journey was fraught with danger, but they still chose to go home. Lin Zhao saw this loyalty. He made up his mind that since he had become their master, he would take good care of them. The 4 arrived at the city gate, but were stopped by 2 guards. The guard sized them up, then sneered and held out his hand. 2 coins each to enter the city. "If you don't have the money, go back." Lin Zhao had anticipated this, and immediately took out the 10 coins he had borrowed from Jiang Yueru and handed them to the guard. With the money in hand, the group successfully entered the city. Upon entering the county town, the surrounding scene immediately became much more lively, with constant hawking and the streets being much cleaner than in the village. Despite the year of famine, the city still retained a semblance of prosperity. Lin Zhao walked north along the main street and soon turned into a small alley, stopping in front of a pawn shop. "Sisters, please wait for me at the door." Song Yuro nodded. "Yes, master." The 3 sisters stood obediently outside, and Lin Zhao pushed the door open and entered. Inside the shop, a shopkeeper sat at a table drinking tea, holding a small book with an illustrated cover. It was clearly an erotic book. Lin Zhao couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This shopkeeper was in his 50s, yet his enthusiasm remained undiminished. But that's understandable. Nowadays, grain is valuable, while women are as cheap as dirt. A few pounds of rice can buy a night of pleasure. As soon as Lin Zhao entered, a waiter came up to him, giving him a cold shoulder. Go away. Where did this beggar come from? We don't give alms here. Go beg for food at the restaurant. Lin Zhao was furious upon hearing this. He looked down at his cotton robe. Although it wasn't new, it didn't make him look like a beggar, did it? He snorted coldly and slapped her twice across the face. You snobbish jerk, you want a beating? The shop assistant covered his face, furious and ready to fight back, and took out a wooden stick from the counter. Lin Zhao ignored him and pulled out a treasure from her bosom, a carved wooden-framed glass mirror, 16 centimeters long and 12 centimeters wide. The mirror's gleam immediately attracted the attention of the shopkeeper sitting to the side. The old shopkeeper's eyes sharpened, and he immediately put down his teacup and waved to stop the waiter. He got up and walked over, staring intently at the mirror. Is this a mirror? May I take a look? Chapter 11, A Mirror for 100 Taels of Silver. Adhering to the principle of not handling treasures, Lin Zhao nodded, walked over, and gently placed the mirror on the table. The shopkeeper immediately picked it up and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. Soon he saw his old-fashioned and somewhat indulgent face in the mirror. He could see it exceptionally clearly. He had never seen such a clear mirror before. What material was it made of? Lin Zhao explained. This mirror is called the multi-treasure glass mirror. It was crafted by a reclusive craftsman. I can guarantee that there is no other mirror like it in the world. The shopkeeper touched the mirror with his hand. This mirror is indeed quite nice, but the carving of the wood. Lin Zhao immediately stepped forward. Shopkeeper, it seems you're not an expert in recognizing treasures. I'd better look elsewhere. No, young master. Let me take another look, just one more look. The shopkeeper glanced at the mirror and then put it down. Although the wood was of poor quality, the flaws did not detract from its overall value. The mirror itself was a fine piece. After all, this method of combining good and bad items to deceive people is very common in antiques, with the aim of hiding treasures. The 8th day of next month will be the 18th birthday of Wang Shuixian, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She will definitely like this gift very much, and there are many young noblemen who want to give her a gift. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper put down the mirror and asked directly, Do you want to pawn it dead or alive? How much money can you offer? Lin Zhao asked directly. The shopkeeper held up 2 fingers, 20 taels. Lin Zhao sneered as soon as he saw it. Does the shopkeeper think I'm a fool? My ancestors were once wealthy. This is my family heirloom. My great-grandfather spent 300 gold to buy it. Judging from Lin Zhao's tone, the shopkeeper knew he was a down-on-his-luck young master. How about this? 50 taels. That's the highest price I can offer. 100 taels, not a tael less. Lin Zhao's attitude was very firm. The shopkeeper, somewhat helpless, continued to haggle. 80 taels. Lin Zhao reached out to take the mirror, thinking, since the shopkeeper isn't sincere, then forget it. Fine, 100 taels it is. You wait. As he spoke, the shopkeeper went into the inner room, and Lin Zhao picked up the book out of curiosity and began to read it. The above content immediately made even this seasoned driver a little embarrassed. He never expected that the ancients had such a rich variety of ideas. At this moment, the shop assistant behind the counter covered his face and glared angrily at Lin Zhao, still feeling very resentful. Lin Zhao naturally didn't take this little karami seriously. He continued to flip through the book with great interest, looking for a 1v3 tutorial. At this moment, the shopkeeper hurriedly came out from inside, carrying a package in his hands, and then placed the package on the table. When you open it, you'll find plenty of gleaming silver inside, including several large silver ingots and some loose silver coins. Would you like to weigh it? The shopkeeper asked. No need, Lin Zhao replied, standing up abruptly. The shopkeeper immediately took the mirror with obvious delight. Although her expression remained calm, she was overjoyed inside. Wang Shuixian was the most beautiful woman in Yingchun County, and there were no shortage of wealthy young men pursuing her. Would she still be worried about not being able to sell this thing for a good price? Shopkeeper, this mirror is very fragile. You must be careful, Lin Zhao warned. The shopkeeper, preoccupied with admiring himself in the mirror, simply nodded perfunctorily. Okay, I understand. Lin Zhao quickly took the 100 taels of silver, turned around, and put them all into his spatial storage, then walked out. Upon seeing Lin Zhao emerge, the 3 sisters immediately went to greet her, their faces flushed red from the cold. They stared at Lin Zhao's hands and found nothing there. Although they were all curious, none of them dared to ask, for fear that Lin Zhao would sell them out. Let's go. Let's find an inn to rest for a while. Lin Zhao walked down the steps. At this moment, the pawn shop manager's gaze immediately darkened and turned extremely cold. He beckoned, and the shop assistant came over, covering his face while cursing. The shopkeeper admired his reflection in the mirror and said menacingly, Go. Find a way to get that 100 taels of silver back for me. Shopkeeper, what happened to that kid from earlier? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and decided to find a place to settle things, since the man seemed to be down on his luck. The shop assistant immediately nodded, Yes, I understand. As he spoke, he chased after Lin Zhao from the shop. At this moment, the shopkeeper stood up, put the mirror in his pocket, went behind the counter, carefully placed it in a wooden box, and then closed the door. For him, this was a huge profit. In such chaotic times, these pawn shops openly conduct business, but in reality, they engage in robbery and plunder. Anyway, the government is powerless to investigate, and even if they do, they can simply bribe the pawn shop. After all, in this world, the death of an ordinary person without any background is no different from the death of Sparrow. Soon, Lin Zhao led the three sisters to an inn. Lin Zhao looked up and saw the Penglai Inn. The inn wasn't located on the main street, but it wasn't too remote either. This will do, he said, striding inside. The pawnshop clerk had been following them, quietly hiding in the distance. When he saw Lin Zhao go inside, he turned and left. After Lin Zhao went inside, the three sisters stayed outside, afraid to come in for fear of being beaten. Lin Zhao shouted, "It's all right, come in." Just then, the waiter immediately came over, and when he saw the three sisters, he immediately looked disgusted. "Go away, beggars are not welcome here." The three sisters were so frightened by the waiter shouting that they tried to back away, but Lin Zhao immediately stopped them, then grabbed the waiter by the neck and lifted him up his feet off the ground. "You snobbish bastard. These are my family," he said, then threw the waiter to the ground. The waiter cried out in pain, looking at Lin Zhao in a panic, a sense of fear gripping his heart. I never expected that someone who didn't look particularly burly would be so strong. Could he be a ruthless thug? This is the kind of person you dread most when doing business. At this moment, a man in his 40s with a long beard and wearing a hat immediately walked over. He was the innkeeper, and he immediately smiled obsequiously at Lin Zhao. "Sir, I am the owner here. My surname is Chiu. My waiter is a bit slow. Please bear with him." After all, Lin Zhao's behavior just now was very much like that of a bandit, and the shopkeeper was afraid of offending him. Lin Zhao took out a silver ingot, about 2 qian, a unit of weight, and handed it to the innkeeper, who then arranged a superior room for the 4 of us. The shopkeeper took the silver ingot, nodding and smiling repeatedly. "Good, good, good." He then kicked the waiter hard, yelling, "You blind fool, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the young master upstairs." The waiter immediately stood up, bowed, and extended his hand politely. "Sir, please come in. Ladies, please come in." Chapter 12 Shopping Spree in the county town. The three sisters were speechless with surprise when the waiter addressed them as grandma. They were slaves, only fit to be servants to others, not even considered low class, yet they've become grandmothers. Soon, the waiter led the group to the 2nd floor. At the top of the stairs was the 3rd room. The waiter opened the door and led the 4 inside. "Young master, please come in. 3 ladies, please come in." Lin Zhao strode in first, followed by the 3 sisters who followed and somewhat flustered. At that moment, Lin Zhao turned to look at the waiter. "Sir, these 3 ladies well. Xiao Er just got beaten up and doesn't even dare to lift his head. Yes, yes, I will definitely treat them like my own aunts." Lin Zhao waved her hand. "Go down. We need a rest now." "All right, sir." The waiter immediately scurried back, smiling obsequiously, and thoughtfully closed the door. Lin Zhao almost laughed. Indeed, the best way to reason is through force. Only then did he look at the 3 sisters. Eldest sister, second sister, and youngest sister. "Were you cold just now?" "No, no." The 3 sisters lowered their heads, somewhat frightened. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Their master was actually concerned about them again, and about such a small thing. Isn't it normal for slaves to be cold? Even if the owner is going to give them away, they don't have to treat them like this, do they? At this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly took out 2 taels of silver and handed them to his eldest sister, Song Yuro, saying, "Take this. It will make it easier for you to buy things in the future." When Song Yuro saw the silver being stuffed in her hand, she was so frightened that she almost knelt down, but Lin Zhao stopped her. "Big sister, what did I say? Don't kneel down so easily in the future." "Master, why are you giving me so much money?" Song Yuro asked in horror. She had never seen so much money before, 3 years ago, before her home was raided. Did their master intend to sell them and make them count the money? Song Yuro couldn't believe it was true. She would never have dared to dream of such a thing before. Seeing that Song Yuro was still hesitating, Lin Zhao stuffed the money directly into her hand. "Big sister, I have to go out for a bit. Take good care of the 2 younger sisters. Order whatever you want to drink." "Yes, yes." Song Yuro bowed slightly. Lin Zhao opened the door and went out, then went downstairs and called out, "Waiter!" The waiter immediately rushed over, practically kneeling before Lin Zhao. "Sir, what are your orders?" "Go to the kitchen and have them make a pot of ginger soup and bring it to your room. Remember to add brown sugar." The waiter immediately nodded repeatedly, like a pile driver. "Yes, yes, yes." After Lin Zhao finished speaking, he strode out of the inn and went outside. He first went to the money exchange to exchange some loose silver and copper coins. After all, the purchasing power of silver was too great, which was no different from carrying a 10,000 yuan banknote to stroll around the street stalls. After exchanging the money, Lin Zhao went to the pottery shop and bought 4 or 5 large grain jars, 10 small pottery jars, and a dozen or so dishes and bowls, spending a total of 350 coins. Later, Lin Zhao bought some bricks and tiles and secretly put them into his spatial storage in a secluded place. His space has now reached 13,000 liters. The size of the space is determined by the cumulative number of push-ups, so as long as he keeps doing them, it will get bigger and bigger. Lin Zhao looked at them all. Although there were still many items that could be exchanged for silver, it was not a long-term solution. Firstly, those things are valuable because they are rare. Once they appear in large quantities, they will definitely become worthless. Secondly, he plans to use his own online store to buy more important but currently unavailable items, such as flush toilets, Simmons mattresses, solar panels, black stockings, and other necessities. He doesn't want to waste money on useless things. Therefore, Lin Zhao still felt that he also needed to do business and make money. After all, the mall needed to be built through push-ups, but this thing was just icing on the cake. However, now that he had 100 taels of silver on him, he felt incredibly powerful and needed to acquire some more household items. With that in mind, Lin Zhao quickly walked into a fabric shop. It had a wide variety of items, including fabrics of various colors, shoes, and ready-made clothing. The shop has 2 floors and an area of about 50 square meters, making it the largest fabric store in the county. As Lin Zhao spoke, he strode inside. Perhaps because of the snow, there weren't many people in the shop today. Only 2 women were selecting fabrics at the counter. As soon as Lin Zhao walked in, a waiter came over and looked him up and down, his eyes quickly revealing a hint of disdain. Just then, Lin Zhao's fist was already raised. If this guy dared to look down on people, he would slap him twice. However, the shop assistant only asked impatiently, "What do you want to buy?" without shooing Lin Zhao away. So Lin Zhao had no choice but to give up the idea of slapping him twice, and instead replied, "I want to buy ready-made clothes for girls. Take me inside and take a look." The shop assistant looked Lin Zhao up and down again. "Well then, come with me," he said, leading the way and quickly bringing Lin Zhao to the ready-made clothing section. There were clothes for girls, but the patterns were very limited. Lin Zhao could only buy clothes by visual inspection. A slight error in size wouldn't matter much. It was better than having no clothes to wear. He wandered around inside for a while and finally picked out a piece of clothing. "How much does this set cost?" 200 coins. I thought Lin Zhao would be scared off by the price, but Lin Zhao pointed to the other 2 items and said, "Wrap this and those 2 items up for me. Wrap them separately." The shopkeeper was immediately shocked. It was the first time he had ever seen someone buy clothes without haggling. After buying the outer garment, he still had to buy the inner garment and the undergarment. Lin Zhao quickly picked out 3 more sets, buying one for herself. This time, she didn't even ask the price and just had it wrapped up. The shop assistant looked Lin Zhao up and down again, his face full of disbelief, wondering to himself, "What does this guy do? Buying things is just like buying stock." After buying the clothes, Lin Zhao also bought 3 pairs of shoes, which cost a total of 2 taels of silver. After buying these items, Lin Zhao went to look at the fabrics. He went to the counter, took a quick look, and found that the prices were reasonable. Ordinary fine cotton cloth was only 800 won per bolt, and silk cloth was 1.5 taels of silver. As for silk fabrics, Lin Zhao doesn't need them right now. It's not that she can't afford them, but she's afraid they'll be too flashy. For poor people, being able to use good linen is already quite good. So Lin Zhao bought a total of 3 bolts of cotton cloth and 2 bolts of silk cloth. After buying them, Lin Zhao casually asked, "By the way, do you have any quilts here?" "Of course. Sir, please come with me. Our fabric shop has everything you need. The quilts are upstairs." As he spoke, a tall, thin man strode over, pushed the waiter aside, and said, "Come, I'll lead the way for you, young master." The shopkeeper who arrived was around 40 years old, with very fair skin, a somewhat eunuch-like appearance, and a very effeminate voice. He quickly led Lin Zhao upstairs. Then they arrived at the cotton quilt section, and the shopkeeper immediately went over to introduce it. "Young master, you can tell you have good taste. Look at this one. It's full of velvet cotton, a full 8 jin for caddies of cotton, no less than the advertised weight." Lin Zhao stepped forward and touched it with her hand. She was very satisfied. It was indeed very soft. "How much is this?" "This weighs 1.6 taels. The price still surprised Lin Zhao. Although cotton cultivation has long been widespread, cotton quilts are still not something that ordinary people can afford. Even today, many poor people still use rice straw, while cotton was always a high-end commodity in ancient times. Lin Zhao went over and picked out 2 thin ones and 2 thick ones. She laid the thin ones on the bottom and covered them with the thick ones on top. Seeing Lin Zhao's generosity, the shopkeeper immediately grinned and said, "Good, good." He then ordered, "Hurry up and move it down for the young master." Several workers immediately ran upstairs and carried the quilts down. Lin Zhao quickly followed the shopkeeper to the counter. After some calculation, the shopkeeper determined that the total was 13 taels. Lin Zhao took some silver out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw the gleaming silver. "Sir, where's your car? I'll have my guy help you." "Need not." At this moment, Lin Zhao walked over, picked up the clothes and shoes, ran out, went to a secluded place, and put them into her spatial storage. He did the same thing again, taking the cloth and quilts to a secluded place and putting them into the space. Now that everything is bought, it's time to take a hot bath with the three sisters. Chapter 13, Booking the Bathhouse. Lin Zhao quickly arrived at the bathhouse not far from the inn, where several large characters were written. Huaqing Bathhouse. As soon as Lin Zhao walked in, a waiter came out to greet him. "Young master, would you like to take a bath?" "Nonsense. Why would I come here if I wasn't going to take a bath?" Lin Zhao's aggressive words didn't anger the waiter. Instead, he quickly put on a fawning smile, as wide as a Shiba Inu's. "Young master is right. I am clumsy with words and don't know how to speak. All right, I won't ramble on anymore. Let's close for the day and send all the customers home." "Young master," just as the shopkeeper was wondering, Lin Zhao took out a silver ingot. "Is this enough?" Upon seeing the silver in Lin Zhao's hand, the shop assistant's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "That's enough. That's enough." After all, in this ancient society, those who could spend money like silver were not ordinary people. They must have been either rich or noble. "Take me inside to see the place first." The bathhouse attendant immediately led the way. "All right, sir, please follow me this way." As they spoke, Lin Zhao was led through a large hall, then through a corridor and into a courtyard at the back. The man went up to the main door of the house. Inside, there was a 4-meter square pool. The main material of the pool was slate, which looked dark. However, the area around the bathtub was well maintained, with solid wood paving and a neat appearance. Lin Zhao nodded. "Okay, let's do it here then." The waiter immediately flattered. "Young master, you have excellent taste. This place is frequented by young ladies from wealthy families." At this point, the guy mysteriously revealed that even Wang Shuixian, the #1 beauty of the Spring Festival, had come here to take a bath. Lin Zhao just smiled. After all, Wang Shuixian was the rich heiress that the original owner had been fawning over. The reason he was set up and stripped naked was probably related to this. Wang Shuixian would never come to a place like this. The Wang family is one of the wealthiest families in Yingshun County. So Lin Zhao directly and seriously instructed, "Go drain the water from the pool, replace it with fresh water, and then sprinkle flower petals on it. I'll be there in a bit." The waiter paused for only a moment before agreeing. "No problem, young master." After giving his instructions, Lin Zhao left the bathhouse. He had only taken a few steps when he vaguely sensed someone following him. After all, his overall physical fitness had been improved, and his ability to perceive danger had also greatly increased. However, Lin Zhao did not turn around to look. Instead, she pretended not to know anything. After leaving the bathhouse, Lin Zhao went to the grain store, intending to buy some rice and flour. However, he discovered that the rice in the grain store was all brown rice, costing 5 coins per pound, while the price of refined rice was a whopping 20 coins. Wheat flour. Coarse flour costs 8 coins, but refined flour costs 30 coins. Thinking about this, Lin Zhao felt that it would be better to buy it himself in the mall. So he only bought 10 jin of millet and left. Millet is very cheap, only 2 won per jin. After buying the items, Lin Zhao went to a secluded spot, put the millet into 2 jars he had bought in advance, and then put them back into his spatial storage. After he had everything settled, he headed toward the inn. Upstairs in the room, the 3 sisters finished their ginger soup and immediately felt much better. Song Yuding's voice was soft and joyful. "Sister, this ginger soup also has brown sugar in it. It's so delicious." But Song Yuro looked worried. After all, they were slaves, and their masters were treating them so well. She felt something was off and a little guilty. Song Yujiao looked at Song Yuro opposite her and said, "Sister, do you think it's possible that master has really changed for the better?" Song Yuro didn't know that this sudden kindness made her very uneasy. It was like preparing an extravagant meal for prisoners, which was definitely a sign that they were about to be sent on their way. Seeing that her eldest sister looked unwell, Song Yuding smiled and comforted her. "My 2 sisters, no matter what, our master is treating us very well now. If this is really just temporary, it will be worth dying for." Song Yuro was somewhat surprised and heartbroken. Song Yuding was the least timid of the 3 sisters. She experienced the decline of her family at the age of 13, entered a slave camp, suffered a lot, and witnessed many tragic scenes. Of the 2 younger sisters, Song Yuro was the most worried about her, but she didn't expect her to be so calm now. It seems that her younger sister has really grown up. Song Yuding smiled sweetly again. "My 2 sisters, I think our master has definitely changed for the better. His eyes are so gentle now." Upon hearing this, Song Yuro and Song Yujiao agreed, as they shared the same feeling. The 3 sisters were discussing when they heard unhurried footsteps outside the door. A moment later, The door opened. Lin Zhao walked in, and the three sisters immediately stood up and went forward to greet her. Lin Zhao said directly, "Let's go. Come with me to a place." This sudden invitation made the three sisters wary again. Where was their master taking them? The three sisters immediately looked worried. After all, their master had suddenly become rich and was suddenly being so kind to them. It felt like being on the verge of execution, but no one dared to disobey. She could only murmur and quickly followed Lin Zhao downstairs and out. The bathhouse was less than 100 meters away from the inn. Lin Zhao walked ahead, and the three sisters followed nervously behind. They hadn't gone far when they came to a street corner, and Lin Zhao turned into it. The three sisters looked at the deep alley and immediately became nervous. It felt like a road of no return. Once they stepped in, they would never come back. But seeing that Lin Zhao had already gone in, the three sisters could only walk nervously inside. After walking about 30 meters, they saw the bathhouse. The three sisters came from a well-off family and were naturally literate. When Song Yuro looked up, she realized it was a bathhouse. Why did their master bring them here? What is it that requires them to bathe and cleanse themselves first? Song Yuro immediately thought of a bad scene. What if there were dozens of men standing inside, waiting for the three of them to serve them? Soon, the waiter came up to greet him. "Young master, you've arrived?" His gaze quickly fell upon the three sisters behind him, and he instinctively tried to shoo them away, but then he suddenly realized that these three might be with Lin Zhao. Moreover, the three sisters were outstanding in appearance, but their clothes were very tattered. "What are you all standing there for? Take me inside," Lin Zhao snapped. Yes, please, young master." The waiter immediately led the way, and the group entered the house and soon arrived at the place they had come from before. The waiter led several people into the courtyard. "Young master, I won't go in. Please ring this bell if you need anything." That's good, very thoughtful. You may leave now." After the waiter finished speaking, he looked at Lin Zhao and the three sisters again. This was the first time he had seen men and women bathing together in the bathhouse that had been open for so long. This young master really knew how to have fun. The guy could only be envious. He had no other thoughts. If he had money, he would definitely do the same thing. After the waiter left immediately, Lin Zhao stepped forward and pushed open the door. A misty vapor wafted in, accompanied by a floral fragrance. The bath was filled with a misty haze, and there was indeed a layer of red petals floating on the surface. Only Lin Zhao and her two sisters remained in the bath. Song Yuro stepped forward and asked, "Master, do you want us to serve you while you bathe?" "No, let's wash together." Together? Although Song Yuro had long accepted her status as a slave, her master's mindset still surprised her. Lin Zhao quickly stripped off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub, where the warm water soon enveloped his body. The hazy fog, the dim yellow lights, the dark sky outside, and the insufficient light from the windows created a complex combination of conditions. Lin Zhao couldn't see the three sisters' faces clearly at all. She could only make out some general outlines. "Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, come down and wash." The two younger sisters tugged at Song Yuro's clothes, unsure what to do. "This is the master's order. We cannot disobey," Song Yuro whispered, then took the lead in taking off her clothes and carefully entered the bath. Chapter 14, A Fresh Start. After seeing that the eldest sister had already gone inside, the two younger sisters followed her in. The three of them carefully leaned against the side opposite Lin Zhao, looking at him through the hazy mist. At this moment, Lin Zhao was vigorously rubbing his body. Now that he had become the master of this body, he wanted to be completely renewed from head to toe. "When the time comes, I'll build a private bathhouse at home and often take baths with my three sisters," Lin Zhao said. "Eldest sister, second sister, little sister, don't be shy." As he spoke, Lin Zhao swam over, took out a shampoo bar, and handed it to Song Yuro. "Big sister, this is for washing your hair. Wash your hair too." As I spoke, I demonstrated, "Just apply this directly to your hair, lather it up, and then wash it off." The three sisters stared in disbelief, completely forgetting their shame and filled with curiosity. Seeing that the three sisters were still in a daze, Lin Zhao walked over directly to the eldest sister. Song Yuro, behind her, took a bar of soap and rubbed it on her head a few times, and then gave her a scalp massage. Soon the soap was full of foam, and then Lin Zhao handed the soap to Song Yujiao. She immediately followed suit and started experimenting on Song Yuding's head, then began rubbing it on her own head as well. As time goes by, the fog may gradually dissipate, or the human eye may adapt to the surrounding environment. Lin Zhao could already see the details on the three sisters, but what followed was not a surge of adrenaline, but something that shocked Lin Zhao. The three sisters were covered in bruises and fine marks, and some of them looked like frostbite. Their once smooth skin now looked rather eerie. Lin Zhao cursed the original owner 1,000 times in his heart again, then stood up and left the bath. After getting up there, Lin Zhao immediately took the clothes he had bought out of his spatial storage while the three sisters were still in the water and placed them on a wooden table to the side. Eldest sister, second sister, youngest sister, these are new clothes and shoes I bought for you. Come up and try them on after you wash them to see if they fit. Lin Zhao quickly changed her clothes, put them on, took a shower, and immediately felt much more comfortable. It's a pity there's no hairdryer. With hair this long, it definitely won't dry anytime soon. A moment later, the eldest sister, Song Yuro, also came up, unable to hide her shyness. Lin Zhao sat to the side, almost losing her balance. Song Yuro has such a great figure. It's as if it was tailor-made by a designer. She has curves in the right places and absolutely no curves in the wrong places. Moreover, it's hard to explain scientifically how a prolonged famine could be so horrific. It's as unscientific as cows eating grass and producing milk. Song Yuro lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Zhao in the eye. But at this moment, she didn't feel too uncomfortable. After all, she was a slave, and it was her blessing to be admired and looked at by her master. Soon after, her two younger sisters arrived, and Lin Zhao immediately tilted her head back to prevent her nose from bleeding. He pointed to the clothes on the side and said, "This is the eldest sisters, this is the second sisters, and this is the youngest sisters." The three sisters walked over, opened the package, and inside was a complete set of clothes, including a belly band, an inner garment, and an outer garment. Looking at these brand new and soft clothes, the three sisters were stunned. Tears welled up in their eyes again, a mixture of joy, emotion, and bitterness. Then they all knelt down on the ground with a thud, saying, "Thank you, master." Lin Zhao immediately stood up. "Okay, no, don't kneel anymore. Hurry up and put your clothes on. See if they fit." The three sisters then stood up and started putting on their clothes, quickly getting them on. The size is just right. The only downside is that the belly band I bought was a bit too small, making it feel a little tight and constricting, but still wearable. After getting dressed, Lin Zhao took out 3 pairs of cotton shoes and asked, "Do they fit?" The three sisters started trying them on, and all of them fit perfectly except for the eldest sister, Song Yuro, whose shoes were a little tight. The three sisters had sweet smiles on their faces, just like children who had bought new clothes for the new year. Lin Zhao looked at the three sisters in front of her. They had changed into clean clothes, and their noble and elegant temperament was immediately apparent. They are absolutely stunning. In that era, they would definitely be supermodels and goddesses of beauty. And here I am, with 3 of them. Lin Zhao suddenly felt incredibly happy. She thought, "Let's make money quickly. Once I've made enough, I'll just relax and relax." Just as the three sisters were admiring each other and tidying their clothes, Lin Zhao took out a few more hairpins, which she had bought at the mall. It's made of stainless steel and plastic, so it's not worth much money, but it looks very nice. Lin Zhao walked over and gave the hairpins to the three sisters. The three sisters stared at the hairpins as they were handed over, and their 6 clear eyes rippled with emotion. Lin Zhao couldn't stand these sentimental scenes. These 3 sisters were too easily moved. This hairpin only costs a few dollars. Back in my day, if I were to give someone something like this as a gift, even the deepest feelings would vanish like bubbles. He bent down and gathered the dirty clothes he had washed on the ground, then wrapped them in a bundle. Even though those are dirty clothes, they can't be left in the bathroom. "All right, let's go." As they were talking, Lin Zhao led the 3 sisters out of the bathroom, and the waiter immediately came to greet them. "Young master, you're done washing. Are you satisfied?" Lin Zhao replied, "Okay, sure, I'll come often in the future." "Yes, young master, it is an honor for our bathhouse to have you here." When I looked at the 3 sisters, my eyes widened. They had only taken a bath and changed their clothes, but they suddenly seemed like rich young ladies from wealthy families. They even gave off an unapproachable feeling. But the waiter quickly came to his senses and escorted Lin Zhao and the 3 sisters out of the bathroom. After the 4 of them left, the guy looked completely bewildered, scratching his head. "Wait a minute, did they bring any clothes with them when they went in? Could I have misremembered?" The guy patted his head. "Sigh, working myself to the bone all day long. My brain's not working properly anymore." After leaving the bathroom, Lin Zhao took the 3 sisters to the county town for a stroll and asked Song Yuro to take her 2 younger sisters to buy some things. After they finished their visit, the group returned to the inn. As soon as the shop assistant saw the 3 of them approaching, he immediately came forward and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, you're back." When the innkeeper looked at the 3 sisters, he was stunned. Soon, the eyes of many guests on the first floor were also drawn to them. After Lin Zhao led the 3 sisters upstairs, the guests began to chatter amongst themselves. "Whose young lady is this, with such an ethereal beauty? When did our Yingchun County ever have such beautiful girls, and 3 of them at that? Everyone says that the most beautiful woman in our Yingchun County is Wang Shuixian from the Wang family. No, it's Qin Yin, the top courtesan at Yingchun Pavilion. That figure." At this moment, a man standing nearby slowly sipped his tea and said, "Have you all seen these 2 before?" "What? You've seen it before?" The guest put down his teacup, paused for half a second, as if showing off or regretting. Of course, but their looks couldn't compare to any of the three girls from before. Chapter 15a, Triumphant Return. All the guests looked on in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy, and they looked upstairs again, beginning to envy Lin Zhao. After leading the three sisters back to their room, Lin Zhao looked at the bed inside. Eldest sister, second sister, youngest sister, we're staying here tonight and heading back tomorrow morning. Yes, we will follow master's arrangements. Song Yuro nodded slightly. Lin Zhao arrived at the door and called out, "Waiter, waiter!" The waiter rushed up quickly. "Sir, what are your orders?" "Go prepare a pot of hot tea and a few dishes." As he spoke, Lin Zhao took out a small piece of silver and handed it to the waiter, saying, "This is a special reward for you." The waiter immediately beamed with joy. "All right, sir, please wait a moment. It'll be right there." The waiter took the silver coins and immediately turned around. He suddenly felt that being beaten by Lin Zhao was worth it, since it was only natural for a father to beat his son. The reason Lin Zhao was so generous was simple. This coin was nothing to him, but it would make Lin Zhao treat him like his own father. The three sisters were also very surprised. Their master had given them a coin, which was equivalent to a month's living expenses for an ordinary farmer. Could it be true that the master left him a great inheritance before he died? While the waiter was preparing the meal, Lin Zhao did push-ups on the floor of the room. The three sisters were very curious as to why their master liked to make such indecent things. They had previously thought he was preparing for sexual intercourse. But Lin Zhao didn't even get a chance to make a move in the bathroom, so the three sisters were full of questions, but none of them dared to voice them. In about half an hour, Lin Zhao completed 1,500 standard push-ups, bringing his total to 14,500, earning him 63 mall coins. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Song Yuro went to open it. The inn's waiter personally brought in several dishes and a pot of tea. "Young master, ladies, our restaurant has a limited menu. Please bear with us." He then placed the dishes on the table. A roast chicken, a steamed fish, a pickled cabbage dish, a radish and vermicelli dish, and a bamboo shoot and cured pork dish. In the era I traveled to, cooking with an iron wok had been popular for over 200 years, and cooking techniques had also improved significantly. However, the ingredients were still relatively scarce, so the variety was certainly not as rich as in the 21st century. These dishes are considered very high-end in this small county town. In my time, it would be equivalent to ordering shark fin and sea cucumber at a restaurant. However, this era also had an advantage. There was a lot of wild game. Hunters often went into the mountains to hunt, and the game was sold to restaurants and eateries. But those are considered delicacies from the mountains and wild game, and are not something that ordinary people can afford. "Come on, have a taste." The three sisters looked at the food on the table, their mouths watering. They looked at Lin Zhao again, still somewhat incredulous that a slave could eat at the same table as his master. "Sit down. Remember, you are my family, and from now on we'll eat and live together." Only then did Song Yuro sit down, followed by her two younger sisters. The three sisters at the table seemed very reserved and dared not touch their chopsticks, so Lin Zhao had to use chopsticks to serve them food. "Big sister, you take the lead and eat quickly, otherwise it will be a waste." Song Yuro picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. The moment the tender fish entered her mouth, she burst into tears. She loves to eat fish, but she hasn't had such delicious fish in a long time, and she thought she would never have the chance again in her life. But Song Yuro was really afraid that she would suddenly wake up from the dream and that her master would take the bamboo stick and swing it at them again. Just then, Lin Zhao broke off a chicken leg and gave it to Song Yuro. "Big sister, your foot is injured. Here, have a chicken leg to help it heal." Then he picked up a large piece of fish and put it into Song Yuro's bowl. "Thank you, master." Song Yuro thanked him repeatedly. He then looked at Song Yuding, broke off a chicken leg and gave it to her, saying, "Little sister, have a chicken leg too. You're too thin." "Thank you, master." After saying that, Song Yuding couldn't help but look down at herself. There were only 2 chicken drumsticks, which were given to Sister Song Yu and her younger sister. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then broke off a chicken wing and gave it to her second sister. "Come on, second sister, eat this." Song Yu Zhao thanked them repeatedly. In fact, the 3 sisters had already experienced life and death and would not fight over these things. On the contrary, they all hoped that their sisters would live well. At this moment, Lin Zhao also broke off a chicken wing, picked up chopsticks, and started showing off, completely disregarding his image. The 3 sisters were still very timid and ate very carefully. "Okay, I'm finished eating. You guys continue. I need to go out for a bit." Lin Zhao stood up and ran out. He was there alone, and the 3 sisters were very reserved. After all, their master-servant mentality had been formed, and it was difficult to change it all at once. At the same time, Lin Zhao needs to buy a wooden cart, otherwise how will he transport those things back? Although the space is very convenient, it will be difficult to explain when he returns. So Lin Zhao quickly left the inn to buy a means of transportation. During this break, he did another 4,500 push-ups, bringing his total to 19,000 and earning 105 in-game currency. After dark, Lin Zhao first applied safflower medicine to Song Yuro's feet, which moved Song Yuro to tears once again. That night, the four of them squeezed into one bed again. After the first time, they didn't feel awkward the second time. What's more, Lin Zhao and the three sisters have already seen each other naked. They're just one step away from breaking through that barrier. Lin Zhao wasn't in a hurry because she wanted to wait until things stabilized before she could properly enjoy herself. The three sisters still have scars on their bodies, so I can't bring myself to eat them. Besides, they're still very afraid of themselves and can't let go of their inhibitions, so there's no rush. The next day, after daybreak, Lin Zhao got up very early, and the three sisters followed suit. Lin Zhao instructed, "Big sister, you pack your things in a room, I'll go downstairs to pack my things, and then come to the inn to pick you up." "Yes, master." Lin Zhao went outside the inn and pulled the two-wheeled cart he had bought for 15 taels of silver the day before into an alley. It was early in the morning, and there was no one around. He immediately took the cloth and bedding he had bought from his storage space, loaded them into the car, and tied them up with rope. He then went to the mall and bought a 20-jean bag of rice and a 20-jean bag of flour, which he put into the earthenware jar he bought. Soon the entire cart was full. The main reason for doing this was to avoid arousing suspicion, which is why I bought this car. Otherwise, putting it in the storage space would have been the simplest solution. The premium rice in the mall is only 3 yuan per jean, and a high-gluten flour is only 2.5 yuan per jean. The total of 20 jean only cost 55 mall coins, which is much more cost-effective than buying it at the grain store. After loading the things, Lin Zhao waited at the entrance of the inn with the cart. Soon, the three sisters also came out from inside. Seeing Lin Zhao pulling that cart full of things, he was immediately stunned. "Master, did you buy all of these?" "Yes, we need them at home." Not only the three sisters, but even the shop assistant was dumbfounded. He slapped himself and said, "I can never judge a person by their clothes again." The eldest sister, Song Yuro, was surprised and immediately went over to her younger sister, Song Yuding, and then called out to Song Yujiao. "Second sister, let's pull the cart." Lin Zhao immediately stopped them. "No need, I'll do it. You just follow me." It wasn't just that Lin Zhao felt sorry for them. The main reason was that they had to pull the cart for 15 kilometers, and she felt as weak as if she wasn't pulling it at all. Having these two sisters pull her up would only waste time, especially since Song Yuro's foot wasn't fully healed yet. "But, master, how can you pull the cart yourself?" "My sister and I will do it." "It's all right, I'll pull the cart. Your job is just not to lose them." The three sisters were shocked again. Are all their owners this confident now? As Lin Zhao spoke, he had already put on the rope and started pulling the cart. After all, with 4 times the physical fitness, it would definitely be more effective than a donkey. For Lin Zhao, pulling this cart was no different from dragging a supermarket shopping cart. The three sisters followed behind, gradually realizing that they were falling behind Lin Zhao. Song Yuding asked softly, "Sister, how come master is so strong now?" Song Yuro was also puzzled. Her master was clearly a scholar who couldn't even kill a chicken, but now he had the strength of a great general who had fought on the battlefield. "Big sister, this cartload of stuff must have cost the master about 20 taels of silver, right?" Song Yujiao asked doubtfully. "All right, second sister, little sister, let's just follow our master and not say anything out of line." The two younger sisters immediately nodded and said, "Yes, sister." Chapter 16. Easily eliminate the 3 evil bandits. The 4 of them soon left the city. After leaving the city, the road became difficult to travel. After all, it had snowed heavily. Although it had stopped today, there was still snow on the road. Lin Zhao's journey was relatively easier, but the 3 sisters, despite not carrying much luggage, still faced considerable difficulty. Song Yuro was in a good mood. She had been worried all the way that her master would give them away, but now her master had brought them home. It seems the owner really isn't going to give the 3 sisters away, and maybe their lives will really get better from now on. At this moment, Song Yuro was very happy and even fantasized about giving birth to several children for her master. Her master was very strong and must have many offspring. But would her master look down on her status? If the master continues to treat the 3 sisters well, it would be worth dying for him, recalling the scene in the bathhouse yesterday afternoon. Song Yuro was genuinely curious about how her master would perform in those areas. After all, Song Yuro was already 19 years old, which was not young in ancient times. Many girls got married at 16, and many had 2 children by the time they were 19. "Sister, why is your face red?" Song Yuding asked curiously, staring at her from the side. Song Yujiao glanced at it, then looked at Lin Zhao in front of her. She immediately understood what her older sister was thinking and couldn't help but smile, because she was thinking the same thing. It seems that these past few days, her owner has been carrying her on his back, washing her hair, and applying medicine to her. She must have fallen for him, right? After all, her owner is indeed handsome. But soon Song Yujiao also felt a sense of inferiority. The 3 sisters were slaves, so they should not think about such good things. Being favored by their master was already lucky. How could their master really be moved? After about half an hour of driving and about 3 miles outside the county town, the car came to a stretch of wasteland on the main road, where Lin Zhao suddenly stopped. Suddenly, 3 burly men appeared before them, each wielding a large knife and looking fierce and menacing. The burly man in the middle, with a thick beard and a red headscarf, stepped forward and shouted loudly, "I didn't expect such a big one to come today. Leave your stuff and money, your life, and those 3 girls behind you." Lin Zhao glanced at the 3 sisters behind her. "You 3, stay hidden. Don't come out." As he spoke, Lin Zhao put down the car, stepped forward, and questioned, "Were you the ones who were secretly following me in the city?" The person on the other end was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, I didn't expect you to have found out. Well then, you'd better hand over the 100 taels of silver you have on you." Upon hearing the figure of 100 taels of silver, Lin Zhao immediately thought of the jade shop owner, realizing that he had indeed underestimated the wickedness of people's hearts in this era. That shopkeeper looked kind and gentle, but I never expected him to be so ruthless. Since that's the case, I don't need to be kind anymore. Lin Zhao's heart was filled with murderous intent, but out of humanitarianism, he coldly warned, "I will only count to 3, and if you leave, I will spare you. Now that I'm tetraploid, dealing with these petty thieves is more than enough for me." But the person on the other end suddenly laughed. "Good lad, it seems you really don't know what's good for you. Then we'll kill you first, then the 3 of US brothers will take turns playing with the 3 girls behind you, and then we'll slaughter them and eat their meat. They look quite delicate and tender. Enough with the nonsense. I'm not counting anymore." Lin Zhao darted forward and appeared in front of the red turban leader before he could even react. Lin Zhao delivered a flying kick straight to his chest, sending the red turban leader flying several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. The other 2 henchmen exchanged a glance and swung their knives at each other, but Lin Zhao did a somersault and landed right behind them. He then picked up 2 blue stones from the ground and slammed them heavily on the back of the 2 men's heads. 3 seconds later, the 2 screamed in agony as blood streamed from their heads, and they collapsed to the ground, their legs twitching uncontrollably. Lin Zhao knew that these 2 were beyond saving. He clapped his hands, seemingly without any guilt about the scene. After all, these were bandits, and, judging from their style of doing things, they were quite skilled. They were either mountain bandits or robbers, and quite a few people had died at their hands. The original owner's sister was kidnapped by bandits when she was about to become a nun. After suffering various tortures, she was eaten. Such things were not uncommon in the later period of the dynasty, and the government could not handle them. Lin Zhao then went over to check on the leader, only to find that he was unlucky and had fallen onto a sharp rock and was already dead. Lin Zhao squatted down and rummaged through his body, finding 10 taels of silver, which he then stuffed into his pocket. He checked on his 2 subordinates again and got another 5 taels of silver from each of them, for a total of 20 taels. This was an unexpected bonus. 20 taels of silver was enough for a family of 4 to live on for several years. After dealing with the 3 assassins, Lin Zhao turned around and walked towards the 3 sisters. The 3 sisters' eyes were clearly filled with terror. When did their master become so powerful? He was so ruthless. Lin Zhao noticed the 3 sisters' shock, but he didn't explain further. Instead, he hitched up the cart and said, "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." The 3 sisters could only follow closely behind in silence, wanting to ask, but not daring to. Lin Zhao didn't say a word, yet he exuded a powerful aura of intimidation. The moment he killed someone, he was as cold and indifferent as a machine. This sent a chill down the spines of the 3 sisters. After walking for more than an hour, Song Yuro was starting to feel the strain. Coupled with her racing thoughts, she suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. She quickly stood up from the ground, gritted her teeth, and continued walking, afraid that her owner would find her useless and throw her away. But the next second, Lin Zhao walked over, patted the blankets on the car, and said, "Big sister, your legs aren't very mobile, so why don't you sit on these blankets?" Song Yuro waved her hands repeatedly. "Master, I dare not. I can walk. There are still dozens of miles to go. If you keep walking like this, your legs will be ruined. Let's get on." For Lin Zhao, having one more person in the car was not much of a burden, but having Song Yuro continue walking would definitely slow down the progress significantly. Besides, she certainly didn't want to be limping while wearing black stockings. As they were talking, Lin Zhao forcibly pulled Song Yuro into his arms, and she instinctively let out a soft moan. Lin Zhao also heard the voice and immediately felt as if he had been electrocuted. This Song Yuro is truly a gem, beautiful and sexy. With such a lovely voice, who could resist her? Song Yuro lay on the quilt, watching Lin Zhao's back, her heart filled with doubt. Her master was so indifferent to those people just now, so why was he so nice to her? The 2 younger sisters, following behind, were also a little surprised. When they arrived, their owner carried their eldest sister on his back, and on the way back, their eldest sister had taken a car. They both regretted not twisting their ankles. After another 2 hours of travel, the four of them finally arrived home safely. Along the way, they did not encounter any more bandits or robbers. It was windy today, and it was noon when I came back. It was very cold outside, so I didn't encounter many people or any more corpses. However, this was exactly what Lin Zhao hoped for. If the villagers discovered that he had bought so many things, he would likely be targeted. In this day and age, ordinary people are easily tempted to steal or commit evil. The four of them quickly arrived at the courtyard. Lin Zhao just put down the car when he suddenly froze. The front door of the house had collapsed. Chapter 17 Teaching Lai Matzi a Lesson. He rushed up to check and discovered that the door seemed to have been smashed open by force. Lin Zhao initially thought it was just the wind, but soon noticed the footprints on the door. Immediately realizing it was done by a person, Lin Zhao went inside, followed by the three sisters. As soon as Lin Zhao entered the kitchen, he was immediately hit by a huge stench. He ran to the stove and was furious. A thief broke into my house and stole all my rice and flour, and even pooped several large lumps in my pot. Seeing the unidentified liquid inside the emptied rice container, Lin Zhao was instantly filled with rage. The three sisters were also shocked when they saw this. Song Yuro couldn't help but say, Master, Master, who is this? Isn't he afraid of the kitchen god's wrath? Are these people afraid of the kitchen god? Lin Zhao covered his nose and retreated. This kitchen was definitely unusable. The three sisters followed and came out. Lin Zhao instructed them, eldest sister, second sister, and youngest sister, unload the things and carry them into the main room. Then he pushed the cart into the cowshed. After doing all that, Lin Zhao went straight over and took a wooden plank, preparing to nail the kitchen door shut. Eldest sister, second sister, youngest sister, this kitchen is unusable. I'm going to tear it down tomorrow. While moving things, Lin Zhao was thinking that the pawn shop owner couldn't possibly send someone to kill him at the same time as sending someone to his hometown, especially since he had no idea where he lived. As for the original owner, because he liked Wang Shuixian, he offended Wang Shuixian's competitor, Feng Hu, and was tricked by him, beaten up in a brothel, and thrown into the wilderness. Feng Hu's style of doing things is to come directly to me. He wouldn't cause trouble in the kitchen, much less steal my little bit of rice. After much thought, the only possibility is Lai Matzi. He is a scoundrel and the village chief's nephew. He is a despicable person, and only he could have done such a thing. However, all of this is just Lin Zhao's speculation, and further investigation is needed. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao stood up and looked at the three Song sisters behind him, who had their brows furrowed. It seems I need to find a way to establish my authority, otherwise the three sisters' status as slaves will always be coveted by someone. Then I'll target Lai Matzi, but first I need to confirm if it's him. I can't let the bad guys get away with it, nor can I wrong an innocent person. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao immediately put her hands on her hips and started cursing like a shrew, using the most offensive and offensive language possible. The three sisters standing nearby blushed and were shocked. They blushed because Lin Zhao's insults were very harsh, but they were shocked because they didn't think their master was good at cursing. They never expected her to be so venomous. Lin Zhao cursed for a full 30 minutes until she was tired and her voice became hoarse. So she stopped and went into the house with the three sisters. At that moment, a dark figure darted out like a rabbit from a small mound not far from Lin Zhao's house. Lin Zhao quickly spotted the figure, spoke briefly with the three sisters, and then grabbed his stick. Eldest sister, you and second sister guard this place. If any bad guys dare to break in, beat them to death. The eldest sister, Song Yuro, nervously took the wooden stick, stammered, and nodded, Yes, master. After explaining to his elder sister, Lin Zhao immediately chased after him. Soon he could see the figure clearly. It was Lai Fu, a male servant in Lai Matzi's household, who is also Lai Matzi's most loyal dog. Lai Matzi's house is located on the south side of Huangta village. It is a two-courtyard Sihiyuan, traditional courtyard house, and is the ancestral home of Lin Zhao's family. However, later on, the family fortunes declined, and Lin Zhugan married 3 wives, all of whom were weak and sickly. In addition, he had to support the original owner of the body, Lin Zhao, the spendthrift's son. He was soon forced to sell his houses and land, and when he died, he didn't even have a coffin. Sure enough, Lai Fu quickly entered the courtyard through the back door, and Lin Zhao immediately followed. He easily jumped over the wall. The wall was made of rammed earth, and was only 2 meters high. Once inside, you could quickly see Lai Fu running into the courtyard of the main house in the backyard. Lin Zhao immediately followed and quietly peered out the window to listen to the conversation inside. His hearing was now excellent enough to hear everything clearly. Lai Fu quickly went inside, closed the door, and collapsed to the ground. Uncle Lai, Lin Zhao is back. He bought a lot of things. Lai Matzi was drinking tea at the moment, and there was a charcoal fire in the room. He squinted his eyes, somewhat smug. Now, to get to the point, Had he noticed anything unusual about the house? Lai Fu quickly stood up and realized what had happened. He started cursing loudly. He cursed terribly. Lai Matsi immediately sat up straight. What did he say? He said, "Uncle Lai, you'll never have a son in your life. You'll only have puppies." They also said that Lai Yu was born to your mother and your uncle, and that your maternal grandmother worked in a brothel but was too unattractive, so she was locked in a pigsty and gave birth to your mother. Lai Matsi was so angry that he slapped Lai Fu across the face on the spot, making a loud noise. Lai Fu covered his face, looking aggrieved. "Brother Lai, this was Lin Zhao who scolded me, not me." Lai Matsi slammed his fist on the table in anger. "You bastards, this is too much." His eyes immediately turned sinister. "Lin Zhao, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite." "Oh, you're not being polite? Shouldn't I be the one being impolite?" Lin Zhao kicked the door open and walked into the room. Lai Matsi was startled. Lin Zhao, how did you get in?" "Never mind how I got in. Since you've dirted my kitchen, go and lick it clean for me." Before Lai Matsi could speak, Lai Fu threw a chair at him. Lin Zhao's eyes turned cold, and he kicked Lai Fu out of the house and into the yard. Lin Zhao stood at the door, looking at Lai Fu struggling in pain on the ground. His face was cold. "You, this lackey, were probably involved in this too, weren't you?" Lai Matsi, having been beaten before, knew Lin Zhao's strength, and he hid under the table in fear. Lin Zhao, if you dare to touch me, don't even think about staying in Huangta village. Don't forget, my uncle is the village chief. So what if he's the village chief? Does that give him the right to let his nephew run wild?" As he spoke, Lin Zhao walked over and grabbed Lai Matsi. Since he was already thin, Lin Zhao caught him like an eagle snatching a chick and quickly took him home. The three sisters immediately came forward, and upon seeing Lai Matsi being held in Lin Zhao's hand, they seemed to understand instantly. Lin Zhao threw Lai Matsi into the kitchen. "I told you if you make this mess, you'd better lick it clean." But instead of begging for mercy, Lai Matsi arrogantly declared, "Lin Zhao, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Seeing this, Lin Zhao immediately took Lai Matsi to the stove, went over and pressed Lai Matsi's head into the pot and rubbed it repeatedly. Then he poured all the liquid in the jar onto Lai Matsi's head. After finishing all this, Lin Zhao was the first to run out. A little while later, Lai Matsi also ran out from inside like a madman, extremely angry. Lin Zhao immediately retreated, and the three sisters, being intelligent, naturally knew what had just happened inside, and they all took a step back in fright. The three sisters felt nauseous and were afraid they wouldn't be able to eat anything for the next few days. Seeing Lai Matsi run home, Lin Zhao didn't chase after him. Instead, her expression immediately turned serious. "Big sister, second sister, little sister, I need your help." Chapter 18, Delivering Supplies to Jiang Yueru. The three sisters immediately surrounded her. "Master, what's wrong? Come on, let's go inside." After Lin Zhao led the three sisters into the house, she suddenly took out a bag of iron nails, about 100 of various sizes, and also took out a thin steel wire rope. She then went to the house to find some wooden boards. Lin Zhao bought all of these items in the mall, but these items could be hidden on his person, so the three sisters were only curious about when Lin Zhao bought them, and were not surprised by his fabrication. "Sister, we need to set some traps at my front door and below the windows." "A trap?" The three sisters were all surprised and wondered what Lin Zhao was up to. "To prevent wild animals from entering the house at night. The door has fallen off. It's so unsafe for us to sleep inside at night." Lin Zhao knew Lai Matsi's personality. Having suffered a loss this time, he would definitely come back again tonight. Lin Zhao would make sure Lai Matsi never forgot him. Song Yuro paused for a moment, then immediately nodded. "Yes, master." Although he still had some doubts, he would agree with whatever his master said. Lin Zhao began teaching her three sisters how to set up simple traps. Steel wire ropes were used as tripping ropes, and iron nails were used to make them step on them. "This time, I need to give the villagers of Huangta village and the village chief Huang Changfu a real shock, so that I can establish myself in Huangta village in the future. In this chaotic world, if you don't want to become prey, you must present yourself as the hunter." After explaining things to the three sisters, Lin Zhao stood up and said, "Eldest sister, I'm going to see my cousin-in-law for a bit." As they were talking, Lin Zhao came out, pulling the cart, and took a piece of silk cloth, a can of millet, a can of oatmeal, and rice, but Lin Zhao covered them all with something. Otherwise, if these things were discovered by someone with malicious intent, they would bring trouble to Jiang Yueru. Jiang Yueru is not far from Lin Zhao's home. She can walk east and pass through a bamboo forest. The total distance is only a few hundred meters. Lin Zhao quickly arrived outside Jiang Yueru's courtyard and called out, "Sister-in-law." A moment later, Jiang Yueru came out from inside, holding Nyo in her arms. Lin Zhao walked over and unloaded everything from the car, bringing it into Jiang Yueru's house. These things you... Sister-in-law, these are what I bought for you," Lin Zhao said as she carried the items. Seeing that Jiang Yueru seemed a little uneasy, Lin Zhao explained. Sister-in-law, don't worry. These things are all from legitimate sources, not stolen or robbed. So you can use them without worry. As they spoke, they brought out large and small jars containing rice, flour, oil, salt, a cabbage, and a few radishes. Sister-in-law, this is the silk fabric I bought for you. I promised you I would give you an even better piece of fabric. Nyo is growing and needs a new outfit. And this oatmeal is good for lactation. My baby is in a crucial developmental stage, so she needs plenty of nutrition. Jiang Yuru blushed immediately, completely losing interest in what the oatmeal was. She blushed and said somewhat embarrassedly, You're so thoughtful. Lin Zhao smiled, and without saying a word, walked over and put the cloth in the cabinet. The sound was loud, and soon a clanging sound was heard. The noise immediately woke up Nyo in Jiang Yuru's arms. Nyo started crying very quickly, and although she was only 2 months old, her voice was very loud. Jiang Yuru felt a little helpless. She went over and sat on the bed again, taking off her clothes to feed Nyo. Lin Zhao could only sit quietly to the side and watch. Sister-in-law, is there anything else you need? No need. That's plenty. Lin Zhao suddenly stood up. I'll hide the grain, he said, and then went to do it. After all, once Lindigo found out, he would definitely come to take it again. After Lin Daya died, Lindigo, together with his third brother Lin Dazhuang, seized Lin Daya's family property and drove Jiang Yuru out. He gave Jiang Yuru his father's dilapidated house, and even then, it was only because he was afraid of gossip from the villagers. Otherwise, he would have driven her away long ago. Jiang Yuru, being a woman, could only accept her fate. Therefore, Lin Zhao was afraid that if these things were found out, they would come and steal them again. In such chaotic times, one should never have too much illusion about human nature. Moreover, Lindigo and Lin Dazhuang are the kind of people who have little humanity and would even kick their own parents out of the house. After putting everything away, Lin Zhao sat down because he still had things to do. The cousin's wife looked at Lin Zhao sitting not far away from her, blushed, then looked at Nyo whom she was feeding in her arms, and sighed. Sigh. Nyo has a huge appetite. I'm thinking of breastfeeding her for another month before weaning her, otherwise I won't be able to get anything done. Lin Zhao immediately stood up and repeatedly tried to dissuade her, saying, Sister-in-law, no. Nyo is definitely like my cousin. It's normal for her to be tall and have a good appetite. If she doesn't get enough nutrition, she won't grow tall. Jiang Yuru looked worried. After all, the eldest son had taken away so much of the land that only 1 acre remained. If she didn't go out and find work, her whole family would starve to death. Lin Zhao seemed to sense Jiang Yuru's worry. Sister-in-law, don't worry. As long as I have food to eat, you and your daughter will have food to eat too. Jiang Yuru froze for a moment, looking at Lin Zhao with surprise, but quickly shook her head. No, I'm an unlucky person. I can't drag you down with me. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? You are not an unlucky person. You are a kind and virtuous person. You are a blessed person. He walked over to Jiang Yuru's side, looking at the little girl in her arms. Sister-in-law, this little girl is my cousin's flesh and blood. You must raise her to be healthy and chubby. Lin Zhao paused again at this point. Sister-in-law, when I was most helpless, you were the only one willing to help me. I will make sure you and your daughter eat and drink well, and no one will dare to bully you. Jiang Yuru quickly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, leaving Lin Zhao, who was standing to the side, somewhat stunned. Although Jiang Yuru is slightly less beautiful than the 3 sisters, she is still prettier than Wang Shuixian. Wang Shuixian is indeed very beautiful, but her main advantage is her good family background, her good clothes, her beautiful appearance, and her self-confidence. If Jiang Yuru could dress up, she would definitely be just as good as Wang Shuixian, with an amazing figure, except that she's 2 years older than her and has a daughter who is almost 2 months old. But after careful consideration, Lin Zhao realized that if she brought Jiang Yuru home as well, she wouldn't lose out, and her life would even improve. Jiang Yuru quickly fed Nyo, wrapped her in her clothes again, held her in her arms, and coaxed her for a while until she was almost asleep. Jiang Yuru then carefully placed Nyo on the bed and stood up. Just then, Lin Zhao suddenly walked over mysteriously, closed the bedroom door and windows, and strode to Jiang Yuru's side. Jiang Yuru's breathing quickened, her face flushed, and her heart pounded. She smoothed her disheveled hair with her hand and stammered, what's wrong? At this moment, Lin Zhao took out 2 strings of cash from his pocket and gave them to Jiang Yuru. Sister-in-law, you lent me 10 coins. I'll pay you back 2,000 coins. Only then did Jiang Yuru remember Lin Zhao's words about repaying 100-fold. She had thought he was bragging, but it turned out to be true. Jiang Yuru waved her hands repeatedly. You've given me so many things, I can't accept this money. That bolt of silk must have been expensive too. That was to repay my cousin-in-law for lending me clothes. That's a different matter. As she spoke, Lin Zhao stuffed the money directly into Jiang Yuru's hand. Sister-in-law, please keep the money safe. Lin Zhao turned her head away and said, yes. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving now, but I'll come to see you often. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, he walked out, leaving Jiang Yueru alone in the room. Her bright eyes shone brightly in the dim room. After a long silence, Jiang Yu muttered to herself, Second child seems to have really changed. But why is he acting so disrespectful now? As she complained, Jiang Yueru blushed, but soon smiled gently. At this moment, Lai Matzi returned home in a disheveled state. After returning home, he quickly took a shower and changed his clothes. As soon as I came out of the room, Lai Fu limped over and said, Uncle Lai, I found everyone you asked me to find. Chapter 19, Lai Matzi's Revenge. 3 burly men stood in the courtyard. They were not ordinary farmers, but rather thugs from the town's gambling den. These people don't farm. Their main tasks every day are maintaining order at the casino and collecting debts, since wealthy people are still willing to support them. On the one hand, they can help you make money. On the other hand, these people can also provide security guarantees. Has Lai Fu told you everything? The 3 shouted in unison. We understand, Mr. Lai. Lai Matzi spent 5 taels of silver on just these 3 people, and he was feeling the pinch, but when he thought of Lin Zhao, he felt that the huge sum of money was well spent. Let me see your strength. That Lin Lao heir is not easy to deal with. The 3 immediately began to demonstrate. The first person broke bricks with his bare hands, another kicked a wooden stick as thick as a calf in 2, and the third was even more impressive. He actually smashed a bluestone slab with his head. Seeing this, Lai Matzi was overjoyed, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. Tonight we're going to Lin Lao heir's house, and then a few of us will play with her 3 female slaves together. After saying that, she looked at Lai Fu and said, Lai Fu, you can go too. You'll get a share, but you have to go last. Those 3 women are prettier than Jiang Yueru. Lai Fu quickly knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. After all, Jiang Yueru's beauty was famous in the village and even in the town. However, she was known as a jinx, so no one dared to approach her. Less than 3 years after she married, her father-in-law and mother-in-law died, and her husband, Lin Dai, was also killed by bandits on his way to the county town. But upon hearing that she was even prettier than Jiang Yueru, the 3 burly men immediately became interested. Master Lai, are you telling the truth? If so, the 3 of us brothers won't even take those 5 taels of silver. It's true, of course. You'll be amazed when you see it. If that's true, my brothers and I will be in for a treat. At this moment, Lai Matzi lowered his voice and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. Those 3 are slaves. Even if we kill them, the government won't pursue the matter. The 3 men exchanged a glance, then suddenly grinned lewdly. Brother Lai, this is great news. We brothers will definitely do our best to help you. Let's go inside and discuss this in detail. Lai Matzi turned around and walked in front. At this moment, the 3 people quickly covered their noses with their hands, and even Lai Fu covered his nose. They quickly followed him inside. After leaving Jiang Yueru's house, Lin Zhao returned home. He didn't fix the broken door, deliberately leaving a hole. After lunch, Lin Zhao and her 3 sisters set up a trap under the cover of night. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked in. It's getting late. Time to get ready for bed. The 3 sisters followed Lin Zhao inside. The bed was already covered with newly bought bedding, which was very soft. There were 2 blankets in total, but 1 blanket was not enough for 4 people. Lin Zhao looked at the 3 sisters. Second sister, youngest sister, you 2 squeeze in. Tonight, I'll squeeze in with my eldest sister. Song Yuro's face flushed as she looked at the newly bought quilt on the bed. The 2 younger sisters exchanged a glance without speaking, but seemed to understand that their master was planning to target their eldest sister first. Soon Lin Zhao brought over a basin of hot water, washed Song Yuro's feet, and personally applied safflower oil to her ankles. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao stood up. Okay, big sister, let's go to sleep. Although Song Yuro was a little embarrassed, she still hummed in agreement, and then followed Lin Zhao to the bed. Song Yujiao and Song Yuding shared a blanket, while Song Yuro and Lin Zhao shared a blanket. A curtain was also hung at the bedroom door. Although the main door was gone, the room wasn't too cold. With a new quilt on, the comfort was indescribable. Song Yujiao and Song Yuding both felt very comfortable. Although they were in a simple, thatched hut, it was still very warm. If only things could stay like this forever, Song Yuding prayed in her heart. At this moment, Song Yuro and Lin Zhao also crawled into bed. Lin Zhao and she were covered with a relatively thin quilt. But Lin Zhao was warm enough that the bed was still very cozy. Song Yuro's heart was pounding, and she was fully prepared to give herself to Lin Zhao. She dared not move under the covers when Lin Zhao turned to the side and pulled Song Yuro into his arms. Song Yuro was instantly stunned, as if she had been electrocuted, her whole body stiffening instantly, feeling a tingling sensation. However, Lin Zhao only held her and did not take any further action. After all, The current conditions are too rudimentary and not suitable. Once I build a big house, a warm and well-insulated one, I can play games with my three sisters properly. This is like having a barbecue in a cow dung pen or eating abalone next to a garbage dump. It's completely out of place. Seeing that Lin Zhao did not take any further action, and even his hands were very obedient, Song Yuro calmed down a lot, but then a trace of regret came. Did her master still dislike her? As night deepened, Song Yujiao and Song Yuding had fallen into a sweet sleep, while Song Yuro nestled wearily in Lin Zhao's arms. However, Lin Zhao still couldn't fall asleep. He kept his eyes closed, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Around midnight, light footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lai Matzi, along with 3 helpers and Lai Fu, arrived outside Lin Zhao's courtyard. The group peeked inside and whispered, "Looks like they're all asleep." "Perfect timing, he's asleep. We'll have to rush in later, beat Lin Lao Air up first, cripple one of his legs, then tie him up and let him watch us play with his female slaves." Lai Matzi gritted his teeth viciously. "Don't worry, Boss Lai, leave it to me. I guarantee I'll beat that kid so badly he won't even recognize his own mother." After finishing his sentence, Lai Matzi added, "After this is all done, I'll castrate him." As they spoke, the group walked into the courtyard and headed towards the house, where they noticed that the gate was not closed. Lai Matzi felt a surge of smugness. This Lin Lao heir is really a lazy bum. He doesn't even bother to fix the door. Let's go charge in. As they walked inside, Lai Fu screamed in agony after taking just one step. Lai Fu's screams startled Lai Matzi and his 3 henchmen. "Lai Fu, are you fucking crazy? Oh, Grandpa Lai, it feels like something pierced my foot. It hurts so much. You idiot." Lai Matzi picked up a stick from the ground and said, "Bite on it and don't make a sound." As he spoke, he followed the other 3 inside. Just as they reached the door, a can suddenly flew out and hit the iron head Kung Fu master on the head. The earthenware jar shattered instantly. The burly man with the iron head Kung Fu lost his footing and stumbled back several steps before collapsing on his several nails. He immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. The 3 sisters woke up at this moment and, hearing the noise outside, were immediately frightened. "Shoo, everyone be quiet," Lin Zhao said. The 3 sisters immediately shut their mouths. The room was heavy with tension. Lai Fu's foot was pierced by a nail, and the man with the iron head was also seriously injured. Lai Matzi panicked a little. He choked up and didn't know whether he should continue walking in. The remaining 2 burly men asked, Master Lai, I feel like there's something strange about this place." Lai Matzi was also somewhat afraid, but when he thought of the scene at noon when Lin Zhao pressed him down in the pot and rubbed him repeatedly, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he cleverly decided, "Let's not go through the front door, let's go through the window." Chapter 20: The Trap That Makes You Howl in Pain. The 3 of them went to the window. Lai Matzi pushed the window with a wooden stick and found that it was fine. So they grew bolder. "It's fine here. Let's go in from here and give Lin Lao Air a surprise." "Mr. Lai, please go first." The other 2 thugs were also clearly frightened. After all, their companion was still screaming in pain. Lai Matzi took a deep breath and reached out to push the window. Just as he put his hand inside, Lin Zhao grabbed a rolling pin and slammed it hard into his wrist. Lai Matzi immediately let out a pig-like scream and retreated repeatedly. After taking only a few steps back, he stepped directly into a pre-designed trap, a pit a foot deep with a few nails sparsely buried inside. Lai Matzi immediately stepped in, and another heart-wrenching scream rang out before he instantly fainted. Just then, Lin Zhao's voice came from inside the room. "Who is it? Who's outside?" As soon as the sound came out, the 2 thugs were so frightened that they ran in a panic. Once they reached the window, the only way out was to walk along the wall to the front door. All other routes were traps. Lin Zhao knew that if Lai Matzi discovered the trap inside the door, he would definitely try to get through the window, since such a treacherous person always had a fixed way of doing things. When they walked along the base of the wall, the path was safe, but once chaos broke out and they panicked and didn't know where to go, things went very badly. Moreover, Lin Zhao had deliberately left a huge gap in the fence of the yard, so the 2 helpers instinctively ran towards it. However, Lin Zhao had already tied steel cables to the ground, and the 2 of them were quickly tripped and fell, flying towards the fence, where Lin Zhao had already laid many nail boards. The 2 thugs instantly screamed in excruciating pain. Just hearing their cries was enough to make you feel the agony. Lin Zhao walked to the bedroom door, changed her clothes, and said, "Big sister, you and your 2 younger sisters rest. I'm going out for a bit." As they were talking, Lin Zhao left the house, pretending to come out and take a look. He even greeted her politely. "Hey, isn't this Lai Fu?" At this moment, Lai Matzi also woke up, howling in pain. "Hey, Lai Matzi, why aren't you sleeping at home at night? What are you doing in my house?" Lai Matzi's body convulsed in pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he kept cursing. "Lin Zhao, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this? I won't forgive you." "All right, Lai Matzi, stop talking tough. Lin Zhao came to Lai Fu's side, handed him a cane, and said, Lai Fu, your injury isn't serious. Go and inform the village chief to come over. Lai Matsi, unaware of Lin Zhao's intentions, instead shouted, Lai Fu, go and tell my uncle to come over and tell him to bring more people. I'm going to tear this place down. Despite the excruciating pain, Lai Fu answered, yes, and then limped away. Before long, village chief Huang Changfu arrived at Lin Zhao's house with several people. When he arrived, he saw the terrible scene on the ground. Besides his eldest nephew Lai Matsi, there were 3 other burly men, all of whom were seriously injured. Huang Changfu immediately stepped forward aggressively and questioned Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, what happened? How dare you commit violence and assault? Arrest Lin Zhao and send him to the county government office tonight. Soon, several people came over. These people were all village leaders, and they all knew Lin Zhao. The headman from the south of the village came over and said, Lin Lao heir, since you're a scholar, you'd better come with us obediently. Don't force us to use force. Lin Zhao suddenly sneered. Village chief, are you sure you want to send me to the county government? What's the reason? Huang Changfu walked over angrily. What are you pretending for? You injured those 5 people like this. They might be left with lifelong disabilities. Sending you to the army would be the least of your worries. Village chief, this is my home. I set up traps outside my house to keep wild animals out. They fell in. Isn't that their problem? It was only then that Huang Changfu suddenly realized something was wrong. The laws of Daong were very strict regarding territories. Upon realizing this, Huang Changfu suddenly understood that he had been so angry that he had brought so many people with him, which was reckless. Seeing Huang Changfu speechless, Lin Zhao gained momentum and declared, Now it's not you accusing me of assault and injury. It's me accusing Lai Matsi of attempted murder for money. Trying to make money? What kind of money do you have? Huang Changfu sneered. Lin Zhao immediately retorted, Then what are these people doing at my house in the middle of the night? Huang Changfu was speechless. After all, Lin Zhao was a scholar, and he was very familiar with the law. If they really went to court, he would not be a match for him. Although it's said that money can be used to settle things, since in Yingshun County the government is all about who has more money, they might ask for an exorbitant amount. Huang Changfu didn't want to spend that money. After all, it wasn't a small amount. He might have to empty his entire savings. After weighing the options, Huang Changfu immediately backed down. He pulled Lin Zhao aside and said, All right, Lin Zhao, let's just let this matter go. I'll give your Uncle Huang some face. Lin Zhao chuckled coldly. He couldn't refuse the village chief's request, but he had a few conditions. You speak. Lin Zhao. Village chief, I want 4 or 5 acres of land to build a house. Do you think you can help me with that? Huang Changfu looked at Lin Zhao incredulously, then at his good-for-nothing nephew, and suddenly realized that Lin Zhao might be deliberately setting a trap for the land. But Huang Changfu immediately noticed something was wrong. Had Lin Zhao suddenly become successful? He actually wants to build a house, and he needs 4 or 5 acres of land. Does he want to build a house or a garden? What's wrong, village chief? Are you in a difficult position? Lin Zhao asked in a deliberately eccentric tone. Okay, I'll think of a way. Huang Changfu's face immediately darkened. After saying that, he walked back with some resentment, looked at Lai Matsi, and said, Come on, a few men. Take them away. Lin Zhao quickly stepped forward to stop him, saying, Don't move. This place is full of traps. Go that way. He then pointed to a safe path, at which point several officers went over and led the 3 out. Lai Matsi's face twisted as he questioned, Uncle, why didn't you arrest Lin Lao heir? No sooner had he finished speaking than he was slapped by Huang Changfu, which startled all the village leaders who had come to help. They looked at Lin Zhao, who stood calmly to the side, and wondered how Lin Lao heir, this good-for-nothing, could have made the village chief suffer. However, these village chiefs were secretly delighted. Lai Matsi was used to being arrogant and domineering, and finally someone was going to teach him a lesson. After beating Lai Matsi, Huang Changfu left indignantly, and the village chiefs immediately carried Lai Matsi and chased after him. After everyone left, the scene immediately quieted down again, and the 3 sisters came out and stood at the main entrance. Although it was only a faint light, Lin Zhao could still see the worry on the faces of the 3 sisters. After all, he had now offended the village chief. But since Lin Zhao dared to do this, he must have already thought of an escape route. He walked over directly, looking relaxed. It's not a big deal. Let's go back to sleep. Chapter 21, The Village Chief's Insidious Methods. As they spoke, the group went into the bedroom. Lin Zhao and the 3 sisters returned to their warm bed, though the 3 sisters were still somewhat worried. Song Yuro finally couldn't help but speak up. Master, now that you've offended the village chief, will he cause you trouble later? Don't worry, no one will dare to bully us anymore, Lin Zhao said confidently, then patted Song Yuro on the shoulder. Big sister, let's rest. It's getting late. Song Yuro had no choice but to lie down quietly. Her 2 younger sisters also crawled into the quilt. Lin Zhao then stretched out her arms and hugged Song Yuro, immersing herself in her fragrance. But Lin Zhao also knew that Huang Changfu would not admit defeat and would definitely find a way to deal with her. But he wasn't afraid at all now. After all, his physical strength was 4 times that of others, plus them all system. He really didn't take a mere village chief seriously. On the other side, Huang Changfu returned home with Lai Matzi and several others. Huang Changfu quickly asked his servants to invite the town's doctor to treat them. After the doctor's diagnosis, Lai Matzi's nail wounds were not serious, and he only needed to rest. However, his right hand was completely useless. The bone was broken, and he could not even hold chopsticks in the future, let alone exert any force. Hearing the doctor's answer, Huang Changfu felt both heartache and anger. After seeing the doctor off, Huang Changfu went into the room and looked at Lai Matzi lying on the bed. Huang Changfu sighed and angrily cursed. How could someone as smart as me have such a stupid nephew like you? Lai Matzi looked aggrieved. Uncle, how can you blame me? Who knew that Lin Lao heir would be so treacherous? Uncle, is my hand broken? Lai Matzi raised his right hand and found that he couldn't move several of his fingers at all. His entire palm was dangling on his wrist. Seeing this, Huang Changfu felt very sorry for him. All right, Ma Zi, your uncle will deal with Lin Zhao for you. You should take good care of your injuries. Uncle, that Lin Lao heir has changed. You must be careful. He's very cunning. Lai Matzi weakly reminded him from the side. Huang Changfu smiled slyly, a hint of confidence on his face. Ma Zi, you're still too green. You don't understand what it means to use someone else to do your dirty work. Why do you have to do it yourself to deal with someone? Let me show you how your uncle will deal with Lin Zhao this time. You'd better learn from me. Huang Changfu stood up, patted his chest confidently, and then walked out. When Huang Changfu arrived in the courtyard, several village leaders came over. Village chief, 3 of the injured people are not from our village, but from the town's casino. I've seen one of them before. At this point, Wu Lingguang, the head of the village, lowered his voice and added, Village head, that casino belongs to Master Yu Wu. This Master Yu Wu is the most favored subordinate of the young master of the Fong family. The Fong family? Is it Fong Tai, the wealthiest man in Yingshun County? Yes, the Fong family is incredibly powerful in our Yingshun County, with connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. It's said they control the county government. Huang Changfu began to think seriously, and soon he curled his lip, thinking, Lin Zhao is really asking for death. They were just talking about using someone else to do their dirty work, but now the knife has come. If Lin Zhao offends the Fong family, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't survive in Yingshun County. Here's what you do. Find a few people to carry those 3 injured men to Master Yu's house, and just say that Lin Zhao beat them up. Don't say anything else. Yes, village chief. Huang Changfu then instructed Wu Lingguang, go and inform those 3 people. As he spoke, he took out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and gave this to the 3 men. Yes, village chief. Lingguang, don't keep this to yourself. Wu Lingguang shook his head repeatedly. No, I wouldn't dare. As he spoke, Wu Lingguang went out and found several bamboo stretchers, carrying the 3 thugs out of Huang Changfu's yard. Only Huang Changfu and Lai Fu remained in the large courtyard. Lai Fu, go back and help Ma Zi guard the gate. Your injuries are the least serious. Although Lai Fu was still a little angry, he endured the excruciating pain, bowed and scraped, and then limped away. At this moment, Huang Changfu sat on the stone bench and began to think. He knew Yu Wu's personality. He was a powder keg. If his subordinates suffered a loss, he would definitely come looking for trouble with Lin Zhao. Regardless of whether Yu Wu wins or loses, it will be beneficial to him. If he loses, the Fong family will definitely make a move, and if he wins, it will be just right. Lin Zhao wanted land to build a house, right? I'll give him a piece of land and let him build. Maybe by the time the house is finished, he won't even be alive to live in it, and the house will be mine. His 3 slaves, and he himself, are still old and vigorous. They can try using the fire. Thinking of this, Huang Changfu walked into the room triumphantly, and soon a woman's sweet voice came from inside. After a night, no more intruders entered Lin Zhao's house. Early in the morning, before dawn, Lin Zhao got up and quickly put away all the traps he had made. He then ran to the yard and did push-ups, doing a total of 5,000 push-ups before sitting down on a stone bench in the yard to rest. At this time, the 3 sisters also got up one after another. Song Yuro came outside and said, Yes, I'm sorry, master. We got up too late. It's okay. You don't need to get up too early in the future. There's nothing to do anyway. The 3 sisters came over. Our master is already up. How can we sisters continue to sleep? Please tell us what you need. Lin Zhao was somewhat helpless. These 3 people couldn't stay still. After thinking for a moment, he went into the room and took out the cloth he had bought. Sister, do you know how to make clothes? Song Yuro nodded. Master, except for my younger sister who's a little rusty, my second sister and I both know how to do it. Okay, then please make 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for each of us. Is that all right? I've already bought the needles and thread. The three sisters were incredulous. How could their master assign them such an easy task, especially one that involved making clothes for them? They were both surprised and delighted. Their master had really changed. Yes, master. Song Yuro nodded slightly. The three sisters quickly arrived at the bedroom and began to get busy. Lin Zhao was a little surprised. It wasn't even dawn yet, and there was only one candle. How could they see the needle and thread clearly? However, the three sisters seemed to work together very well, taking measurements of the fabric and cutting it. Soon, the eldest sister, Song Yuro, came over with a ruler. Lin Zhao quickly spread her arms and said, "Measure me, eldest sister." Lin Zhao reminded him again, "And remember, make 2 sets of clothes for you and your 2 younger sisters as well." Song Yuro carefully measured Lin Zhao's measurements and softly said, "Thank you, master. Don't be so distant in the future. I've already said we're family." Lin Zhao said, then suddenly pulled Song Yuro into his arms and kissed her on the cheek without saying a word. Song Yuro lowered her head shyly, her face turning as red as an apple in no time, and she avoided looking at Lin Zhao. But there was no physical resistance. Instead, there was a sense of confusion. Did the owner really call this kind of behavior punishment? If this is how punishment is given, then I would like my master to punish me frequently. After kissing Lin Zhao, he touched Song Yuro's forehead and said, "Don't be too reserved in front of me in the future. Okay, go on with your work." Song Yuro immediately went inside. Only then did Lin Zhao notice that while she no longer limped, she was now walking with her toes slightly turned inward. While the three sisters went inside to busy themselves, Lin Zhao continued doing push-ups in the yard until dawn, completing 6,000 push-ups. The total number has reached 30,000, and I have 154 mall coins in balance. Now I can finally buy a set of cotton thermal underwear. But breakfast is a problem. We don't have a pot at home, and buying one from the store isn't cost-effective, so we'll have to stick to toasted buns for breakfast. From chapter 22 onwards, call me husband. Lin Zhao quickly started a fire in the yard, bought 3 iron skewers for barbecue from the mall, stuck some steam buns on them, and started grilling them in the fire. Soon the steamed buns were baked to a golden brown and crispy. Lin Zhao stood up, took the buns inside, and said, "Time to eat. We'll make do with this for breakfast." Song Yuding immediately came up, first bowing slightly. "Master, white steamed buns are a good thing. It's our blessing to be able to eat them." "Yes, master, even ordinary people can eat wild vegetables and cornbread these days, which is already a blessing. We are slaves, yet you treat us so well by feeding us steamed buns. Don't call me master anymore. I told you we're family. From now on, call me husband." "Husband," Song Yuding muttered to herself in confusion. Lin Zhao immediately praised her. "Ting Ting is so good. Here's a steamed bun for you. Now that we've all time-traveled, who would still pretend to be a virtuous gentleman? It's not unreasonable for these 3 beautiful sisters to call me husband." Song Yuding immediately lowered her head shyly and whispered, "Thank you, husband. Ting Ting, you're so good. Here's another one," he said, handing her another steamed bun. Song Yuro and Song Yujiao, who were standing to the side, were both a little stunned by what they saw. Song Yuro hesitated. They were slaves. How could they call their master husband? Unexpectedly, Song Yujiao immediately stepped forward, squatted down slightly, and called out softly, "Husband." Lin Zhao never expected that her usually aloof and assertive second sister would be so gentle and have such a sweet voice. He immediately took out a golden brown steamed bun and handed it to her. Song Yujiao thanked him profusely, saying, "Thank you, husband. You're so perceptive." Lin Zhao playfully pinched her nose and then gave her another steamed bun. Seeing this, Song Yuro, who was standing to the side, stopped hiding it and immediately stepped forward, gently calling out, "Husband." At this moment, Lin Zhao didn't give her the steamed bun. Instead, she said in a reproachful tone, "Eldest sister, you're the older sister. Why are you so slow? I'm going to punish you." The eldest sister immediately prepared to kneel down and admit her mistake. Her 2 younger sisters were also startled. Was their master about to change his attitude and hit their eldest sister? But just as Song Yuro was about to kneel, Lin Zhao grabbed her and said, "I haven't even said how I'm going to punish you yet." Song Yuro was a little stunned and lowered her head. "Please go ahead, master." At this moment, Lin Zhao pointed to her cheek and said, "Give me a kiss, and that will be my punishment." Song Yuro immediately raised her head, and her beautiful eyes instantly brightened, like the surface of a lake rippled by a gentle breeze under the morning sun. Soon her cheeks were as red as the setting sun. At this moment, Lin Zhao glanced at her again and asked, "What? You don't want to accept punishment?" Song Yuro boldly kissed him, and Lin Zhao nodded in satisfaction, handing her 2 steamed buns. "From now on, call me husband." "Yes," Song Yuro, the master of ceremonies, answered nervously, her head bowed. After giving her instructions, Lin Zhao left, leaving the 3 sisters in the room. The 2 younger sisters immediately came forward and asked, "Sister, is this how master punishes us now?" "Sister, Why does master always like to punish you like this? Song Yuro blushed and looked at her two younger sisters, urging them to eat quickly so they could continue working and not delay their master's business. At this point, Song Yuro quickly changed her tune. Don't delay your husband's important business. Even after she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth still involuntarily turned up slightly, and she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Lin Zhao went outside. He knew what the three sisters wanted to do and how he wanted to play with them, and they would definitely be willing to cooperate. But since they were slaves, it meant that making them call him husband was just self-deception, because a slave could never become a wife and wasn't even qualified to be a concubine. So we still have to find a way to clear these three sisters of their slave status and turn them back into normal people. Otherwise, they will always have a sense of unease and inferiority. However, changing one's status from slave to slave requires a 6th-rank general or a 5th-rank civil official, which is indeed quite difficult, but not impossible. That's something to think about later. Right now, the priority is to change our lives as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Lin Zhao came out, took out a gong and a hammer, and started banging on it. The voices were urgent, and the three sisters who were eating steamed buns inside immediately came out. Lord, husband, what's wrong? Is there something urgent? Oh, it's okay. I'm calling for help. As the gong sounded, a group of villagers were quickly drawn over and gathered outside the courtyard. They soon saw the three sisters behind Lin Zhao. Their eyes filled with astonishment. What was surprising was not that their clothes were no longer tattered, but that they were all holding steamed buns in their hands. Good heavens, what kind of world is this? Even slaves are getting steamed buns to eat. Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I ate steamed buns. I'm gnawing on tree bark, and they're eating steamed buns. I must still be half asleep. A villager rubbed his eyes vigorously. At this moment, a villager asked, Lin Lao heir, what kind of fortune have you made? Could it be that your father still has money left behind? That's not right. Your dad didn't even have a coffin when he died. The villagers were buzzing with discussion, all staring intently at the steamed buns in the three sisters' hands, and the golden brown ones roasting in the fire, licking their lips incessantly. Song Yuro quickly hid the steamed bun behind her back, afraid of causing trouble for Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao just smiled and asked, Does everyone want to eat? Of course I want to eat it. Who doesn't want to eat steamed buns? I dream about them. It's simple. If you work for me for a day, you'll get 6 steamed buns. Would you like to do that? As soon as Lin Zhao spoke, everyone thought the other party was going to bargain. But unexpectedly, a chorus of doubts arose from the crowd. Was it real or fake? Did such a good thing still exist now? Hearing this answer, Lin Zhao knew that the original owner of his body had a hard life, and most ordinary people had a hard life too. Huangta village is considered relatively better. In other places, the historical records of people eating each other and exchanging children to eat are not jokes, but were happening every day. Those who starve to death first are likely to be eaten by other starving people, and the government can only turn a blind eye, since there is no relief grain and they have no other choice. Huangtu village has fertile land, and such things have never happened there. Lin Zhao pointed to the side of the thatched hut and said, I need to build a thatched shed as a simple kitchen and also build a stove. Anyone who knows how to cook, please step forward. At this moment, 2 men stepped forward, one young and one old. The older man was Xiang Shangju, a villager and an old bachelor. The younger one is Wang Qianzhan, who is in his early 20s. He has a wife and 2 children, a son and a daughter. But Lin Zhao didn't know which of the 2 was better. Xiang Shangju was older and should be more experienced. After all, he had built many of the stoves in the village. All right then, old Xiang, you come here. In addition to the 6 steam buns, I'll give you an extra 10 coins for your work. Upon hearing the result, the other villagers were green with envy, while Wang Qianzhan could only take a step back in disappointment, his eyes filled with regret. Lin Zhao walked over to him and said, Look, you're young and have good legs, so help me go to town and buy 2 pots. Besides the 6 steamed buns, the round-trip fare is 10 coins. How about it? Upon hearing the result, Wang Qianzhan was so moved that tears almost welled up in his eyes. Okay, no problem. No problem. I'll go right away. Chapter 23, Building a Stove and a Thatched Hut. After all, earning 10 coins for a single trip is like a windfall. As he spoke, Lin Zhao pulled Wang Qianzhan aside and gave him about 1 yuan of cash. In this era, iron pot technology was already mature, and the price was around 300 yuan. After buying 2 pots, there would still be some left over. Okay, I'll go buy it right away. Wang Qianzhan was overjoyed. He could finally improve his family's life. The remaining villagers watched expectantly. Lin Zhao, do you still stand by what you said about giving me 6 steam buns a day? Of course it counts. I need some dry thatch, some wood, some bluestone, and anyone who knows how to build a shed and is good at it, please come forward. I need 10 people in total. As soon as he finished speaking, several people began to volunteer. I'm good at cutting thatch. I know how to build sheds. I have wood at home, but the other person started stuttering. Lin Zhao quickly saw through his intention and said directly, "As long as the wood is usable, I will pay." "Okay, I'll go home and get it now." Lin Zhao quickly selected 10 people, and those who were not selected were somewhat disappointed. Lin Zhao went up to comfort her. "All right, I still need to build houses, and I'll need a lot of manpower." "Really?" The villagers were all very doubtful. At this moment, they couldn't care less about being jealous. To them, being able to eat their fill was better than anything else. It's true, those who weren't selected should go home first. Those who weren't selected left with some regret. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked up to the 3 sisters and said, "Eldest sister, after you've finished eating, make some more dough and steam some more buns." "Yes, my husband." The 3 sisters quickly went into the house, took out a ceramic basin, and began to knead dough with water. It was winter, so the dough was rising very slowly. After the people who were looking for materials left, only one villager remained to help Xiang Shangju with odd jobs. Although Lin Zhao had bought bricks, he had a use for them. Since the stove was temporary, Lin Zhao planned to build it with clay and stones. As for the construction behind the thatched shed, it won't be affected at all. Anyway, there's no need to build a foundation. You could just use a few pillars to support it. Xiang Shangju was very skilled and quickly calculated the approximate rotation line of the stove in the area designated by Lin Zhao. Then they went over and mixed clay with water, working up a great deal of heat. At this moment, Lin Zhao went to the back of the house and continued doing push-ups. Anyway, doing push-ups was a big deal for him now. Finally, after hard work, he broke through 36,000 push-ups and reached 204 store coins. At this moment, a commotion of voices came from outside the courtyard. Lin Zhao stood up from the ground and went outside. The villagers have gradually brought back the thatch, wooden sticks, and bluestones. Lin Zhao went up and inspected the bamboo sticks, finding them to be in good condition. "I'll take all these bamboo and wooden sticks. How about 50 coins? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end widened their eyes in delight. "Really? Really?" he said, handing him 50 coins. The man counted the coins and smiled happily. It wasn't any precious wood to begin with, and there were only 2 pieces, so he was still very happy to get 50 coins. As for the bamboo, he could forget about it. "Thank you." The person on the other end was deeply moved. Meanwhile, the stove was basically finished. Xiang Shangju was carefully polishing the outside, and the inside flue. The stove bridge was installed, and now they were just waiting for the iron pot to come back. Lin Zhao walked over and asked, "Hey Lao Xiang, we're setting up a thatch shed outside. Will that bother you?" "It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect anything." Immediately, Lin Zhao gave an order, and several villagers rushed up and demolished the original kitchen, pulling out the usable wooden pillars inside. Lin Zhao didn't want anything else. It was a pity there was no excavator, otherwise he really wanted to dig a hole and bury them all. Many hands make light work. Building a thatched hut is not as complicated as building a house, and it is a simple structure. Once a few pillars are erected, a crossbeam is laid, and then simple purlins and rafters are installed. That's all. Moreover, everyone here seems to know these things, so there's really nothing I can do to help. I can only stand there and watch. At this moment, Song Yuro stood shyly at the door. Lin Zhao immediately went over and asked, "Big sister, what's wrong?" "My dear husband, the dough is almost ready, but we have nowhere to steam it." "Okay, come with me to my cousin's house. I'll cook for her temporarily." "Yes, my husband." Lin Zhao went into the cowshed, took out the basin, put it on the wooden cart, turned around and instructed, "We'll go to another house to steam the steamed buns and bring them over later." Actually, you can buy steamed buns in Lin Zhao's online store. They're baked in the morning for 50 cents each, but they're not as firm as the ones you steam yourself. If you let these workers eat those, they definitely won't be able to fill their stomachs. Thinking of all this, he decided to steam it himself. Soon, Lin Zhao arrived at his cousin-in-law Jiang Yueru's house and told her about the situation. Jiang Yueru was very willing to help, and she happened to have a steamer basket at home. In fact, Jiang Yueru knew about Lin Zhao's situation and originally wanted to invite Lin Zhao to her place for a meal, but she was afraid of gossip and trouble from the boss and his gang, so she gave up. But now that Lin Zhao has come to her door, she must be very happy. Perfect timing. Nyo is sleeping right now, so I'll come and help. When Jiang Yueru met the 3 Song sisters, she immediately went up to them and addressed them as younger sister. Song Yuro and Jiang Yueru had not interacted directly before, so Jiang Yueru was unaware of her personality. "I only realized today that she has a very gentle and easygoing personality, is approachable, and is also very beautiful." Lin Zhao stood aside, thinking to himself, birds of a feather flock together. In this chaotic world, taking in a poor woman who has just given birth is surely an act of kindness and good deeds, isn't it? Lin Zhao quickly arrived at Jiang Yueru's bedroom and started doing push-ups again, but this time he did them with one arm. "When I got tired, I would take a break. When I got hungry, I would buy some compressed biscuits to chew on. In no time, I did 2,000 push-ups. The number of mall coins increased by 40, reaching 244, which is now enough to buy a rice cooker. But perhaps the noise was too loud, because Lin Zhao woke Nyonyo up again, and as soon as she woke up, Nyonyo started crying loudly. Lin Zhao quickly went over, picked her up, and tried to comfort her, but it was no use. Nyonyo continued to wail. Just then, Jiang Yuru ran in, looked at Nyonyo in Lin Zhao's arms, and was somewhat speechless. Nyonyo, why are you awake again? Mother is busy. Sister-in-law, she must be hungry. I can't coax her no matter what I do. You should tell her quickly. He handed Nyonyo to Jiang Yuru. Jiang Yuru looked at Lin Zhao, standing to the side with some surprise. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still went over and took off her clothes. Lin Zhao sat across from him for a while before standing up. Sister-in-law, I'm going over now to see how the steam buns are coming along. After Lin Zhao left the room, Jiang Yuru looked towards the door with a faint smile in her eyes, muttering, "Erwa," but getting more and more disrespectful. Soon Lin Zhao arrived at the kitchen. The aroma of white steamed buns, accompanied by the fragrance of wheat, wafted into his nose. Lin Zhao picked one up and started eating. Sister, your cooking skills are amazing. The steamed buns look beautiful, and they taste great too. After being praised, Song Yuro felt a little shy and lowered her head. Husband, it's mainly because Sister Yuru gave me good guidance. Song Yujiao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but praise her, saying, I didn't expect Sister Yuru to be such a good cook. Seeing that the three sisters seemed to have a good impression of Jiang Yuru, Lin Zhao smiled and nodded. Okay, you all rest first. I'll go home and check on things. After saying that, he left Jiang Yuru's house. The fourfold increase in physical strength meant that his speed was also 4 times faster than before, so he arrived home in no time. By this time, the frame of the thatched house had been erected, and the roof had been covered with thatch. The villagers were busy edging the walls of the thatched house, which were also very simple. Simply use bamboo strips to press down the straw or thatch. Xiang Shanju came out. The stove was ready. Now all that's left is to wait for the iron pot. Lin Zhao also became puzzled. It was already midday. Why hadn't Wang Qianzhan returned yet? Could something have happened to him? Just then, a villager rushed over anxiously. Wang Qian, he's in trouble. Chapter 24 Yu Wu's life is his own. Lin Zhao immediately stepped forward. Where is he? Take me to see him. Lin Zhao felt somewhat guilty. She had originally intended to buy it herself, but she was worried that the three sisters would be uneasy at home. So she sent someone instead, and coincidentally, the accident happened. Why are these bandits so rampant on this road? I must wipe them out. Lin Zhao quickly followed the villager who brought the news to Wang Qianzhan's house, a 3-room mud house with tiled roofs, but there were obvious cracks in the mud walls. The roof beams embedded in the soil were all riddled with wormholes. Next to them were 2 thatched huts, where 2 children, a boy and a girl, were playing in the dirt. The sound of a woman crying came from inside the house. Lin Zhao walked in with some trepidation. There on the floor of the main room was a straw mat, and Wang Qian was lying on it. He was covered in blood. Lin Zhao squatted down, unsure what to say. Wang Qianzhan, however, pointed to the 2 iron pots next to him. Lin Zhao, I got your things back. I kept my promise. After saying that, he took out the remaining copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao immediately went over and stopped him. Keep this money. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Just as Wang Qian was about to argue, Lin Zhao immediately went to several villagers and shouted, Quickly, go find a doctor. I'll pay for it. Go now. At this moment, an old man next to him said, I am the village's folk doctor. This boy, Qianzhan, is not dead, but his leg is broken. He will never be able to do heavy work again. Lin Zhao then suddenly realized that his left leg was severely deformed. It had been forcibly broken. Are they bandits? Lin Zhao asked. No, it's 5th Master Yu. Who is Master Yu Wu? He's the owner of Qinshan Casino in town. I don't know what Qianzhan did to offend him. Only then did Wang Qianzhan speak. When he heard that I came to buy an iron pot for you, he broke my leg. Lin Zhaokai suddenly realized that the other party was actually targeting him, but he had no connection with this Yu Wu at all. He thought about it for a moment and concluded that it must be those 3 accomplices from yesterday. Huang Changfu must have been behind it all. Lin Zhao squatted down and patted Wang Qianzhan. Old Wang, take good care of your injuries. I'll pay for your medical expenses. I'll avenge you. He stood up fiercely, walked out, and looked at the 2 thin boys and girls in the yard, feeling a pang of shame. He gritted his teeth inwardly, thinking that Master Yu's life was doomed, and even Jesus couldn't save him. After Lin Zhao left, everyone started talking amongst themselves. What nonsense was Lin Lao air spouting? Who dared to mess with Master Yu Wu? Not even the village chief would dare. Exactly. I heard he's backed by the Fong family. He's just unlucky to have gotten into this mess. The old doctor immediately flew into a rage and cursed. Although Yu Wu is a businessman, he does bandit-like things, forcing people to gamble, selling their children. He's worse than an animal. Old doctor, stop talking, stop. If this gets out, aren't you afraid that Master Yu will come looking for you tonight? The old doctor couldn't help but sneer, If he wants to take my worthless old life, let him take it. The reason the old doctor hated Yu so much was that one of his friends was forced to destroy his family and his youngest daughter was taken by him. On their first night, she resisted and bit him, and he strangled her to death. The villagers were all afraid of him, and he was an old man with no strength. Lin Zhao's words just now actually brought a sense of relief to the old doctor. Finally, someone dared to rebel. However, the old doctor was also quite worried about Lin Zhao. After all, Yuwu's strength should not be underestimated. After leaving Wang Qinzhan's house, Lin Zhao went to Jiang Yuru's house again and put the steamed buns in a bamboo basket. He carried the basket and the steamed buns back to his home, watching the busy villagers. Here, take 3 steamed buns first, and come back for 3 more this afternoon. As soon as they heard that people were coming to collect steamed buns, several people lined up instantly. Looking at the white steamed buns in a basket, they exclaimed, "Wow, are these really white flour steamed buns?" Lin Zhao distributed the steamed buns to the villagers. It must be said that the 3 sisters and Jiang Yuru were indeed very thoughtful. The steamed buns were basically the same size, which would avoid causing any disputes. A male villager in his 30s took a steamed bun, broke it in half, tasted it, and then stuffed the rest into his clothes. Then he laughed heartily and said, "I'll take this big white steamed bun home and eat it later. Delicious, so delicious." Xiang Shangju, his hands covered in mud, clutched the white steamed bun and started to eat it, but he only ate one before stuffing it into his clothes. Lin Zhao knew that these people wanted to save the food, so they could eat it several times. Everyone wants to travel back to ancient times, but in reality, if you're just an ordinary person, life is actually quite miserable, with people worrying about food and clothing every day. After distributing steamed buns to the villagers, Lin Zhao left again. Since judging from the progress of the house construction, it would be almost dark by the time it was completely finished. Lin Zhao checked the time. He figured he could still make it to deal with 5th Master Yu. However, he also had some doubts. Could he defeat Master Yu with his overall physical strength being 4 times that of himself? If she were to accidentally encounter a master, she would have to be reborn, and the 3 Song sisters would surely meet a terrible end. But then he thought Wang Qinzhan was injured because of him. If this matter was handled well, his prestige in the village would rise, and the 3 sisters would naturally be respected in the future. With this in mind, Lin Zhao decided to take a gamble. Statistically speaking, the probability of a master who could defeat him with 4 times the overall strength staying in the town was extremely low. Lin Zhao quickly devoured 10 steamed buns in one go, then left Jiang Yueru's house. It was 10 kilometers away from Shuanghe town. The original owner's continuous running speed was 5 kilometers per hour, but now he could reach 20 kilometers per hour. In other words, it would only take half an hour to get to Shuanghe town. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have let someone else help him buy the pot. He should have gone himself. After finishing the steamed buns, Lin Zhao took advantage of everyone's inattention and quickly left Huangtu village, heading toward Shuanghe town. Although the road was rugged and uneven, he now walked as if on flat ground. At this moment, in a 3-courtyard house on a mountain behind Shuanghe town, a bald man in his 40s wearing a black robe is sitting in the courtyard paved with bluestone slabs. In the middle of the courtyard lay a man covered in bloody welts from being whipped, while a disheveled girl was pushing his body. The girl was slender but pretty, and her voice was filled with panic and sobbing. "Dad, wake up!" A burly man with short hair and a headband was standing next to Yu Wu. He walked over and checked him out. "5th Master, that old bastard is no match for us. He's dead." "Dead? What about the debts he owed?" Yu Wu's gaze suddenly turned to the helpless little girl. "Your father is dead, so you have to pay off my debts. Since you're somewhat attractive, you can help me entertain customers and hopefully earn some money back." No, my dad was forced to gamble by you. He doesn't like gambling at all. It's written in black and white. Are you trying to deny it?" The man next to 5th Master roared aggressively. At this moment, Yu Wu retorted, "Really? How can such an adult not be gentle with a little girl?" He pointed to the 4 strongest men among his guards and said, "Come on, you 4. Go help her get used to life ahead of her." The little girl immediately stood up, looking around in a panic and helplessness. A guard rushed over and grabbed her waist, intending to take her away. She suddenly struggled, bit the guard's hand, and ran out like a madwoman. The next second, she crashed headfirst into a stone platform, splattering blood everywhere. Chapter 25 Lin Zhao. I'm here to send everyone on their way. Upon seeing the little girl's body lying on the ground, Yu merely glanced at it coldly and cursed. "Damn it! What bad luck!" Then he pointed at the 4 people and said, "Don't let her get away with this while she's still alive." Soon the 4 men dragged the little girl's body away. At this moment, a thin guard next to Yu Wu squatted down and asked, "5th Master, the people have all been found, and the rocket is ready." "Very good. Let's take action tonight," Yu Wu said again at this moment. I knew Lin Zhao looked familiar. Turns out he's a toad, trying to eat swan meat. Actually trying to compete with our young Master Fong for the most beautiful woman in Yingshun County. The thin guard beside him asked again, "Fifth Master, are you really going to set it on fire? I heard that the boy has 3 girls with him, and they're absolutely gorgeous." "Idiot, Fifth Master has no shortage of women. If those 3 girls were truly stunning, would Lin Zhao still be groveling before Wang Shuixian?" "Yes, Fifth Master, your analysis makes a lot of sense. But Fifth Master, my brothers and I still want to try the taste of those 3 girls." "All right, I'll give you one chance. Capture these 3 girls alive and do whatever you want with them. But if you get trapped inside, I'll still keep launching rockets." At this moment, the guards around him immediately became serious. "Kill, kill, kill. Fifth Master is right. We can't let a few women ruin our important mission. If I succeed in this, young Master Fong will definitely reward me handsomely," Yu said smugly. With that, Yu stood up, stretched, yawned, and said, "I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me." "Yes, Fifth Master." Yu quickly climbed a few steps and went into the house. At this moment, Lin Zhao quietly entered the room in the outer courtyard, where 4 henchmen had just dragged the little girl's body inside. Lin Zhao went inside. He realized he had arrived too late and hadn't been able to save the little girl, but this only strengthened his resolve to deal with Yu. Lin Zhao considerately closed the door for them and went inside. The 4 people immediately turned around and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Zhao glanced at the little girl's corpse on the ground, then looked at the 4 people. He chuckled and said, "I'm here to send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and a bamboo splinter pierced into one of the men's mouths in a flash, then was quickly pulled out. He then slashed across the other man's neck, and the 2 were instantly killed. Although Lin Zhao's continuous running speed was only 20 kilometers per hour, his instantaneous sprint speed could exceed 30 meters per second, and his reaction speed was 4 times faster, so he found it incredibly easy to deal with these people. Sensing something was wrong, one of them picked up a knife and prepared to strike. Lin Zhao easily leaped behind him, and with a snap, twisted his head 180 degrees. Just as the remaining man was about to shout, Lin Zhao flung the bamboo spike out again, instantly piercing the lackey's throat, preventing him from uttering a sound. Because Lin Zhao's accuracy had also increased 4-fold, after resolving everything, he gained a lot of confidence. It seemed that he was handling these martial artists very smoothly. Now it's Fifth Master's turn. As Lin Zhao spoke, he quietly bypassed all the spies in the front yard and sneaked into the backyard. There were 4 guards in the backyard, and no female relatives or maids. 4 guards stood at the door. Lin Zhao, masked, suddenly jumped down from the roof, pulled out a dagger, and swiftly slashed the necks of the 4 men. He caught the 4 people with lightning speed and gently placed them on the ground. At this moment, Lin Zhao strode into Yuwu's room. Yuwu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, sleeping very comfortably, when suddenly he felt as if a figure was standing in front of him. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was about to scream when Lin Zhao covered her mouth with his hand. She struggled incessantly, but Lin Zhao's hand was like a powerful shackle. Lin Zhao then realized that this 5th master was all talk and no action. In reality, his strength was probably only slightly greater than that of the original owner of this body. "Don't shout if you don't want to die," Lin Zhao warned. Yuwu's eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, Lin Zhao slowly released his grip. Just as Yuwu was about to shout, Lin Zhao suddenly pulled out a wooden board and slapped it across Yuwu's mouth. Yuwu's lips swelled up on the spot, and he dared not shout anymore. He could only endure the pain and fear and ask, Who are you? Do you know who is behind me?" Lin Zhao found a round stool and sat down, then asked leisurely, "Who's behind you?" "Young Master Fong Hu. Do you know what will happen if you mess with me?" "Fong Hu? Is he the #1 playboy in Yingchuan County?" Lin Zhao asked. "Yes, that's right." But Yuwu quickly shook his head. "You're the one who's a spoiled brat." Lin Zhao suddenly laughed. The original owner of this body was ambushed by this Fong Hu before he died. They were all birds of a feather. Not a single one of them was any good. "What are you laughing at?" Yuwu asked, puzzled. "I am Lin Zhao, do you know me?" Lin Zhao? Yuwu was so frightened he almost collapsed, his voice trembling. He had originally planned to deal with him that night, but unexpectedly, the other man came to him first. At this moment, Lin Zhao stopped and asked, "Are you the one who broke the leg of Wang Qianzhan in our village?" Yuwu immediately stammered and dare not answer. Lin Zhao immediately lashed him with a bamboo stick again. "What? You dare to do it, but not admit it? You grandson." The stinging pain from the bamboo stick seemed to give Yuwu a sudden burst of courage. "Yes, I interrupted you because he came to buy things for you. Lin Zhao, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. You probably don't realize how much power young Master Fong wields in Yingchuan County, do you? The Yamen government office is practically his." Lin Zhao glanced coldly at Yuwu. "You'd better worry about yourself first." "Fong Hu, I'll go find him myself." Then Lin Zhao asked, "Where do you keep the silver in your room? Now that we've come all this way, we can't go back empty-handed." "No, I don't have any money here," Yuwu said with an arrogant expression. Lin Zhao walked over and squatted down. Suddenly, He took out a disposable chopstick and stabbed it hard into Yu Wu's thigh in the blink of an eye. Yu Wu screamed in agony, but Lin Zhao held his neck so tightly that he couldn't make a sound. As she spoke, Lin Zhao took out another chopstick. I don't want to ask a second time. Only then did Yu Wu notice the murderous intent in Lin Zhao's eyes, which made him tremble. Lin Zhao, Grandpa Lin, please spare me. The silver is right under this bed, he said, pointing to a wooden box inside. Lin Zhao quickly walked over, opened the box, and found it filled with gleaming silver, including gold ingots and loose silver, totaling more than 200 taels. Lin Zhao put all the silver into his spatial storage, only to find that it had mysteriously disappeared. Yu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, but Lin Zhao had no intention of keeping him around, so it didn't matter if he discovered the secret. With that, Lin Zhao walked over. All right, Yu Wu, it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 26. One extra steamed bun made the villagers boast wildly. Lin Zhao, you broke your promise. Yu Wu screamed in agony as Lin Zhao shoved another chopstick into his thigh. With a cold expression, he said, I didn't say that I would let you go if you handed over the money. As she spoke, Lin Zhao grabbed Yu Wu by the neck and said, You sinful beast, keeping you alive will only harm others. After saying that, Lin Zhao suddenly twisted his finger slightly, and Yu Wu was finished off, his eyes widening as he fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Zhao stood up, stepped off Yu Wu's body, and quickly came outside. The backyard remained unusually quiet, with no one entering. Lin Zhao successfully scaled the wall and quickly returned to the main street of Shuanghe town. He did not attract anyone's attention and quickly ran outside the town. Then they started running wildly towards Huangtu village, but they returned to Huangtu village in less than half an hour. The entire trip took less than an hour and a half. After returning to Huangtu village, Lin Zhao went home as if nothing had happened. The villagers continued to work on building their own thatched huts, with only the final finishing touches remaining. After checking the place, Lin Zhao went to Jiang Yueru's place, where the three sisters were helping Jiang Yuru tidy up the house. They didn't press Lin Zhao about what he had been doing, since he was only gone for a short while, and it hadn't caught their attention. Seeing that the three sisters were safe and sound, Lin Zhao packed 30 steamed buns into a basket. On the way, she went to the mall and bought 5 caddies of noodles and 5 caddies of rice, and put a caddy of salt in a jar. Lin Zhao arrived at Wang Qianzhan's house again. Every time he entered through the door, he felt that the house was about to collapse. Upon entering, Lin Zhao found the family eating, but the bowls contained only wild vegetables mixed with some grassroot paste, which tasted even worse than pig feed. The same goes for the 2 children. After all, they're lucky if they can even get something to eat. Wang Qianzhan's wife was feeding him when Lin Zhao took the basket and placed it on the ground. Wang Qianzhan's body will recover faster if he eats something nutritious. Looking at the basket of things, Wang Qianzhan sighed deeply. This grown man was almost in tears. In this era, if one lost the ability to work, then death would be the only relief for the whole family. Lin Zhao, you're a good person. Previously, the villagers all said that the second son of the Lin family was good for nothing, a spendthrift, and idle. In short, there was nothing good about him. But this experience was a refreshing change for Wang Qianzhan. All right, Lao Wang, focus on recovering. Don't worry too much. Lin Zhao handed the basket of things to He Chunlian, Wang Qianzhan's wife, and said, Hide all these things and don't let anyone find them. I will come to see you regularly. He Chunlian stared in astonishment at the white steamed buns, the salt shaker, and the white rice in the cloth bag, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Qianzhan quickly instructed, Chunlian, quickly kowtow to our benefactor. No need. Lin Zhao immediately reached out to stop her. He was genuinely surprised. Although Wang Qianzhan's leg was broken, he never once tried to take responsibility since the accident happened because he was buying a pot for him. Old Wang, you did it because you bought me something. Wang Qianzhan waved his hands repeatedly. No, I took your payment to buy you things. How can I refuse you? This answer surprised Lin Zhao, but he secretly made a decision to do his best to help Wang Qianzhan's family in the future. Okay, Lao Wang, take good care of your injury. Lin Zhao looked at He Chunlian again and said, Sister-in-law, please prepare some good food for Lao Wang. Don't worry about the food. I'll make sure there's enough. At this moment, Lin Zhao looked at Wang Qianzhan with some guilt again. Old Wang, take good care of your injury. Once you're healed, I'll arrange some work for you. Wang Qianzhan's eyes immediately lit up. Really? He wished he could sit up and kowtow to Lin Zhao immediately. This scene further convinced Lin Zhao that Wang Qianzhan was a simple and honest person who liked to earn his own living. Lin Zhao walked over and carried the 2 pots on his back. I'm off now. With that, Lin Zhao took the things and walked to the door. Old Wang, Yu won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he walked out. Wang Qian stood there, pondering Lin Zhao's words, somewhat bewildered. What did it mean that Yu wouldn't come looking for trouble? Lin Zhao originally wanted to give Wang Qianzhan some silver. Even 100 taels wouldn't be too much. But if he were to actually give him this money, it might actually bring trouble to Wang Qinzhan. I have a better way to compensate him. A short while later, Lin Zhao returned home carrying 2 pots, and he quickly took the pots over. Xiang Shangju immediately placed the pot on top, nodded, and said, it fits perfectly. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Shangju lit the dry grass and tested the smoke output of the chimney, and was very satisfied with the results. Lin Zhao was also very satisfied. As expected of a master craftsman, even though it was a clay stove, it was still made very well. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Shangju continued to burn dry grass inside, preparing to burn the soil inside to set its shape. Lin Zhao didn't understand, so he could only let the other party do as they pleased. Xiang Shangju would put in some dry leaves and light them at the right time. The outside is fine. The main thing is that the inside needs to solidify as quickly as possible. Okay, Lao Xiang, you decide what to do. Lin Zhao came out quickly and finished all the work by the time it was getting dark. Everyone thoughtfully swept the yard for Lin Zhao, and Lin Zhao quickly went to Zhang Yueru's house, bringing 50 steamed buns with him. We made too many steamed buns, so here are 4 more for each of you. Upon hearing that it was 4 steamed buns, everyone wanted to kneel down immediately and began to flatter them. Lin Zhao, you are such a good person. God will surely bless you with great wealth. You'll definitely get into high school next year. After all, you're the most talented person in our village. If you ever need any work in the future, remember to call me. I'll definitely do it perfectly. Erwa, your uncle has always believed in you. You are definitely destined for great things. With everyone chiming in, Lin Zhao felt a little embarrassed. It was just an extra steamed bun, but it felt like an immense favor. Everyone took the steamed buns, and Xiang Shangju, with the buns and 10 coins, began to head home. After everyone left, Lin Zhao went into the kitchen and took a look. Although it was simple, it was better than nothing. Before long, the 3 sisters returned one after another. They had felt embarrassed because there were so many people during the day, but now that it was dark, they all went home. Upon seeing the newly built thatched hut, the 3 sisters immediately gathered around it, exclaiming, Husband, husband, it's all right now. All right. Song Yuro became puzzled. Husband, this kitchen has no door. Could there be another one? Lin Zhao said confidently, Don't worry. From now on, even if there's no door in my territory, bad guys won't dare to come in. With that, she confidently led the 3 sisters inside. You've all had a long day, and it's cold outside. Let's all get some rest. Then he led the 3 sisters back to the bedroom in the inner room. At that moment, Huang Changfu was eating pancakes and drinking vegetable soup inside the house. Suddenly, Wu Lingguang, the village head from the south of the village, ran in. The village head, Yu, 5th Master Yu, is dead. Huang Changfu lost his grip, and the bowl fell to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Chapter 27 Village Chief. It definitely wasn't Lin Zhao who did it. Wu Lingguang looked at the soup on the ground and couldn't help but lick his lips. Huang Changfu stood up. He paced around the main room twice, his mind in turmoil. How did Yu die? Did he die of illness? No, that's not it. How could someone as healthy as Master Yu die of illness? Wu Lingguang immediately stepped forward. I heard it's a vengeful spirit seeking revenge. Besides Master Yu, there are 8 other guards, all of whom died tragically. Before they died, they had just driven a father and daughter to their deaths. Has no one else been there? No, village chief. Huang Changfu pondered for a moment. Could be Lin Zhao, but he quickly dismissed the idea, as Lin Zhao was busy building thatched huts all day and shouldn't have had the time. Besides, although Lin Zhao may have some skills, Master Yu and his men are all trained fighters. How could Lin Zhao possibly defeat them? So Huang Changfu quickly ruled out Lin Zhao. Was there any theft or anything at the scene? Village chief, you guessed right. Master Yu's silver is gone. Huang Changfu quickly became smug. Ha, this isn't some vengeful spirit haunting us at all. It's definitely one of those notorious thieves we encountered at the casino. Wu Lingguang immediately nodded. Village chief, you're right. That makes sense. At this moment, Huang Changfu asked again. Lingguang, haven't you eaten yet? Wu Lingguang immediately nodded vigorously. Yes. I haven't eaten yet, village chief. At this moment, Huang Changfu took a bite of the pancake and turned around, saying, Then hurry home for dinner. Wu Lingguang's face froze for a moment, and he lowered his head. All right then, village chief, I'll be going now. At this moment, in the courtyard of a private residence in Yingchun County, 9 corpses lay neatly arranged on the ground. Besides a few constables, there was also a group of warriors dressed in black with swords at their waists. In the middle stood a man, tall and burly, with thick eyebrows, fierce eyes, and wearing a long black robe. A constable stepped forward respectfully and said, Young Master Fong, we have brought back the bodies for you. It is certain that they were killed by one person, and that person's martial arts skills are extremely high. Fong Hu quickly took out a small bag of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the constable. The constable immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, young Master Fong. We'll take our leave now. After the constables left, Fong Hu glanced at the 9 corpses on the ground, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Go and investigate for me. I want to see who's so bold. Soon a guard stepped forward. Young Master Fong. But the other party is a master. Fong Hu's eyes flashed with fire instantly. What did you say? Fong, Mr. Fong. What I mean is, either we find someone to come we. Before he could finish speaking, Fong Hu kicked out, sending the guard flying and crashing into the artificial rock behind him. He coughed up blood and soon collapsed to the ground dead. Fong Hu pointed to the corpse on the ground, saying, "This is the consequence of boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing your own. Remember that." Everyone bowed their heads in unison. Yes, young Master Fong. At this moment, Fong Hu waved his hand and said, "Go, bury them all." Yes. Soon all the guards came forward, carried the body out of the gate and out of the courtyard, and Fong Hu also walked into the courtyard. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Zhao got up. Soon, the eldest sister, Song Yuro, also sat up. After all, she had been sharing a bed with Lin Zhao, so she naturally felt it when Lin Zhao suddenly let go of her hand. "Sister, you don't need to get up. Wait until it's light before getting up." He forcefully pressed Song Yuro down, saying, "Be good, sleep a little longer with your 2 younger sisters." "But my husband, you're already being disobedient," Lin Zhao asked, feigning some anger. "Yes, my husband." As he spoke, Lin Zhao got up. The reason he got up early was that he wanted to do more push-ups in the morning, but the 3 sisters didn't need to. Lack of sleep accelerates aging, shortens the flowering period, and causes rapid sagging and loss of elasticity. Lin Zhao quickly changed his clothes and went outside. He first stretched his body in the yard, and then started doing push-ups on the ground. 1, 2, 3. As his proficiency improved, Lin Zhao was able to do more and more push-ups faster and faster. His arm strength seemed inexhaustible, and he never felt tired. He did 3,000 push-ups in one go, then ate a few compressed biscuits and continued doing them. Soon, Lin Zhao successfully completed 3,000 push-ups and 6,000 push-ups. Including the rest time, it only took him 100 minutes. The number of push-ups has now exceeded 40,000, but 3,000 of them are one-arm push-ups, which is equivalent to 46,000 push-ups. The number of mall coins had reached 280. At this moment, the eastern sky gradually brightened, and Lin Zhao began browsing the mall. He quickly spent 32 mall coins to buy a bamboo kettle, as it was winter and he desperately needed something like this to keep warm. After buying the kettle, I also bought toothpaste and a toothbrush. I bought a ceramic cup for the toothbrush, which cost me a total of 68 yuan, plus 32 yuan, making it exactly 100 yuan. 10,000 push-ups, and that's all the daily necessities I bought. It's so hard to save up, but so easy to spend. However, as the saying goes, something is better than nothing. After all, in this era of scarce resources, being able to exchange push-ups for resources is already a miracle. After buying all these things, Lin Zhao started a fire outside to boil water. After the water boiled, he first rinsed the kettle with the boiling water before pouring in the hot water. After finishing all this, Lin Zhao started brushing his teeth in the yard. By this time, the 3 sisters had already gotten up and were looking at him curiously from the doorway. At this moment, Lin Zhao turned around and said, "Big sister, it's just in time that you've arrived. Let me teach you how to use toothpaste and toothbrushes." Lin Zhao quickly gave them the water cups and toothbrushes she had prepared in advance, and then began to teach them how to use them. She explained that these things were called toothbrushes and were used to clean teeth and the mouth. As Lin Zhao spoke, she demonstrated, and the 3 sisters were all very serious, seemingly forgetting to wonder where this thing came from. Soon the 3 sisters started trying it out, and before long their eyes lit up. They stood there, seemingly with an urge to eat the toothpaste. However, they quickly learned how to brush their teeth. Of course, Lin Zhao had many more new and interesting things to teach them, and these were just the beginning. After teaching him how to brush his teeth, Lin Zhao quickly went over and picked up the bamboo thermos. This was called a thermos. Once the water was boiled, it would stay hot even in the dead of winter, after 12 hours. The 3 sisters looked incredulous. They couldn't believe such a magical thing existed, but Song Yuro clearly didn't remember Lin Zhao buying it when he went to the county town. Besides, is there any place in the county town that sells this kind of thing? It seems that this thing only appeared this morning. She looked at Lin Zhao with some surprise and some doubt. However, Song Yuro kept all her doubts to herself and dared not ask, for fear that if she opened her mouth, her master would revert to his previous state. So she remained silent, as long as her master remained the same. Once everything was ready, Lin Zhao looked at Song Yuro and said, "Big sister, you take your 2 younger sisters and continue making clothes. I'll take care of breakfast." "Yes, my husband," the 3 sisters answered in unison. Lin Zhao truly felt like an emperor. He quickly went to the kitchen, bought 4 eggs and a cabbage from the mall, and prepared to make some cabbage soup to eat with the steam buns from yesterday. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted over, and a pot of cabbage and egg soup was ready. Lin Zhao originally wanted to buy a block of tofu, But according to the original owner's memories, tofu did not seem to have been invented in this era, so it would be difficult to explain if she bought it. Thinking of this, she gave up. Lin Zhao ladled out the soup and put in a basin. She then cut the steamed buns into slices and fried them in a pan until they were dry. Eldest sister, call your 2 younger sisters out for dinner. Soon the 3 sisters came out. Lin Zhao set the table in bowls and chopsticks, ladled out the soup, and also brought out the steamed buns. She quickly served the soup to the 3 sisters, who immediately sat down. Song Yuro felt a little guilty and said, "Husband, we 3 sisters can cook and make clothes at the same time." No problem, no problem. I can make it too. I love cooking. Come and try it." Song Yuro's eyes quickly fell on the eggs in the bowl. "Is this an egg?" "Yes, it's eggs. You worked hard steaming the buns yesterday, so it's time to treat yourself." The 3 sisters looked at the soup in their bowls and didn't know what to say. Their master had really changed. He had only given them steamed buns, yet he was rewarded with eggs. Eat it while it's hot. Otherwise, the egg drop soup will taste very fishy when it cools down. Lin Zhao had just picked up a piece of bread and taken a crispy bite when she heard a cough coming from outside the courtyard. Ahem. The next second, Village Chief Huang Chongfu strode in. Chapter 28, Teasing Village Chief Huang Chongfu. The 3 sisters were about to stand up, but Lin Zhao quietly stopped them, saying, "Don't mind him, eldest sister." As he continued eating, Huang Chongfu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, walked in and asked, "Lin Zhao, are you eating so early?" Huang Chongfu quickly smelled a delicious aroma, sniffed hard, and his mouth watered. He was secretly astonished, wondering if Lin Lao air had struck gold. He was eating better than he was. Huang Chongfu walked over and stood awkwardly in the yard. Lin Zhao, I've taken care of the land for you." Only then did Lin Zhao put down her chopsticks, stand up, and walk to Huang Chongfu's side. "Zulfust, the village chief is really efficient. Of course, I can't be careless about what you've asked me to do. However," as he spoke, Huang Chongfu paused for a moment, glancing at the soup and bread slices on the table before quickly looking back. "The location is in Beiqiu, since the land in the village is all used for farming, and building houses there would be a problem." Lin Zhao quickly agreed. "Okay, let's go there then." Searching through the original owner's memories, Lin Zhao knew where this place was. Beiqiu was located north of here, near a mountain. Although it was called a mountain, it was less than 100 meters high and barren. The only sandy land in Huangta village was there, and underneath it was almost all rock. Clearly, Huang Chongfu was trying to make things difficult for himself, but it was just right. That place is far from the river, so it's relatively safe. It's also a rocky area with a stable foundation. It's a good place, definitely a good place. The only problem might be that getting water isn't very convenient. We'll have to figure out a solution for that. Lin Zhao's straightforward answer made Huang Chongfu suspicious. However, after some thought, Huang Chongfu felt that Lin Zhao was probably bluffing him and wanted him to change his location. "Don't even think about it. I'm not that easily fooled," Huang Chongfu immediately replied. "Okay, then it's settled there. When are we going to start construction?" "Okay, I can start once I pick an auspicious day." Huang Chongfu nodded, then lowered his voice and asked with a smile, "Lin Zhao, have you found some way to make money recently?" Lin Zhao chuckled, "Yes. Otherwise, how would I dare to build a house? Could you also help Uncle Huang get rich?" Lin Zhao suddenly smiled and looked at Huang Chongfu. Then her face tightened and she blurted out 2 words, "No." Huang Chongfu froze on the spot, feeling as if his back teeth were about to shatter, but his expression remained calm. "By the way, village chief, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Lin Zhao suddenly changed the subject. Huang Chongfu nodded vigorously, a smile on his face. "Yes, I had breakfast late, so I haven't had any yet. To be honest, I really like this." As he spoke, his eyes searched around for a chair, preparing to sit down. But at this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly walked over and sat down, picking up a slice of steamed bun and chewing it. "Then we won't keep the village chief any longer. Let's hurry back and have breakfast." Huang Chongfu was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode, but he was also helpless because Lin Zhao had something on him. He could only reluctantly turn away and leave, soon departing from Lin Zhao's courtyard. The 3 sisters were stunned by what they saw. Did their master dare to play tricks on the village chief like this now? Song Yuro was truly worried about Lin Zhao, but when she thought about how good her master was to them now, and that she was a slave, she decided to stand with her master through thick and thin, through life and death. "It's okay, eat all. If you finish, get more. Don't leave any leftovers." Soon the group started eating again, and the 3 sisters drank every last drop of soup, leaving the bowl as if it had never been used. Lin Zhao noticed that they didn't even want to let go of the smallest crumb of steamed bun. At first, I just found it funny, but I soon realized that only those who have experienced severe hunger and had to eat tree bark to fill their stomachs know how precious food is. After finishing his meal, Lin Zhao bought 2 more pounds of eggs at the mall, intending to visit Wang Qinzhan's home. Along the way, they encountered many villagers who seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Lin Zhao, their expressions were strange, but then they all greeted him warmly. After responding, Lin Zhao left. As soon as he left, the villagers started gossiping again. Fifth Master Yu is dead. Have you heard? Could be Lin Lao, heir who did it? I think he's the prime suspect. That's impossible. Lin Zhao is just a bookish scholar who doesn't do any physical labor. How could he possibly do these things? That's right. I heard it's a vengeful spirit seeking revenge. That's ridiculous. Master Yu has harmed so many people. If he wanted to take lives, he would have done so long ago. A villager lowered his voice mysteriously. I've heard that Lin Lao heir has made a harsh statement about avenging Wang Qianzhan. Could it really be him? All the villagers watched Lin Zhao's departing figure, unable to believe it, but they couldn't find a suitable candidate. Lin Zhao heard all of this, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. There is no need to make a fuss now, judging from the villagers' tone. Although many people don't believe it, some have already started thinking about him, and the prestige value has begun to be initialized. Lin Zhao quickly arrived at Wang Qianzhan's house. The family was having breakfast. Their meals had improved significantly, but they were still struggling financially. The two children were sharing a single steam bun. The black bowl in her hand contained a white soup with vegetable leaves floating on it. It looked like rice porridge, but you could probably count the grains of rice in a bowl. It was more like rice water than rice porridge. Upon seeing Lin Zhao arrive, He Chunlian immediately came out to greet him. My benefactor has arrived. Have you eaten? If you don't mind, please sit down and have some. Lin Zhao handed the eggs in her hand to He Chunlian, saying, Sister-in-law, these eggs are for Lao Wang to nourish his body. This is too precious. He Chunlian declined, but Lin Zhao forced it into her arms. Sister-in-law, if you don't take it, you'll embarrass me. He Chunlian then accepted the eggs, truly at a loss for how to thank Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao couldn't help but complain, Sister-in-law, this porridge is too watery. How can it be nutritious? Old Wang needs to eat more. He Chunlian blushed immediately, looked into the room, and hesitated to speak. However, Lin Zhao quickly understood that it must have been Wang Qianzhan who gave the order. As she spoke, Lin Zhao couldn't help but complain, that old Wang is such a stubborn mule. Sister-in-law, I'll go tell him to put the eggs away so no one can see them. Okay. He Chunlian immediately carried the eggs into the main room. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked in and went to a simple room in the back. On a wooden plank bed, there was straw underneath, covered with a gray linen sheet, which looked like gauze. The top was also a linen quilt, which looked like it was filled with straw. Upon seeing Lin Zhao arrive, Wang Qianzhan immediately struggled to his feet. Lin Zhao walked over and helped him lean against the wall, then asked, Are you sleeping here? Yeah, I'm recovering from an injury, and my leg isn't very convenient, so it's fine for me to be here alone. You need to take good care of your injury. I saw the porridge you made this morning. It was too watery. How can the injury heal like that? Wang Qianzhan sighed. You sent so many things yesterday. Our family's conditions are already very good, much better than others. But since you're injured, you need to recover quickly. Do I need your help? Wang Qian's eyes lit up again. What kind of help? At this moment, Lin Zhao asked in a low voice. Old Wang, when building a house, you should be able to tell if the walls are crooked or not, right? Wang Qianzhan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Although I have never built a house, I am very skilled at building courtyard walls and stacking stone embankments. If it is crooked, you can definitely tell at a glance. That's good. You can be my foreman then. The pay isn't much, just 50 coins a day. Upon hearing that it would cost 50 coins, Wang Qianzhan immediately became excited. Is that so much? But soon I became curious again. What is a contractor? Chapter 29, Teaching a Lesson to the Eldest Brother and Sister-in-law's Family. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and said, It's like being a supervisor, responsible for overseeing other people's work. Wang Qianzhan was immediately surprised. He couldn't even read many characters, so how could he be a supervisor? Lin Zhao quickly added, Of course. You'll also be responsible for recruiting people, maintaining order, and ensuring the safety of the project. After a moment's thought, Wang Qian suddenly realized he might not be able to handle it. I'm afraid. It's okay, I'll guide you from his side. I'm going to build a house next, with bricklayers, carpenters, general laborers, stonemasons, kiln workers, and even a master craftsman. Okay, no problem, I'll go find it then. Because this project may involve a large workload, there will be 50 people and no more than 30 general laborers. As for the benefits, I don't get any money, but I get 3 meals a day, and at the end of the month I get 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of flour, and 10 jin of millet. Wang Qianzhan nodded immediately. Yes, these conditions will definitely make it easy to recruit people. Leave this to me. At this moment, Lin Zhao stood up again and said, Then it's settled. As for the raw materials, I'll figure it out myself when I get back. Wang Qianzhan was unable to get up and could only watch Lin Zhao leave. After leaving Wang Qianzhan's house, Lin Zhao began his return journey. But he wanted to take the opportunity to visit Jiang Yueru as well, and then deliberately wake Nyo Nyo up to see her reaction. But as soon as they arrived outside Jiang Yueru's house, they heard a noisy commotion coming from inside. There were sounds of children crying, women sobbing, men hurling insults, and other women cursing. Lin Zhao immediately sensed something was wrong and went inside. There were 3 people in Jiang Yueru's room, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was in his 40s, very tall, and looked imposing with a cold gaze. The other was an old man with completely white hair, a round face, and a hunched back. He was dressed in silk and looked either a wealthy man or a country gentleman, and was over 60 years old. There was also a woman, who was not tall but very stout, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. At this moment, Lin Zhao saw that Jiang Yueru's hair was disheveled and there was a handprint on her face. He immediately recognized 2 of them. Lin Zhao recognized the tall man. He was Lin Dai's elder brother, Lin Degu, and the woman was Lin Degu's wife, Huang Xiaomei. As for the old man, Lin Zhao didn't recognize him, and he was quite certain that he wasn't from Huangta village. Since they were of the same clan and surname, Lin Zhao still stepped forward and greeted them very politely. Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing here? But she was immediately met with a look of disgust. Huang Xiaomei grinned and said, this is a family matter of the Lin family. What are you doing getting involved? Only then did Lin Zhao realize that the bolt of silk he had bought for Jiang Yueru, along with the grain and noodles, were all placed on the table and wrapped in cloth. This is my cousin's wife's home now, and you are outsiders here. Huang Xiaomei pointed to Jiang Yueru, standing to the side, and said, she is my sister-in-law. How could she be an outsider? Lin Zhao retorted directly, but you've already separated your families. You're utterly shameless, seizing the family property left by your cousin, and now you're coming to take things back. How shameless? Lin Degu immediately retorted. Lin Zhao, you're supposed to be a scholar. How can you speak to your elder brother like that? Brother, I'm only being polite because I respect you as my elder brother. What's the difference between your behavior and that of thieves? As she spoke, Lin Zhao pointed to the things on the table. Those are all things I bought for my cousin-in-law. As soon as Lin Zhao finished speaking, Huang Xiaomei immediately stepped forward and asked, you bought it for her? What's your relationship with her? Where did the money come from? As she spoke, Huang Xiaomei pointed to the baby in Jiang Yueru's arms and said, this child is probably yours too, isn't it? Jiang Yueru, standing to the side, immediately became aggrieved. Sister-in-law, no, I'm innocent. You're blaming me for nothing. These things must have been bought by you 2 secretly meeting and stealing money from the second brother, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and slapped Jiang Yueru across the face. He cursed under his breath. You shameless slut, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and follow Master Chun. At this moment, Lin Zhao finally understood that Lin Degu and Huang Xiaomei had sold Jiang Yueru to that old rich man. After Lin Dai died, these 2 people seized his land and property, drove Jiang Yueru and her child out of the house, and now they actually want to marry Jiang Yueru off to an old man who is half buried in the ground. Extremely selfish and greedy, the old man walked over and leered at Jiang Yueru, looking her up and down. Girl, come home with me. We have plenty to eat and wear. I'll raise you, my daughter. Jiang Yueru immediately shook her head. No, she cried, then knelt on the ground, pleading with Lin Degu and Huang Xiaomei, brother, sister-in-law, please let me stay here. But before she could finish speaking, Huang Xiaomei rushed forward aggressively and suddenly slapped Jiang Yueru across the face twice. You filthy bitch, don't be ungrateful. If you don't want to get married, just die now and save us from disgracing you. Lin Zhao was furious. He strode forward and slapped Huang Xiaomei twice across the face, causing her nose to bleed on the spot. Huang Xiaomei lost her balance and fell to the ground, immediately throwing a tantrum and crying. My God, Lin Erwei killed someone. That beast, he didn't even spare his elder sister-in-law. Lin Degu immediately walked over, stretched out his hand, and said, you bastard, I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of my uncle. Lin Zhao casually slapped him twice. Before Lin Degu could even see clearly, the sound of the slaps echoed across his face, leaving him completely stunned. The old man standing nearby also stepped forward, but he too was slapped twice. Lin Zhao's hand speed was so fast that they couldn't even see it. Why did you hit me? The old man said, rubbing his face. If she doesn't want to marry me, give me back the 10 taels of silver and the ox. Lin Zhao immediately went over and said, brother, sister-in-law, return the money and the cow to them. I'll only say it once. Huang Xiaomei squatted on the ground, angrily tugging at Lin Degu's sleeve. Come on, let's go to the government and report him. All right, sister-in-law, go ahead and sue, but I'll also sue you for burglary. I bought that cloth at a cloth shop in the county town, and I have proof. Huang Xiaomei immediately retorted, who doesn't know that money belongs to our second son? Produce evidence. Without evidence, it's a false accusation. The lightest punishment is 20 strokes of the cane. Furthermore, Jiang Yueru is not your slave. What right do you have to buy and sell her without permission? Just for the crime of buying and selling people, I can send my elder brother to be exiled to the army. Seeing Lin Zhao's imposing manner, Huang Xiaomei immediately panicked. After all, Lin Zhao was a scholar and was more familiar with the law than she was. Seeing that they had reached a stalemate, Lin Zhao stood up and said, "Fine, even if those things are yours, this house belongs to my father. Now may I let you leave?" Lin Zhao glanced at Jiang Yueru. "Sister-in-law, wasn't this house given to you? Uncle and aunt are being taken care of by second brother." Huang Xiaomei immediately stood up, looking smug. "We only let her live in this house out of pity, and now we have the right to kick her out." As she spoke, Huang Xiaomei glanced at Lin Zhao beside her. "Isn't that right, husband?" When Lin Zhao heard Huang Xiaomei call him husband, he almost vomited. Everyone was so hungry. How come she gotten so fat? He suddenly realized something was wrong. Wasn't he pushing Jiang Yueru towards Lin Zhao by doing this? He immediately regretted it. Huang Xiaomei knew Lin Zhao's wicked intentions all along. He had long wanted to sleep with Jiang Yueru, but she had been the one to stop him, which was why he hadn't succeeded. Although Lin Zhao was reluctant, he knew he was at a disadvantage from Lin Zhao's posture, so he had no choice but to endure it. Besides, he couldn't win against Huang Xiaomei, that's true. Besides, Jiang Yueru is said to be a jinx to her husbands, and I don't believe Lin Zhao is really not afraid of death. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao straightened his head and puffed out his chest. "Yes, that's right. This house is ours." Lin Zhao knew that Jiang Yueru was no match for this family. Lin Da's house was taken back, and it had nothing to do with Jiang Yueru anymore. The Lin family exemplified the worst aspects of human nature. They neglected their eldest brother while he was alive, but after his death, they fought over his land. As soon as their second brother, Lin Da, died, they seized his family property. Lin Zhao immediately felt that sharing the same surname with them was a great disgrace, and that he should cut off all ties with such people. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked over, hugged the cloth on the table to his chest, then secretly put all the grain in the jar into his spatial storage, and then came back over. He went to the old rich man's side and said, "Jiang Yueru won't marry him. Go ask them for the money and the ox. If they don't give it to you, I'll sue them." After saying that, Lin Zhao took Jiang Yueru's hand and said, "Yueru, come with me." As they reached the door, Lin Zhao turned around again. "You can take the house back from now on. From now on, Jiang Yueru has nothing to do with you." As he spoke, he led Jiang Yueru outside. Jiang Yueru, holding the baby in one arm, followed Lin Zhao uncontrollably. But the two did not go home. Instead, they soon arrived at a grave mound. Chapter 30, Another Beauty in the Family. The grave mound is still new. Not even a blade of grass has grown on it. This grave mound belongs to Lin Day. He was brutally murdered by bandits, his body separated from his head, and his body was eventually brought back and buried here. Jiang Yueru looked at Lin Zhao in confusion. "Why did you bring me here?" Lin Zhao stepped forward and bowed. "Cousin, my cousin's wife has been bullied and kicked out. I've come to ask you for your opinion." As he spoke, Lin Zhao took out a copper coin. "Cousin, I'd like to take care of your wife and niece for you. I wonder if you would agree. If the coin is facing up or down, it means your cousin agrees. If the copper coin stands upright, it means that my cousin objects." As he spoke, Lin Zhao tossed the coin for the first time. The coin landed heads up, and Lin Zhao picked it up. Of course, one round doesn't prove anything. Let's play 2 more rounds. Lin Zhao then tossed the toss twice more, once heads and once tails. Lin Zhao bowed deeply again. "I understand what my cousin means. I will definitely take good care of my cousin's wife and Nyonyo. I will treat Nyonyo like my own daughter." Jiang Yueru looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. Wasn't this blatant cheating? How come Erwa is becoming more and more shameless? But Jiang Yueru still vividly remembered the scene of him protecting her just now, which moved her deeply. Moreover, Lin Zhao doesn't mind that she's been married before and has children, nor does she mind that she's destined to bring bad luck to her husbands. This is her good fortune. Besides, Lin Zhao is much more pleasing to the eye than that old rich man. At this moment, Lin Zhao turned to look at Jiang Yueru, gently stroked her cheek, and then kissed her. Jiang Yueru suddenly felt her legs go weak and almost lost her balance. "Erwa, what's wrong? Yueru, from now on, let's live together. I'll treat you well." Lin Zhao's affectionate and pure gaze instantly stirred up Jiang Yueru's maternal instincts, who was still breastfeeding, as she longed to hold Lin Zhao in her arms and cherish her. But given their past relationship, she couldn't help but feel a little reserved. After thinking for a long time, she finally nodded shyly and said, After saying this, the two left Lin Day's grave and returned home. As soon as Lin Zhao returned, the 3 sisters immediately came to greet her. When they saw Jiang Yueru beside Lin Zhao and the child in her arms, they knew what had happened. But the 3 sisters were not jealous. Instead, Song Yueru walked up to Jiang Yueru very warmly, greeted her, and said, "Hello, elder sister." After spending the day together yesterday, Song Yueru found Jiang Yueru to be gentle, virtuous, and very kind. Although the 3 of them were slaves, Jiang Yueru did not show the slightest contempt. On the contrary, they called her little sister very affectionately. At this moment, Lin Zhao said, "Now I announce a decision. From now on, Jiang Yueru will be a member of our family and will eat and sleep with us." The three sisters all had smiles on their faces. Great! With Sister Yueru coming, she can teach us so many things. The three sisters were all slaves after all. Although Jiang Yueru had been married, she was not a slave. This meant that once someone entered her life, she would become the mistress. Song Yuro and her two friends weren't jealous. On the contrary, in their view, the most important thing was to please the new mistress. Lin Zhao was delighted to see that the four seemed to get along well. This way, the five of them would live together much more harmoniously in the future. Jiang Yueru walked over somewhat embarrassedly. "Erwa, you just said you wanted to sleep together?" "Sister-in-law, I only have one bed in my house, so please squeeze in when we go." Jiang Yueru's eyes still revealed a trace of unease. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but that she had no official status and had already consummated her marriage. Would Erwa deny it later? Lin Zhao immediately noticed Jiang Yueru's pale face and knew what she was worried about. So he patted his head. "Look at my memory. That bed is too small. We need to find a way to make it wider." As he spoke, he walked into the room and came to the wall. Looking at the bed leaning against the wall, Lin Zhao suddenly had an idea. "We converted this bed into a heated Kong bed, 3 meters wide and 2 meters long, although this would leave very little space in the bedroom. But it solved the problem of 5 people sleeping at night, and they didn't have to squeeze in too much, and most importantly, it was warm." Thinking of this, Lin Zhao came out again and banged the gong. Sure enough, after a short while, all the villagers gathered around. Moreover, there were more villagers today than yesterday. After all, the sound of the gong means there's work to be done again. After the villagers gathered around, they all became curious. "Erwa, what are you going to do today?" "That's right. Uncle can do any kind of work, and he does it very diligently. I like to ask for some food too. Just a steamed bun will do." Lin Zhao frankly stated, "I need a bricklayer who can build walls." "Who can? There are no steamed buns today, but I will give you a pound of rice as payment." Upon hearing that there was a pound of rice, 5 or 6 men rushed forward, vying for it. I can. I only need 3 people," Lin Zhao said, immediately selecting 3. "You 3 will do." The 3 were immediately overjoyed, while the others left dejectedly, looking disappointed. One of the 3 was Xiang Shangju from yesterday. He knew how to cook and build stoves, so he would naturally know how to build walls. Moreover, the Kong, heated brick bed, involved the issue of flues, so he would definitely have more experience with that as well. So Lin Zhao kept him behind. Xiang Shangju stepped forward, looked around, and asked, "Should we build a wall? Where are the bricks? What about mortar or rammed earth? I'll figure out the materials, but this requires technical expertise." Lin Zhao led Xiang Shangju directly into the room. "Old Xiang, I plan to build a heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove here. There will be a flue underneath, and outside there will be something like a stove. Once a fire is lit, it will be very warm." Hearing Lin Zhao's description, the other 2 were astonished. Could a bed be designed like this? But Xiang Shangju directly asked, "You mean the fire bed, right?" Lin Zhao nodded immediately. "You can call me that too. Have you seen it before?" According to the original owner's memories, Yingchun County had never heard of a Kong, heated brick bed, since Kangs require firewood, and in famine years, firewood was as scarce as grain. Xiang Shangju nodded. "Yes, I've seen them before at the homes of some woodcutters and hunters in the northern border. Can you make one? It doesn't need to be too complicated, just make a simple one, because the house will be demolished later." "No problem. I've specifically studied this." "Old Xiang, can you get it done tonight?" Xiang Shangju thought for a moment and said, "There's probably no way. Give me one more day." Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, no problem." He quickly went outside to the back of the thatched hut and took out all the 600 bricks and several bluestone slabs that he had bought in the county town from his spatial storage and placed them on the ground. Immediately afterwards, I spent another 35 yuan to buy a bag of the most ordinary 50 gene cement in the mall. I just need to build a Kong, heated brick bed. There's no need to use the kind with higher strength. Once everything was ready, Lin Zhao called out, "Come on, everyone, come here." Chapter 31, this is my improved version of the 3-in-1 soil, called cement. Soon, Xiang Shangju and 2 villagers jogged over, and when they saw the blue bricks on the ground, they were dumbfounded. "Lin Zhao, where did these blue bricks come from?" Lin Zhao pointed to the ground. "It's been piled up here all along." One of the villagers scratched his head and said, "Huh? I often pass by behind your house. How come I didn't notice there were any bricks there?" "You must not have noticed." Another villager squatted down to take a look. The brick looked very new, as if it had just been placed there. Xiang Shangju's gaze was quickly drawn to the bag of cement. "What is this?" "This is my improved version of a 3-component soil, which I call cement." None of the 3 could read, so they let Lin Zhao spout nonsense. Lin Zhao kicked it with his foot. When using this thing, you need to add a certain proportion of sand and water. The ratio of cement to sand is 1 to 3. As for the water, you can adjust it yourself, but don't make it too diluted. But be sure to stir well before use. Xiang Shangju nodded. Yes, I understand. Lin Zhao instructed them in detail. Go dig sand from the riverbank. The grains shouldn't be too big, but they also shouldn't be too fine. Xiang Shangju was very professional and quickly understood Lin Zhao's meaning. Although cement and mortar are different, their uses are basically the same. Lin Zhao, doesn't this need to have glutinous rice paste added? Lin Zhao shook his head. That's not necessary. Just mix it with sand and water. Xiang Shang nodded again. Yes, I understand, Lin Zhao. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked over and pushed his wooden cart over. Here, use this to pull the sand to the river. Upon seeing the wooden cart, the three of them instantly became excited. Lin Zhao, you even have a wooden cart? Xiang Shangju nodded immediately. With this, we can work much faster. He looked at the two men and said, I'll pull it later, so don't try to fight me. Old Xiang, you're an old man, let me do this kind of work. You all can rest. I'm the youngest here, I'll pull. Lin Zhao, who was standing to the side, suddenly learned something new. In this day and age, there are still people vying to pull the cart, not drive it. This is the first time he has ever seen such a thing. He quickly entered the courtyard with a smile, where Jiang Yueru and the three sisters were still standing. Jiang Yueru looked apologetic. Erwa, I'm sorry to have troubled you. You still have to. Yueru, you're being too polite. You helped me when I was in my most difficult time. I can never repay this kindness, and the only way I can repay you is with my body. While comforting Jiang Yueru, Lin Zhao pondered the current situation. The Kong, heated brick bed, would take 2 days to arrive, so where they stay tonight? They couldn't just sit there all night, could they? After some thought, Lin Zhao suddenly had an idea. He looked at the three sisters and Jiang Yueru and pointed to the cowshed next to them. We have nowhere to stay tonight, so let's sleep on the floor for now. The three Song sisters were immediately stunned. After all, this cowshed was originally where they lived. How could the owner live there? But before he could even come to his senses, Lin Zhao had already gone inside. He looked around and chose a wall, deciding to make his bed there. Lin Zhao swept a section of the area with a broom, quickly found some bricks, and said, Big sister, second sister, help me, go in and move all the things from the bedroom. The three sisters immediately ran into the bedroom and started moving things, while Lin Zhao quickly found wooden planks and a bedboard, propped them up on the bricks, and then laid a thick layer of dry grass on the planks. Then they spread the old, worn-out quilt and the new quilt on the hay. Song Yuro watched from the side, feeling very distressed. It was a new quilt, and the owner had just used it as a bedding. By stacking 2 quilts on top of each other, we managed to make do with a 2-meter-wide makeshift bed on the floor. 2 meters wide, it still seemed a bit crowded for 5 people and 1 child. But it was only for one night. Soon Lin Zhao brought 2 more quilts and put them on top, pressing them down with his hands. That night, the rest of us slept here. The 3 sisters were already used to it, and answered in unison, Yes, my husband. Jiang Yueru, standing to the side, was immediately shocked. Why were these 3 sisters calling Lin Zhao husband? What had Erwa done to them? However, they were slaves, so whatever Lin Zhao did was justified. Thinking this, Jiang Yueru suppressed her curiosity. But the thought of squeezing together with Lin Zhao at night made her feel uneasy. She was afraid that Lin Zhao might do something. This was a cowshed, and the whole village would probably know by the next day. But she was too embarrassed to refuse, afraid that Lin Zhao would be unhappy. Judging from Lin Zhao's behavior, he probably already had designs on her. However, since beauty is justice, Jiang Yueru was not offended. On the contrary, she was secretly pleased. Lin Zhao went out and went into the bedroom to check the situation. After the bedroom was emptied, it seemed to have become much more spacious. At this moment, Xiang Shangju was drawing lines on the ground, while the other 2 were digging holes in the wall. When Xiang Shangju saw Lin Zhao arrive, he immediately stood up and said, Lin Zhao, your house is a thatched hut, so I have to rebuild those 2 chimneys with bricks. Yes, I think so too. That's safer. Looking at the lines Xiang Shangju drew on the ground, Lin Zhao could tell from the layout that it was a chimney, which reassured Lin Zhao. It seemed that Xiang Shangju was indeed quite professional. He didn't bother Xiang Shangju anymore. After all, people in ancient times were very serious about their work, and craftsmen had a strong craftsman spirit. After leaving the bedroom, Lin Zhao went to the floor of the cowshed and did push-ups. The 3 sisters sat on a stool nearby. They were used to it, but dared not ask any questions. Jiang Yueru was coaxing her daughter on the bed when she looked at Lin Zhao on the ground and blushed immediately. After all, compared to the 3 sisters, she was an experienced woman and was very familiar with the situation. Lin Zhao was focused on counting her push-ups. After all, she'd spent a lot of money on cement earlier, and now that there was another person in the family, she needed money for sanitary products and baby supplies, so she had to earn money quickly. Just after completing 4,000 push-ups, a notification popped up in my head. Congratulations, host, for completing 50,000 standard push-ups and gaining a 5-fold improvement in overall physical fitness. Lin Zhao was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the 5x improvement would actually be 50,000. Soon he felt a surge of power coursing through his body, and his strength seemed to have increased again. After Jiang Yueru coaxed her daughter to sleep and put her on the bed, she stood up and said, "Erwa, come out. I have something to tell you." Lin Zhao immediately got up from the ground and followed them out. Jiang Yueru led Lin Zhao to the outside of the courtyard. "Erwa, do you think your cousin's wife is a frivolous and capricious person?" "Sister-in-law, what makes you say that?" Lin Zhao asked with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Yueru lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the ground, her hands kneading each other, and she softly bit her lip, saying, "Lin Zhao, actually I like you too. I often dream about you, and sometimes I even—" Chapter 32, Re-entering the county town. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment, then burst in a hearty laughter. "But what is it?" "Yuru." Jiang Yueru then raised her head, looking at Lin Zhao with a resentful expression. "But you can't treat me like one of those women in a brothel and then abandon me after you've done your thing." At this point, Jiang Yueru's face turned as red as an apple, and she stammered, "I'm afraid that after you get me, you won't want me anymore and won't care about us, mother and child." Lin Zhao was amused by Jiang Yueru's expression. She didn't expect that someone who was already a mother would still be so innocent and cute. But upon closer inspection, she realized that although Jiang Yueru had a child, she was only 20 years old, 2 years older than her. In my own time, I was still in my adolescence, or even my rebellious phase. Lin Zhao gently stroked Jiang Yueru's hair. "Yueru, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who's unfaithful and fickle. When the time comes, I'll arrange the house, and then we'll get married." Before Jiang Yueru could speak, Lin Zhao immediately added, "Don't worry. I will absolutely not have any ulterior motives during this time." Jiang Yueru looked up at Lin Zhao's handsome face again, and a glimmer of hope for the future ignited in her heart. At this moment, Lin Zhao explained, "Yueru, I do push-ups just to exercise. It's part of my martial arts practice." Jiang Yueru blushed again and gently scratched Lin Zhao's nose with her finger. "Stop lying to me. I know what you're up to. I understand. It's good to get some practice beforehand." After saying that, she raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming yet mischievous smile. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yueru still didn't believe it. She wasn't as innocent as she seemed on the surface. However, he didn't intend to explain, since this was something that couldn't be explained. He couldn't very well say that he was trying to buy something in the mall, could he? "Let's go. Yuru, let's go inside. It's cold and windy outside." "Okay." As he spoke, he followed Lin Zhao into the cow sheet. Jiang Yueru chatted with the three sisters while he continued doing push-ups on the side. At night, just after 9 p.m., everyone went to bed and lay down. Lin Zhao arranged it this way. "I'm more resistant to the cold, so I'll sleep in the middle. My younger sister and second sister will sleep on my left, and my eldest sister and Yuru will sleep on my right. Big sister, please take good care of Nyo for Yuru." "Yes, my husband." Song Yuro replied earnestly. "Go to sleep." Lin Zhao lay down first, sandwiched between the two sides, covered with blankets on both sides. Song Yujiao was next to him on his left, and Song Yuro was next to him on his right. Jiang Yueru was on the right side. Soon, the group began to drift off to sleep and slept very comfortably. The night passed without Nyo crying or fussing, and she cooperated very well. The next morning, Lin Zhao was the first to get up, and before dawn, continued doing push-ups on the ground. At this moment, Nyo also got up, probably because she was hungry. Jiang Yueru was afraid of disturbing others, so she immediately sat up, took off her clothes, and leaned against the fence to feed Nyo. She stared blankly at Lin Zhao, and couldn't help but marvel at how Erwa, a scholar, could have such a good physique and such strong arms. But she soon smiled knowingly. For women in ancient times, the health of the man they married was more important than anything else. Good health meant that he would not be a burden on his family, and it also meant that his offspring would be healthier. Thinking about this, Jiang Yueru's satisfaction with Lin Zhao grew higher and higher. After some effort, Lin Zhao completed 60,000 standard push-ups and earned 275 in-game currency. In other words, even though I've been frugal and careful with my money these past few days, I still managed to spend 325 mall coins, which is equivalent to 32,500 push-ups. Lin Zhao bought another set of toothbrush and toothbrush cup, spending another 15 mall coins. She originally wanted to buy diapers and formula for Nyo. Lin Zhao thought about it and decided to give up. At her current rate of earning money, she couldn't afford diapers at all, and there was no need for formula. She thought it would be better to give Jiang Yueru some extra nutrition. After breakfast, Lin Zhao started packing his things: dry food, cloth bags, water bags, all of which were put onto his wooden cart. Jiang Yueru stepped forward curiously and asked, "Erwa, what are you packing your things for?" At this moment, Lin Zhao turned around and looked at Jiang Yueru and the three sisters. "We need to go to the county town to buy some things." Go to the county town? Jiang Yueru and the three sisters were all a little surprised. Lin Zhao was always so unpredictable. Lin Zhao was about to build a house, so he planned to go to the county town to buy some grain and building tools. Although he didn't have many coins, he had a full 300 taels of silver. However, this time when Lin Zhao came to the city, he not only wanted to buy things, but also planned to make some more money. I packed everything, let's go, Lin Zhao said as she hitched up the car. The three sisters immediately followed, a scene that surprised Jiang Yueru. She had thought the three sisters would pull the cart, but Lin Zhao pulled it himself. Lin Zhao's actions once again made Jiang Yueru feel gratified. She recalled the scene a few days ago when Lin Zhao came to her house to borrow money and clothes, and at that time she advised him to be nicer to the three sisters. It seems that listens to her. Jiang Yueru thought to herself with a smug smile, even feeling a little proud. She quickly picked up Nyo and followed, and the group soon set off again for the county town. There are many bandits on the road. We need to bring some weapons or something. Lin Zhao suddenly turned around and said, Yueru, it makes no difference whether we bring our ordinary wooden sticks or not. The bandits aren't pushovers. At this moment, Song Yuero tugged at Jiang Yueru's sleeve and said, Sister Yueru, my husband is very powerful. The bandits are no match for him. At this point, Song Yuero couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhao, observing his reaction, afraid of upsetting him. Of course, Lin Zhao didn't show any reaction, but Song Yuero still couldn't get used to it, fearing that one day, the Lin Zhao who loved to beat and scold them would come back. Traveling with family, they naturally couldn't walk fast. They had to rest 4 or 5 times along the way. It took them 6 hours to travel the 20-kilometer official road, and they didn't arrive in the county town until afternoon. However, the journey was smooth today. I didn't encounter any corpses or bad people. After successfully entering the city, Lin Zhao arrived at the largest inn in the county, the Danyang Inn. After all, the group of 5 were dressed very neatly, and although they weren't dressed in silk, they weren't shabby either, so the waiter immediately came over. How many guests are in your party? Are you looking for a room? Lin Zhao looked around and said, Waiter, there's so many of us. Could you please arrange a larger room for me? Money is no object. The waiter glanced at the girls beside Lin Zhao and nodded with a smile. Yes, there's no bigger in Incheon County than our Danyang Inn. Please. The waiter led the group inside, and everyone stared wide-eyed, even stunned, as it was their first time visiting such a high-class place. The first floor of the inn is very large, with a total of 20 tables besides the counter. A few guests were sitting sparsely, and their eyes were quickly drawn to Lin Zhao, especially the girls behind him, who immediately made the guests stare wide-eyed. Sir, please come this way. We have a small courtyard in the back with 3 rooms and 2 beds, but seeing the waiter's expression, Lin Zhao knew it was about money, and she got angry. Tell me, how much? 2 taels of silver a night. Upon hearing that it would cost 2 taels of silver for the night, Jiang Yueru tried to pull Lin Zhao away, but Lin Zhao simply pulled out a silver ingot and asked, Is that enough? Enough, the waiter said, beaming. Sir, please come this way. Lin Zhao comforted Jiang Yueru, saying, Yueru, say where you should and spend where you should. Besides, with so many of us, it's neither convenient nor safe for us to live separately. After a few words, Jiang Yueru didn't know what to say, so she could only follow Lin Zhao and quickly walk towards the backyard. At this moment, a scholar sitting in the corner suddenly spoke up. Strange, wasn't that Lin Zhao just now? Chapter 33, Staying in a Luxury Inn. The speaker was a scholar who sat by the window, but Lin Zhao did not notice him. He patted his head in disbelief, muttering to himself, Impossible. This kid is so poor he can't even afford tea. How could he afford such an expensive room? His friend on the other end immediately turned to look and asked, Lin Zhao. He hadn't been interrupted by what young Master Fong said. At this point, the man suddenly lowered his voice, not daring to continue. The scholar rested his chin on his hand and began to think. This is the Wang family's territory. Could it be that Lin Zhao is still not giving up on Miss Wang? His friend across the table slammed his hand on the table. Pa, a toad trying to eat swan meat. Is young Master Fong someone to be trifled with? What makes him think he is? The scholar muttered in bewilderment. Just now, Lin Zhao was surrounded by 4 beautiful women, each one of them as beautiful as an angel. Really? My friend on the other end immediately turned around angrily. He hadn't seen anything and was quite annoyed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The scholar's name was Qian Cheng. He was Lin Zhao's classmate and came from a fairly well-off family. His father ran a small business. He immediately stood up, clapped the sunflower seed shells off his hands, and said, Please pay for the tea for me. I have other things to do. He quickly ran out. At this time, Lin Zhao was led by the waiter to the back courtyard. Behind the courtyard were 3 tiled houses, which looked quite new. There were also some flowers and plants in the courtyard, but they had all withered in winter. The group was quickly led into the house, where they found chestnut-colored wooden floors that fit together perfectly. The house was very clean and tidy, with unique decor and a bed behind a gauze curtain. The waiter explained, "Besides this room, there's another bed over there. The room is connected to this one. You can only get there from here. And over there is the study, where you can read." The waiter pointed to another side. Lin Zhao nodded with satisfaction. The 2 taels of silver were well spent. In Yingchun County, it was like a presidential suite, and more importantly, it was down to earth. "All right, we need a rest now. You can go." The waiter immediately lowered his head and backed out, closing the door behind him. He then complained, "With so many girls, how can we manage?" Lin Zhao went over to take a look and started arranging the beds. "How about this? My second and third sisters and I will sleep over there. You and your eldest sister will sleep over here." Song Yuro immediately stepped forward, slightly crouching down. "Yes, master." Jiang Yuer nodded. "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements." "All right, you all rest now? I'll go outside and take a look," Lin Zhao said, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng ran to Fang Hu's house and reported what he had seen and heard. Fang Hu was stunned when he heard it. "What? That kid isn't dead?" I clearly remember that he had stopped breathing before I had people carry him to the wilderness. Even if he hadn't stopped breathing, he would have frozen to death. "Young Master Fang, I wouldn't dare lie to you, it really is Lin Zhao, and she's accompanied by several beautiful girls." Upon hearing that the girl was pretty, Fang Hu immediately stood up, intrigued. "Really? If you don't believe me, Mr. Fang, come with me and see for yourself." Fang Hu, who was initially very interested, immediately gave up after hearing this. "All right, I understand. After all, the inn is Wang family territory. If the Wang family finds out that I went there, Wang Shuixian is not someone to be trifled with." Qian Cheng had no choice but to leave the house with Fang Hu's servants. At this moment, Fang Hu waved his hand and said, "Find 2 people to keep an eye on Lin Zhao." "Yes, young Master Fang." 2 bodyguards, one in black and one in white, immediately clasped their hands in greeting and stepped forward. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Hu added, "If there's an opportunity, take care of him, but don't use our men." "Understood, young Master Fang." One of the men, with long hair, asked again, "But young Master Fang, where are the girls?" "Keep the girl for now. It's young Master Fang." The 2 guards quickly went out. After wandering around the courtyard, Jiang Zhao returned to her room, only to find that the 4 women had all gone to the study. Song Yuro was even reading a book, while Jiang Yuro sat opposite her, asking her for advice. Upon seeing Lin Zhao arrive, Song Yuro immediately stood up and hurriedly put the book back on the shelf in fright. "It's fine, watch if you like. We'll build a study in our house eventually." Song Yuro's eyes were very bright. Since becoming a slave, she had never thought that she would be able to touch a book again. At that moment, her eyes reddened again. But Lin Zhao didn't comfort them. Instead, she turned around and said, "You 2 stay in the room and read. I'm going out for a bit. Don't wander off." With that, Lin Zhao walked out and quickly left the inn. He still had 300 taels of silver on him, but he needed to earn another 1,000 taels. Besides building houses, there are many other things to do, such as buying land. The expenses will be huge in the future. It won't be easy to earn 1,000 taels of silver in Yingchun County, a small county town. After all, the consumption potential is limited. We need to change our approach. It was impossible for ordinary people, so he could only target wealthy households. Lin Zhao quickly thought about it, and soon he had an idea. He jogged all the way back to the pawn shop where there was no return. When he went inside, the pawn shop clerk was standing at the counter, looking dazed. The shopkeeper was still reading an improper book at the table to the side, with some dried fruit on the table, which he ate as he read. Upon seeing Lin Zhao arrive, the waiter seemed to suddenly become energized, immediately regaining his senses with anger and fear in his eyes. Lin Zhao ignored him and sat down directly in front of the shopkeeper, Zhou Buren, who owned the largest pawn shop in Yingchun County and was considered quite wealthy. Zhou Buren looked up from the book at Lin Zhao, nearly falling to the ground in shock. You, shopkeeper, why are you so panicked? Have you seen a ghost?" Lin Zhao picked up a walnut, crushed it with his bare hands, and then started chewing it. Zhou Buren scrambled to his feet, quickly regaining his composure. No, I was just engrossed in my book and got startled." "Young master, what is it?" Zhou Buren wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding with panic. He had gone to find someone to kill him, but failed. Now the man had come looking for trouble. Could he be here to cause him trouble? While eating walnuts, Lin Zhao replied, "When I go to a pawn shop, it's definitely to pawn something." As he spoke, Lin Zhao placed a kerosene lighter on the table. Looking at the exquisite little square box on the table, Zhou Buren stammered and asked, "Young master, what is this?" "This thing is called a lighter, and it's a family heirloom." Lighter? Seeing Zhou Buren's puzzled expression, Lin Zhao immediately opened the lighter cap and demonstrated. As the wheel rotates, sparks fly and flames immediately burst forth, accompanied by a very pleasant kerosene smell. Upon witnessing this miraculous scene, Zhou Buren's eyes widened immediately, and even the pawn shop clerk stared at them curiously. At this moment, Lin Zhao closed the lid, placed the lighter on the table, and said, "Shopkeeper, How is it? Isn't it a treasure? A treasure? Truly a treasure? How do you intend to possess it? Lin Zhao immediately held up 5 fingers, and the shopkeeper was overjoyed. 50 taels of silver. Good. I'll go prepare the money right away. Shopkeeper, you've misunderstood. I meant 500 taels. Chapter 34. Easily earn 1,500 taels. What? 500 taels? Zhou Buren stood up on the spot. Although he had 500 taels himself, 500 taels for such a small thing was really exaggerated. Could you lower the price a bit? This price. Zhou Buren asked tentatively. Is 500 taels expensive? Shopkeeper, you won't find another one like this anywhere else in the world. You have a wide network of connections, so why worry about not being able to sell it? However, Zhou Buren hesitated this week. Last time the item was worth 100 taels, but this time it was worth a whopping 500 taels. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. At this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly spoke up again. Shopkeeper, on my way back last time, I encountered 3 robbers who demanded that I hand over the 100 taels I had on me. What do you think about this? Zhou Buren suddenly took a few steps back in a panic. Looking at Lin Zhao in front of him, what do you mean? Do you doubt me? Of course not, shopkeeper, don't get agitated. Lin Zhao said with a smile, try and calm him down. What I meant was I personally killed those 3 villains. Upon hearing this, Zhou Buren's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Although he also suspected that the 3 people had been killed by Lin Zhao, he was still terrified when he heard him say those words. Lin Zhao walked over and helped Zhou Buren up. Only then did he notice the puddle on the ground. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed that he had a problem with his prostate due to his unrestrained lifestyle. Such cowardice. They even dared to double-cross someone. At this moment, the shop assistants were also hiding under the counter. It seemed the 2 thought he was there to kill them. Lin Zhao helped Zhou Buren up, patted the dirt off him, and asked shopkeeper, do you think 500 taels is expensive? Not expensive at all. It's a great deal. Zhou Buren replied immediately and readily. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he dared not meet Lin Zhao's gaze. It's not expensive. So here's the money. Issue the pawn ticket. Zhou Buren immediately looked at the shop assistant and said, quickly issue the pawn ticket. He then walked shakily into the back room and soon came out again. He then pulled out 5 silver notes from his sleeve. No, he had no more cash. He could exchange these notes at the money exchange in front of him. Lin Zhao took the silver note and put it into his sleeve. He was so scared that he wet himself. He figured Zhou Buren wouldn't dare to lie to him. Soon the shop assistant finished writing the pawn ticket and handed it to Lin Zhao. He took the silver notes and pawn tickets and walked out with great satisfaction. He had obtained 500 taels of silver so easily. After Lin Zhao left, Zhou Buren touched his neck, realizing he was still alive. He kept muttering, losing money is better than losing more money. Losing money is better than losing more money. The waiter came over and asked, boss, should we send a few more people? Zhou Buren slapped his colleague on the spot. Look at the people you found for me last time. A bunch of good-for-nothings, and they still dare to mess with him? The waiter lowered his head and dared not speak again. Zhou Buren looked out the door, his heart still full of hatred, but now he dared not stir up a hornet's nest. He walked to the table, turned on the lighter, and flicked it with his hand. Sure enough, it quickly caught fire. Maybe this thing really is a treasure, he said, putting the lighter into his pocket and turning to tell his colleague. Watch the shop for me. I need to go home to visit someone. With that, Zhou Buren left the pawn shop. After all, he had to go home and change his clothes after the embarrassing scene, just now. Lin Zhao left the pawn shop and ran all the way to the money exchange. After entering, he exchanged all 500 taels of silver notes for silver, and then put them into his spatial storage when no one was around. Opposite the money exchange was a jade shop. The shop was luxuriously decorated, with gold paint on the pillars, and the shelves inside were filled with a dazzling array of jade pieces. Owners of ancient jade shops were very wealthy and highly sought after by rich people. Lin Zhao strode inside. There were 2 shop assistants in the jade shop, but the shopkeeper was not yet in sight. 2 shop assistants immediately came forward. Sir, are you buying jade? What would you like? A bracelet, a thumb ring, or a jade hairpin? We have all kind of quality. Where's your manager? The 2 shop assistants immediately glanced at Lin Zhao, their eyes filled with suspicion and a hint of disdain. What do you want with the manager? Seeing the disdain on the 2 shop assistants' faces, Lin Zhao retorted without hesitation. Because you 2 idiots aren't qualified. Get the manager here. I'll tear your shop down. One of the shop assistants immediately picked up a feather duster and said, someone actually dares to cause trouble here. Don't you even know whose territory this Danyang jade shop is? Just as Lin Zhao was about to get angry and teach the waiter a lesson, a somewhat hoarse voice came from upstairs, followed by footsteps on the stairs. A man of medium build, in his 40s, wearing a black satin robe, came down from upstairs, constantly fiddling with a bright green thumb ring in his hand. The man glanced at Lin Zhao and thought, what is it that I have to personally intervene? Several men immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply. Boss. Upon hearing the way the man addressed him, Lin Zhao knew that the person in front of him was none other than Wang Shuixian's father, Wang Danyang, the second richest merchant in Yingshan County. It's true what they say, it's a small world. Lin Zhao walked over and sat down in a chair. The man came over, waved his hand, and said, "You guys go ahead and get busy." At this moment, Lin Zhao took out a round stone about the size of a ping-pong ball, which was entirely white. "What does that mean?" Wang Danyang asked. "Do you want a luminous pearl?" "Knight, a luminous pearl?" Wang Danyang immediately became a little unsettled. He had handled many jade artifacts, but he had never actually seen a luminous pearl before. It was rumored that such a thing was a priceless treasure. But soon a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Is that really a luminous pearl in your hand?" "That's right," Lin Zhao said confidently. In fact, he bought this fluorite for 20 mall coins, which was mixed with rare earth elements. It is an artificial stone, but after being exposed to light, it emits a blue glow in the dark, just like a luminous pearl. "Let's go. Come upstairs with me." As they were talking, the shopkeeper led Lin Zhao upstairs and quickly took him to a room. After he closed the window, the room became as dark as night. At this moment, Lin Zhao took out the fluorite. Its pale blue light immediately made the shopkeeper's eyes gleam with blue light, and he didn't blink for half a minute. It really is a luminous pearl, and it even emits a blue light. It's incredibly rare. "How much do you want to sell it for?" the shopkeeper asked. 1,000 taels. No bargaining. I wouldn't sell this family heirloom if my family didn't need medical treatment. The shopkeeper hesitated for only 3 seconds before immediately agreeing. "All right, 1,000 taels it is. Go downstairs and wait." Lin Zhao quickly arrived downstairs, and soon the shopkeeper also came downstairs, taking out 1,000 taels of silver from his sleeve and giving it to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao then placed the fluorite on the table and instructed, "By the way, boss, the luminous pearl must be exposed to the sun frequently to absorb its essence." "Okay, I understand." Lin Zhao left the jade shop quickly, overjoyed. Earning 1,000 taels was so easy. Chapter 35 Wang Shuixian makes her appearance. Before he knew it, he had earned 1,500 taels of silver, which, together with the 300 taels he had earned before, brought his total to 1,800 taels. In this era, this amount of money would be enough to marry 50 wives without any problem. This wealth would probably put you on the rich list in Yingshan County, and being in the top 50 shouldn't be a problem. However, this way of making money is not sustainable. After all, the main selling point of their products is rarity, so they dare not sell too many. Once they sell too many, the price will not go up, and they will have to find another way. After making a good profit, Lin Zhao went straight to the grain store. Now that he had plenty of silver, there was no need to use store coins to buy grain. He immediately bought 800 jin of yellow millet, 300 jin of brown rice, and 300 jin of coarse flour, and instructed his servants to deliver them to the cart shed behind the Danyang Inn. Lin Zhao followed along, since the place smelled terrible and hardly anyone came. Lin Zhao told the shopkeeper to put the things on the ground. After the waiter left, Lin Zhao took advantage of the fact that no one was around and put everything into his spatial storage. Now the storage space had exceeded 60,000 liters, which was more than enough. After doing all this, Lin Zhao returned to the inn and quickly went to the backyard. After pushing open the door and entering, Jiang Yuru and the 3 sisters were reading attentively in the study, while Song Yuro was explaining the knowledge to them. Lin Zhao glanced at Song Yuro and knew that she must be a lady from a prominent family. Moreover, she had been educated since childhood, and her cultural level was no less than that of Wang Shuixian. When the group saw Lin Zhao arrive, they all stood up immediately. Lin Zhao looked around the room and asked, "Big sister, is everything all right?" They all immediately shook their heads. "Okay, that's fine then. You guys keep reading. I'm going outside for some fresh air. Call me if you need anything." Lin Zhao quickly went outside, ordered 2 pots of tea, and asked them to be delivered to his room. Then he went to the backyard again. At this moment, one of the 2 people sitting at the table immediately stood up. I'll go back and report to young Master Fong. You keep an eye on things here." As he spoke, he ran towards the Fong residence. At this moment, Zhou Buren, carrying a box, arrived at the back gate of the Fong residence in a carriage. After arranging things at the gate, soon after, someone led him inside, and he was soon taken to a large hall. Fong, who sat in the middle, flanked by 2 rows of guards, who were watching him intently. Fong, who glanced at Zhou Buren. "Why does manager Zhou have time to come here?" He then looked at the wooden box in Zhou Bai's hand. "That box of yours is... I brought 2 treasures for young Master Fong to appraise. Baby, open it and take a look." Zhou Buren stood up and first took out the mirror from the box. The mirror had been reframed and looked much prettier. "This is a glass mirror. A glass mirror." Fong, who immediately stood up, walked over and quickly saw the mirror. He was immediately surprised. How could the mirror be so clear? It's a treasure, truly a treasure. If this mirror were given to Narcissus, she would definitely love it. He picked up the mirror and admired himself carefully. I am indeed quite handsome." Zhou Buren immediately stepped forward to flatter him, saying, "Young Master Fong is the most handsome man in Yingchuan County. Only the most beautiful woman in Yingchuan County is worthy of you." Hearing Zhou Buren's praise, Fong was overjoyed. "How much is this glass mirror? I want it." "Young Master Fong, don't be in such a hurry. There's another treasure." As he spoke, Zhou Buren took out the lighter and demonstrated it, which amazed Fong once again. "A treasure. This is an even bigger treasure. It's amazing." Fong was extremely excited. "Old Zhou, where did you get this?" This was done by an extraordinary person who said there would never be another like it in the world. At this point, Zhou Buren looked distressed. "It cost me a full 1,600 taels of silver." After saying that, Zhou Buren immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Since young Master Fong likes it so much, I will reluctantly part with it. You can give me 1,000 taels." Fong thought it over and realized that such a good item was only 1,000 taels, which was really not expensive. "Okay, I'll take it." He then ordered someone to fetch the silver notes, which were brought back shortly and handed to Zhou Buren, who suppressed his inner joy. "I bought it for 600 taels and sold it for 1,000 taels, making a profit of 400 taels. It would be great if this kind of business could happen often." After receiving the silver notes, Zhou Buren immediately took his leave. At this moment, the guards who were monitoring Lin Zhao quickly arrived at Fong side and reported what they had seen. Fong immediately looked surprised. "You mean Lin Zhao went to the pawn shop?" "Yes." Fong was immediately puzzled. Could it be that Zhou Buren and Lin Zhao had conspired to frame him? But he quickly shook his head. Zhou Buren didn't have the guts, much less the courage to ally with Lin Zhao, so he immediately ordered that they continue to monitor Lin Zhao. "Yes." After the guard left, Fong continued to stand there, fiddling with the lighter and the mirror. "Amazing. Even though I've seen a lot in the world, I never knew such things existed." At this time, in the Dongyang Inn, a few people had finished their afternoon meal, while the others were reading in their rooms. Lin Zhao continued doing push-ups in the courtyard outside. With his overall ability improved by 5 times, he could easily do 3,600 push-ups in an hour without feeling tired at all. While I was doing push-ups, I suddenly heard a sound outside, followed by the sound of a loud slap, and then I heard a girl scolding me from afar. How dare they make decisions on their own? Soon a familiar figure walked over into the courtyard. It was a pretty girl with delicate features, wearing a pink brocade dress and a black cloak with a fox fur collar. She looked at Lin Zhao with an arrogant expression, but the moment Lin Zhao raised his face, the girl's expression changed drastically. "It's you." The person who arrived was Wang Shuixian, known as the most beautiful woman in Yingchuan County, and the girl that the original owner had been relentlessly pursuing. Lin Zhao was also somewhat surprised to see Wang Shuixian. He stood up and patted the dust off his hands. Looking at the waiter behind her, whose face was covered in slap marks, she asked, "Waiter, what's going on? What happened to you?" The waiter lowered his head and dared not answer. This courtyard was originally a temporary resting place for Wang Shuixian, but she usually only came once every 2 months. So the shopkeeper took it upon himself to rent out the courtyard. But unexpectedly, Wang Shuixian had just visited a few days ago and was back again today, making the waiter the scapegoat. Wang Shuixian suddenly glanced at Lin Zhao with a hint of disdain. "Lin Zhao, you should just go back to farming. There's no future for us. Our Wang family is one of the most prominent families in Yingchuan County. Stop bothering me. It will only make me despise you more." Lin Zhao was speechless. Wang Shuixian's narcissism hadn't diminished at all. Did she think she was here to see her? "Wang Shuixian, are you out of your mind? This is my private space, and you've come in and rummaged through my entire blog." "What?" Wang Shuixian's eyes were immediately filled with surprise. She looked Lin Zhao up and down again. Could she have mistaken him for someone else? He actually dared to say he was sick, but she quickly understood, and a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes again. Lin Zhao was trying to play hard to get. "All right, Lin Zhao, you've incurred a lot of debt again by doing all this, haven't you?" At this point, Wang Shuixian became sarcastic, saying, "I wonder who would lend you money." As they were talking, the 3 sisters and Jiang Yuru came out from inside. They stood behind Lin Zhao and looked at Wang Shuixian with suspicion. Wang Shuixian froze for a moment. The 4 girls in front of her, though dressed plainly, were all exceptionally beautiful. Wang Shuixian immediately questioned, slightly angrily, "Lin Zhao, who are they?" Chapter 36 Moving out is absolutely impossible. Lin Zhao turned around and looked at them, then introduced them directly, saying, "They're all my family." "Family?" Wang Shuixian looked at the group of people again, her face full of disbelief. These people might have been deliberately hired by Lin Zhao. Otherwise, how could they have so coincidentally checked into her family's inn, and so coincidentally stayed in her own courtyard? And how could she have so coincidentally run into them? His aim was to get her attention and make her change her mind. Wang Shuixian despised Lin Zhao even more, thinking he was too naive. "I gave him a chance because I thought he was handsome, but he disappointed me greatly. He had no money and his education was mediocre. He's destined to be a failure his whole life. If I were to actually marry him, everyone in Yingchun County would laugh their heads off. But Wang Shuixian soon became suspicious again. Doing these things required money. So how did he get it? Did he borrow it? But Wang Shuixian didn't want to think about these things. She didn't want Lin Zhao to continue bothering her and tarnishing her reputation. All right, Lin Zhao, I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. Move out now, this is my place. Move out? Why should I? I paid for it. I paid a whole 2 ounces. Wang Shuixian was speechless for a moment, then called out, Manager Wang, come in. Soon the innkeeper came in and said, Miss, what are your orders? Give him his money back. Make him move out immediately and clean the room for me. I don't want anyone making a mess of my place. Manager Wang immediately stepped forward, took out 2 taels of silver, and handed it to Lin Zhao. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Please pack up and move out. Lin Zhao looked up at the sky. It was almost dark. Where are we supposed to move to? Wang Shuixian walked straight over and said, That's your business. What does it have to do with us? After saying that, she walked straight into the house. Once inside, she quickly saw several books on the desk in the study, and she was immediately enraged. Who touched my book? Only then did Wang Shuixian notice that Song Yuro was still holding a book in her hand. She immediately stepped forward and angrily shouted, Get your filthy hands off me. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? He snatched the book away and shoved Sonya hard. Song Yuro's ankle hadn't healed yet, and she lost her balance and twisted it again. But she just frowned, endured the pain, and didn't say anything. Lin Zhao immediately helped Song Yuro up. Big sister, are you alright? I'm Fina. Lin Zhao immediately became furious. He had originally wanted to settle things peacefully and move to another place, but now he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. It's just a tattered book. What's so special about it? Besides, we paid for the right to use this place today, which includes the right to use this study. Wang Shuixian didn't expect Lin Zhao to protect that girl, but she ignored Lin Zhao and went straight to the stool and sat down at the table. I shouted, Manager Wang, tell them to take their things and move out immediately. I don't want to see these people again. Manager Wang immediately walked in, but was stopped by Lin Zhao. Who dares to come in and try? I paid for this, and you think I can just move things as you please? No way. At this moment, Wang Shuixian stood up in great disappointment. Lin Zhao, isn't he just trying to extort money? Manager Wang, give him another 2 taels as compensation and tell them to get out of here immediately. I wouldn't move it even if you gave me 200 taels of silver. This isn't about the money at all. Lin Zhao's expression also turned serious. Wang Shuixian, apologize to my elder sister immediately and leave my room as soon as possible. Wang Shuixian walked directly to Lin Zhao and sneered, People say you're a scoundrel, and I didn't believe it, but now I see it's true. Lin Zhao sneered, Heh, am I the one who's shameless, or are you the ones that don't keep your word in business? Manager Wang, who was standing to the side, immediately changed his expression. We've already offered to compensate you with double the room rate, and you still don't know what's good for you. Are you trying to force us to use force? Lin Zhao was equally adamant. Go ahead and try. After saying this, Manager Wang shouted, and 5 or 6 shop assistants rushed in, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Jian Yueru went up to persuade Lin Zhao. Forget it. Let's go to another place. Although the 3 Song sisters didn't say anything, they clearly thought the same thing. It's better to avoid trouble. After all, this is someone else's territory. Lin Zhao walked over and stood in front of them, saying, If you've got the guts, try making a move. The tallest and strongest one inside clenched his fist, shook his neck, and said, You look like a scholar. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you fall to the ground and cry later. As he spoke, he strode forward and swung a punch. Lin Zhao stood there without moving, taking the punch head on. Jian Yueru covered her eyes in fright, while Lin Zhao remained calm. However, the burly man's eyes were strange, going from confusion to existential doubt, and then to putting on a mask of pain in just a few seconds. His fists were still clenched, and his arms were trembling. Lin Zhao's 5-fold physical enhancement included his defense, so he was essentially hitting a steel plate. Again, haven't you eaten? The burly man was mocked, so he immediately clenched his other fist and threw a punch. This time, Lin Zhao didn't stand there and get hit, but caught the punch with his bare hands and then twisted it slightly. The burly man screamed in agony, repeatedly calling for his mother. Just then, Lin Zhao delivered another kick, sending the burly man flying. He crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. This scene left everyone present speechless. The 3 Song sisters were not surprised, but Jian Yueru was so shocked that she began to question her own existence. I remember struggling for ages to carry half a sack of grain. When did he become so strong? Of course, the most surprised person was Wang Shuixian. Lin Zhao had always been submissive to her. How could she have such martial prowess? Is there anyone else trying to force me to move? Lin Zhao asked. Manager Wang was already terrified and hid behind several people. Attack! Attack together! There are so many of you. But even the best fighters in the store were taken down. I'll give you a raise. Upon hearing about the wage increase, a group of people immediately rushed forward with sticks, but just a dozen seconds later, they were all sent flying, groaning on the ground. At this moment, Lin Zhao turned around and looked at Wang Shuixian, then walked over. Wang Shuixian was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. Are you going to hit me? Lin Zhao asked. Lin Zhao pointed at Song Yuro and said, Wang Shuixian, quickly apologize to your older sister. You want me to apologize? No way, Wang Shuixian said with an arrogant expression. At this moment, Lin Zhao immediately raised his hand, but Wang Shuixian remained fearless, instead raising her head and saying, Lin Zhao, do you still dare to hit me? Do it. Lin Zhao also felt it was ungentlemanly to hit a girl in public, so he lowered his hand, but Wang Shuixian became smug. All right, Lin Zhao, stop acting and get out of here. This completely enraged Lin Zhao, who immediately shoved out a palm, striking Wang Shuixian directly on the left shoulder. A powerful force suddenly jolted Wang Shuixian backward, causing her to fall hard on her backside in the yard, looking utterly disheveled. You Lin Zhao actually dared to? Wang Shuixian, I've paid, so this place is mine for today. Wang Shuixian didn't expect Lin Zhao to actually dare to make a move. She wondered if this was still the Lin Zhao she knew. No, he's definitely still acting. He probably felt really bad when he pushed me just now. Even though Lin Zhao won't pass the imperial examination, her love letter was quite sincere. After some analysis, Wang Shuixian stood up, let manager Wang and the shop assistant go out first, then straightened her clothes, rubbed her left shoulder, and looked at Lin Zhao with a resentful expression. Lin Zhao, I told you long ago it's impossible. Why do you keep bothering me? This will only... Hey, Miss Wang, can you please stop being so narcissistic? After saying that, Lin Zhao pointed to the Song sisters and Jiang Yueru behind her. Huagua Mountain is no match for Mount Everest at all. What flower and fruit mountain? What Mount Langma? What are you talking about? Wang Shuixian looked confused, but she quickly became serious and her voice softened. Lin Zhao, I'm actually trying to protect you by sending you away. If young Master Fong finds out you're clinging to me like this. Just then, a very arrogant voice came from outside. Who dares to cause trouble here? Who dares to bully Miss Wang? Chapter 37 Teaching Fong Hu a Lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Hu let a group of guards in and quickly arrived at the door. Wang Shuixian immediately turned around, walked to Fong Hu's side, pointed in Lin Zhao's direction, and said, Young Master Fong, Lin Zhao is staying in my room and won't leave. Fong Hu immediately glanced at Lin Zhao. Who do we have here? It's you, you piece of trash. If Narcissus tells you to leave, just leave obediently. Why act like a scoundrel? But as soon as he finished speaking, Fong Hu's gaze fell on the women beside Lin Zhao. He was immediately stunned. He never expected that there were such beautiful girls in Yingshan County. I thought Wang Shuixian and Lu Qingyan from Yingshanlo were already pretty enough, but I didn't expect these four to be even more beautiful. Wang Shuixian seemed to notice that Fong Hu's expression was off and immediately stepped forward, saying, Young Master Fong, you have to help me. Fong Hu immediately snapped out of his daze. Don't worry, Miss Narcissus. He then beckoned, and two guards quickly brought over a chair. Fong Hu sat down in the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Lin Zhao with disdain. Lin Zhao, I'll give you a chance. Leave now and I'll let you go. But if you dare to keep bothering me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Zhao turned to look at the four beauties beside him. Yueru, eldest sister, you two go inside first. It'll be a bit messy here later. The four of them quickly went inside. Jiang Yueru was stunned when Song Yuro pulled her inside. Sister Yueru, the master is very powerful, don't worry. Jiang Yueru then followed him inside, leaving Lin Zhao alone outside. Fong Hu had been licking his lips incessantly. Who knows what filthy thoughts he was having. At this moment, Lin Zhao slowly took a few steps forward, glaring angrily at Fong Hu. Last time at Yingshan Tower, wasn't it you who plotted against me? Fong Hu asked. Fong Hu was surprised that Lin Zhao knew, but he couldn't admit it. After all, this was in front of Wang Shuixian, and he couldn't reveal his true nature until he had slept with her. I don't know what you're talking about. I've always been honest and upright in my dealings. Lin Zhao turned around, deliberately turning her back to Fong Hu. With your cowardice, do you dare admit it? You're nothing but a lowlife. This vulgar remark immediately enraged Fong Hu. He gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up, kicking Lin Zhao in the waist. Just then, Lin Zhao turned around, and Fong Hu missed a step, landing in a perfect split on the ground, immediately wincing in pain. But Lin Zhao seized the opportunity and kicked him squarely in the chest. Fong Hu was instantly kicked back several steps and sat back down on the chair, flipping over on his back. Fong Hu felt a powerful force jolt his chest, causing him to cough up blood. However, to avoid being seen through by Wang Shuixian and her men, he quickly made a save. He pursed his lips, swallowed the blood that welled up in his mouth, then casually patted the clothes on his chest and got up from the ground. I was careless and didn't flash. His gaze immediately turned cold, and a murderous intent surged within him. Attack! Several of his subordinates and guards immediately drew their swords and rushed over without holding back, while Lin Zhao took out a knitting needle from his spatial storage. He quickly got to the morning, and his reaction speed increased fivefold. So these people's movements were like a PowerPoint presentation. Although they can crush ordinary people, they're nothing compared to him. Lin Zhao swung her knitting needles, easily knocking the knives out of the guards' hands, and then pierced their wrists with the needles, severing their tendons. Soon, the knives fell to the ground, and several guards grimaced in pain, their hands trembling uncontrollably, blood dripping onto the stone slabs of the courtyard. Fang Hu slammed his hand on the chair and cursed. "You bunch of good-for-nothings." As he spoke, he sprang up and launched a flying kick, but the next second, Lin Zhao grabbed his legs, swung them around, and slammed them against the pillar by the door, breaking the pillar in two. Fang Hu lay on the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No, impossible. How could this good-for-nothing be so strong? Just as he was about to stand up, Lin Zhao walked over and stepped on his chest. "Fang Hu, times have changed. From now on, don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Fang Hu glared angrily at Lin Zhao, but Lin Zhao's foot was like a boulder pressing down on his chest, and he couldn't move at all. Wang Shuixian, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Was this still the Lin Zhao she knew? How could he be so powerful? Had he been hiding his strength from me all along? But why would he do that? Was he testing me? This made Wang Shuixian somewhat tempted again, but when she thought about how he dared to hit Fang Hu, she realized that he would probably have a hard time maintaining his position in Yingshan County, so she decided to stay away. At this moment, Wang Shuixian immediately went over and said, "All right, Lin Zhao, you can stay in this courtyard as long as you want. Release young Master Fang." Lin Zhao then lifted his foot and said, "Then get the hell out of here." Wang Shuixian went over and helped Fang Hu up. "Are you all right, young Master Fang?" "Lin Zhao, you just wait." Fang Hu gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lin Zhao. "Young Master Fang, let's go first." Wang Shuixian quickly pulled Fang Hu away, fearing that Lin Zhao would make another move and cause a death. After all, although Yingshan County had an official government in name only, it was actually the Fang family's domain, with 500 or 600 thugs under their command. If Lin Zhao kills Fang Hu, no matter how high his martial arts skills are, he will not be able to escape death, and he may even implicate the Wang family. So she and Fang Hu went out first, and soon everyone else saw this and scrambled out of the courtyard as well. Lin Zhao glanced at it briefly, then turned away indifferently, walked into the house, and closed the door. Jiang Yueru and her 3 sisters immediately came forward. Jiang Yueru carefully checked Lin Zhao from head to toe. "Erwa, are you all right?" "It's all right, Yueru." Lin Zhao looked at the 3 sisters again. "Yes, now that this problem has arisen, we can't eat the inn's meals. We'll eat our own dry rations." Although he really wanted to buy a bucket of instant noodles, he couldn't explain it, so he had to give up and just continue chewing on his flatbread. At this moment, Fang Hu came outside, followed by a group of his men who looked disheveled and ashen-faced. The guests in the inn stared at the group in astonishment. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened inside, they could all tell that young Master Fang, who had suffered a loss. This is quite a strange thing in Yingshan County. In Yingshan County, who dares to mess with young Master Fang? For Fang Hu, this was an utter disgrace. He gritted his teeth and swore that he would kill Lin Zhao, or he would never be a human being. Wang Shuixian escorted Fang Hu to the entrance of the inn, then stopped. "Young Master Fang, you should go back now. I still have some matters to attend to at the inn." Fang Hu merely glanced at Wang Shuixian with a puzzled look, without saying anything. After all, what happened today had made him very embarrassed. "I wanted to put on a show in front of Wang Shuixian, but I ended up getting slapped in the face instead, and now I'm feeling really embarrassed. Let's go back," he said, and left the inn with a group of his men. Soon, Fang Hu arrived at the carriage. He gritted his teeth fiercely and said, "Lin Zhao, I will definitely kill you." He lifted the curtain and looked at his men outside. "Go, find me 10 archers. I need the ones with the most exquisite archery skills." "Yes, young Master Fang." The subordinate ran off after receiving the order. Fang Hu's eyes immediately flashed with a fierce light, and he ordered, "Let's go back to the manor." Chapter 38. 10 archers are ready, coated with deadly poison. After dark, in the largest courtyard of Fang Hu's back garden, 10 well-trained archers were already in position. They each carried a bow and a quiver containing 15 arrows. Fang Hu stood in the middle, looking at the archers. "Are you really all the best archers?" At this moment, a tall, thin archer stepped forward. "Young Master Fang, we are all well-trained archers, with perfect aim and hitting the bull's eye every time." Fang Hu then ordered his men to bring over several archery targets, open the door, and place the targets inside his room. "You stand over there at the doorway, about 50 paces away. Shoot me right in the bull's eye." Soon, an archer confidently stepped forward, drew his bow, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew out and hit the bullseye precisely. Fang Hu nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad. Is there anything even more impressive? Just then, a man of medium build, but with a muscular build, stepped forward. Young Master Fang, you can have them put a copper coin on the target. Fang Hu immediately ordered his men to carry out the order. The archer drew back his bow, pulled it fully drawn, and released an arrow with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the copper coins were heard falling to the ground, making two crisp sounds, one after the other. The coin was shot in two by an arrow, and his men immediately picked up both halves for him. Fang Hu held the copper coin in his hand, looking smug. Wonderful. Excellent archery skills. What's your name? Young Master Fang. My name is Wu Qiong. Fang Hu waved his hand and offered a reward of 10 taels of silver. He added that whoever could shoot Lin Zhao tomorrow would receive an extra 100 taels of silver. All the archers were extremely excited and immediately stepped forward in unison to thank young Master Fang. Fang Hu's gaze turned cold again. In order for the mission to succeed, he coated all the arrows with poison. All the archers clasped their hands in unison once again. Yes, young Master Fang. At this moment, Fang Hu waved his hand and said, "Go and get ready." Soon, 10 archers stepped forward, clasped their hands in farewell, and left. At this moment, Fang Hu, with his hands behind his back, walked into the house with a smug look on his face. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Danyang Inn, Lin Zhao and the other 4 ate their dry rations and went to sleep. Jiang Yueru, along with the child and Song Yuro, slept in the bedroom next to the side room. Lin Zhao slept in the main bedroom with the 2 sisters, who flanked her on either side. After hugging Song Yujiao, Lin Zhao went to hug Song Yuding. Both sisters were very fragrant, crispy, and soft. Song Yujiao even boldly put her hand inside Lin Zhao's clothes to explore. It turned out that Lin Zhao was not angry at all, but also very cooperative in returning the favor. Song Yujiao suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, but she was also secretly delighted. After all, being groped by her master was a real honor. This also made Lin Zhao understand her second sister, Song Yujiao's personality completely. She was the quietest and usually very serious. But to Lin Zhao's surprise, she was the most proactive of the 3 sisters. This was truly astonishing. Was this the legendary contrast? However, it's not the right time yet. I haven't settled down completely, so I can only make do with my lifelong brother for now. Anyway, I've already won over all 4 beauties, so there will be plenty of opportunities later. I'll just have to endure this short-term thirst, and the sweet spring water will be inexhaustible. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Lin Zhao left the inn and went out to buy many daily necessities. Farm tools, carpentry tools, bamboo baskets, carrying baskets, ropes, and also bought 7 cotton quilts and 8 bolts of cloth of various colors. But this only cost 40 taels. Money can be spent more easily. 1,800 taels, and there's still more than 1,750 taels left. Lin Zhao casually placed a few quilts and pieces of cloth on the car, while keeping the rest in his personal space, leaving plenty of empty space in the car. Jiang Yueru and her 3 sisters packed their things and came out to see Lin Zhao pulling a cart towards them. There were 4 cotton quilts and 3 bolts of red cloth on it, and nothing else. Jiang Yueru stepped forward in shock. "Where did you get so much money?" "Don't worry, Yueru. I didn't steal or rob. It's all money earned honestly." Lin Zhao patted the wooden cart and said, "Come on, all 4 of you. Let's take the cart home today." Seeing that Jiang Yueru was still in a daze, Lin Zhao went over and carried her and the baby into the car. Jiang Yueru let out another soft moan. Her eyes glazed over, her cheeks flushed, and her legs went weak. It took her a long time to recover. At this moment, Lin Zhao looked at the 3 Song sisters and said, "Eldest sister, come up here too." "But, my husband, how can I let you pull the cart?" Without saying a word, Lin Zhao went over, held Song Yuro's waist, and carried her into the car. As soon as she was in Lin Zhao's arms, Song Yuro went limp and was completely out of control. Then Lin Zhao went over and carried Song Yujiao and Song Yuding up as well. Soon all 4 beauties got into the car, and Lin Zhao became the driver. He was very strong now, and if the road hadn't been bad and there hadn't been a shock absorption system, he could have driven it. "Buckle up, we're off to go home." As they spoke, Lin Zhao led the mule slowly toward the city gate. At that moment, Wang Shuixian lifted the curtain and looked out from the carriage in the distance. While she was incredulous, she also had a strange feeling in her heart. It seemed that the 4 women were not brought by Lin Zhao to provoke her. Moreover, one of them already has a child, and it looks like the child is only a month old. Could be Lin Zhao's? Thinking about this, Wang Shuixian was full of suspicion. Just as she was wondering, she suddenly noticed several people dressed in black carrying bows and arrows mysteriously following them. Wang Shuixian knew at a glance that this was Fang Hu's doing. After all, in Yingshun County, only the Fang family could have so many archers. It seems Lin Zhao is in grave danger this time. Wang Shuixian muttered to herself. Lin Zhao, you brought this on yourself. Lin Zhao and his group quickly left the city and headed north along the official road towards Shuanghe Town. Once they reached Shuanghe Town, the official road continued north. If you go another 10 kilometers east and cross a stone arch bridge, you'll be in the direction of Huangtu Village. Although the road from Shuanghe Town to Huangtu Village is flat, it is sparsely populated and surrounded by high mountains. Bandits often roam here. There used to be two villages here, one called Changsho Village and the other called Dagawei Village. Later, the two villages suffered from disasters for many years, and bandits roamed freely. Some villagers starved to death, while others fled, leaving the area desolate. However, people still frequently travel along the road. After all, there are several villages in Huangtu Village, and this is the only way to get there, so the road is not covered by weeds. Soon the group arrived at the front of an abandoned village. The village had a dirt road more than 3 meters wide, and the houses on both sides were dilapidated and collapsed. This was the original longevity village. Lin Zhao tied the mule cart to a soapberry tree, and the group came to a millstone. Let's sit here and rest. The group quickly found a place to sit down. Lin Zhao went over and pretended to rummage through his spatial storage, taking out a few sesame buns and handing them to the three sisters and Jiang Yueru. This push-up shop may not sell weapons or cigarettes, but it does sell cooked food, even ready-made stir-fries, and importantly, these dishes are hot. It's more like a combination of an online store and a food delivery platform, except that the stir-fries are not cheap. The cheapest dish of pickled cucumbers costs 20 yuan, and a dish of hot and sour shredded potatoes costs 30 yuan. Therefore, Lin Zhao never bought any ready-made dishes from beginning to end. After all, her monthly salary was less than 3,000 yuan, and with a family of 5, she really couldn't afford to eat stir-fries. You guys eat first, I'm going to the restroom, Lin Zhao said, standing up and heading in another direction from the village. Just as he reached the courtyard, an arrow suddenly flew over and pierced straight into Lin Zhao's head. Chapter 39 Longevity Village 1v10 Archer. An archer hiding on the rooftop was gloating. Ha, 100 taels are mine. But the next second, he suddenly realized that Lin Zhao had disappeared. Just as he was standing there wondering what was going on, an arrow suddenly flew out and pierced his head. Before the archer could even speak, he tumbled off the roof and landed in the courtyard, his face turning ashen in an instant. Lin Zhao also realized that the arrows were poisoned and that he had to be careful. He went to the roof and quickly jumped down, storing all the archer's arrows into his spatial storage. He crouched down and quickly observed. Just then, Lin Zhao suddenly noticed 2 dark figures flash by in the house opposite. The feeling of being in a chicken dinner city washed over him, and Lin Zhao immediately curled his lips into a smirk. I'm a professional at being the 6th brother. He planned to go around to the back and surprise them. At this moment, 2 archers were squatting in the room, whispering to each other, how about we work together, one in front and one behind, and each get 50 taels of silver as a reward. Can. Okay, then I'll go out and distract him. You hide on the roof, and when you see him coming, shoot an arrow from behind. Good. As he spoke, one of the archers immediately jumped out of the window and was about to climb over the wall when he saw Lin Zhao there. Before he could even speak, he was already there. Lin Zhao smiled wickedly, then suddenly reached out and snapped his neck. Lin Zhao quickly picked up the bow and arrows from the ground and put them into his spatial storage. The archer in the room had just stepped out of the door when an arrow flew out and pierced his head. His eyes widened instantly, and before he could even scream, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Zhao went over and picked up the bow and arrows. After all, picking up equipment is a basic operation. Lin Zhao then used the same method to take care of 6 more people. His hearing was now exceptionally sharp, and he could clearly hear very faint footsteps and breathing sounds from 20 meters away. Therefore, these marksmen were unable to exert their full strength in this kind of urban warfare and could only be crushed by Lin Zhao. At this moment, Wu Qiong, covered in dry grass, hid in the grass on a high hillside and witnessed the scene below, feeling deeply moved. What a brilliant tactic. It seems we can't play hide-and-seek with him anymore. We have no choice but to confront him head-on. Thinking of this, Wu Qiong looked at the group of people eating at the millstone not far away. He immediately slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder and headed toward the millstone. And sure enough, Lin Zhao was soon drawn to it. Wu Qiong stood on a high place, running and shooting arrows at the same time. Every arrow flew accurately towards Lin Zhao, but he easily dodged them all. Wu Qiong was somewhat annoyed. Seeing that there weren't many arrows left in his quiver, he leaped down the hillside, jumped onto the roof, and aimed 2 arrows at Song Yuro and Jiang Yuru, 2 of the 3 sisters. 2 arrows flew out in a flash, and Lin Zhao immediately ran toward them, took out an arrow, and knocked it over. Now, 100 taels are mine. Wu Qiong smiled triumphantly, knocked another arrow, and prepared to shoot it at Lin Zhao's back. But at that moment, Lin Zhao suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his bow and arrows. No, impossible. How could this be? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhao snatched the arrow from his hand, plunged it into his head with his bare hands, and then suddenly jumped backward. Soon, Wu Qiong's face contorted in pain and black blood flowed from his head. He fell from a roof with a thud and crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes still wide open, as if he had died with his eyes open in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Zhao simply clapped his hands, turned around, and listened carefully. There were no other sounds around him, so it seemed that everything had been taken care of. These people must have been sent by Feng Hu. It's a pity they didn't bring any silver with them. However, these bows and arrows are quite valuable. They've all been poisoned, and I'll definitely need them later. He put the bow into his spatial storage and walked towards Jiang Yueru and the others. The four of them had finished eating and were staring blankly at Lin Zhao. Gang, that person from earlier, he must have been a bandit. I've taken care of him. No. How come you ran so fast just now? Can you even fly? Lin Zhao didn't know how to explain it for a moment. After all, the improvement in overall ability included running speed and jumping ability. Oh, I'm light and agile since I was little. Didn't my cousin tell you that? Lin Zhao asked back. Jiang Yueru scratched her head. Lin Dei had indeed not told her. The three sisters exchanged glances. Song Yuro whispered, Sister, my husband said he's as light as a swallow, but we've never seen that. Third sister, there must have been a reason why Master didn't tell us before. Song Yuding nodded and didn't say anything more. The three sisters didn't notice the other archers who had been dealt with by Lin Zhao. Let's go. Get in the car. Let's continue our journey. Only then did Si Mei get back into the car and head towards Huangta village. Around noon, Lin Zhao arrived at the village entrance and crossed the small stone bridge. Soon a group of villagers gathered around. They all knew about the construction of the heated Kong bed in his house and about asking Wang Qinzhan to find people to do the work. What kind of fortune have you struck? Exactly. You bought so much stuff in just one trip to the county town. I heard you're looking to hire people to do the work. I don't have anything, but I do have some strength. The villagers followed Lin Zhao's family to the door of the thatched house, asking questions as they went, just like a wedding procession. Just then, the old doctor came over and said, Lin Zhao, you are the most educated person in our village. If possible, please remember to help your fellow villagers. Soon someone chimed in, yes. We can all work, just give us some food. Even wheat bran will do. The villagers all stared at Lin Zhao with pleading eyes. Looking at the villagers in front of him, dressed in tattered clothes and emaciated, Lin Zhao felt a pang of pity. After all, compared to other villages, the villagers of Huangtu village still retain their humanity, unlike many villages where people even dig up corpses in order to survive. Lin Zhao smiled. All right, neighbors, don't worry. I have a lot of things to do next. Building houses, repairing irrigation ditches, planting rice, and so on. I'll need a lot of manpower. The villagers immediately became excited. Is what you said true? We're going to plant rice too. It's true. The villagers immediately cheered, but there were also strange looks from the crowd, and the Lin couple kept a straight face. Because not a single villager criticized Lin Zhao for bringing Jiang Yueru home, and they rarely heard villagers gossiping about it behind their backs. The couple were furious and hoped that Lin Zhao would suffer a terrible misfortune and die a violent death. Lindigo wondered where this kid got his fortune from. Could it really be the inheritance left to him by his father? Huang Xiaomei immediately pouted, her face twitching. I bet it's not from a respectable background. She probably earns it by selling her body, and she might not even be a woman. Lindigo blushed, turned around, flicked his sleeves, and said, Let him be smug for now. He'll have plenty of time to cry later. Huang Xiaomei immediately followed behind, just to see how long he could remain smug. After the two left, Lin Zhao looked at all the villagers. All right, everyone go back now. We'll meet here again the day after tomorrow morning. Now everyone go back. After persuading all the villagers to leave, Lin Zhao looked at his small courtyard, where a new stove had been added outside. Once inside, the brick walls of the bedroom had already been built, and Xiang Shangju had even thoughtfully applied a layer of smooth yellow mud to them. Lin Zhao checked the house and found that apart from the bedroom, there were no signs of anyone entering the other places, and nothing or food was missing. It seems that although old Xiang is a rough man, he still has basic morals, which makes Lin Zhao very gratified. He had just stepped out of the house when Xiang Shangju suddenly emerged from the cowshed. Chapter 40, going to the village chief's house to ask for land. Lao Xiang, what are you doing in there? Old Xiang was a little embarrassed. I've always been here. Since you're not home, I'll keep an eye on the door for you. At this point, he asked, Lin Zhao, are you satisfied with the wages? Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. All right, Lao Xiang, you just wait. As he spoke, he walked into the house and took out 3 bags of rice that he had prepared in advance from his spatial storage. Old Xiang, you did a good job. I'll give each of you 2 jin of rice, for a total of 6 jin. Xiang Shangju accepted the rice, tears welling in his eyes. Lin Zhao, Thank you so much, thank you. Old Xiang, this is what you deserve. Please take it to those two masters later. Good. Xiang Shangju looked at Lin Zhao with some emotion. I hadn't met you before, but I heard from the villagers that you were idle, unrealistic, and had a bad temper. Now it seems those were all rumors. Lin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. This wasn't a rumor. The original owner of this body was exactly like this. All right, Lao Xiang, I won't keep you any longer. Go home now. Xiang Shangju continued to thank him as he walked, and Lin Zhao felt she couldn't accept it anymore. After leaving completely, Lin Zhao went to the cowshed and looked inside. He found that nothing inside had been touched, and Xiang Shangju had been sitting at the door the whole time. There were many villagers there just now. They were probably all embarrassed, which is why they stayed hidden and didn't go out. Lin Zhao was moved once again. He looked at the stove outside the house and said, "Come on, let's try out the heated Kong and see if it works. Eldest sister, you take your two younger sisters to start the fire. I'll move the things from the cowshed back into the house." "Yes, my husband." Song Yuro limped along and quickly called to her two younger sisters. "Second sister, little sister, let's go start a fire." He went to get firewood and found some dry grass, which he quickly lit. Soon, smoke came out from the other side of the thatch hut. Lin Zhao began moving the things back from the cowshed and also took the quilt back. As for the quilt that was as cold as iron, he didn't plan to use it, so he left it in the cowshed. Jiang Yuru really wanted to come and help, but she was holding her child in her arms, so she could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. After the three sisters finished lighting the fire, they came over to help, and in no time the house was tidied up. The three sisters and Jiang Yuru stood at the bedroom door, lost in thought because the temperature in the room seemed to have risen noticeably. Lin Zhao spread 4 quilts on the bluestone slab, covered them with sheets, then took out 3 extra quilts and placed them on top. He looked at them with satisfaction and said, we won't be cold tonight." The three sisters and Jiang Yuru stood behind them and immediately felt a warm sense of home wash over them, even though the thatched hut was very simple. "Sister, you hurt your foot again, so you should rest well. Second sister, you and little sister need some dough. I'm going out for a bit. Need a lot." As he spoke, Jiang Zhao pretended to rummage through the jar and quickly took out a jar containing high-gluten flour that he had bought in the mall. Lin Zhao looked at her eldest sister, Song Yuro, and asked, "Elder sister, do you know how to make dumpling wrappers?" Song Yuro nodded immediately. "Yes, master." This surprised Lin Zhao somewhat. He had thought she didn't know what it was, but now he was spared the trouble of explaining. "Okay, you take care of second sister and little sister. I'm going out for a bit." Song Yuro nodded immediately. After giving the instructions, Lin Zhao went to the village chief's house. Soon after, Lin Zhao arrived at Huang Changfu's house, where there were 2 2-meter-high doors, 3 stone steps. Although the courtyard was mostly made of stone walls or rammed earth, it was still a courtyard. Moreover, he was the landlord of the village, and 80% of the fertile land was in his hands. Lin Zhao went up and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and a big, burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood in the doorway. He immediately shouted, "Lin Zhao, what are you doing here?" The man in front of me is Zhang Daluo. He is known for his loud voice and is Huang Changfu's long-term worker, bodyguard, and ox. He is incredibly strong, but his only weakness is his appetite. He can eat the equivalent of 4 people. But for Huang Changfu, it was also a great deal since he could eat and work at the same time, and it was also very safe. "Where's the village chief?" "Big Gong, let Lin Zhao in." Huang Changfu shouted from inside. "Let's go." Zhang Daluo continued to shout loudly. Lin Zhao was quickly led into the courtyard. At that moment, Lime Mozi's wailing could still be heard from the left wing. Lin Zhao was somewhat surprised. With such a strong voice, it seemed he wouldn't die. I initially thought it would be tetanus, but now it seems this Lime Mozi is much harder to kill than I imagined. However, I'm not the kind of person who kills indiscriminately. As long as they don't become my enemies, I won't go after them all. Huang Changfu was sitting in the main room eating pumpkin seeds when Lin Zhao was let in. Huang Changfu waved his sleeve and said, "Daluo, go take care of Mozi." After Zhang Dalo left, Lin Zhao immediately sat down, crossed his legs, and said, "Village chief, you probably already know why I'm here today, right?" "Yes, I've got it for you. This is a land deed," Huang Changfu said, pulling out a piece of paper covered in writing and stamped with a seal from his sleeve. Just as Lin Zhao was about to reach for it, Huang Changfu suddenly stopped her, pressing the land deed down in his hand. "It's 5 mu of land. You should at least give me some money." "Haha, village chief. Have you forgotten what happened with these 5 acres of land? This is compensation for your nephew's burglary, breakthrough, and assault." Huang Changfu suddenly sneered. "Where's the evidence? Who can prove it?" "Yourself." Lin Zhao knew that Huang Changfu was going to act like a scoundrel, trying to gain some benefits by relying on his position as village chief. After all, if he stubbornly denies that Lime Mozi was injured at his place, there's really nothing he can do about it, and the village leaders won't testify for him. At this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly sneered, reached out and grabbed Huang Changfu's arm, rendering him unable to move. Lin Zhao then easily took the land deed, examined it, found no problems, and put it in his sleeve. Huang Changfu's face flushed red with anger. He immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Zhao, and shouted, "You shameless!" Lin Zhao also stood up. "Village chief, I learned it from you." Huang Changfu's face, which had been slightly flushed, immediately darkened. "Gong! Gong!" After calling out twice, Zhang Dalu ran out from the side room. "Village chief, what's wrong? Beat him down and take back the land deed he's carrying." As he spoke, Zhang Dalu ran up and threw a punch, which Lin Zhao immediately caught with his hand. Lin Zhao was originally going to twist him and kick him, but then she suddenly realized something was wrong. She couldn't twist him at all. She didn't expect that, even with 5 times the strength, she couldn't overpower Zhang Dalu. At this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly realized that although his strength had increased 5-fold, his base strength was only 50 kilograms, and even with a 5-fold increase, it would only be 250 kilograms. Zhang Dalu could plow several acres of land in a day, so his strength was definitely superior to mine. Zhang Dalu was clearly surprised as well. Lin Zhao looked much weaker than him, so how could she be so strong? Seeing that he couldn't win by strength, Lin Zhao let go, withdrew, and started to compete by speed. He flashed behind Zhang Dalu and kicked him in the butt. Zhang Dalu lunged forward several meters, then turned around, and Lin Zhao immediately dodged behind him and kicked Zhang Dalu in the back of the knee. Zhang Dalu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao delivered a chop to the back of Zhang Dalu's neck, causing him to faint on the spot. Upon seeing Zhang Dalu collapse, Huang Changfu was so frightened that he quickly hid under the table. Lin Zhao strode in, grabbed Huang Changfu, and threw him several meters away. Chapter 41, I laid my cards on the table. I took care of you, Wu. Huang Changfu groaned in pain on the ground as Lin Zhao slowly approached. Startled, Huang covered his head in fear. "Lin Zhao, what? What are you going to do?" I'm a village chief." "So what if you're the village chief? I'll kill you and pretend to be a bandit to steal your things." Lin Zhao, you can't do this. It's illegal." Lin Zhao laughed and said, "Breaking the law? Does Yingchuan County still have laws?" At this moment, Lin Zhao picked up a teapot and prepared to smash it on Huang Changfu's head. Huang Changfu was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy repeatedly. "Lin Zhao, spare me, spare me. I will never dare to go against you again." Seeing Huang Changfu back down, Lin Zhao slowly lowered her hand. "I can spare you, but you have to promise me one thing." What's wrong?" Lin Zhao paused suddenly when he said, "I want those 100 mu of land in Beiqiu." "Of course. I'm a scholar. I would never do such banditry. I'll pay you 5 qian of silver per mu." Upon hearing this number, Huang Changfu immediately wanted to stand up and curse. Even if the land was worthless, it should still be worth 3 taels of silver. He was only giving 5 qian. What was the difference between this and robbery? Seeing Huang Changfu hesitate again, Lin Zhao angrily cursed. "What? You think it's too little? A lot of the 100 acres of land in Beiqiu are wasteland." As Lin Zhao spoke, he raised the teapot again, and Huang Changfu immediately agreed. Okay, I'll give it to you." Lin Zhao walked over and placed 50 taels of silver directly on the table. "This money is for you. I'm giving you 3 days to resolve the land issue, or you'll see what I'm capable of." With that, Lin Zhao stood up, clapped his hands, and walked out, leaving Huang Changfu alone, sitting on the ground. Most of the land in Huang Changfu's hands was acquired through trickery and force. Moreover, most of the land in Beiqiu has a relatively thin soil layer, so it is basically abandoned. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked back and said, "Village chief, I'm coming clean. I killed Yu Wu and all his men, and I took the silver." After saying that, he turned around and stared at Huang Changfu with the eyes of a grim reaper. Huang Changfu was so frightened that he quickly took several steps back and leaned against the wall. Lin Zhao did this for a simple reason: to test Huang Changfu's obedience and see if he would listen to her. If he did, she would know that he was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. But if he doesn't listen, I'll show him what cruelty is. After Lin Zhao left, Huang Changfu slowly got up and walked over to look at the silver on the table. Enraged, he immediately launched into a tirade. "Shameless beast! You scoundrel!" At this moment, Zhang Dalu got up from the ground, looking confused. "How did I fall asleep?" "Village chief, where's that kid Lin Zhao?" Huang Changfu was speechless. "All right, go down and take care of Ma Zi." Seeing Zhang Daluo knocked unconscious on the ground, Huang Changfu felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that what Lin Zhao said earlier was true, and that Yu Wu and his men were really killed by him? Thinking of this, he felt a chill run down his spine and quickly stopped cursing, continuing to ponder. He had to hurry to the county town to inform the Fong family, but as soon as he stepped out the door, Huang Changfu hesitated. If it was a lie, the Fong family would definitely blame him. But if it's true, I'd probably be killed before I even had a chance to tell anyone. Huang Changfu had no choice but to return and continue sitting in the chair in the main room, thinking carefully. After some deliberation, he decided to do as Lin Zhao said first, as saving his life was the most important thing. But swallowing this insult was too frustrating, so Huang Changfu decided to help Lin Zhao while secretly informing on her. At this point, he looked at Zhang Daoyuo and said, "Let's go. Zhang Daoyuo, let's go into town." Lai Motzi only broke his hand, not became disabled, so he doesn't need someone to take care of him all the time. Land transactions require approval from the government office. Although the government office is practically non-existent, a procedure still needs to be followed. Therefore, even when encountering Lin Zhao, Huang Changfu had something to say. With that, the two locked the door and left home together, heading toward Shuanga town. Just as Lin Zhao was about to return home, he bought 2 jean of pork shoulder, a head of cabbage, and some scallions at the mall to take back with him. He quickly arrived at the kitchen and found that the dough had been kneaded, but the others were not there. Lin Zhao could hear that they were all on the Kong, a heated brick bed, in the room, which seemed to be the most comfortable place. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao quickly took the opportunity to pick and wash vegetables and process the meat filling. As the sound of chopping meat filling came, the 3 sisters and Jiang Yueru suddenly came out from inside. Looking at the meat on the cutting board, everyone was shocked again and began to question their existence. "Erwa, why did you go out and bring back so much stuff? And this meat too?" Jiang Yueru asked, puzzled. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then turned around with a mysterious look on her face. "Since things have come to this, I have no choice but to tell you a secret. Before my father died, besides leaving me a huge fortune, he also left me a warehouse full of supplies. This is what's inside." At this moment, Lin Zhao lowered his voice again, "But I can't tell you the exact location, lest it bring you disaster. And don't be too curious about where the warehouse is." Song Yuro and her 2 sisters nodded repeatedly, their expressions very serious. Jiang Yueru, however, remained somewhat doubtful. "Erwa, I'm not curious about the location of the warehouse. What I'm curious about is how there are so many fresh vegetables and meat in it." Lin Zhao stammered for a moment, not expecting that Jiang Yueru was quite good at spotting blind spots. He thought for a moment, and then pretended to be puzzled as well. "Don't even mention you, even I'm puzzled. The things inside can be kept fresh for a long time. I think it's most likely some kind of magic. Immortal arts?" The doubt in Jiang Yueru's eyes was gradually replaced by disbelief. The 3 sisters stood aside, not daring to speak. After all, they had never seen magic before, but they had heard of it. They all believed it to be true. Otherwise, why would their master suddenly change so much? He treated them so well, not only giving them money, but also many strange and wonderful things. Okay, that's enough for you. Just don't talk about it anymore, and don't be curious about where the warehouse is, or you'll be in big trouble," Lin Zhao repeated seriously. The 4 people who were in a daze immediately nodded very seriously. Lin Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let's hurry up and make dumplings. Once they're done, let's go inside and eat them, and don't let anyone see us." As they were talking, Lin Zhao continued chopping the filling. Soon, the filling was ready, and everyone pitched in to help. In no time, a pot of steaming dumplings was ready. Lin Zhao immediately brought the dumplings into the house, and the 5 of them began to eat around a table, dipping each dumpling in the sauce. The 3 sisters ate the dumplings again, their eyes filled with tears. It seemed that a meal of dumplings was enough to move them to tears. Jiang Yueru kept praising Lin Zhao's cooking skills, and seeing the expressions on the 3 sisters' faces, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. After all, she was not a slave, but she had experienced a lot of suffering. Moreover, her 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother had either died or been lost, which made her feel empathy for the 3 sisters when she saw them. "Erwa, you can't bully and beat them anymore." Lin Zhao nodded as she ate her dumplings. "Don't worry. Absolutely not. I swear." The 3 sisters looked at Jiang Yueru with deep emotion, but Jiang Yueru suddenly turned to look at Lin Zhao. "Erwa, how about this? You've already made them call you husband, so why don't you marry us all at once?" Chapter 42, let's get married the day after tomorrow. As soon as Jiang Yueru finished speaking, the scene fell silent. At this moment, Song Yuro suddenly stood up. I bowed deeply to Jiang Yueru. "Thank you, Sister Yueru, but given our status, we dare not have such a wish." Lin Zhao put down his chopsticks and spoke up. He smiled faintly and said, "I think Yueru's suggestion is good. That way, the 5 of us can get married together. Then the 4 of you will be sisters, inseparable, all my family, with no distinction of rank." At this point, Lin Zhao looked at Jiang Yueru and asked, "Yueru, what do you think?" Jiang Yueru nodded. "Yes. Okay." Then she looked at Lin Zhao seriously, seemingly teasingly. "Erwa, but can your body handle this?" Jiang Yueru truly lived up to her reputation as an experienced woman. She knew a great deal. The 3 sisters had already lowered their heads shyly, but her eyes remained as bright as a cat's pupils. Lin Zhao didn't say anything, but just smiled mischievously. You'll see when you try it. The improvement in overall qualities, including endurance. What does a fivefold increase in endurance mean? Lin Zhao couldn't imagine it, but it would definitely be outrageous. The kind that could break a Guinness World Record. Jiang Yueru smiled slightly. Since that's the case, let's find a time to get married. Lin Zhao looked at Jiang Yueru and then at the three sisters. They all seemed impatient. He thought for a moment and calculated that the day after tomorrow would be an auspicious day for the four of them to get married. The three sisters said in unison, "We will all follow our master's arrangements." How could I forget again? Call me husband. The three sisters answered in unison once again, "Yes, my husband." Come on, keep eating, don't let it get cold. Because of the wedding, Sime started making her wedding dress after nightfall and stayed up very late. But the three sisters felt very happy. They no longer had to suffer from hunger and cold, and they were loved. This was the happiest time since they became slaves. They silently prayed that this time was not just a dream. Jiang Yueru was also very happy that she could still find someone to rely on in this chaotic world, and that she was still very happy living in this thatched house. Meanwhile, in the vast Fong residence, Fong Hu paced back and forth in the rooms like an ant on a hot pan. After an unknown amount of time, a guard rushed into the house. Fong Hu immediately went to greet him. "How is it?" "Young Master Fong, I searched all the way and found them in Changshu village, about 5 miles east of Shuanghe town." "Where's that person?" Back to Fengshao. They're all dead." "What? Dead? They're all dead?" Upon hearing this, Fong Hu immediately took several steps back and slumped into a chair. "What about Wu Qiong? Is he dead too?" "Wu Qiong is dead too, and all of everyone's bows and arrows have been taken away." "What? How is that possible?" Fong Hu was shocked again. Was Lin Zhao really that powerful? He shook his head incredulously. "I don't believe it. He's just a scholar who has never practiced martial arts. How could he possibly do that?" But, young Master Fong, Wu Qiong, and the others died on their way to chase Lin Zhao. Fong Hu suddenly stood up. "Impossible. Lin Zhao must have some helper. How could he do it alone? I couldn't do it either. If he could do that, how come he was beaten up like that by us at Yingchenla?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a servant came to report from outside the door. "Young Master Fong, Manager Zhou requests an audience." "Zhou Buren, what's he doing here so late?" "I won't see him. He said he had something very important to report." Fong Hu thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, go and bring him over." A short while later, Fong Hu came outside, and Zhou Buren came over with someone beside him. It was none other than the village chief, Huang Changfu. "Manager Zhou, what brings you here so late at night?" Zhou Buren introduced Huang Changfu, who was standing next to him, as, "Young Master Fong, this is my cousin. He said he had important business to discuss." Fong Hu looked at it. "What important matter?" Huang Changfu stepped forward and said, "Young Master Fong, I am the village chief of Huangta village. I've come here to report something to you." "What's up?" "Young Master Fong, there's a villager in our village named Lin Zhao who claims he killed 5th Master Yu and his gang." "WH what?" Lin Zhao." Seeing that Fong Hu's expression was a bit off, Huang Changfu thought he had said something wrong. "Young Master Fong, I didn't make it up, he told me himself." Upon hearing this answer, Fong Hu was even more shocked. He had been searching for the murderer for so many days, but to no avail. He never expected that it would be Lin Zhao. If both of these things are true, then this Lin Zhao is no ordinary person. Either he is truly powerful, or he has a powerful backer. "All right, Zhou Buren, take your cousin and leave. I already know everything." Zhou Buren immediately stepped forward and said, "Let's go, cousin." Fong Hu's lukewarm response should have made him extremely angry, perhaps even wanting to kill Lin Zhao. How could he not see the intention to be angry? This puzzled Huang Changfu, but he also knew that Fong Hu was a ruthless person, so he did not dare question him. Huang Changfu followed Zhou Buren outside. Once outside, Huang Changfu immediately asked, "Cousin, didn't you say Fong Hu was a ruthless person?" Zhou Buren was also puzzled, but he quickly explained, "How can we possibly guess what young Master Fong is thinking? The fact that he doesn't say anything only proves how ruthless he is." Upon hearing this, Huang Changfu thought, that makes sense. I hope young Master Fong will take action to deal with Lin Zhao soon. Don't worry, no one in Yingchun County has ever been born who dares to mess with the Fong family. Zhou Buren looked confident. "Let's go, cousin. Come to my house for a couple of drinks." Huang Changfu's mother's surname was Zhou, and she managed to establish a relationship with Zhou Buren. Later, Huang Changfu found 2 virgins for Zhou Buren, and the two became acquainted over time. Fong Hu had already entered the room and immediately ordered, "Go. Send someone to keep an eye on Lin Zhao. I'm going to find my father. Quickly, prepare the horses." As they were talking, Fong Hu suddenly ran out, went to the back gate, mounted his horse, and headed straight for Fong Yuan, which was located not far from the county government office to the east. Fong Hu stopped his horse by the street and hurriedly walked into the gate. Fang Yuan was very large, covering an area of 10 acres. Fang Hu passed through several courtyards, crossed a stone bridge, went through a corridor, and came to a courtyard on the side. The courtyard was filled with maids. As soon as Fang Hu walked in, he heard his father's panting and the delicate, silvery tinkling of two girls' bells. Seeing that his father was busy with important matters, Fang Hu had no choice but to stand outside. "Dad, please come out for a moment. I have something important to discuss." Then a male voice came from inside, though it sounded a little weak. "Wait a minute, Tiger." A short while later, a slightly overweight man in his 50s, wearing a white coat, came out, pulling up his trousers as he walked. He was Fang Hu's father, Fang Tai. "What is it, Tiger?" Fang Hu clasped his hands in a fist and stepped forward. "Father, I've encountered a bit of a problem. There's a man named Lin Zhao." Fang Hu was about to continue when Fang Tai interrupted him. "All right, I know the whole story. Within 3 days at most, Lin Zhao will surely die a violent death." Chapter 43, the relationship between Flying Bear Village and the Fang family. "Father, you already know?" Fang Hu was very surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Fang Tai must have placed someone by his side, which made everything much easier to explain. "Father, what plan have you come up with?" Fang Tai glanced at his son. "Tiger, it's just right. You've grown up. There are some things you need to know. You and Butler Fang will go to Flying Bear Ridge together." "Flying Bear Ridge? What are we going there for?" Fang Tai immediately shouted, "Direction! Direction!" Soon a man of medium build, with a long waist and short legs, walked over. He immediately stepped forward, bowed, and asked, "Master Fang, did you call me?" Fang Tai squinted and asked, "How are the things I asked you to prepare going?" "Your Excellency, everything is ready." At this point, Fang Tai glanced into the room and said, "Go and take the two of them with you." Fang Xiang immediately led two people in, and while they were talking, he brought out two young girls who hadn't even had time to put on their clothes before being dragged out. At this moment, Fang Tai walked up to Fang Hu and said, "Son, let me tell you a lesson today. Women are like clothes. You can wear them when you need them and throw them away when you don't. As long as you have the ability, you won't lack women. Take them away." Fang Tai then waved his hand. The two women immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, "Master Fang, spare our lives? Spare our lives." But Fang Tai didn't even glance at him, waved his hand, and took him away. Soon the direction was cleared, and the two girls were taken away. Fang was very surprised to see this, and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yes, father, I understand." "Okay, you go with Fang Xiang." "Yes, father." Fang Hu quickly followed him out of the courtyard to find his way. At that moment, two more young women were brought into Fang Tai's courtyard. He put his arm around one of them and said, "Come on, come in with me. Serve me well, and I will treat you well." After Fang Hu found the direction, the two of them loaded several carts with goods and took 8 girls with them. They set off early in the morning towards Feixiong Ridge. At daybreak, the group arrived at Feixiong Ridge, a band of mountain bandits who were based on Feixiong Ridge, located 5 kilometers north of Shuanga Town. These mountain bandits frequently descended the mountain to rob merchants, and this official road was a necessary route for trade to the north. So later, merchants started paying the Fang family for protection to ensure their business was smooth. In fact, Fang Tai and the bandits of Feixiong Ridge had long been in cahoots. Mountain bandits can obtain supplies without much effort, while the Fang family makes a fortune by collecting protection fees. Moreover, the Fang family runs high-interest businesses, money exchanges, brothels, and casinos in Ningchun County. Around noon, Fang Hu and Fang Xiang arrived at the outside of Feixiong Village in Feixiong Ridge. The village was built of stones, and the other parts were steep cliffs with high mountains behind it. The only way to enter was through the main gate. The stronghold was guarded by bandits, and there were archers on higher ground. Fang Hu stood at the entrance, and the people in the stronghold recognized the direction at a glance. "It's Butler Fang. Open the door and let us in. Butler Fang is here to bring us some perks again." As the two massive gates of the village opened, Fang Hu and Fang Xiang quickly walked inside, followed by several cartloads of goods and 8 pretty girls. After walking another 200 meters, we arrived at the highest room at the back. Inside, a fierce-looking man sat on a throne in the middle. On both sides stood a group of fierce-looking bandits. They were all unkempt, and their eyes had gradually turned beastly, probably due to long-term barbarity. At this moment, Fang Xianger stepped forward and introduced Master Xiong. "This is Master Fang's son." Xiong Ba, who was on the central throne, immediately stood up. "Oh, it's my nephew. Quickly, find a place to sit." Fang Hu immediately clasped his hands in a fist and stepped forward, saying, "Uncle Xiong, my father sent me to invite you to come out of the mountains and help us." "What kind of help? Kill one person?" Xiong Ba was immediately puzzled. Was it just about killing one person? "Yes, it's a person named Lin Zhao, who lives in Huangtu village." Fang Hu added, "I hope Uncle Xiong can mobilize everyone in the stronghold to come out." Xiong Ba immediately laughed. "Haha, it's just one person. As for the whole army, Our stronghold has more than 300 people. If we send out all of them, we won't even have enough meat to eat. As soon as Xiongba finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted in the mountain stronghold. At that moment, a dark-skinned man carrying 2 axes walked out. Young Master Fong, you underestimate our flying bear stronghold. Everyone in our stronghold is highly skilled in martial arts. Don't worry, I'll go and chop that kid's head off to make a snack with my drinks. Just as Fong Hu was about to speak, Xiongba waved his hand and said, All right, my dear nephew, since your father asked me for help, I will definitely do a good job for you. Fong Hu didn't know what to say, and at this moment Fong Xiong immediately stepped forward and said, Master Xiong, our Master Fong has brought you 1,000 taels of silver, 50 jars of fine wine, 2 pigs, and 8 beautiful women. As soon as they arrived, the bandits all stared at them with lustful eyes, licking their lips. The third leader, Niu Bo, handed his double axes to his men, rushed over, and picked off 2 girls. Brothers, I'll be the first to try them out. He then picked up the 2 girls and prepared to leave. Xiongba couldn't help but curse. Third brother, look at how pathetic you are. Fong Hu stepped forward again. Lin Zhao had 4 stunning beauties by his side, which would be the best in Yingchun County. Upon hearing about the stunning beauty, Niu Bo's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Of course it's true. Fong Hu said immediately. I've seen them. Compared to those 4, they're utterly vulgar. Upon hearing this, Xiongba became interested and immediately gave the order. Whoever snatches those 4 girls back first can choose any 4 of the 8 girls. At this moment, the third brother, Niu Bo, chuckled and said, Big brother, I won't fight you for them. I only need these 2. As he spoke, he carried the 2 girls away. Xiongba couldn't help but smile. Nephew, I'm sorry you had to see this. Fong Hu smiled ingratiatingly. We're both men, I understand. In that case, Uncle Xiong, we'll take our leave. No, come on over, stay for a day, stay a little longer. Fong Xiong glanced at Fong Hu. Since the chieftain is so kind as to invite us to stay, young master, let's rest here for a day. Xiongba immediately waved his hand and said, Second brother, take my nephews down to rest for a while. I'm going to throw a big banquet tonight. At this moment, a man who was 1.9 meters tall and had a particularly burly appearance walked over from the front. This was Zhu Lai, the second in command. Come with me. Zhu Lai led the 2 to a wooden house behind the village. Although it was a den of thieves, the house was clean and tidy. Please rest here for now. My elder brother will definitely deliver Lin Zhao's head to the Fong family when the time comes. Chapter 44, The Wedding Banquet for the Villagers. All right, then I'll wait for your good news. Fong Hu clasped his hands in greeting and quickly walked into the room with Fong Xiong. After saying goodbye, Zhu Lai went back and went to the Hall of Righteousness at the back. Xiongba was standing at the front, assigning tasks to his brothers. Second brother, you're back just in time. Brother, the 2 have been settled. All right, second brother, we're discussing when to go to Huangtu village to kill Lin Zhao. We've set the date for 3 days from now. The 3 of us will go together to kill Lin Zhao. This time, I'll personally go too. Brother, it's just killing Lin Zhao. Why bother you to take action personally? No. My greatsword has already been stewed. It hasn't drunk human blood in a long time. I must go myself. Zhu Lai immediately understood his boss's thoughts. He had heard there were beautiful women and was afraid that if he and the third brother went there, they would snatch the women away. So he wanted to go and choose one himself. But Zhu Lai didn't expose him. Instead, he stepped forward and said, Okay, boss. Maybe Lin Zhao is quite capable. If the 3 leaders go in person, they can save 2 of their men from dying. Zhu Lai, just pick 2 girls at random. Xiongba poi den. Zhu Lai stepped forward and randomly picked 2. Xiongba looked at the remaining 4 and said, Then I'll gladly accept these 4. At this moment, all the brothers standing by fell silent. Xiongba cursed, Look at you guys, so pathetic. I'll test it on you first to see if it's poisonous. Then everyone can have a share. Let's all go have a drink. After saying that, Xiongba and Zhu Lai left with the girl. That night, Xiongba held a grand banquet in the mountain stronghold, and Fong Hu and Fong Xiong were also present. Fong Hu seemed quite uncomfortable with the bandits' habits of drinking from large bowls, eating large chunks of meat, and the noisy atmosphere. Out of politeness, he stayed to keep everyone company until very late, when everyone was quite drunk. Fong Hu then took his leave and prepared to return home that very night. Xiongba couldn't persuade them to stay any longer, and soon Fong Hu and Fong Xiong left the village. As soon as they came out, Fong Hu complained with a look of disgust. What a rabble! What great things can they possibly accomplish? But young master, they outnumber them. Killing Lin Zhao is enough for them. Fong Hu nodded. That made sense. With 300 people, Lin Zhao couldn't possibly win. Thinking this, Fong Hu followed the direction and went down the mountain to go home. The next day, in Huangtu village, at Lin Zhao's home, Lin Zhao got up early and started tidying up the house with Jiang Yueru and the others because it was their wedding day. Regardless, the wedding room still needs to be prepared. Lin Zhao hung 2 pieces of red cloth at the door. 5 sets of wedding dresses have already been made. The cloth was bought by Lin Zhao in the county town. In fact, many poor families cannot afford to make clothes, so they could just tie a piece of red cloth around their necks. Lin Zhao's wedding robe was also made very simply. However, since Lin Zhao was going to get married, he wanted to make it a more formal affair and planned to invite the villagers who came to the wedding to a steamed bun feast and a bowl of millet porridge. The steamed buns are ready. All that's left is to cook the millet porridge. However, Lin Zhao still felt that since she was getting married, she should take a shower. So she got up early in the morning and started tidying up the cowshed. Not only was a wooden door installed in the cowshed, but the surrounding area was also sealed off. Lin Zhao discussed with everyone who should go first and who should go later. In the end, everyone decided that Jiang Yueru should take the lead, and she couldn't refuse. Lin Zhao got up early in the morning and took a bath in the river. For him, winter swimming was no challenge at all, just like soaking in a hot spring. After the cowshed was set up, the pre-prepared bathtub was placed inside, some hot water was boiled, and Jiang Yueru was given a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. Song Yuro led Jiang Yueru inside and closed the cowshed door. Song Yujiao held Nyo Nyo in her arms and comforted her, while Song Yuding stood aside in a daze. Lin Zhao continued doing push-ups on the ground. Despite being busy these past few days, Lin Zhao still does push-ups whenever he has free time, continuing his efforts. The equivalent number of push-ups has already exceeded 90,000, and his current amount of mall coins has reached 429 yuan. In the afternoon, Jiang Yueru and her three sisters were already dressed in their wedding attire and were sitting in the room waiting. With a gong sounded by Lin Zhao, a large number of villagers soon gathered around and saw red cloths hanging on the door of Lin Zhao's house, and even on the cowshed. "What's wrong, Lin Zhao? Is there work to be done again?" Xiang Shangju asked. "Lin Zhao, that's right. You keep saying you're building houses, but when are you actually going to start? We can't wait any longer. And what about building irrigation ditches? For raising fish?" Only then did some sharp-eyed villagers notice that Lin Zhao was wearing a red wedding robe. "Well, what's going on? Are you getting married?" "Yes, fellow villagers. Today, I, Lin Zhao, am getting married to the three sisters Jiang Yueru, Song Yuro, Song Yujiao, and Song Yuding. Let everyone be my witness." "What? You're going to marry four at once? Are you physically capable of that?" "What do you mean for? Aren't those three sisters already his family?" "However, Jiang Yueru is also considered a daughter-in-law of your Lin family, your cousin's wife. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Lin Zhao immediately retorted. "Jiang Yueru has already severed ties with the Lin family. She has suffered countless grievances and humiliations over there. My elder brother, Lin Degu, is even planning to sell her off. How can I just stand by and do nothing? Would I even be human? What's more, my cousin Lin Day appeared in my dream and told me to take good care of my cousin's wife." The villagers didn't know what to say. After all, they weren't blind to what Jiang Yueru had gone through in the village. Lin Dagu seized the family property left by Jiang Yueru's husband and drove her to a dilapidated house, causing trouble for her every few days. The villagers weren't envious or jealous, but Jiang Yueru was destined for disaster, and Lin Zhao marrying her might bring calamity. "All right, neighbors, we don't have anything fancy to offer today, but there's plenty of steamed buns and porridge. Please bring your own tables and chairs from home." Upon hearing that there was free food, all the villagers immediately became excited and began to congratulate each other with clasped hands. "What congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations to Lin Zhao on your marriage. I'll be bringing my whole family to share in the joy later. Lin Zhao, congratulations on your enduring charm, and may you have a son soon. May you enjoy boundless happiness and longevity." I'm not good with words, I don't know what to say, but congratulations Lin Zhao on your wife getting pregnant with a big, healthy baby boy soon. The villagers chimed in with their own comments, and Lin Zhao couldn't help but smile. Then hurry back and move the tables, chairs, and benches. As they were talking, the villagers quickly dispersed. Lin Zhao could understand, since they really hadn't eaten anything good. With his current wealth, he wasn't worried about the villagers eating him out of house and home. After Lin Zhao left, three figures suddenly appeared behind a hill in the distance, an old man and two young men. Their eyes were like those of wolves, fixed on Lin Zhao. The one in the lead is Niu Bo, the third leader of Fei Xiong village, followed by Xiongda and Xiong Er, Xiong Ba's two sons, both in their early 20s. But these two had been killing people since they were 12 or 13 years old. Countless men and women had died at their hands. Xiongda, in particular, was unpredictable. He would cut open the stomachs of girls he had kidnapped if they didn't cooperate at all. Niobo brought the two of them along so that he could have them as shields should the boss blame him. So the bandit leader originally planned to come tomorrow, but he came down a mountain early this morning. He was afraid that if he came late, he wouldn't be able to get any fresh ones. Xiongda asked in confusion, "Third uncle, are you saying that there are four stunning beauties in that dilapidated thatched hut?" "Of course, would Uncle Sam lie to you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yueru and her three sisters came out together. Niobo, Xiongda, and Xiong Er were immediately stunned. "Wow, it's real. She's so beautiful. How come we didn't know that before?" Xiong Er looked at Song Yuding, who was still wearing her wedding dress. That girl is pretty. I like her, he said, licking his lips. Xiong Da's eyes were fixed on Song Yuro. That girl looked very gentle. The sound of her screaming when the whip hit her must be very moving. A bunch of little brats. They really don't know anything. The one holding the baby is the real gem. Why, Uncle 3? Xiongda and Xiong Er asked in unison. Nyobo didn't explain. He just said, your third uncle. I like this kind of thing. It has flavor. Uncle, when are we going to make our move? I can't wait. Chapter 45, 3 Villains Prank on the Wedding. Nyobo thought for a moment and said, we'll see how things go and then take action. He glared at Lin Zhao with a fierce look in his eyes. We'll kill that kid then and take his place as the groom. Third uncle, this idea is bad. We should make him watch us play with those 4 women and then kill him when we're done. Nyobo gave a thumbs up. Nephew, you really know how to have fun. The 3 of them quickly made up their minds and prepared plan. Lin Zhao was stunned when he saw the 4 beauties in their wedding gowns. Even though I see it every day, I still find it very beautiful and stunning, even though it doesn't have much decoration. They all have amazing figures and stunning looks. Even Jiang Yuru, who is considered the least attractive among them, is still a top-tier beauty. Her figure didn't change after giving birth. In fact, she became even more charming. In her own time, she would have been considered a supermodel, the kind of person you could see on a phone screen but rarely encounter in real life. Before long, the villagers returned with benches and chairs, and soon the area outside Lin Zhao's courtyard was filled with people, about 150 people in total. Soon the courtyard was filled with a dense crowd of people, but many villagers did not come, some perhaps out of embarrassment, others because they were unaware of the news. After everyone was seated, Lin Zhao stepped to the front and said, fellow villagers, I invite you all to be my witnesses. We are all orphans, so we will keep the ceremony simple. As she spoke, she went inside. None of the 4 girls had red veils on their heads, which seemed to be uncommon here, completely different from what Lin Zhao had seen on television. However, they all had to kneel and bow. Lin Zhao quickly knelt and bowed with the 4 people, and soon completed the husband-wife bow to each other. Lin Zhao told the 4 of them to wait in the inner room while he came out to greet the villagers. Lin Zhao looked at Xiang Shangju and said, Old Xiang, could you please arrange for someone to serve everyone porridge and steamed buns? All right, no trouble at all. Xiang Shangju stepped forward. He was a craftsman and a bit older, and since it was arranged by the Lin family, no one said anything. Xiang Shangju quickly arranged the people, and Lin Zhao had also prepared the porridge bucket in advance. All the steamed buns were placed in the bamboo basket in the kitchen. Although they were cold, no one would complain. Soon most of the villagers had finished making millet porridge and were eating steamed buns. They were all enjoying their food so much that the steamed buns tasted like braised pork. The millet porridge tasted like seafood porridge. Lin Zhao watched from the side, feeling a mix of amusement and sadness, because this was a common occurrence in ancient history. Many people have tried to change these things, but with little success. Things are better in prosperous times, but once chaos sets in, people are no different from animals. The current era is actually in the middle and late stages of a dynasty, on the eve of chaos. Some places have already collapsed, while others are still trying to maintain their order. Lin Zhao walked into the house. The 3 sisters were sitting on the heated kong. Jiang Yueru was leaning against the wall, feeding Nyo. After all, there was a mission that night, and she had to feed her well to prevent her from making a fuss. However, Jiang Yueru has gotten used to it now. She no longer avoids Lin Zhao when feeding Nyo. After all, they're family now, so there's no sense of boundaries anymore. Lin Zhao walked over and stood in front of them. Please bear with us for now. When the new house is completed, there will be more spacious rooms. Song Yuro immediately stood up, her face full of emotion. Husband, what are you saying? As long as I can be by your side, it doesn't matter where we live. That's right, my husband. We're actually quite content here, with plenty to eat and drink. Song Yujio stood up as well. Song Yuding immediately stood up as well. She seemed a little nervous. Husband, me too. Song Yuro spoke again. We 3 sisters were reduced to slavery, but fortunately, our husband took us in. How can he blame himself? On the contrary, we should repay him with our lives. Song Yujiao stepped forward. Husband, you're not abandoning us is already a great favor. We should do our best for our new home. Yujiao will obey your every command. Song Yuro nodded vigorously. Yes, husband, me too. Lin Zhao smiled knowingly. All right, you all rest here. I'll go check on the neighbors first. After they leave, we'll go to the bridal chamber. Just as Lin Zhao stood up, a rough voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Zhao, quickly bring your 4 wives out. Don't force us to start a massacre. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Zhao immediately went outside. There, he saw Nyo Bo standing at the door with 2 men. All 3 were dressed in animal skins, looking like bandits. Nyo Bo was holding a giant axe, Xiong Er was holding a spear, and Xiongda was holding a large knife. Nyo Bo walked over, picked up a steam bun, and started eating it. Then he chopped down with an axe. instantly splitting a table in two. The villagers were startled but dared not speak. Nyobo raised his axe and declared, I am Nyobo, the third chieftain of Feixiong village. If you don't want to die, get out of here. The villagers dared not interfere. They had no weapons and were no match for Nyobo, especially since he had two fierce-looking young men by his side. At this moment, Lin Zhao couldn't help but speak up. Feixiong village, let me ask you, 5 years ago, who killed and then ate a girl who was about to get married? Nyobo immediately asked, Why are you asking this? Because that girl is my sister. Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with rage. Nyobo left Hartili. So that's how it is. I killed that girl. She was too stubborn and wouldn't cooperate, so I killed her. At that time, the mountain stronghold was also short of food, so she became food. What? You want to become food too? Lin Zhao then asked, Then let me ask you again, a few months ago, a man from our village was killed on his way to the county town. Who did it? A man? I've killed plenty of men. Who knows who you're talking about? You not only cut off his head, but also his hands and feet. Nyobo even laughed smugly. Huh, do you think it was that unlucky kid? Who told him to act like a hero and try to save a girl? He was really overestimating himself. I killed him too. After saying that, he pointed to Xiongda and Xiong'er next to him and said, They're the ones who cut off my hands and feet. No sooner had she said that than Jiang Yuru rushed out from inside, glaring fiercely at the three people. So it was you. After saying that, she looked at Lin Zhao apologetically. Yes, I'm sorry, Lin Zhao. I'm such a jinx. We just got married in you. The villagers nearby also sighed in dismay. Sure enough, Jiang Yuru was a jinx to her husbands. Lin Zhao hadn't even consummated their marriage yet, and he was already facing misfortune again. Lin Zhao ignored the villagers' stares and wiped away Jiang Yuru's tears. Don't worry, Yuru, this isn't my misfortune. It's the misfortune of the three of them. These words quickly made Nyobo burst into laughter. Kid, you really know how to talk big. I'd like to see what kind of trouble we'll get into. He raised his axe, but those who could boast were already dead under its blade. Really? You're so confident. Lin Zhao clenched her fists and took 2 steps forward. At this moment, the 3 sisters also came out. Husband, be careful. Don't worry. They're the ones who should be careful. Lin Zhao glared angrily at the 3 people. Since you're here, you might as well stay here forever. Take a closer look at this world, because you won't have much time left to see it. Third uncle, let me cut this kid's head off and use it as a football. With that, Xiongda raised his knife with both hands, shouted, and charged towards Lin Zhao. Chapter 46. Besides the 3 wicked bandits, the trouble is even bigger. Everyone present was so frightened that they closed their eyes, no longer daring to stare, because with that one strike, Lin Zhao would be cleaved in 2. However, the next second, Lin Zhao suddenly flew into the air and kicked the big knife out of Xiongda's hand. Immediately afterward, he snatched the knife with his right hand and kicked Xiongda in the shoulder. Xiongda flew 10 meters away in an instant. Lin Zhao immediately chased after him, just as Xiongda got up from the ground. Lin Zhao picked up the knife, and with 2 swift strokes, Xiongda's arm flew off before Xiongda could even cry out in pain. Lin Zhao slashed out with his sword again. In the blink of an eye, Xiongda's head flew up and was kicked by Lin Zhao, rolling several feet away. Those present were stunned by what they saw. They never expected Lin Zhao to kill his opponent so easily. Seeing his elder brother killed, Xiong'er was enraged. Brother, you bastard, prepare to die. As he spoke, Xiong'er took a few quick steps forward and thrust a spear at Lin Zhao. But the next second, Lin Zhao grabbed him with his bare hands, and he couldn't move. After all, unless Lin Zhao encountered a super tank like Zhang Daoyuo, whose strength he couldn't match, no one else could match his strength. Xiong'er tried his best, but he couldn't overpower Lin Zhao. At this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly released his strength, and Xiong'er suddenly lost control and lunged forward. Lin Zhao took the opportunity to step forward and used both his hands and elbows to exert force with just a little force. Xiong'er's head was twisted 180 degrees, and he died on the spot, leaving only Nyobo at the scene. Nyobo panicked immediately, but he also became furious. After all, in this situation, even if he returned alive, his boss would definitely kill him. You bastard, unforgivable. Lin Zhao scoffed. What an overestimation of their abilities. With that, she jumped to the back. Nyobo's axe struck empty air, creating a huge crater in the ground, raising dust and making a thunderous sound. Just as he raised his axe to attack again, Xiong'er's spear pierced through Nyobo's abdomen and flew out, embedding itself in the ground. He froze instantly, the 2 axes slipping from his hands. No, absolutely not. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open. Lin Zhao walked over and said, I don't know what you bandits were thinking. Only 3 of you came, and you dare to provoke me? After dealing with the 3 bandits, Lin Zhao clapped his hands and said, Folks, don't be afraid. It's nothing. Keep eating and drinking. But at this moment, most of the villagers stood up. Urwa, I have something to do at home. I'll be going now. I'm full, let's go. Well then, We won't disturb your wedding night. We'll go home now. After saying that, he turned and ran. Lin Zhao asked in confusion. No, they were bandits. I killed them in self-defense. I'm not a bad person. But the villagers ran faster than anything else, and in no time, all the tables, chairs, and benches were gone, leaving only 3 corpses, Xiang Shangju, and a few villagers standing there. Lin Zhao walked over and asked, Old Xiang, what happened? Why did they all leave? Lin Zhao, they're not afraid of you. They're afraid of getting into trouble. After all, you killed the 3rd leader of Flying Bear Stronghold, and the bandits certainly won't let it go. These are evil people. Shouldn't they be killed? Xiang Shangju nodded. Yes, they deserve to die. They deserve to die. He paused for a moment, then added, Don't blame the villagers. They were scared too. Xiang Shangju then glanced at the 4 beauties behind Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, you should take them and go into hiding too. After this incident, the bandits will definitely come out in full force. But Lin Zhao interrupted Xiang Shangju, saying, I'm just waiting for the bandits to come out in full force, so I can wipe them all out. Annihilate? Xiang Shangju looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief. He wanted to say that Lin Zhao was bragging, but he swallowed his words. After all, Lin Zhao had been good to him. Therefore, I could only offer my well-intentioned advice. Lin Zhao, although you're very skilled, you should still be careful. After saying that, Xiang Shangju patted his chest and said, Old Xiang, I'm all alone. If you need any help, just ask. Anzai, Lao Xiang. There is indeed something I need your help with. Could you help me cut some thin bamboo, about the thickness of my index finger? Bamboo, what do you need all this bamboo for? I need these. They're for defeating enemies. Go and chop some down, at least 50, and I'll pay you. Forget about money. I know where to find these wild bamboo trees. I'll go cut them down for you. Although Xiang Shangju said he didn't want money, Lin Zhao still gave him 100 coins and forced them into his hand. Old Xiang, we might have to go up the mountain to cut bamboo. Be careful, and buy a good wood chopping knife when you get there. Xiang Shangju didn't know what to say. Don't worry, I promise to cut the bamboo for you as soon as possible. After Xiang Shangju finished speaking, he left with a few people. At this moment, Lin Zhao looked at the corpse on the ground and let Jiang Yueru and Song Yuro go inside. He picked up a knife and chopped off the heads of Niu Bo and Xiong Er, then hung them on the Chinese tune tree outside the courtyard. He then went to the river to wash his hands before going inside. The 4 beauties stared at Lin Zhao, looking him up and down. The most shocked person was Jiang Yueru. She had never seen Lin Zhao like this before. His methods were so fast, accurate, and ruthless like a sharp weapon. You should know that Lin Zhao used to be a weak scholar, but now he's become a master who can kill mountain bandits without blinking an eye. Jiang Yueru seriously doubted that the Lin Zhao in front of her was the same person as before. The 3 sisters were also puzzled. Lin Zhao had clearly treated them better, but strangely, they felt that Lin Zhao seemed to have become more ruthless. All right, Yuru, eldest sister, second sister, little sister, don't be afraid of me. I'm just someone who hates evil, but actually I wouldn't even step on an ant. The 3 sisters couldn't help but laugh at what their owner had said. He was getting more and more humorous. Yuru, tonight you're the one in charge. Don't miss your wedding night. Lin Zhao suddenly changed his tone, and Jiang Yueru immediately blushed. Lin Zhao was still thinking about these things. She was truly impressed by him, but she's already married to him, and the whole village knows about it, so there's no point in being reserved anymore. Song Yuro and her 2 younger sisters were about to leave when Lin Zhao stopped them. It's so cold outside. It's all right. Just treat it as a learning experience. Song Yuro and her 2 younger sisters could only stand there blankly. Lin Zhao walked over and closed the door. He then carried Jiang Yueru to the bed. Now they were husband and wife. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Jiang Yueru cooperated by taking off her clothes layer by layer. Meanwhile, in Feixiong village on Feixiong Ridge, the second brother, Zhu Lai, suddenly ran to Xiong Ba's residence at the back, where Xiong Ba was currently sleeping soundly. Boss, come out here for a second. Xiong Ba casually threw on a coat, opened the door, and came out. What's wrong, second brother? Oh no, eldest brother, third brother is missing. It's just that the third brother is missing. He has legs. He's probably gone down the mountain for a snack again. It's so cold at night. However, the eldest and third brothers killed the 2 girls in the room and left with the 2 young chieftains. What? The third brother killed my 2 sons? No, elder brother. He killed the 2 girls. The third brother took Xiongda and Xiong Er and left the mountain stronghold. Xiong Ba was furious and cursed. That third son is a real scoundrel. He's corrupted both of my sons. Zhu Lai asked in confusion, Big brother, where did Lao San and Xiongda and Xiong Er go? Chapter 47, The Mountain Bandits Gather, Preparing for Revenge. After thinking for a moment, Xiong Ba realized it was obvious. It was Huangtu village, where he was looking for Lin Zhao. He wasn't proactive about anything else, but he was quickest when it came to women. Zhu Lai cursed angrily. That third brother is really despicable. If he didn't like it, why did he kill those 2 girls? The third son doesn't play with it himself, nor does he leave it for others. After saying that, Xiong Ba started analyzing again. I'm afraid he's currently enjoying the company of my 2 sons with beauties. Third brother is so disloyal. Zhu Lai cursed. Xiongba was somewhat helpless, then chuckled. Sigh. This kid brought my son along, just to come back and shut me up. Oh well, let him be. Zhu Lai couldn't say anything more, and could only sigh. The third brother got the advantage again. Xiongba thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Hey, second brother, send a few men to find third brother and tell him to spare the lives of those 4 beauties. If he dares to kill them again, I will not let him off easily. Yes, boss. Zhu Lai quickly left Xiongba's room to inform people, and went to inform Nyobo overnight. By this time, Lin Zhao and Jiang Yueru had finished their work. Lin Zhao was fine, but Jiang Yueru was exhausted and had already fallen asleep. The 3 sisters were reminiscing about famous scenes, because they would soon be chosen for their turn. However, they finally understood why Lin Zhao wanted to marry Jiang Yueru, who was already married and had a child. Their master hadn't grown up yet. Outside Huangtu village, it was unusually quiet. Apart from the occasional gusts of wind, there wasn't even the sound of birds chirping. The men sent by Zhu Lai had quietly arrived at Huangtu village. As soon as they reached Lin Zhao's courtyard, they saw 3 headless corpses on the ground and 3 severed heads hanging on a tree. It was Nyobo, Xiongda, and Xiong'er. One of the bandits was so scared that he almost wet himself and collapsed to the ground. His companion quickly covered his mouth. They carefully removed the heads of the 3 men, carried their bodies away. After all, these 3 had been killed. How could they, as mere henchmen, dare to lay a hand on them? Lin Zhao heard all these commotions clearly from inside, but pretended not to hear them. At this moment, Jiang Yueru suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly, pressing him close. She had completely lost her usual shyness and reserve, so Lin Zhao had no choice but to hug her back. Several bandits quickly took turns carrying Xiongda, Xiong'er, and Nyobo back home. Early in the morning, the village was quiet until a mournful wail broke the silence. No, something terrible has happened. The young chieftain and the 3rd chieftain are in trouble. The loud cries echoed throughout the village, quickly attracting the attention of other bandits. Xiongba and Zhu Lai hurriedly put on their pants and changed their clothes. They didn't even have time to fasten their belts before they came out of the room and ran all the way to the entrance of the village. Only then did they discover the 3 corpses lying on the ground at the entrance of the village, all of whom had been beheaded. When he looked at his son, Xiongba broke down on the spot and almost fainted. He quickly collapsed to his knees, his eyes bloodshot, his hand tightly clutching a handful of yellow soil, his mouth clenched so hard it was about to bleed. Big bear, little bear, I will definitely avenge you. Zhu Lai squatted down and helped Xiongba up. Brother, please accept my condolences. We must avenge this. At this moment, Xiongba got up and looked at Nyobo's corpse on the ground. He wished he could go up and chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. He was the one who killed his 2 sons, but treating Nyobo's body this way could easily lead to disunity. He thought for a moment, then stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Immediately assemble. Everyone, take your weapons and follow me to raze Huangtu village to the ground, kill Lin Zhao, and leave no one alive in the village. Yes, brother. Zhu Lai immediately stepped forward and said. Soon, all the bandits had assembled, leaving only 30 or 40 people in the stronghold. The rest of the group gathered and set off for Huangtu village. On the other side, Lin Zhao had already gotten up, and the first thing he did was do push-ups. He did 8,000 push-ups in the morning, bringing his total to 96,000, and he had 489 mall coins. Soon the 3 sisters got up and started cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Yueru was still lying in bed, recalling the events of the night, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed to go out and face the others. When Lin Zhao arrived outside the courtyard, he discovered that the bamboo had already been placed there. Xiang Shangju hadn't bothered them, and the reason was quite simple. The bodies of the 3 bandits were moved away. The villagers were probably afraid of retaliation from the bandits, so they had already gone into hiding. Lin Zhao didn't have time to think about these things. He carried the dozens of bamboo stalks to the cowshed and started whittling them with a knife. He whittled all the bamboo into very sharp bamboo spikes, about 40 centimeters long. He quickly whittled 200 of them and spread them all over the ground. Just then, Jiang Yueru walked over, hugged Lin Zhao's neck from behind, pressed against his back, her face still slightly flushed. Hey Erwa, tell me honestly, have you ever been to a brothel? Lin Zhao immediately turned around. Yueru, why would you ask that? Last night, you were completely unlike a normal person. No way. Jiang Yueru came to talk to him about this so early in the morning. He stood up, turned to look at Jiang Yueru, and smoothed the hair at her temple with his hand. He whispered in her ear, actually, I read about these things in books. I've never been to a brothel. You're my first one. In the book, Jiang Yueru exclaimed in surprise, slightly angrily. There are books like that? They're really harmful. No wonder you've been failing your exams. So you'll say you like it? Lin Zhao pressed her head against Jiang Yueru's forehead. So you don't like it? Then I'll. Jiang Yueru quickly interrupted Lin Zhao. I like it, I'm just a little curious. Seeing Jiang Yueru's flustered yet funny expression, Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. She's got a good deal and is still trying to act innocent. She's already been lewd, but she insists on pretending to be pure. However, he likes this kind of personality. All right, Yuru, go and get some rest. It's cold outside. Jiang Yuru looked at the bamboo thorns and asked, what are you preparing these for? And she seemed to realize something. When she came out this morning, she found that the 3 bandits' bodies were gone. She immediately realized that the bandits had taken them away under the cover of night. I'm afraid the bandits will retaliate soon. Those bandits are incredibly ruthless. If you fall into their hands, you'll definitely die a horrible death. You're not really going to fight the bandits, are you? Yes, I'm enough on my own. Jiang Yueru immediately hugged Lin Zhao tightly. No, your sister won't let you go. Those bandits are ruthless. Lin Zhao patted Jiang Yueru on the back. Yueru, even if we don't go, the bandits will come looking for us. If I go, the advantage is on my side. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Lin Zhao, Jiang Yueru was determined. Anyway, it's all because of me. I'll go with you. We'll be together until the end. Since we've already consummated our marriage, I have no regrets. She then released Lin Zhao. I'm going to inform Yuro now, and have her take Nyo and leave. Chapter 48, I angered the bandits. It's their bad luck, not mine. Jiang Yuru was about to leave when Lin Zhao stopped her. Yuru, those 3 are slaves. If you hand Nyo over to them, will she survive? Only then did Jiang Yuru realize the core of the problem. The 3 sisters were slaves, which meant they didn't even have the basic ability to protect themselves. How could I possibly help her take care of Nyo? Then, let's run away quickly. Jiang Yueru immediately went over and grabbed Lin Zhao's arm. All right, Yuru. If the bandits really wanted to attack, they would probably have already laid an ambush on the road. Going out would mean certain death. Trust me, nothing will happen. Lin Zhao looked at Jiang Yueru very seriously. Jiang Yueru hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, I believe you. Then I'll go with you. No, you'll have to stay home. If you go, I'll have to be in 2 places to protect you. Lin Zhao's expression was very serious. Jiang Yueru looked at Lin Zhao, seemingly having a lot to say, but in the end, she just took Lin Zhao's hand and said, okay, be careful. Okay, you all stay home and wait for me to come back. Lin Zhao said, then shoved Jiang Yueru out. Jiang Yueru didn't know what to say anymore. Perhaps choosing to believe Lin Zhao was the right thing to do. At worst, they would die together. The only pity was that they hadn't spent enough time together. After Jiang Yuru left the cowshed, Lin Zhao sat down again and began to carefully cut the bamboo splinters. In just a short while, all the bamboo on the ground was gone. After counting, Lin Zhao found there were exactly 300 bamboo spikes, no more and no less. He put all the bamboo spikes into his spatial storage and was now going to send the bandits on their way. However, to avoid suspicion, Lin Zhao still carried some bamboo thorns in his arms as he went into the house. The 3 sisters and Jiang Yueru looked at him with worry, but Lin Zhao looked confident. Make the meal and wait for me to come back. If we mess with the bandits, it's the bandits who will be unlucky, not me. With that, he left, carrying the bamboo thorns. Song Yuro looked at Lin Zhao with reluctance, feeling a pang of regret. She should have known better than to let Jiang Yueru have her way last night, making her Lin Zhao's first. After all, she had been with Lin Zhao the longest, but it was too late now. If Lin Zhao came back, she would definitely make a good impression tonight, Song Yuro planned in her heart. But if he would unfortunately die, Song Yuro was already prepared to die with him. After leaving everyone's sight, Lin Zhao put all the bamboo thorns into his spatial storage, and then started jogging all the way, quickly arriving at the longevity village where he had returned last time. If the bandits are coming, they will definitely pass through there. There are many houses here, which is suitable for my surprise attack tactics. However, in order to win and escape unscathed, Lin Zhao continued doing push-ups on the ground. This time, he switched to one-arm push-ups, as his current stamina meant that doing one-arm push-ups didn't tire him at all. So Lin Zhao did push-ups while patiently waiting, and soon he completed 4,000 one-arm push-ups, equivalent to 8,000 regular push-ups. Just then, the system sent a notification. Congratulations, host, for completing 100,000 push-ups. Your overall physical fitness has increased by 6 times, and the 4-finger push-up has been unlocked. You can earn 0.05 store coins per push-up. The requirement for 4-finger push-ups is to use the thumb and index finger of each hand to support your weight on the ground, performing standard push-ups, which increases the speed of improvement by 5 times. Lin Zhao immediately tried it, and only then did he realize that the 4-finger push-up was actually simpler than the one-arm push-up because it was easier to maintain balance. Although she only has 4 fingers, Lin Zhao's overall physical fitness has increased to 6 times its original level. This means that the support force of each finger has increased 6-fold. So he doesn't feel any strain on his fingers. On the contrary, he feels very relaxed. Lin Zhao immediately started doing 1,000 push-ups in one go. Instantly, his mall coins increased by 50, and the equivalent number of push-ups increased by 5,000, becoming 109,000. Just as Lin Zhao was about to continue, he suddenly heard the sound of horses' hooves from a kilometer away. Lin Zhao immediately sprang up and leaped onto the thatched hut. He lay leisurely on the thatched roof, waiting for the bandits to arrive. With 6 times the fighting strength, Lin Zhao would show them what devils were like this time. Before long, the footsteps drew closer, and Lin Zhao continued to wait. Looking at the desolate village in the distance, Xiongba asked his men, "How much further?" Reporting to the village chief, "We'll be at Huangtu village in less than 10 li." Xiongba immediately ordered, "When we get to Huangtu village, kill all the men, young and old, and take the women back. We'll play with them until we're done." "Yes, chief." Zhu Lai walked over and said, "Big brother, don't act rashly when the time comes. I think Lao San and Xiongda and Xiong were ambushed by him." "Xiongba not that?" That makes sense." He then ordered, "When you see Lin Zhao, don't hesitate, kill him immediately." All the bandits answered in unison, "Yes." Whoever can behead Lin Zhao can choose one of his 4 stunning beauties. The bandits immediately erupted in celebration, exclaiming, "Our boss is so good to us." Shouts of "Kill Lin Zhao! Kill Lin Zhao!" rose and fell among the bandits. At this moment, one of the bandits took out a bow and arrow. "Chief, I used to be a hunter. I guarantee I'll capture that kid alive and let you deal with him." "Good, very good. If you can really do that, then the position of 3rd chieftain is yours." He grabbed Xiongba and shouted, "Whoever can capture Lin Zhao alive will be the 3rd leader of the stronghold." The bandit carrying the bow and arrows immediately stood up. "Boss, I'll lead the charge." But no sooner had he finished speaking than an arrow flew over and pierced his forehead. The next second, he collapsed to the ground, black blood quickly flowing from his forehead. "Watch out for an ambush. Form a defensive formation." Xiongba shouted. All the bandits immediately took out their weapons, forming groups of 5, back to back, and huddled together. But at that moment, another arrow flew out and pierced directly between the eyebrows of a bandit, swift, accurate, and ruthless. "Brother, watch out." Xiongba immediately jumped off his horse and hid behind a wall. "Who goes there? State your name. Why are you attacking me with a sneak attack? You come looking for Grandpa, but do you know who he is?" Lin Zhao replied. He quickly jumped onto a thatched roof, drew 3 arrows, and shot them out, instantly hitting the 3 men. Soon, the 3 men coughed up black blood, struggled a few times, and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Xiongba get a clear look at Lin Zhao. He was hiding on the roof of the house to the east. All the bandits immediately stood close to the wall. At this time, there were about 10 bandits who had also prepared their bows and arrows and formed a circle. No matter which direction Lin Zhao comes from, they are confident they can take him down. Xiongba and Zhu Lai hid in the corner of the wall, not daring to show their faces. Zhu Lai nodded. "Now I understand why the 3rd brother, with his formidable martial arts skills, suffered a loss. This kid is an archer. He must have used a hidden arrow, and a poison one at that." Xiongba immediately nodded. That makes sense. Without such underhanded methods, how could he possibly win against Lao San and my 2 sons? Xiongba immediately shouted, "Lin Zhao, if you got the guts, come out and fight. What kind of hero shoots poison arrows?" Lin Zhao did not answer, but continued to appear and disappear mysteriously, constantly firing arrows, resulting in the frequent deaths of bandits. Seeing the screams of other bandits around him, Xiongba was so angry that he stood up and shouted, "Shameless scoundrel, do you dare to come out and fight me?" Chapter 49. One man annihilates hundreds of mountain bandits. The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Only then did Lin Zhao speak. "All right." As they were talking, Lin Zhao suddenly appeared on the rooftop opposite Xiongba. Only then did Xiongba get a clear look at Lin Zhao's appearance, and he immediately laughed. He didn't expect her to be so fair-skinned and pretty. Does anyone like her? Soon, several bandits started shouting. Lin Zhao glanced at them and thought, "These bandits have really heavy tastes. How disgusting." He jumped down from the roof and stood in front of Xiongba. "Are you going to commit suicide? Or should I do it?" Xiongba immediately threw his head back and burst into laughter. "You really don't know what's good for you. You outsmarted and defeated the 3rd brother and my 2 sons. Do you really think you're so great?" The bandits immediately burst into laughter. "Chief, this kid might not be fully awake yet. Let's capture him and bring him back to the stronghold so he can experience our brutal, skinning torture. If you ask me, this kid is quite good looking. Castrate him first, then let us play with him." Not bad, Lin Zhao. Kneel down now, and I'll treat you very well later." A scruffy-bearded, extremely lewd-looking man stared lecherously at Lin Zhao. Disgusting. As he spoke, a bamboo thorn flew from Lin Zhao's hand and pierced directly into the bandit's groin. He was instantly racked with excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground and howling in agony. The bandits who had been laughing just moments before suddenly changed their expressions, their brows furrowing, as if they were experiencing the same pain. So noisy. Lin Zhao finished speaking, and a blue brick flew out and hit the bandit on the forehead. The brick shattered into several pieces instantly, and the bandit shut his mouth. You beast, you're courting death. Xiongba roared in fury, picked up a 9-ring saber, and leaped down to slash at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao dodged instantly, his knife striking the ground and sparking. When he pulled the knife out, a large crater was instantly formed in the ground. He does have some skills, Lin Zhao said. I'll send you to see my 2 sons right now. Xiongba's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth was bitten and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth, and he swung his heavy knife, which weighed dozens of kilograms, toward Lin Zhao. If he were to get hit, even a bronze statue would lose a piece of flesh. Lin Zhao immediately leaped lightly into the air. I'm not playing with you anymore. As he spoke, he took out an arrow from his spatial storage and brought it down from the sky. He then pierced Xiongba's skull with his bare hands, continuing until only the fletching of the arrow remained, which should have reached his stomach. After inserting the arrow, Lin Zhao successfully jumped onto the roof. Xiongba instantly collapsed to the ground, not even having time to say his last words before his skin turned black, and he collapsed to the ground, spitting out black blood. Fire arrows! Fire arrows now! Zhu Lai shouted, and immediately more than a dozen archers from the bandits fired arrows in unison in the direction of Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao disappeared the next second, leaving Zhu Lai and the bandits at a loss. Lin Zhao suddenly appeared behind them, and as arrows flew in, each one accurately hit the archers. The overall capabilities have been improved by 6 times, including the rate of fire and the speed of arrow reloading, and of course, the accuracy has also been improved by 6 times. Good, a fast arrow. An archer fell to the ground. How could he change arrows so quickly? Another archer bandit has fallen. This arrow is poisoned. Yet another bandit falls. Just a dozen seconds later, all the bandits who could shoot arrows were wiped out. At this moment, Lin Zhao jumped onto the roof again and said, "Those who leave now and leave behind their valuables, I will consider sparing your lives." Bullshit. Brothers, don't listen to him. We still have 200 men. Surround him and kill him. Zhu Lai ordered, "Quickly hide inside the house, so he can't see you." The bandits quickly hid inside the house, but Lin Zhao smiled coldly and took out a bamboo thorn from his spatial storage. The hunt was about to begin. As he spoke, he jumped down. Just as he saw a figure flash past the window, his bamboo spikes flew out, instantly pinning a bandit to the wall. The other bandits panicked at the sight, but Lin Zhao continued to look for an opening. The bamboo spikes in his hands were like precision-guided bullets. Anyone who showed their head was instantly killed, and anyone who exposed their buttocks was impaled. Within 15 minutes, a large number of bandits had died, and many more lay on the ground wailing and screaming. "It hurts so much, help me. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Please save me. I beg you. You can even castrate me." However, Lin Zhao's hunting did not stop. If these bandits were left alive, they would continue to harm people. Once Xiongba died, a second one would quickly take his place, and they would still try to steal money and kill people. So Lin Zhao decided to send them all on their way, but it would take some effort. After clearing out a group of people, Lin Zhao took the bamboo spikes and entered the room. The bandits rushed up with knives, but Lin Zhao moved nimbly and took down 7 people in just 3 seconds with a serpentine movement. After Lin Zhao left, they clutched their necks and collapsed to the ground. The scene was truly horrific. After another hour of fighting, most of the bandits were wiped out. The entire abandoned village was littered with corpses, and the air and soil were filled with the stench of blood. Lin Zhao comforted herself. Amitabha Buddha, these people are all heinous criminals sentenced to death. I'm just sending them to atone for their sins. There were only about 50 bandits left. Zhu Lai knew that Lin Zhao was not someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare to go forward again. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Leave a few men behind to cover the retreat. He jumped onto his horse and rode off. The few others who were still in good condition also stole the few horses that the mountain stronghold had and began to return the way they came. The remaining bandits, seeing their leader had fled, howled like headless flies. Lin Zhao's bamboo spikes continued to fly in from any angle. Why? Why are there so many bamboo shoots on his body? Are they hidden in his sleeves? No sooner had he finished speaking than a bamboo splinter flew over and pierced his chest. It wasn't in his sleeve. It was as if he could perform magic. As soon as he finished speaking, a bamboo stick was stuck into his head. I surrender. I surrender. Please spare me." But the bamboo thorns still flew over. "You son of a bitch. Are you even human? You won't even let me go after I surrender. I'll fight you to the death." With that, a bandit picked up a knife and ran in the opposite direction from Lin Zhao, only to have a bamboo stick pierce right through his back. With 6 times the strength and 6 times the speed, the bamboo became a deadly weapon, and the problem was almost solved. Lin Zhao began to reduce the frequency of his attacks, deliberately letting the remaining people leave. After all, his plan was to wipe them out in a mountain stronghold later. After watching the bandits tumble and scramble away, Lin Zhao stood on the ground, looked into the distance, then jumped onto the roof and exchanged 2 chicken legs in the shop to start eating. After finishing the 2 chicken legs, Lin Zhao jumped off the roof and chased after them. The bandits were already in a panic and didn't notice anyone following them. Lin Zhao easily followed them to the mountain stronghold. As soon as Zhu Lai entered, he ordered everyone to guard the entrance of the stronghold, while he ran to Xiongba's room at the back and began searching for valuables. The 4 girls were so frightened that they huddled in the corner. Xiongba's valuables were all under the bed in his bedroom. To get the money, the bed had to be moved. You guys come and help. The 4 girls who had been captured immediately came over and helped move the bed. After the bed was moved, Zhu Lai lifted the floorboards underneath and, like a glutton, began stuffing the stolen gold into his own bundle, ignoring the silver coins and only taking the silver notes and gold. Zhu Lai quickly packed the gold into a bundle, then walked over and stared fiercely at the 4 girls, ordering them to kneel down and not to raise their heads. The 4 girls dared not disobey and immediately knelt on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Lai drew his knife, raised it, and said, "You cannot be allowed to live." Chapter 50. The bandit leader is quite rich. The 4 girls seemed to have sensed the murderous intent. They immediately looked up and backed away, one of them taking off her clothes as she retreated. "Spare me, sir, spare me. You can do whatever you want with me," Zhu Lai said coldly. "You can't stay in this stronghold anymore. I'm helping you out by sparing you, otherwise you'll be divided up by the other stronghold brothers. Spare me, spare me." As he spoke, the 4 girls knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, but Zhu Lai remained unmoved. He held the knife above his head, ready to strike. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Lin Zhao stood in the doorway. Zhu Lai panicked and almost lost his balance, stumbling backward. "You, how did you get in?" "I walked in." Lin Zhao looked at the valuables in the pit and thought, "This time I'm really going to strike it rich." Zhu Lai picked up a machete and swung it at Lin Zhao, but Lin Zhao easily dodged it. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Lin Zhao, Zhu Lai immediately drew another dagger from his waist and threw it out, intending to take advantage of Lin Zhao's panic to attack him with the knife again. Unfortunately, the next second, Lin Zhao caught the dagger, flashed behind Zhu Lai, and plunged the knife directly into his back. Zhu Lai let out a pig-like squeal, and instantly collapsed to the ground, seeing Lin Zhao before him. Zhu Lai kept kowtowing, begging, "Spare me. All this gold is yours. And these silver notes too." As he spoke, he threw the bundle on the ground, and gold rolled out of it. Lin Zhao immediately went over to check it. You should know that in this era, the exchange rate between gold and silver was 16 to 1. 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 16 taels of silver, or 16,000 copper coins. For ordinary people, gold is something unattainable. Just as Lin Zhao reached out to count the gold, Zhu Lai's eyes suddenly turned cold. He picked up a knife from the ground and was about to slash at her, but he had just stood up. A bamboo splinter pierced straight into his mouth. Lin Zhao, with his back to him, didn't even look at it. Zhu Lai's eyes widened in terror, and he collapsed to the ground. This frightened the girls nearby, causing them to burst into tears. "You all go out first," Lin Zhao said. The girls immediately picked up their clothes from the ground in a panic and ran out. At this moment, Lin Zhao immediately stuffed all the gold and silver from under the bed into the space. He roughly counted that there were 200 taels of gold, 5,000 taels of silver, and many jewelry pieces. Lin Zhao never expected that a bandit leader would be so rich. After emptying the gold and silver, Lin Zhao came out, and the 4 girls immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "Young master, please spare our lives." "All right, get up. I'm here to save you." Lin Zhao looked at the most spirited of the 4 and asked, "What's your name?" The girl immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Young master, my name is Lu Ying." Lin Zhao nodded. "Very good. Lu Ying, are there any other girls?" "Young master, there are 2 more in the second chieftain's room downstairs." He then took Lin Zhao to the room, where he found 2 girls, naked and tied to a pillar, their bodies covered in cuts and bloodstains. This reminded Lin Zhao of the scene where the original owner beat those 3 sisters. "Quickly put on your clothes. I'll take you down the mountain." The 6 girls immediately knelt on the ground in unison, saying, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Get up, all of you. Follow me." Lin Zhao quickly arrived at the warehouse at the back and moved all the grain inside into a spatial storage. What remained were many jars of fine wine. "Come on, you guys help me pour all the wine into the room." "Yes, young master." Soon, Lu Ying and the remaining 5 girls began pouring wine all over the room. After pouring out most of the gasoline, Lin Zhao told the girls to hide in a safe place first, and then spent 150 yuan in the mall to exchange for 20 L of gasoline, and started pouring in the room. They then broke the wine jar, making a loud noise, which quickly attracted a group of bandits. After the bandits entered, they started sniffing the air. What was that smell? It smelled so good. It was almost intoxicating. Who was the scoundrel who smashed such good wine? Second chief. Where is the second chief? Just as the bandits were wondering what was going on, Lin Zhao suddenly flicked a match at them. The match flew over and landed on the ground, instantly bursting into flames with a loud bang. The area was all made of wood, with many thatched huts. Once a fire started, it was impossible to put out. The bandits were surrounded by flames and began to scream and wail in despair. Soon, some bandits from the outer perimeter also rushed in. Lin Zhao began to take out bamboo spikes, one by one, and soon a large number of people fell to the ground. Let's go, let's hurry up and leave. Lin Zhao led the 6 girls toward the village gate, and then a few more bandits came along. But these rabble were no match for Lin Zhao and were quickly wiped out. After Lin Zhao walked out of the village gate, he turned back and rushed back in, found some dry grass, lit it, and set the outer village gate on fire as well. Soon after, thick smoke rose, and Lin Zhao led the 6 girls down mountain. On the way back, through conversation, Lin Zhao learned that these bandits and the Fong family were colluding to control the official road, and that merchants relied entirely on the Fong family to do business. The Fong family made money on one hand, and on the other hand, they used bandits to get rid of those disobedient merchants and sell their female relatives to brothels. Lin Zhao was not an exception to this result. The Fong family had been able to control everything in Yingchun County for years. The imperial court sent 5 county magistrates, all of whom died in accidents. One of them, who had been in office for less than a month, drowned in the latrine along with his wife and family. So although Yingchun County has a yamen, government office, it does not have a magistrate. In reality, the yamen is just a formality, only meant to intimidate ordinary people. With the Flying Bear Village situation resolved, the Fong family is essentially crippled, making them easier to deal with. But Lin Zhao was not in a hurry. After all, the Fong family's influence was deeply entrenched, and it could not be eradicated without digging out the entire chain. The key was the Fong family's assets, which Lin Zhao was determined to obtain. Moreover, those at this level probably have connections in higher positions, and I still need to continue to accumulate strength and even build my own armed forces. However, Lin Zhao still wanted to live a carefree and happy life, spending his days cuddling with the 3 sisters, sleeping in Jiang Yuru's arms, listening to music by the railing, fishing, and walking birds. This was the life he wanted. Here's what we'll do. You guys come with me to Huangtu village first, and then I'll figure out a way to arrange jobs for you in the county town. Luing immediately took the lead and knelt down, saying, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. We are willing to follow you to the death." All right, get up quickly. Lin Zhao looked at the sky and immediately realized something was wrong. He had been delayed for far too long. Jiang Yuru and the 3 sisters must have been waiting too long. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao took out more than a dozen steam buns from his spatial storage and gave a few to each of the 6 people. The road is safe. I'll go ahead first. When you get to Huangtu village, just say you're looking for me. Chapter 51 True Friendship is revealed in times of adversity. After giving instructions to the 6 people, Lin Zhao took a deep breath and ran directly towards Huangtu village, quickly disappearing from their sight. The 6 girls stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. How come our benefactor runs faster than a horse? Luing turned around. All right, let's hurry up and set off. It's quite a distance to Huangtu village from here. The other 5 nodded. Yes, we'll all listen to you. Lin Zhao was very fast and arrived at the Longevity village in about half an hour. At this time, the village of Longevity was still littered with corpses, but Lin Zhao soon spotted several familiar figures moving around inside. He quickly recognized Jiang Yuru and her 3 sisters, who were constantly turning over the corpse on the ground. Even Song Yuding, who is usually very timid, was not afraid at all. She searched through the pile of corpses and carefully examined them. "What are you doing?" Lin Zhao shouted. After that shout, Jiang Yuru and the 3 sisters stood up straight like silly deer and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, they saw Lin Zhao not far away. The 4 of them were immediately moved to tears, but they quickly smiled through their tears. Jiang Yuru was the first to rush over, throwing herself into Lin Zhao's arms without saying a word, hugging him tightly. "Thank goodness, Erwa, you're all right. You scared me to death." At this moment, the 3 sisters also walked over and surrounded her, quickly taking the initiative to hug her. Lin Zhao was sandwiched in the middle, as if she were wrapped in a soft cotton blanket. Okay, come and hug them one by one. Line up." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yuro and her 2 younger sisters lined up behind Jiang Yuru. Jiang Yuru had already hugged him, so Lin Zhao immediately kissed her forehead and said, "Yes, Yueru, let the 3 sisters hug you too." At this moment, Jiang Yueru also kissed Lin Zhao and then wiped the tears off her face. He gave his seat to Song Yuro, who immediately hugged him with tears in her eyes. Although she knew Lin Zhao would be all right, she was still extremely worried about the hundreds of bandits. Lin Zhao patted Song Yuro's head and said, "It's all right, I'm fine." At this moment, Song Yuro unexpectedly kissed Lin Zhao. "Husband, punish me as you see fit." Yuro was being audacious. "Well, then I must punish her properly." After saying that, Lin Zhao kissed Song Yuro on the cheek. Song Yuro blushed immediately. Her body went limp again, and she nestled in Lin Zhao's arms. "Big sister, it's my turn, it's my turn." Song Yuejiao urged anxiously from behind. Only then did Song Yuro leave Lin Zhao's arms. Song Yujiao hugged him back, saying, "Husband, if anything happens to you, Yujiao won't live anymore." She then kissed Lin Zhao twice. Yujiao was so presumptuous that she asked her husband to punish her. Lin Zhao naturally kissed her twice as a form of punishment, and finally Song Yuding came up and kissed her 3 times. Lin Zhao almost laughed. These 3 sisters were all greedy, but since she liked it, Lin Zhao immediately responded with 3 taps. After everyone had received their share of the rain and dew, Lin Zhao looked at the wooden cart in the distance, and suddenly his expression turned serious. "Who sent you? What did I say when I left? Did you ignore what I said?" As she spoke, Lin Zhao pointed to the wooden cart and said, "You even brought the cart here? What? Are you here to collect my corpse?" Seeing that Lin Zhao seemed very angry, the 3 sisters immediately went over and knelt down on the ground in unison. Song Yuro immediately picked up a stick from the ground, held it in her hands, and said, "I'm sorry, master. This was all my idea. Please punish me." Jiang Yueru immediately came over. "Erwa, this was all my idea. It has nothing to do with the 3 sisters. If you're angry, come at me." This scene surprised Lin Zhao. The 4 beauties not only did not compete for favor, but also protected each other. Such a harmonious relationship made Lin Zhao feel gratified. The 4 of them were clearly afraid of getting into trouble. Jiang Yuru didn't bring Nyonyo with her, which meant she was prepared to die. If she died, the 4 of them would probably have to go to the underworld together. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Thinking of this, Lin Zhao immediately went forward to help Song Yuro and the 3 sisters up. "All right, I'm not blaming you. It's just that the journey has been so dangerous." Lin Zhao pointed to the bandits on the ground and said, "If any of them are not completely dead or have escaped, and you come here, I will have no family left." "I'm sorry, master." Song Yuro sincerely admitted her mistake. Lin Zhao gently stroked Song Yuro's nose with her hand, then forgot to call her husband, since they were already married. "Yes, my husband, Yuro has remembered." At this moment, Lin Zhao once again opened his arms and embraced the 4 beauties, smelling their fragrance. He was overjoyed. True feelings are revealed in times of trouble, and this moment was the embodiment of that sentiment. "Let's go, everyone get in the car," Lin Zhao said, picking up Song Yuro. This time, Song Yuro wasn't shy. Instead, she quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Zhao's neck until she was placed in the car. Then Jiang Yuru, Song Yujiao, and Song Yuding also got into the car. Lin Zhao started pulling the car back. With his overall physical fitness improved by 6 times, pulling the 4 of them was as easy as playing. From Changshu village to Huangtu village, it's only 5 kilometers. Lin Zhao led Si Mei along slowly, and they arrived in just over an hour. As soon as he returned to the village, Xiang Shangju and a group of villagers surrounded him, all looking at Lin Zhao with great disbelief. "Erwa, you actually came back unharmed? Didn't the bandits come?" a villager asked. Another villager replied, "Probably not. Those bandits from Feixiong village are known for their vengeful nature." "How did Erwa return unharmed? And his 4 wives also seemed to be completely unscathed." "Yes, the bandits must be lost." A villager patted his chest confidently. "That must be it." But then another villager slapped him on the head. "Lost? There's only one road from Feixiong village to here. How could you possibly get lost?" The villagers were gossiping, but Lin Zhao just smiled and didn't explain. The 4 beauties looked at each other and smiled too. When they arrived at the scene and saw the bamboo splinters on the ground, they knew that Lin Zhao had done it. However, they didn't understand why Lin Zhao hadn't taken that many bamboo splinters with him when he left. Jiang Yuru also hesitated as she looked at Lin Zhao. No wonder he had such good stamina last night. He was several orders of magnitude better than Lin Dei. It wasn't until she saw the bandit corpses skewered on bamboo poles that she suddenly understood. Lin Zhao is no ordinary person. Jiang Yueru had worried about her weak health before, but now it seemed she was overthinking it. As she thought about it, Jiang Yueru's face suddenly turned red. Soon, Lin Zhao brought Si Mei home. After Si Mei got out of the car, Lin Zhao put the car on the cow sheet. He came out, saw the villagers with strange expressions, walked up to them, and said, "All right, folks, the bandits won't be coming anymore." "Really? It's true. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself in the Longevity Village." "Longevity Village? That's a deserted village. I've heard that ghosts and monsters often appear there," a villager said mysteriously. At this moment, Xiang Shangju came out and asked, "Who would like to come with me to take a look?" The villagers immediately lowered their heads, and no one dared to answer. At this moment, the old doctor came out and said, "Old Xiang, I'll go with you." The two men left after saying that, and soon several able-bodied villagers followed them. "Let's go and see." "All right, everyone go back now. The bandits aren't coming back." As he spoke, Lin Zhao led the four beauties into the house, and the other villagers had no choice but to disperse one by one. Lin Zhao pretended to go out for a stroll, and soon came back in with a bag of rice, a few pounds of potatoes, 2 cabbages, and half a pound of sweet potato noodles. The rice came from the bandits' den, while the potatoes and cabbage were bought by myself at the mall. Jiang Yueru came out from inside. "Erwa, I'm gonna pick up Nyonyo. She's at Wang Qinzhan's house. She must be starving." "Okay, Sister Yuru, then be careful." "Okay, Erwa," Jiang Yueru said and left. Second sister, Lin Zhao called out. Song Yujiao immediately came out and ran out quickly. Song Yuro followed quickly, limping. "Husband, what's wrong?" "Sister, go and rest. Your foot isn't healed yet." "Husband, it won't affect anything. My second sister isn't good at cooking." Lin Zhao walked over to Song Yuro and said, "Big sister, listen to me. We're going to consummate our marriage tonight." Upon hearing this, Song Yuro felt a sudden lack of oxygen to her brain and her body went limp. She immediately lost her balance, but Lin Zhao reacted quickly and pulled her into his arms. Lin Zhao was puzzled. Why did her older sister, Song Yuro, suddenly feel weak all over? Could it be that she was calcium deficient? It seems Song Yuro's 175 centimeters height is wasted. She's actually a soft and delicate girl. Thinking about this, Lin Zhao was extremely curious about her performance that evening. Chapter 52 Village Chief Huang Chongfu's attitude changes dramatically. Lin Zhao was holding Song Yuro in his arms, lost in his fantasies, when Song Yujiao followed him in. "Big sister, you should rest well. Don't worry about me and my little sister." Song Yuro has always been the one protecting her and Song Yuding. Now that the master is telling Song Yuro to rest well, Song Yujiao is naturally overjoyed. After Lin Zhao put Song Yuro on the Kong, a heated brick bed, he told her, "Rest well and be good. If you become a cripple, I won't want you anymore." These words startled Song Yuro, who immediately panicked. "Master, I'll obey, I'll obey." Lin Zhao was amused by Song Yuro's frightened expression. He went over and tidied Song Yuro's hair, saying, "Get some rest. You'll be exhausted tonight." After saying that, Lin Zhao turned and walked out. Song Yuro's body trembled a few times, and she collapsed limply onto the Kong. Her eyes seemed to be a little blurry. Soon after, the sunset glow bloomed on her cheeks. After Lin Zhao left, she and Song Yujiao and Song Yuding started cooking. Lin Zhao planned to stir-fry some shredded potatoes and make a cabbage soup. Song Yuding helped start the fire, while Song Yujiao picked vegetables and washed rice. Now there are 2 pots, one for steaming rice and the other for stir-frying vegetables. Lin Zhao walked straight up, took out 8 jin of rice from the rice bag, and put it into the rice washing basin. "Husband, why are you using so much rice?" Song Yujiao asked immediately, puzzled. "We have guests coming soon. Steam a lot more." "A guest?" Although Song Yujiao was puzzled, she did not ask any further questions. After all, she was afraid of saying too much and angering Lin Zhao, so she picked up the rice bowl and went to steam rice. Lin Zhao then went over, soaked the vermicelli, and chopped vegetables on the cutting board. After preparing the ingredients, heat the oil in a wok, and with a sizzling sound, a rich aroma soon fills the entire kitchen. Lin Zhao started stir-frying in the pot, while Song Yujiao and Song Yuding watched with a mixture of confusion and surprise. They had lived with Lin Zhao for so long, yet they had no idea that their master was such a skilled cook, and they wondered when he had learned to cook. Soon a large pot of shredded potatoes was ready, and Lin Zhao started cooking cabbage soup. Song Yujiao and Song Yuding watched from the sidelines, feeling completely helpless. But a short while later, Jiang Yueru also returned. She carried Nyonyo into the kitchen. "It smells so good. Erwa, I didn't know you could cook." "Yuru, I can cook a lot of dishes. Hurry up and go inside and put Nyonyo to sleep. It's almost time to eat." "Okay." Jiang Yueru immediately picked up Nyonyo and walked into the kitchen. Soon, as the cabbage and vermicelli soup simmered and boiled, its aroma quickly filled the entire courtyard. "Lin Zhao, I brought your 6 wives to you." A loud voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Lin Zhao immediately went out, and at that moment, the 3 sisters and Jiang Yueru also went out. Village Chief Huang Chongfu followed Zhang Dalu, with 6 young girls behind him. Sime first glanced at the girls, then looked at Lin Zhao with a puzzled expression. They dared not object to Lin Zhao taking concubines, but with so many, their bodies might not be able to handle it. Lin Zhao immediately stepped forward and said, "Village Chief, what nonsense are you talking about?" Huang Chongfu's expression immediately changed, not with anger, but with a hint of fear. His voice became much softer as he lowered his head and stammered. Lin Zhao, I met them in the Longevity Village. They said they were looking for you." Jiang Yuru and the three sisters were shocked to see that Huang Changfu seemed afraid of Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao knew the reason. Huang Changfu had probably seen the corpses of the bandits in Changshu village, which was why he was so frightened. Lu Ying looked at Jiang Yuru and the three sisters opposite her and was immediately astonished. As a woman, she felt that the four women in front of her were too beautiful and felt somewhat ashamed of herself. She and the five girls immediately knelt on the ground and cried out, "Benefactor, we have come as you instructed." At this moment, Lin Zhao looked at the four beauties and explained, "Oh, I rescued these 6 women in Flying Bear Village. I brought them to Huangta Village first, and I'll make arrangements for them later." After Lin Zhao finished explaining the whole story, everyone understood. Huang Changfu was even more shocked. To be able to enter Feixiong village and escape unscathed, one could imagine how terrifying Lin Zhao must be. He immediately put on a smile and said, Lin Zhao, it was a slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue." After saying that, he quickly took credit, saying, "I happened to meet them in the Longevity Village. They said they were looking for you, but I was afraid they might be in danger on the way, so I brought them back." Lin Zhao walked up to Huang Changfu and asked, "Village chief, are you cold? Why are you shivering?" Frozen. Huang Changfu raised his head and looked into Lin Zhao's piercing eyes. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, as if the scene of Longevity Village was etched into his mind. He knew that Lin Zhao could kill him as easily as crushing an ant, so he didn't dare to have any wicked thoughts. He didn't want a bamboo stick stuck in his throat. Huang Changfu quickly took out several land deeds from his sleeve. Lin Zhao, I've got all the land sorted out for you." Lin Zhao took the land deed, examined it carefully, and was very satisfied. "Not bad. The village chief is quick to act. How could I dare delay your business? As long as you're satisfied," Huang Changfu said with a forced smile, then quickly looked at Zhang Daluo, standing to the side. "Come on, big gong, I'm going back." After saying that, he turned to Lin Zhao with a big smile and said, "Lin Zhao, well, we'll be going now." "All right, village chief, take care." Huang Changfu quickly turned his head away, lowered his head, and walked towards home. Zhang Dalu followed behind. Not far away, Huang Changfu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Zhang Dalu quickly helped Huang Changfu up. He was in a panic. If Lin Zhao found out that he was the one who informed on Huang, would he have any chance of survival? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slap himself a few times. Why did I provoke him? After slapping himself a few times, Huang Changfu seemed to sober up a lot, and he immediately quickened his pace. As soon as he got home, he went straight to Lai Mozi's room, where Lai Mozi was still lying on the bed, groaning in pain. Upon seeing Huang Changfu, he immediately stood up and asked, "Uncle, you're back. Has Lin Zhao been dealt with yet?" "Uncle, I don't want to see Lin Zhao again. Get rid of him as soon as possible. Of his 3 female slaves, you can choose 2 and keep 1 for me, or we could take turns." Upon hearing this, Huang Changfu's eyes flashed with anger. "You beast! You've ruined me. There are women everywhere. Why do you have to set your sights on Lin Zhao?" As he spoke, Huang Changfu punched and kicked, his eyes bloodshot. Lai Mozi cried out in pain, begging, Uncle, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. It hurts." But Huang Changfu was in the middle of a fierce fight, only letting go after a few minutes. He walked over, sat down in a chair, paused for a moment, and then said earnestly, "Mozi, you better behave yourself from now on and don't mess with Lin Zhao again. Otherwise I can't save you, and you'll only drag your uncle into trouble." Huang Changfu continued to earnestly persuade her. "Do you understand? Lin Zhao is like a completely different person now. Her methods." But Lai Mozi remained silent. Huang Changfu immediately stood up. "What? You're still not convinced? Do you know what I saw when I passed through Longevity Village today?" But before he could finish speaking, Huang Changfu realized something was wrong. Why was Lai Mozi lying motionless on the bed? His heart skipped a beat, and he rushed over to check. Only then did he suddenly realize that Lai Mozi's mouth and nose were full of blood. When Huang Changfu touched Lai Mozi with his finger, he discovered that Lai Mozi had already stopped breathing. Huang Changfu was so frightened that he took a step back and immediately fell to the ground. Dead? No, impossible. Huang Changfu collapsed to the ground, backing away until he reached the pillar by the door. Looking at Lai Mozi lying motionless on the bed, I trembled with fear. No, it wasn't me. But then a voice came from outside the door. "Village chief, who else could it be but you? How ruthless. You can even kill your own nephew." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, and Lin Zhao stood in the doorway, while Zhang Daluo collapsed in the courtyard outside. Chapter 53. Lai Mozi died from severe and incurable injuries. Lin Zhao quickly walked to Lai Mozi's side. He only glanced at him briefly, but he could hear that Lai Mozi's heartbeat had indeed stopped. There's not much point in keeping this scourge around. Once it's healed, it'll definitely find a way to cause trouble again. Although killing a maggot is easy, you still have to be disgusted by it. Lin Zhao quickly turned to Huang Changfu and walked over. "Village chief, If I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who will know that you did it? Huang Changfu looked at Lin Zhao in surprise, his eyes filled with doubt. You would help me? Lin Zhao smiled faintly, bent down, and grabbed Huang Changfu. Soon he noticed a puddle of water left on the ground. Looks like another one with prostate problems, Lin Zhao said with a wicked smile. Village chief, Lin Matzi died from severe injuries and depletion of his essence. Don't you think? Huang Changfu looked into Lin Zhao's calm, but murderous eyes and immediately nodded. Yes. Ma Zi's injuries are too severe. I've been trying to find someone to take care of him, but it's still too late. That's the right, village chief. Lin Zhao patted Huang Changfu on the shoulder. Let's go. Village chief, we need to go outside and discuss something. Okay. Huang Changfu followed Lin Zhao outside quickly. Upon seeing Zhang Dalu lying on the ground in the yard, Huang Changfu was so frightened that he knelt down instantly. Spare me. Lin Zhao, no, Master Lin, spare me. I promise I'll never dare to make things difficult for you again. As long as you spare me, I'll agree to any condition. Huang Changfu said, kowtowing repeatedly. Soon, the yellow earth in the yard was soaked again. Village chief, Zhang Daluo isn't dead, he just fainted. Hearing Lin Zhao say this, Huang Changfu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but was even more surprised. Zhang Daluo was so big that 6 or 7 people couldn't hold him down, yet Lin Zhao knocked him unconscious without making a sound. But when Huang Changfu thought of the scene in the longevity village, he no longer dared to doubt Lin Zhao's strength. Lin Zhao stopped arguing and said, I want those 6 girls to stay in Lin Matzi's house for the time being. Huang Changfu immediately stood up. No problem. You can stay wherever you like. Oh, no, that house was originally yours. It's back to you now. Lin Zhao waved his hand. That house has been filthy by Lin Matzi. I don't want it anymore. I'm just staying here for a few nights. Huang Changfu could only lower his head and repeatedly say, Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing Huang Changfu trembling with fear, Lin Zhao knew that the best way to reason with him was still through force. With abundant martial virtue, reasoning seems easy to understand. Furthermore, since Lin Matzi died from severe injuries, he should be buried openly and honestly. Yes, I'll listen to you, Uncle Lin. Lin Zhao was very satisfied. Village chief, from now on, call me by my name in front of the villagers. Huang Changfu continued to nod repeatedly. At this moment, Lin Zhao turned around and said, Okay, I'll head back now. Okay, take care. I'll go back and get someone to clean up Ma Zi's room in a bit. But Lin Zhao had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly turned around, her gaze turning icy. I ask you, did you go to the city this time to inform on someone? Huang Changfu immediately knelt on the ground in fright. No, I wouldn't dare. I went to get the land for you. Lin Zhao suddenly walked over, grabbed Huang Changfu by the neck, and lifted him up with one hand. Changfu, I'm telling you, this is your last chance. If there's a next time, you should know what will happen. He threw Huang Changfu to the ground, then easily leaped onto the roof and left. This scene sent chills down Huang Changfu's spine. He couldn't help but touch the back of his neck again, and at that moment, he dared not have any more thoughts. After leaving the village chief's house, Lin Zhao quickly returned home, where Jiang Yuru and the 3 sisters had already put the table back together. She came up to me. Erwa, have you found a place to stay? Yes. Found her. Yuru. He looked at the 6 rescued girls. Eat first, and after you finish eating, I'll arrange accommodations for you. As they were talking, Lin Zhao went into the kitchen and quickly brought out a bowl of cabbage soup and a bowl of shredded potatoes, placing them on the table. Then he served a bowl of rice. There were 11 people in total, and they quickly picked up their bowls and started eating. Although there was only 1 dish and 1 soup, everyone ate with great relish, praising Lin Zhao's cooking skills repeatedly. The 3 sisters and Jiang Yuru were even more surprised. In their memory, Lin Zhao was a lazy and idle person who did nothing. How could he cook so well? After dark, Lin Zhao led the 6 girls to Lin Matzi's courtyard house. The courtyard and house had indeed been cleaned very thoroughly, and there were no men in the entire courtyard. Lin Zhao led the 6 girls into 2 rooms in the east wing, 3 girls per room. After making the arrangements, Lin Zhao went over to Lu Ying and said, Don't worry, you can stay here. In a few days, I'll go to the county town and arrange work for you. Thank you, my benefactor, Lu Ying said, taking the lead in kneeling down. Lin Zhao quickly helped her up. All right, everyone get some rest. I'm off. After saying that, Lin Zhao couldn't wait to leave. Instead of going through the main gate, he climbed over the wall. Tonight was the night he and Song Yuro were to consummate their marriage. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao jogged home. After getting back, he composed himself, closed the door without saying a word, and went into the bedroom. At this moment, Song Yuro was sitting on the kong, a heated brick bed, her face as red as an apple, while Jiang Yuru was feeding Nyonyo. Song Yujiao and Song Yuding sat on the ground, giving their older sister and Lin Zhao a place. Lin Zhao walked over, looked at Song Yuro, and said, Big sister, let me pamper you tonight. Song Yuro simply lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Soon, she took off her clothes, and Lin Zhao quickly climbed on top of her and pulled her into his arms. It was quiet outside. There were no birds chirping or wind blowing. Only Song Yuro's soft moans echoing in the night. What? They were wiped out? In the Fong residence in Yingchun County, Fong, who almost stumbled back several steps while listening to his subordinate's report. That was a stronghold of 300 people. How could it be wiped out so easily? Fong, whose eyes were also filled with terror. He walked around the yard twice. Something was wrong. Lin Zhao must have someone behind him. How could he have done alone? What you say makes sense, young master, one of his subordinates flattered. But just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard. He did it all by himself. He also burned down the mountain stronghold all by himself. Fong, whose father, Fong Tai, followed the steward in. Fong, who immediately went to greet him and said, "Your son greets father." Fong Tai walked over and sat down in a chair, looking at Fong, who beside him. This time, it was his father's mistake. He underestimated that kid named Lin Zhao, and the rabble of Feixiong village was too careless. "Father, how do you know it was Lin Zhao who did it alone? How is that possible?" Fong Tai stood up. There were bandits from Feixiong village who had survived, and they all said that Lin Zhao had no help at all. He was all alone. This is impossible. Father, even I can't do it, let alone him. Fong Tai immediately became serious. Of course you can't do it. You forgot how easily he defeated you at the Dongyangin? You're no match for him at all. Fong, who immediately blushed and said, "Dad, that was because I underestimated you. I was careless and didn't dodge." "All right, stop making excuses." Fong was about to step forward to speak when Fong Tai immediately interrupted him. "Don't worry. I've already spent 300 taels of gold to hire a top-notch assassin. Lin Zhao is definitely going to die this time." Chapter 54, Top-Tier Assassins Hired for 300 taels of gold. 300 taels of gold? Who is this? Fong, who was somewhat suspicious. After all, he had said before that Lin Zhao would die within 3 days, but Lin Zhao did not die, and Flying Bear Village was wiped out. Fong Tai still sensed his son's suspicion. "Tiger, don't worry. This time I found Lin Hung, an assassin who has never failed." "Lin Hung? Father, are you talking about that infamous womanizer?" No, he's not a womanizer, but the infamous sex fiend known as the world's #1 lecher. Countless girls have died at his hands over the past 20 years, yet he has never been caught. "So, Dad, how did you find him? How did you confirm it was real?" "Tiger, don't worry about this. Just know that Lin Zhao is definitely going to die this time." Fong, who couldn't help but laugh. "Father, he's just a lecherous scoundrel. You still believe him? He only dares to prey on women." At that moment, a cold, calm voice echoed through the night sky. In the 5th year of the Yuan Kong era, the 3 Shin sisters, wealthy merchants of Longzhou, disappeared. 3 days later, they were found dead, naked, on the Shun family's Team Mountain. In the 6th year of the Yuan Kong era, more than a dozen cases of womanizing occurred in Liangzhou. The prefect of Liangzhou was ordered to apprehend the culprits, and in the end, a family of 5 was found dead in their home, with the 2 women brutally raped to death. In the 8th year of the Yuan Kong era, the wife of Guo Tiechi, the garrison commander of Yingzhou, disappeared within the general's mansion. She was later found dead in the woodshed of the mansion, naked and having been brutally violated before her death, with her abdomen stuffed with straw. As they spoke, a masked man in black emerged from the night. The man was of medium build, about 1.7 meters tall, with only his eyes exposed, but they were very eerie, even Fong, who was somewhat intimidated. "Who are you? What did you mean by those major cases of the imperial court that you just mentioned?" The man in black before me sneered. "I am Lin Hung, the lecherous thief you speak of. I have committed countless crimes. Those I just mentioned are merely the more notorious ones. There is no place in this world I cannot go, and no woman I cannot win over." Fong, who was still somewhat skeptical. "Oh, really? I'm a little skeptical myself." Lin Hung sneered. "Then you can try." Fong, who clenched his fist, stomped his foot, and rushed forward at lightning speed. But the next second, Lin Hung made a very smooth move and circled around behind him. Then he kicked out and struck Fong, who in the waist, sending Fong, who sprawling face first onto the ground. He tumbled over and was about to get up when he did. Lin Hung's hand suddenly reached his neck, and then a small dagger popped out from his sleeve, making Fong, who feel a chill on his neck. Fong Tai immediately stepped forward and said, "Master Lin, please have mercy. My son is reckless." At this moment, Lin Hung sheathed his dagger. "Boss Fong, if I really wanted to kill him, he would have been dead long ago." Fong, who dared not act rashly now. He knew that Lin Hung's martial arts were unfathomable. If he had really tried to kill him just now, he would probably be a corpse in just one move. Fong, who stepped forward and reminded him, "I may not be able to beat you, but Lin Zhao is no simple opponent." Lin Hung smiled disdainfully. Those bandits were nothing but a rabble. They could manage small skirmishes, but they didn't know how to work together. At this point, Lin Hung suddenly started boasting. "Back in the day, Guotai led 800 elite soldiers to capture me, but I managed to escape. I even went so far as to kill Guotai's concubine. However, 10 years after the Yuan Kong era, I retired from the martial arts world. My return to the martial arts world was not because I coveted 300 taels of gold, but because I heard that Lin Zhao had 4 stunning beauties. Fang Hu immediately stepped forward. Yes, that's right. Her looks are probably extremely rare, even in the entire Daeong. Lin Heng was very satisfied. Don't worry, I'll bring you Lin Zhao's head within 3 days, and as for his beauties, I'll gladly accept them. But don't worry, I'll send them on their way when I'm done playing with them. Fang Hu really wanted to step forward and asked them to leave too for him, but he was afraid of losing face, so he gave up after thinking about it. After all, Dad was right, there are plenty of women in the world. After saying that, Lin Heng suddenly leaped onto the roof and disappeared into the night. Fang Tai looked at the roof and exclaimed, "Look, this is a true master." However, Fang Hu was still a little worried. These past few times had actually been due to carelessness, and he hoped that Lin Heng would not be careless. All right, Tiger, don't worry anymore. Now that Flying Bear Village has been destroyed, we need to quickly find a way to rebuild a band of mountain bandits. Otherwise, no one in Yingshun County will be willing to pay us protection money. Fang Hu immediately stepped forward and said, "Father, don't worry. Leave this to me." Fang Tai patted Fang Hu on the shoulder. "Good son, you've grown up and know how to share your father's burdens." As soon as Lin Zhao got up in the morning, he continued to do push-ups diligently. He used 4-finger push-ups, but it felt no different from using both hands since he was now a sextuple. Only 2,200 were done, which is equivalent to 11,000 standard push-ups. The total number of standard push-ups reached 120,000, and the number of mall coins was 559. As you progress, it will become increasingly difficult to improve your overall physical fitness, which means you will have to increase the number of push-ups you do every day. However, as my physical fitness improved, doing push-ups became easier and easier. After dawn, Jiang Yueru, Song Yujiao, and Song Yuding also came out of the bedroom. Song Yuro walked at the very back, her face flushed, and her legs seemed weak as she walked. Song Yujiao immediately stepped forward to help her, saying, "Sister, if your legs are not feeling well, you should go and rest." "Second sister, I'm fine. I rested yesterday, and came out to get some exercise today." Soon, Song Yuro looked at Lin Zhao with infatuation in her eyes. She quickly patted Song Yujiao gently, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. "Second sister, you'll understand tonight." After breakfast was prepared, Lu Ying followed the other 5 girls into the courtyard. Lin Zhao went up to greet them. "Come on, everyone, come and eat." Breakfast is simple: rice porridge, steamed buns, and a vegetable dish. But for most people in this village, such a meal is something they can only dream of. Lin Zhao's plan is that after the house is built, he will raise pigs and chickens so that he can have eggs and meat to eat. Moreover, everything in this era is green and pollution-free. Soon, the 11 people started eating breakfast, some sitting and some standing. As soon as he finished breakfast, Lin Zhao carried a small bag of grain and 2 pounds of eggs to Wang Qinzhan's house. He was going to inform Wang Qinzhan that work would start today. Lin Zhao's plan was to first dig a kiln for firing blue bricks. In addition, Lin Zhao plans to clear out the 5 mu of land where he will build his own house. Even if he can't build that many houses for the time being, it will be more convenient to expand in the future. As Lin Zhao was returning, a dark figure suddenly appeared outside Lin Zhao's courtyard. A pair of cold, sinister eyes, like those of a ferocious wolf, stared intently at a group of girls in the courtyard. When he saw Jiang Yueru and the 3 sisters, his eyes widened immediately, and then he walked straight towards Lin Zhao's courtyard. Chapter 55, a 5-acre mansion is about to begin construction. When they were about 40 meters away from the courtyard, a dagger the size of a scalpel emerged from the man in black sleeve, gleaming with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. After all, there were so many girls there. In their eyes, Lu Ying and the other 6 didn't deserve to live, even though she was considered pretty. But compared to the 4 beauties, they're far inferior, so there's no need to keep them. Just as he was about to kill him, another dark figure suddenly pounced out, tackling the man in black behind a mound of earth, and harshly berated him. "You idiot, I was just going to the bathroom, and you took it upon yourself to make decisions again?" The man in black beneath him covered his cheek with his hands and said aggrievedly, "Brother, why did you hit me?" Before she could finish speaking, the man in black who was pressing down on her slapped her hard again. "Have you forgotten the loss we suffered during the 10 years of Yuan Kong? Bro, that time was an accident. This time is different. I don't believe there's a hidden expert among these girls." The one pressing down on him was his younger brother, Lin Shu, while the one slapping him from above was his older brother, Lin Heng. Lin Heng glared angrily at his younger brother beneath him. 3 years ago, it was because you disobeyed orders that my 3rd brother died." Lin Shu shoved Lin Heng away. "Was it my fault that time? It was clearly because you didn't save Lin Go that he was killed. If I don't go to save her, that mysterious girl's martial arts skills are unfathomable." How can I save her? I almost didn't make it back that time. As he spoke, Lien Heng pointed to Lin Zhao's courtyard. Fong Tai said there were 4 women, so why are there 6 more here? Use your brain. Have you forgotten the painful lesson from 3 years ago? Only then did the murderous intent in Lien Shu's eyes gradually fade. Brother, I'm sorry. Lien Heng patted him on the shoulder and said, Ah Shu, my eyelids have been twitching a lot lately. I'm afraid something bad might happen. You can't be so reckless anymore. After saying that, he recalled, back then, we were so famous in the underworld, committing numerous crimes because on the surface we were 1 person, but in reality we were 3. But Lien Go is dead, and I don't want to lose you, my brother. Lien Shu immediately sat up straight and said, Yes, brother, I understand. So what do we do next? Lien Heng thought for a moment and decided to observe first. If those girls were hidden masters, they would eventually reveal their true strength. Bro, I don't think there are any real experts here. Otherwise, I would have spotted them when I walked over. What do you know? What if they want to wipe us out in one fell swoop? Do you think everyone else is as impatient as you? As he spoke, Lien Heng continued his analysis. I now seriously suspect that it wasn't Lin Zhao who killed the bandits. Maybe it was a female expert hiding among those women. Lien Shu felt that his older brother had been traumatized, but he couldn't say it outright, so he could only obediently nod and say, Brother, you're right. Lien Heng leaned against the haystack and took off his mask, revealing a long scar on his left cheek. He touched the scar with his hand, and fear flashed in his eyes. That girl was too fast. In all my years of wandering the world, I have never encountered such a terrifying opponent. So let's observe first, and if necessary, get rid of that brat Lin Zhao first, and then see how those girls react. At this moment, Lien Shu seemed to realize something. Brother, I understand. If Lin Zhao dies, then the experts will definitely be unable to hold back. You finally started to use your brain. Lien Heng poked Lien Shu's head with a hint of affection. When faced with beautiful women, sometimes it's better to be patient and enjoy them more. Yes, brother, I've got it. Lien Heng poked his head out to observe Lin Zhao's courtyard. Soon, Lin Zhao came back from outside and entered the courtyard. He was soon surrounded by flowers. Jiang Yuru walked to the front and said, Erwa, we have prepared everything you asked us to prepare. Luing also came over. My benefactor, we can stay here and help with cooking or chores. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll take you to the county town after I've settled everything here. Yes, benefactor, we will all listen to you. Luing immediately bowed and greeted him. Okay, let's pack our things and head to Beiqiu now. After saying that, Lin Zhao went into the cowshed and closed the door. He quickly put the food he had taken from the bandits' den into the cart. In addition, there were some pots and pans, digging tools, and brick-making molds, filling the cart to the brim. Jiang Yuru, along with her 3 sisters and Luing, carried many things, including earthen baskets, bamboo baskets, winnowing baskets, and some kitchen utensils. 11 people gathered together. Lin Zhao pulled the cart in front, while the others helped push it from behind. Jiang Yueru held Niu Niu in her arms, and Song Yuro followed slowly behind. The group soon arrived at Beiqiu. It was about 500 meters northeast of Lin Zhao's house. This is the northernmost point of Huangtu village. Heilong Mountain is just 3 kilometers away. Compared to the flat terrain ahead, this area is full of potholes, scattered with gravel, and dotted with small mounds here and there. To the south, there are also many burial mounds. However, Lin Zhao's plot of land was 200 meters away from those densely packed graves. The advantage is that this place faces south, has no obstructions, and gets good lighting. At this time, a large number of hungry villagers had already gathered in Beiqiu. Wang Qinzhan also arrived, leaning on a bamboo pole. Upon seeing Lin Zhao, the villagers looked at him as if he were a god, wishing they could prostrate themselves in worship. Soon, some people became puzzled and asked questions. Lin Zhao, did you handle all those bandits in Changshu village by yourself? Lin Zhao, aren't you a scholar? You're so amazing. Some villagers gritted their teeth, saying, These bandits should have died long ago. Lin Zhao, you did the right thing. Xiang Shanju came out, also looking incredulous. Lin Zhao, you asked us to cut bamboo, just to deal with the bandits? The old doctor also came over. Lin Zhao, I heard that you also burned down Feixiong village. After saying this, the old doctor nodded with satisfaction. I knew you were extraordinary long ago. This is a great act of kindness. If these bandits aren't eliminated, who knows how many more people will die at their hands. The scene was incredibly noisy, just like a press conference. Lin Zhao stretched out both hands and pressed them down. All right, folks, old Wang should have told you what happened here today. The villagers immediately perked up. Yes, they told us. They told us everything. We know. We're just waiting for construction to start. Yes, Lin Zhao. My whole family is waiting for me to come and earn food. One young, strong man was extremely excited. Lin Zhao, whatever you say, we'll do it. We'll all follow your instructions. Looking at the people in front of him, all of them were so enthusiastic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Zhao really wondered if they were not hungry at all. All right, let's get started. There are two main things to do today. As he spoke, Lin Zhao pointed to the land beside him. This area, about 5 mu, is where I want to build a house. Please help me fill in this area. As he spoke, Lin Zhao looked at Wang Qinzhan and said, Old Wang, you're in charge of selecting the people. Wang Qinzhan nodded and began selecting people. Second uncle, third uncle, you take a few people to collect stones and mark out the general area. Old Yang, Gosheng, you take some people to cut grass. Lin Zhao then looked at Xiang Shangju and said, Old Xiang, your matter is very simple. First, build me 2 large stoves, and then put a large pot that is over 3.5 feet long, and a large pot that is 4.5 feet long. Xiang Shangju immediately came over and said, Leave this to me. As he spoke, Lin Zhao pointed to the distance, saying that all the bricks were in that patch of grass. Xiang Shangju immediately went over and soon found thousands of blue bricks in the grass, not far away. He scratched his head in confusion. When did these blue bricks get here? He looked at Lin Zhao, wondering if Lin Zhao had moved them, but he didn't see it, and there were no cart tracks on the ground. So did they grow on their own? Lin Zhao also noticed Xiang Shangju, who was in a daze. After all, he had secretly taken those bricks over and placed them there when he got up at night. It only takes him a minute to get here from his home, and nobody knows it. What's wrong, Lao Xiang? Is there a problem with the bricks? Lin Zhao asked. No. Xiang Shangju put aside his doubts and immediately squatted down to start stacking bricks. Lin Zhao smiled briefly as he walked over and unloaded the tools from the vehicle. The villagers started running over to collect the tools. At this moment, Lian Heng and Lian Shu were hiding behind a distant grave mound, secretly observing. Lian Shu asked, Brother, did you see something? Lian Heng shook his head. No. Lian Shu couldn't help but complain. Brother, I think you're just scared by what happened 3 years ago. You think every woman is a master. If we looked at those 10 women, they were all weaklings. Lian Heng immediately retorted. What do you know? The more unfathomable something is, the harder it is to understand. Yes, brother. So tell me, what should we do now? Lian Heng pondered for a moment, then said, Let's keep an eye on Lin Zhao and take care of him when the opportunity arises. Chapter 56, 200,000 push-ups, 7 times the overall combat power. Okay, brother, I'll listen to you. Lian Shu nodded, then quickly locked his wolf-like gaze onto Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao quickly got busy. Apart from Song Yuro's foot not fully healed and being tired from last night's work, Jiang Yueru had to take care of the baby and sat on the side. Everyone else was doing their job diligently, and no one was slacking off. Wang Qinzhan had someone draw the boundary line of the 5 mu of land first, and then the villagers, men and women, pulled weeds and picked up stones. The land that Huang Changfu gave us was partly in mountainous terrain, specifically on a small hill in Beiqiu. Excavating that area would have required a huge project. Although Lin Zhao could buy excavators in his online store, the cheapest used 10-ton excavator cost nearly 70,000 yuan, and it would have been used for more than 10,000 hours. He didn't even dare to dream of it now, and could only rely on manual labor. Just consider it charity work. These villagers will work for the food they give them. I already have more than 6,000 taels of silver and 200 taels of gold. Although there's a famine now, it is still a piece of cake to buy food. What's more, he had taken more than 3,000 caddies of grain from the bandits. As time passed, Lin Zhao remained in Beiqiu and did not leave. It wasn't until evening, or even into the afternoon, that Lin Zhao and the 10 women returned to their residence. Tonight, it was Song Yujiao's turn to serve him in bed. Lin Zhao couldn't wait any longer. Song Yuro was beautiful and charming. I wonder what Song Yujiao's personality is like. Soon Lin Zhao entered the house, where Song Yujiao was already waiting impatiently. Unlike Song Yuro, she was not shy and seemed to have a burning gaze. Lin Zhao quickly walked over, gently stroked her chin with his hand, and said, Second sister, it's your turn tonight. You've been waiting impatiently, haven't you? Song Yujiao held her hands to her chest with a dignified posture. Husband, Yujiao, will certainly serve you well tonight. Lin Zhao walked over, sat on the bed, closed the door, and soon became affectionate with Song Yujiao. At this moment, Lian Shu and Lian Heng stood guard outside the courtyard, looking into the house, shivering from the cold. Bro, we've been waiting all day. When are you going to make a move? It's so cold. Wait a little longer. He'll be done in 15 minutes at most. Lian Shu immediately stood up, began to gently stretch his body, shook his head, and said, Brother, let me go and meet that kid. Okay, I'll keep an eye on things from the shadows. If you're outmatched, I'll make my move. Bro, you underestimate me. I could take on 100 of these pretty boys by myself. All right, let's not underestimate them. Let's end the battle as soon as possible and then retreat. Those girls will definitely come out, and I'll take the opportunity to launch my hidden weapons. Lian Shu immediately understood. I get it, brother. If there's a master among those girls, we can escape. If not, then we can enjoy ourselves to the fullest. There are 4 that are absolutely gorgeous, Lian Shu said, swallowing hard. Brother, you're getting smarter and smarter. But Lin Heng quickly retorted, I think that woman who just gave birth is really my type. The two became more and more excited as they talked, and before they knew it, an hour had passed, and the room was still lit by fire. Even Shu Dong cursed loudly, somewhat losing his composure. Is Lin Zhao even human? How could it take so long? Lin Heng, chin in hand, was also puzzled. Could it be some kind of miraculous medicine? He would definitely force them to tell him. Another hour passed quickly, and Lin Shu could no longer sit still. I'm going to rush in right now and cut this bastard to pieces. Lin Heng immediately pulled Lin Shu back, saying, wait a little longer. A hunter needs patience to reap a satisfactory prey. You're really impatient. Lin Shu had no choice but to sit down, and another hour passed. Before the room could quiet down, Lin Shu was completely enraged. Bastard beast, I'm going to kill him. He looked at Lin Heng and said, brother, it's been 3 hours. Even if you were made of iron, you should be able to hold on by now. Lin Heng was also incredulous, resting his chin on his hand with a wicked grin. If it weren't for the 300 taels of gold he was offered to kill, I would have really wanted to test my skills against this kid. But at that moment, the room fell completely silent, and the candlelight went out. Brother, this kid, he's not going to stay home to get up in the middle of the night, is he? It'll be light in a couple more hours. Lin Heng, however, was very confident. Don't worry, he'll definitely get up in the middle of the night. Just wait patiently. Lin Shu kept rubbing his arms and muttering. Back in the day, we were fearsome lechers, but now we're even hesitant to kill a scholar. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. 3 years ago, it was carelessness that led to Lin Go's death. At this point, Lin Shu's eyes clearly dimmed. Brother, I understand. I'll listen to you. He then lay down on the ground and waited patiently. Soon another half hour passed. In the warm room, on the cozy Kong, heated brick bed, everyone else had already fallen asleep. Only Lin Zhao was still awake. I just did 12,000 four-finger push-ups, which is equivalent to the standard total of 60,000. The number of push-ups has exceeded 200,000, and the system sent a notification. Congratulations, host. Your overall physical fitness has increased by 7 times. With 959 mall coins remaining, Lin Zhao slowly opened the door and walked out. Upon hearing the door open, Lin Heng and Lin Shu immediately perked up. Lin Zhao walked out of the house, then out of the yard, walked about 50 meters, found a tree, and started to relieve himself under it. Lin Zhao's every step made a clicking sound, and Lin Heng chuckled. It seems I guessed right. This kid's martial art skills are SOSO, yet he makes such a commotion when he walks. Lin Shu immediately stood up confidently, his eyes instantly turning exceptionally fierce, flashing a cold light even in the darkness of the night. Brother, that kid's just unlucky. He ran so far. After saying that, he walked towards Lin Zhao, reminding him to end the battle quickly and not to linger. Got it, bro. I'm still waiting to enjoy those beauties. Their skin is so smooth, perfect for making drums. After saying that, Lin Shu walked towards Lin Zhao. His lightness skill was so superb that even in the quiet night, his footsteps on the ground did not make any sound. In no time, Lin Shu was less than 10 meters away from Lin Zhao, and a knife immediately sprang out from his sleeve. It was aimed straight at Lin Zhao's neck, but at that moment, Lin Zhao suddenly turned around. You watched me all day and then eavesdropped outside my house for half the night. You've worked hard. Even Lin Shu was startled. You know us. Forget it. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Since that's the case, just prepare to die. As he spoke, Lin Shu flew towards Lin Zhao in a flash. He was very fast and arrived in front of Lin Zhao in an instant. Lin Zhao was also somewhat surprised. This movement technique and speed were indeed much faster than those of the bandit leaders, but it was still very slow. As the dagger pierced towards Lin Zhao's eyes, Lin Shu's gaze suddenly went blank the next second. No, impossible. Lin Zhao easily caught his dagger with just 2 fingers, and Lin Shu found that the dagger was stuck in a stone and could not be moved at all. At that moment, a dagger in his left hand sprang out and slashed toward Lin Zhao's neck with lightning speed. But soon Lin Shu screamed in agony. My hand! Before he could even make a move, Lin Zhao snapped his left hand, causing the dagger to fall to the ground, which Lin Zhao caught with his right hand. In just 2 seconds, he stabbed Lin Shu in the stomach, making 28 cuts, each one avoiding vital organs. By the time Lin Shu realized what was happening, the stabbing was already over. Lin Zhao suddenly snatched the dagger from Lin Shu's arm and swiftly plunged it into Lin Shu's left eye. My eyes! I'll kill you! Lin Shu bared his teeth like a mad dog, trying to bite Lin Zhao. But the next second, Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air, his legs kicking wildly in the air. At this moment, Lin Zhao exerted a little force, and with a crack, Lin Shu's neck snapped, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body quickly went limp. Lin Zhao flung him 10 meters away, and he landed on the ground. Chapter 57, the two brothers both perished. Seeing his younger brother carelessly tossed to the ground like a dead dog by Lin Zhao, his eyes fixed on him even in his dying moments. Lin Heng, who was hiding in the distance, was heartbroken. He knelt down with a thud, his hatred surging. He gripped a handful of soil tightly, making a constant squeaking sound. A furious rage blazed in Lin Heng's eyes as he muttered, "Unforgivable bastard! He must die." He suddenly leaped up like a tiger, looking in Lin Zhao's direction. "Ah Shu, in the next life, your elder brother will surely avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Heng rushed off in the opposite direction and disappeared into the vast night. Lin Zhao quickly examined Lin Shu's body and soon found something on his body that looked like a waist tag with the character Sura, sex, written on it. Lin Zhao immediately stuffed the waist token into his pocket. He stood up, looked in the direction Lin Heng had fled, and then glanced at Lin Shu's corpse on the ground. He knew this person was no ordinary individual. Although he had killed him, the man's martial arts skills were considerable, especially his speed, which was extremely fast. The three leaders of Flying Bear Stronghold would probably be instantly killed in front of him. Fortunately, I have 7 times the overall combat strength. Otherwise, I and my 4 wives would have died a miserable death tonight. Lin Zhao glanced again in the direction Lin Heng had fled and sneered. Didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Well, I'll let you run for a while. As time passed, he ran to the longevity village without even taking a breath and headed north along the thorny path. He soon arrived at a cave, pushed aside the scattered vines and withered branches, and went inside, quickly lighting a candle. The faint light illuminated the cave, which had a small entrance but a large interior, with a diameter of over 5 meters. The cave was surrounded by a pile of white bones, including men, women, and children, and there was a stench of decay emanating from it. However, Lin Heng, who had killed countless people, was already used to it. He quickly kicked away a skeleton, sat down, and leaned against the wall. He had just witnessed Lin Zhao's reaction speed. In all his years of wandering the martial world, he had never encountered a master with such speed. The last time was 3 years ago with that mysterious woman. If my third brother hadn't desperately clung to her leg, I probably would have died long ago. Today, encountering Lin Zhao was an even more terrifying experience for him. Even though Lin Shu's martial arts skills were already at the level of a master, he was utterly helpless in front of him. Lin Heng rested for a while, took out a pancake, and chewed it. Thinking of the scene just now, he suddenly felt pain in the scars on his face and couldn't help but hiss. After finishing the cake, Lin Heng quickly went to the inside of the cave, dug out the 300 taels of gold hidden under the rocks, and wrapped it in a piece of cloth. Although the two brothers earned a lot of money, they spent it like water and didn't save any money at all. 300 taels of gold is a considerable income, enough to live a carefree life for a while. Thinking of this, Lin Heng wrapped the gold in a bag and carried it on his back. I'm not afraid of death. I just haven't had enough fun yet. As he spoke, he walked toward the cave entrance, but when he reached it, he was suddenly kicked squarely in the chest, flying to the ground and spitting out blood. The gold was then thrown out and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Heng looked closely and realized that Lin Zhao was standing at the cave entrance. He immediately stood up in terror. A knife quickly sprang out from the sleeve. How could you be so fast?" Lin Zhao threw Lin Shu's corpse on the ground like a rag doll and said coldly, "I've come to deliver your brother to you." Lin Heng stared at his brother's corpse, his veins bulging and his eyes filled with rage. "You beast! I will skin you alive." "Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability," Lin Zhao said, then looked at Lin Heng. "However, I'm quite curious about your identities. They must be extraordinary." Lin Heng laughed heartily. "Good to know. I am Lin Heng, the infamous #1 flower thief who once shook the world." Lin Zhao shook her head. "Never heard of it. Anyway, they're pretty cowardly." Lin Heng also coldly warned, "I left just now only because I was kind enough to spare your life. Even tigers sometimes avoid wolves, but that doesn't mean tigers can't defeat wolves." "All right, enough nonsense." Lin Zhao got into position. "Since you've come to kill me, and a heinous criminal at that, there's no reason for me to keep you alive." Lin Heng immediately kicked a gold ingot, which flew towards Lin Zhao in the instant Lin Zhao dodged. Lin Heng suddenly flicked his sleeve, and more than a dozen poison darts flew out and aimed at Lin Zhao, but they were all easily dodged. What a quick reaction. Where did this person learn their magic? Lin Zhao replied, "King's Canyon?" "King's Canyon?" Lin Heng asked with some doubt. Suddenly, he lunged at Lin Zhao with lightning speed, his dagger aimed directly at Lin Zhao's neck. But Lin Zhao quickly grabbed him with his bare hands. Lin Heng smiled coldly, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "You've fallen for my trap. Prepare to die." As he spoke, his leg suddenly kicked towards Lin Zhao's groin, revealing a gleaming dagger on his shoe. That dagger was highly poisoned. If it pierced Lin Zhao, even just by cutting the skin, Lin Zhao would surely die. Just as Lin Heng was feeling smug, Lin Zhao suddenly leaped into the air, jumped behind him, and pressed Lin Heng down. Lin Heng did a split on the ground, and the tearing sensation made him scream in pain. Ah! But before the tearing sensation could subside, Lin Zhao suddenly exerted force and broke both of Lin Heng's legs. Lin Heng let out a heart-wrenching roar, and then Lin Zhao broke both of Lin Heng's arms. He was now a useless man, lying on the ground, breathing rapidly and howling in pain, the pain having rendered him unconscious. Lin Zhao walked over and said, "Who sent you?" Lin Heng didn't speak. Lin Zhao kicked Lin Heng several times between the legs, and Lin Heng immediately begged for mercy and pain. "Please, just give me a quick death. Stop torturing me. It hurts too much." Tears welled up in Lin Heng's eyes. "Then tell me, who sent you?" Yes, the Fong family of Angshan County." Fong Tailianheng said, enduring the excruciating pain. Lin Zhao nodded. "Okay, I understand." Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhao exerted all her strength, concentrating all her power in her feet. With a sudden kick, Lin Heng let out a pig-like scream, yelling, "Damn you." As soon as he finished speaking, he died from excruciating pain as his eyeballs ruptured. His death was gruesome. Lin Zhao watched from the side and thought, wow, so weak. Nothing at all. While complaining, Lin Zhao walked over and picked up the gold on the ground. There were 300 taels in total, and the Fong family's logo was indeed printed on them. Lin Zhao put all the gold into his spatial storage. He stood up and walked out of the cave. Then he brought some stones and blocked the cave. Thus, the three once arrogant and lecherous Lian brothers all perished. Lin Zhao searched the original owner's memories but found no records about them, so it seems the original owner didn't care. But based on my experience, there's a high probability that the imperial court has a bounty on this kind of person. But he wasn't interested in the bounty money right now. He didn't want to become famous. As for the Fong family, Lin Zhao is ready to take the initiative, but he needs to make arrangements for Huangtu village first. With that thought in mind, Lin Zhao ran toward Huangtu village as if nothing had happened. After daybreak, Lin Zhao acted as if nothing had happened. After lunch, he continued leading the villagers to dig cave dwellings and busy themselves with building new houses. No one in the village knew what happened that night. No one knew that Lin Heng and Lin Shu had ever been there. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the Fong garden, Fong Hu and Fong Tai sat in the hall. Both men wore solemn expressions. After a long silence, Fong Hu suddenly spoke, "Father, today is the 4th day, and Lin Zhao is still alive and well." Fong Tai touched his chin. "This shouldn't be. There's no way Lin Heng would lose." Fong Hu stood up abruptly. "In my opinion, Dad, the person you found is a swindler. He took the gold and ran away." Fong Tai slammed his fist on the table in anger. "You bastard. Are you questioning your father? Do you know how many connections we used to find this Lin Heng's father?" At this point, Fong Tai suddenly stopped, looked at the guard standing to the side, quickly changed the subject, and softened his voice. "Tiger, you've seen Lin Heng's martial arts skills. How could he possibly have run away with the money?" "Father, where's Lin Zhao's head now? Last time you said Lin Zhao would die in 3 days, and this time it's 3 days again, but he's still alive and well." This made Fong Tai extremely embarrassed, as he hadn't expected Lin Zhao to be so difficult to kill. Fong Tai, with a sullen old face, looked in the direction to the side and said, "Go, send a few people to Huangtu village to investigate." Chapter 58, preparing to open a shop selling tea eggs. "Yes, Master Fong." Fong Xiang quickly ran out of the house to arrange for people. At this moment, Fong Tai walked up to Fong Hu and said, "Hooer, why are you still so impatient?" "Father, it's not that I'm impatient, but I can't sleep until Lin Zhao dies." "Dad can't sleep either. But what's the use of worrying? We need to find a way to deal with him slowly. How do we solve this? Dad, do you have any other ideas?" Fong Tai smiled calmly, a smile that was both sinister and arrogant. "How could I, who can command the wind and rain in Angshan County, only have this much ability?" "Father, what's next?" Fong Hu was about to ask. Fong Tai interrupted him. "Tiger, you'll understand when the time comes. This time, your father will teach you a lesson that will benefit you for a lifetime." Fong Hu found Fong Tai to be very mysterious, and the fact that he suddenly stopped talking to him made him realize that Fong Tai must have many secrets he hadn't told him yet. "Put your mind at ease, Tiger. Lin Zhao is nothing to worry about." As he spoke, he put his hands behind his back and strode into the courtyard. Sunlight shone on his distorted old face, and his sinister eyes flashed with a cold light. In Huangtu village on the northern hill, the villagers were enthusiastically helping Lin Zhao dig up the hill and prepare the area for building a house. Xiang Shanju had already prepared the 2 large stoves and built a shed with bamboo. On the hill behind, Wang Qianzhan and the villagers were working hard to dig out cave dwellings, carrying out basket after basket of yellow soil, which would be used to fire blue bricks and tiles. Huangtu village lacks everything except lust. In addition to building houses, Lin Zhao also needs to build walls. Besides that, there are 2 deserted villages sandwiched between Shuanghe town and Huangtu village. Lin Zhao also planned to find an opportunity to buy all the land in those two villages. He could then cultivate the land for farming and build factories, such as a winery, a silk reeling factory, and a textile mill. However, for now, we should focus on building our mansion first. Lin Zhao has already designed the blueprints, a two-courtyard design with a plaza in front. Lin Zhao built this house to be passed down for 3 generations, so its construction was naturally not to be taken lightly. So he planned to go to the county town again. In addition to settling Lu Ying and the others, Lin Zhao also planned to buy some limestone and glutinous rice to prepare a 3-in-1 soil adhesive. This type of glutinous rice mortar, when used in ancient buildings, can stand for hundreds of years and is more durable than cement. In addition, Lin Zhao also planned to buy some timber, as wooden pillars would be essential for building the house, and wooden flooring would be laid on the second floor. Secondly, there was saltpeter and sulfur. Lin Zhao planned to make her own explosives for use in critical situations. In short, she bought a lot of things this time. The next day, before dawn, Lin Zhao got up and did 10,000 push-ups with 4 fingers, bringing the equivalent number of push-ups to 250,000 and earning 1,430 mall coins. During the break, Lin Zhao bought 2 chicken legs and immediately began to happily gnaw on them. After Lu Ying and the others arrived in the early morning, Lin Zhao and everyone else at breakfast then got ready and set off. Lin Zhao pulled the cart out of the cow sheet, and the group of 11 set off. As for Beiqiu, arrangements had already been made. Although Song Yuro can walk much better now, Lin Zhao is worried that she might sprain her ankle again. Jiang Yueru is also having trouble with her child, so the 2 of them travel by car. The others walked, and by noon, they arrived safely in Yingshan County. Given their current attire, the city gate guards did not charge them an entrance fee. As soon as the group entered the county town, everyone's attention was drawn to them. After all, people in ancient times also enjoyed looking at beautiful women, especially so many of them. Of course, Lin Zhao still noticed some strange looks from the side. The 7-fold improvement also included his ability to sense danger. Lin Zhao pretended not to notice and led 10 girls in a large group to the Faping Inn where they had stayed before. It's close to the bathhouse and only 2 streets away from Yingshanla, less than 200 meters as the crow flies. As soon as Lin Zhao reached the door, he saw the innkeeper begin to lock it. Lin Zhao immediately went up and asked in confusion, "Shopkeeper, why did you lock the door at noon?" At that moment, the shopkeeper immediately turned around and recognized Lin Zhao at a glance. "It's you, young master." After saying that, he sighed. "Alas, I simply can't afford the protection money anymore, so I have no choice but to close down." Lin Zhao looked around. Although this place wasn't on the main street, it wasn't exactly remote either. He was planning to start a business and needed a storefront. Although this doesn't look big, it has 2 floors. I remember there were 6 rooms on each floor, a dining hall in the front, and a kitchen in the back. So the area is actually quite large. "Boss, how about selling this into me?" "Young master, do you really want to buy it?" "Of course. Do I look like someone who's joking?" The shopkeeper's eyes darted around. "Since you're so eager, young master, let's go inside and talk." The boss immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Lin Zhao led 10 girls inside, with the boss following behind. As soon as they entered, Lin Zhao pulled the owner aside and questioned him carefully. He eventually learned that the house and land belonged to the owner, and that the land deeds and house deeds were in his possession. Therefore, once Lin Zhao buys the land, the right to use it will be his. After negotiating with the shop owner, Lin Zhao spent a total of 380 taels of silver. He didn't haggle and bought it directly. After the owner left, Jiang Yueru came over and asked, "Erwa, why did you decide to buy this in?" Not only Jiang Yueru, but the 3 Song sisters were also very curious and looked at Lin Zhao with eager eyes. Lin Zhao then looked at Lu Ying beside him and said, "Lu Ying, from now on, you will work in this shop." Jiang Yueru looked around again. "Erwa, are you planning to open an inn?" Lin Zhao shook her head. "No, I'm planning to sell tea eggs." "The eggs?" Jiang Yueru and the others were stunned and quickly gathered around, all very curious. What is a tea egg? This didn't exist in that era. Spices were scarce, and tea and salt were expensive, so there was no such thing as tea eggs for sale. Selling tea eggs was a well-thought-out decision by Lin Zhao. She had tea leaves in her own online store that cost over 10 yuan per kilogram, and she bought salt in bulk, so the cost was only 50 cents per kilogram. As for eggs, I can raise chickens in Huangta village and set the price at 1 qian of silver per egg, specifically to fleece the rich. If we can sell 200 of them every day, that's 20 taels of silver, while the cost is negligible. Yes, you'll understand when the time comes. Lin Zhao didn't explain, and no one else asked further. He stood up and said, "All right, everyone go find your rooms. I'm going out to buy eggs." After saying that, Lin Zhao walked out and closed the inn door. He looked up at the plaque above the door, then leaped down and took it down. Since they're going to make tea eggs, they need to change the storefront sign as soon as possible. However, before officially opening, Lin Zhao plans to give the Fong family a warning first. After saying that, Lin Zhao quickly crossed the street and disappeared. Just then, 4 or 5 people suddenly came out of the alley. They moved quickly and had fierce eyes. The leader, a man with a mustache and crocodile eyes, said coldly, "Those girls are now alone. Get the sacks ready. If they resist, stab them to death." As he spoke, Bang Bang reached out and knocked on the inn's door. Soon, light footsteps came from inside, heading towards the door. Chapter 59, a scene at Yingshun Tower. As the door opened, the crocodile-eyed man made a gesture, ordering his men to prepare the sack and were about to put on. But just then his eyes widened, as big as mung beans, and he asked, "You didn't leave?" The person who opened the door was Lin Zhao. Crocodile Eyes almost doubted his own eyes. "Yes, I didn't leave, but you're in for a world of trouble now." As they were talking, the crocodile-eyed man instantly picked up a dagger and stabbed it in. Lin Zhao, holding a stool in his right hand, smashed it down on the man's head. The bench shattered on the ground, and Crocodile Eyes was instantly smashed, his face covered in blood. He collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. The other accomplices also trembled in fear, their eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Lin Zhao immediately rushed out and punched and kicked the remaining men carrying sacks, giving them black eyes and breaking one of their arms. "Get lost. If I see you again, you won't have your arms broken. You'll have your necks broken." Neither Lien Heng nor Lien Shu could defeat Lin Zhao, let alone this rabble. They were so frightened that they grabbed their companion and fled in a panic, disappearing from sight in no time. Lin Zhao spared them so that they could go back and report the news. Jiang Yueru and Song Yuro, sisters, came over, both with worried expressions. "Thank goodness, Serwa, you're back. Who are these people?" "Just a bunch of lecherous scoundrels," Lin Zhao said. In fact, he had already spotted these people, so he went out through the main gate, but soon quietly turned a corner and returned to the inn, since he could climb over walls and roofs as easily as walking on flat ground. As for the identities of these people, Lin Zhao naturally knew. In this Yingshun County, besides the Fong family, who else would be so interested in him? Thinking about this, Lin Zhao felt it necessary to give the Fong family a warning and intimidate them. He turned to look at Jiang Yueru and the 3 sisters. "Yueru, eldest sister, you two wait in the room. No one else will dare to come. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back." "Okay, be careful, Erwa," Jiang Yueru said with a worried look. Song Yuro and her 2 sisters said in unison, "Husband, be careful. We'll wait for you here to come back." "Okay, you guys go inside and close the door." Jiang Yueru and the 3 sisters quickly retreated and closed the door from the inside. At this moment, Lin Zhao came to the street again, passed through a small alley, and came to a main street. In no time at all, Lin Zhao arrived in front of a huge gatehouse with red lanterns hanging on it. The building features vermilion pillars, 2 doors over 2 meters high, and a plaque with 3 golden characters, Yingshun Tower. This was the only and largest brothel in Yingshun County, with 40 or 50 girls inside, all of them graceful and beautiful, but their lifespan usually did not exceed 3 years. The main door of Yingshun Tower was ajar, and there was no one at the door. Lin Zhao pushed the door open and walked in. In the spacious hall, 2 staircases led upstairs. Soon, familiar memories flashed through Lin Zhao's mind. It was here that the original owner was tricked, beaten up, stripped of her clothes, and thrown into the wilderness outside the city. Thinking about this, a strange hatred welled up inside me. Lin Zhao shouted at the top of her lungs, "Where are they? Are they all dead?" But still no one responded. Lin Zhao walked over, looked at a vase, picked it up, and smashed it on the ground. Just then, a woman in her 40s, about 165 centimeters tall, and with a certain charm, walked up from behind, swaying her hips. "Wow, sir, you've got quite a temper." The person who came was the madam of Yingshun Pavilion. She looked Lin Zhao up and down, but did not seem to recognize him. "Young master, are you looking for young lady?" He walked over and nudged Lin Zhao with his waist. "The young lady rests during the day. How about I? You don't need to pay for the vase." Lin Zhao almost threw up. "Get out of here. Stop disgusting people." The madam blushed and was instantly enraged. "Young man, don't be so stubborn. Do you know whose territory this is?" Lin Zhao slapped him across the face. "I don't care whose territory you are. I'll make Lu Qinyin sleep with me right now." "What?" The madam looked Lin Zhao up and down again. "Good lad. I see now. You're here to cause trouble. You've got some nerve. Someone come here. Someone come here," she shouted at the top of her lungs. Before long, a group of men dressed in black surrounded them. These were the thugs employed by Yingshunla. Firstly, it can be used to discipline disobedient girls, and secondly, it can be used to teach troublemakers like Lin Zhao a lesson. There were a total of 8 thugs who came, and the leader was tall and strong, a big guy. Lin Zhao saw it clearly. They were the ones who had beaten her back then, and today was the perfect opportunity for revenge. The leader quickly recognized Lin Zhao. Wasn't this the penniless scholar? How come they dare to come back today after we beat them up last time? And they're still alive. The madam looked at the group of people and suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, I remember now, it's you, Lin Zhao, a toad lusting after a swan, still daring to have designs on Qingyan. Brothers, what are you standing there for? You survived last time, so don't hold back this time, the leader ordered, and as he spoke, the 7 thugs rushed over. The leader was holding a pair of scissors, playing with them with great interest. Press him down, we'll castrate him in a bit. That'll put an end to his hopes. Lin Zhao immediately took out a stainless steel knitting needle from his sleeve. Since you people look down on others, there's no point in keeping your eyes. He then rushed into the crowd, disappearing like a black shadow before quickly returning to the distance. The thugs instantly covered their eyes tightly shut, blood flowing from them. My eyes! I can't see anything anymore. Suddenly losing their sight, they waved their hands wildly. The leader was also terrified. His pupils contracted and his hair stood on end. Lin Zhao walked towards him coldly, and the leader retreated repeatedly. What do you want to do? As he spoke, he tried to stab Lin Zhao with the scissors, but Lin Zhao easily snatched them away, and then kicked him away. Lin Zhao walked over with the knitting needles in her hand. I'm giving you a chance. Either you castrate yourself, or I'll blind you and deafen you. The leader glared angrily at Lin Zhao, declaring, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. With that, he pulled out a dagger and lunged at Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao snatched it away again and broke it in front of him. This is the last chance. As she spoke, Lin Zhao's gaze darkened, and she raised her knitting needles. The leader gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and shouted, I am choosing castration. As he spoke, he crawled over, pulled down his pants, picked up the scissors, and swiftly and cleanly stabbed the man unconscious with a piercing scream. Lin Zhao gave a thumbs up. What a ruthless person. It's a pity there's no sunflower manual in this era. He quickly turned around and walked to the brothel madam, who was trembling. The madam knelt on the ground, pointing her finger at Lin Zhao. You, how dare you? This is the Feng family's brothel. Are you really not afraid of death? Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed the madam by the neck and lifted her up, only then noticing a puddle of water on the ground. They were so scared they peed their pants, yet they still dared to talk so arrogantly. His gaze hardened. Get Qingyan out of here right now, or I'll snap your neck. As soon as Lin Zhao finished speaking, a graceful girl in purple came out from upstairs. The girl had fair skin and captivating peach blossom eyes. She parted her red lips slightly and held onto the railing with her hand. Okay, come up here. At this moment, Lin Zhao threw the madam to the ground, took out a gold ingot of about 20 taels that he had stolen from Lian Heng, and handed it directly to her. I'm a reasonable person. I don't take advantage of others. He went upstairs and quickly walked to Lu Qingyan's side. Long time no see, Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan recognized Lin Zhao at a glance. After all, many young men came to the brothel, and Lin Zhao was the most handsome and also the poorest, so he naturally left a deep impression on her. She was also involved in what happened last time. She waved her sleeve, and a fragrance of perfume immediately filled the surroundings. Come with me. Chapter 60, The Alluring Lu Qingyan. As they spoke, Lu Qingyan led Lin Zhao to her boudoir. After all, she was the top courtesan in the brothel. Her boudoir was much larger. Inside was a tea room with a round table and tea sets. There was a long table next to it, on which sat a 7-string zither with an ancient charm, next to an incense burner, and on the wall behind it hung a pipa. In addition, there are 12 landscape paintings hanging on the wall, and several pots of orchids placed by the window, filling the room with a faint fragrance. Lu Qingyan did not sit down, but instead lifted the curtain and walked over, quickly arriving at her bedside and sitting down. Young Master Lin, I know you've longed for me for a long time. Now that you've paid, I am yours today. Lin Zhao quickly followed. At this moment, Lu Qingyan began to loosen her belt, and soon the light green satin bodice under her clothes was revealed. She looked up at Lin Zhao, her face seemingly filled with disdain. Lin Zhao, I am young Master Feng's man. Since you dare to do it, you should dare to admit it later. All right, put your clothes on. Lin Zhao looked disgusted, and Lu Qingyan couldn't help but sneer. I thought you really weren't afraid of the Feng family. Scared now. You've made such a big scene, and now you're scared? It's too late. No one can save you. Young Master Lin, you are good in every way, but you still can't change your habit of showing off. Lu Qingyan, I think you've misunderstood. I just thought you were too dirty to eat. As she spoke, Lin Zhao sat down to the side, crossed her legs, and shook her skirt. I am a person who values my purity and integrity, and I am afraid of contracting venereal diseases. Lu Qingyan blushed instantly and stood up angrily. Lin Zhao, you've gone too far. What? Am I not telling the truth? Don't tell me you're still innocent. Lu Qingyan was speechless. Her previously smug and even arrogant expression instantly turned into one of frustration and grievance. If you think I'm dirty, then why did you come looking for me in the first place? The original owner not only fawned over Wang Shuixian, but also over this top courtesan, spending a lot of money on her. Although he never even touched her hand in the end, she would fawn over him the moment she looked at him. Lin Zhao's reason for seeking out Lu Qingyan was quite simple. She was a woman that both the Fong family father and son cared about, and his purpose in doing so was to anger them. It's time for the weather in Yingchun County to change. Lin Zhao walked over and said, I'm happy to do it. What's it to you? Lu Qingyan looked at Lin Zhao with confusion. After a moment's thought, she looked at Lin Zhao again, then suddenly smiled knowingly. Okay, I know you're still angry with me, but I had no choice. If I didn't obey, they would kill me. As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Zhao's arm and whispered, although I'm the top courtesan in the brothel, I'm actually still chaste. Fong Tai is keeping me to entertain important guests, but the guests never come. Haha, you think I believe your nonsense? This place you think you can steal? Lu Qingyan stood up angrily, hands on her hips. Lin Zhao, what are you pretending for? Don't you know that I used to sell my art, not my body? Customers would just listen to my music, and, at most, they'd touch my hand a couple of times. Lu Qingyan's expression was serious, but Lin Zhao was still somewhat skeptical. Lu Qingyan walked over and immediately took out a white cloth and spread it on the bed. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. After saying that, she walked over and started taking off her clothes again, a sly glint in Lu Qingyan's eyes. Anyway, he will definitely be given away by Fong Tai in the end, most likely to be an old man of similar age to Fong Tai. Lin Zhao is young and handsome. Why not let him have his way? Anyway, when Fong Tai asks, we could just pin it all on Lin Zhao. She was a weak woman who was forced to submit to him. But Lin Zhao was originally a scholar. How could he suddenly become so strong? Was he deliberately hiding his strength when he got beaten up last time? Lu Qingyan was full of suspicion. She looked at Lin Zhao with a charming gaze. Lin Zhao, stop pretending to be righteous. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You specifically asked for me. Isn't it just so you can be with me? I'll grant your wish today, she said, taking off her bodice and throwing it at Lin Zhao's face. She then beckoned him with her index finger. Come on, young master Lin Zhao. Although Lin Zhao had excellent self-control, she almost had a nosebleed, but she seriously suspected that Lu Qingyan was not chaste. Otherwise, how could she be so chaste? However, she didn't have time to check today. Lin Zhao walked over and said, all right, let me see how you perform. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you satisfied, young master Lin. Lu Qingyan was like a fox spirit, her eyes full of allure. Although her looks were inferior to the three sisters and Jiang Yueru, she was still a D-cup, which made him somewhat unable to resist her. Lin Zhao walked to Lu Qingyan's side. His gaze suddenly turned cold, and he struck down with a palm. Lu Qingyan immediately fainted in Lin Zhao's arms. Whether you are chaste or not, I will verify it when the time is right, but I have something to do today. After Lu Qingyan fainted, Lin Zhao helped her put on her undergarment again and put on all her outer clothes, then tied her to the bed with a rope. Then he took off one of Lu Qingyan's socks and stuffed it into Lu Qingyan's mouth. After doing all this, he suddenly jumped out of the window and left. Meanwhile, inside the Fong residence, the stalkers who had been injured earlier were kneeling on the ground. Crocodile Eyes had been accidentally killed by Lin Zhao and was now a corpse. Fong, who looked at the corpse on the ground, trembling with rage. Lin Zhao, if I don't kill you, I'll be your grandson. Just then, a servant rushed in, shouting, young Master Fong Lin? Lin Zhao is causing a huge scene at Yingchun Tower. He even made Qingyan sleep with him. What? Fong, who slammed his hand on the chair and then on the back of the chair, breaking the back into several pieces on the spot. He stood up. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Fong, who cursed through gritted teeth. I haven't even done this yet. Let's go. Grab our weapons and head to Yingchun Tower right now. Fong, who was about to leave when his tone suddenly changed. You mean Lin Zhao is currently at Yingchun Tower with Lu Qingyan? Yes, young Master Fong hasn't come out yet. Good, very good. Take your men and go to that inn right now. Tie up the prettiest women and bring them back. Kill the rest, then set the inn on fire. Fong, who glared coldly at the sky. Lin Zhao, if you touch my Lu Qingyan, I'll touch your beautiful wives. However, he still decided to go to Yingchun Tower, with the aim of stalling Lin Zhao and launching a feint attack. Once those women are in my hands, Lin Zhao will have no choice but to be under my control, and then I'll find a chance to send him to his death. Fong, who immediately gave the orders. The three of you come with me to Yingchun Tower. The rest of you go to the inn to abduct them. This time don't knock, just barge in. Yes, Tiger. After saying that, Fong, who led his men out of the Fong residence and rode their horses quickly toward Yingchun Tower, while the other dozen or so men, carrying weapons, soon arrived at Faping Inn. A dozen or so people dressed in black kicked the door open and rushed in. Chapter 61 1 minute to switch between two locations. After a dozen or so men in black rushed in, several of them were so frightened that they dropped their knives on the ground. Because Lin Zhao was sitting at the table at that moment, enjoying a bowl of instant noodles with a box of yogurt next to her. Aren't you at Yingchun Tower? Asked one of the men in black, the leader of the group. Lin Zhao twirled a mouthful of instant noodles with his fork, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. I haven't gone out at all. Those men in black couldn't help but lick their lips. What is this? Why does it smell so good? This is junk food. It'll make you feel full easily if you eat too much. One of the underlings was filled with righteous indignation. Boss, he said, we're trash. You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Lin Zhao was speechless. Aren't you guys being too sensitive? A man in black suddenly rushed over, pointing a knife at Lin Zhao, and shouted, hand over those girls right now, or believe me, I'll kill you. I don't believe it. Lin Zhao smacked her lips again, taking a bite of noodles and a sip of soup. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? The man in black shouted, raising his knife and slashing at Lin Zhao's head. But the next second, he froze, having just raised the knife with both hands, and then the knife fell to the ground with a thud. When everyone finally saw clearly, they were so frightened that they trembled, and several knives fell to the ground. Because Lin Zhao had already pierced the man's neck with a knitting needle, which came out from the back of his neck. At this moment, Lin Zhao stood up and suddenly pulled the knitting needles back. Wuxia novels were indeed true. With high martial arts skills, anything can become a weapon with great destructive power. Lin Zhao gently pushed the man's forehead. What idiot! Soon the black-clad man's corpse stiffened and fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Zhao walked over, looked at the remaining people, and said, I'll give you a chance. Leave now and I'll spare you. Although the men in black were terrified, they knew that if they left like this and went back, they would definitely be killed by Feng Hu. Thinking of this, one of the men in black shouted, let's attack together. I don't believe he's that powerful. As they spoke, all the men in black rushed forward, brandishing their knives and slashing at Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao was as agile as an eel, weaving through the crowd before returning to his seat to continue eating his instant noodles. A few seconds later, a group of people covered their ears and screamed in agony. Ah, my ears! Blood was flowing from everyone's ears. Lin Zhao had just swiftly and accurately pierced their ears with a knitting needle, causing them to become deaf in one ear. The reason Lin Zhao didn't kill him was simple. He was afraid of soiling the place, since it was where he would do business in the future. It was their own territory, and there were corpses lying all over the place. They had to clean it up themselves, so they kept a backup plan. As Lin Zhao ate, he looked at those people who were clutching their heads and howling in pain. You should be grateful that you met someone as kind as me. He took another sip of soup and quickly finished the whole bucket of instant noodles. No one dared to approach him during this time. Lin Zhao simply stood up, which immediately startled those people, causing them to tremble and take several steps back. Lin Zhao walked over to the corpse and kicked it away, knocking over several people at the door. All right, get out of here. Take the body back with you. Don't make a mess in my doorway. Seeing that Lin Zhao's martial arts were unfathomable and his speed was so fast that they couldn't see him clearly, the group of men in black quickly left obediently, carrying the corpse and running faster than rabbits. After those people left, Lin Zhao went up and closed the gate. Having suffered 2 losses in a row, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to come here rashly again. After all, with a 7x speed boost, switching between brothels and inns only takes less than a minute. At this moment, Jiang Yuru and Song Yuro, the 3 sisters, came out of their upstairs room and stood in the corridor, looking at Lin Zhao in the lobby below, their faces filled with disbelief. Song Yujiao whispered, Sister, don't you think my husband seems stronger? Song Yuro dared not ask or answer, but she had the same feeling. All right, second sister, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Song Yuding blinked her eyes. Big sister, second sister, if we don't behave in the future, will our husband treat us badly? Song Yuro walked up to Song Yuding and said, Little sister, stop talking nonsense. Why don't you listen to your master? Song Yujiao blushed. Eldest sister, second sister, what if we're not feeling well, but our husbands still insist on us sharing a room? Should we? Song Yuro poked Song Yujiao's head with her hand. You know, your husband isn't that kind of person. Besides, if he really does ask for that, then you should just obediently listen to him. Oh, big sister, I understand. Seeing the sisters discussing, Lin Zhao immediately jumped up and came to the 4 beauties' side. The 4 men clutched their chests in fright, staring at Lin Zhao in alarm. Are you talking badly about me? Lin Zhao asked. Song Yuro quickly waved her hand. No, husband, my little sister is just being silly. Lin Zhao walked over and affectionately patted Song Yuding's head. Your little brain thinks quite a lot every day. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Song Yuding blinked, then nodded, even looking at Song Yuro with a hint of smugness. Big sister, you've already consummated your marriage with your husband, so why you still have to guess what your master is thinking? Little sister, Song Yuro blushed, somewhat speechless and embarrassed. Lin Zhao looked at Song Yuro and said, Big sister, what I said is right. From now on, you don't need to guess anything, just ask me. Song Yuro immediately stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, Yes, my husband, Yuro has remembered. At this moment, Lin Zhao gently pinched her nose with his hand, put his arm around her, and then looked at Jiang Yueru and Song Yujiao. Let's go in and do something interesting. The four beauties immediately understood, their lips curled into slight smiles, their faces blooming like peach blossoms, and they followed Lin Zhao inside. Tempted by Lu Qingyan, Lin Zhao's appetite was whetted, and soon the room was filled with the tinkling sound of silver bells. Meanwhile, inside Yingshun Pavilion, Fong had already arrived and heard the madam report what had happened. Looking at the self-destructive subordinate on the ground, Fong Hu walked over, stood in front of him, and said, "Humph, you really have guts, you really have the heart to do it." "Young Master Fong, it's mainly because that kid is too powerful. I had no choice," the man said weakly, enduring the excruciating pain. "I can't bear to see you in such pain," Fong Hu said, suddenly drawing a sword and thrusting it into the man's chest without blinking. He then picked up his sword and rushed forward, quickly dispatching all the men in black who had been blinded by Lin Zhao. "You're all blind. Do you think I'd keep you around to take care of you in your old age?" The brothel madam and the girls standing nearby were so frightened that they covered their mouths, but dared not make a sound. Fong Hu remained calm. This was the consequence of not resisting. From now on, if they feared death and dared not fight back when they saw Lin Zhao, they would simply wait to die by my hand. "Did you understand?" "Yes, I understand," the people nearby replied. Just then, applause rang out from outside. "Tiger, well done. This is the kind of demeanor one should have to achieve great things." As they were talking, Fong Hu's father, Fong Tai, walked in from outside, followed by a group of men in black carrying long swords. Chapter 62. We've fallen into their trap again. Fong Hu immediately went to greet him. "Your son greets father." Fong Tai looked up at the building and calmly asked, "Is Lin Zhao still upstairs?" "Yes, Dad, he's still inside." Fong Tai's face contorted instantly, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. "You little beast! The girl I raised with such difficulty has been given away to this bastard." "Dad, what we do now?" Fong Hu then whispered in Fong Tai's ear, "Father, actually I've split my forces into two groups. One group has already gone to capture his family members." Upon hearing this, Fong Tai burst into laughter and immediately praised him. "Tiger, that's what you call wisdom. You're becoming more and more like your father." "Thank you for the compliment, Dad." Fong Hu felt like he was floating on air after being praised. Fong Tai waved his hand and said, "Go." Fong Hu immediately went up to Lu Qingyan's room and said, "Lin Zhao, I know you're in there. You have the guts to sleep with girls, so why don't you open the door?" There was no response from inside. Fong Hu continued, "Actually, we don't need to be enemies. If we cooperate, we can call the shots in Yingshun County." "Lin Zhao, don't you like Wang Shuixian? I don't mind giving her to you, but you have to show some sincerity." Fong Hu rambled on, but there was still no sound in the room. "Lin Zhao, what do you mean? You're not saying anything because you think my offer isn't enough? Fine, Lu Qingyan is yours too. Let's go out and talk." But there was still no sound in the room, which made Fong Hu feel a sense of humiliation at being ignored. From childhood to adulthood, no one except his own father has ever dared to ignore him. Lin Zhao is truly too arrogant. "Lin Zhao, don't push your luck. I've already been very polite." There was still no response from inside, and Lu Qingyan had already woken up in the room. When he opened his eyes, he found himself bound hand and foot, unable to move at all, and his mouth was stuffed with his own socks. Lu Qingyan was so angry that she cursed Lin Zhao's ancestors for 18 generations in her mind, and then kept pressing the sock in her mouth with her tongue. Finally, her socks were knocked off. Hearing Fong Hu outside, Lu Qingyan immediately cried out for help. "Young Master Fong, help! Help!" Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's cries for help from inside the room, Fong Hu immediately kicked open the door and rushed into the boudoir without saying a word. He was even somewhat afraid to look because he didn't know what Lin Zhao had done to Lu Qingyan. But when he got to the bedside, he found that Lu Qingyan was tied to the bed, and her clothes were wrapped up tightly. Fong Hu looked around and realized that Lin Zhao was not there. "Qingyan, where is that kid Lin Zhao?" "Young Master Fong, I don't know. Please untie the ropes binding me first." Fong Hu walked over, pulled a dagger from his sleeve, and with two quick, swift movements, the ropes binding Lu Qingyan were severed. Lu Qingyan stood up, stretched her wrists, and looked aggrieved. "Young Master, thank goodness you came. Otherwise I would have been in trouble. What happened? Lin Zhao didn't do anything to you?" When Lu Qingyan looked at the clothes she was wearing, she immediately realized that Lin Zhao had dressed her in them, and she blushed instantly. But soon he wanted to curse in his heart. Lin Zhao hadn't done anything, and he was still a virgin. He must be sick. "Qingyan, why are you blushing? What despicable thing did Lin Zhao do to you?" Lu Qingyan immediately knelt on the ground. "Young Master, Lin Zhao has strange tastes. She tied me up, knocked me unconscious, and did everything to me. After she was done, she even helped me get dressed. If the Fong family father and son found out that she had seduced Lin Zhao, they would probably try to kill her." So Lu Qingyan had no choice but to make up a lie. Although she was always treated well, many of the women in the brothel died at the hands of the Fong family father and son, and they were all killed after suffering various forms of torture. So she decided to strike first and shift the blame to Lin Zhao, since they certainly wouldn't believe Lin Zhao anyway. Fang Hu became puzzled. Wait a minute, weren't you unconscious? How do you know what he did? Lu Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained, Young Master Fang, I was just pretending. You know, I'm just a weak woman. I wouldn't dare to resist. After saying that, Lu Qingyan walked over and whispered in Fang Hu's ear, that Lin Zhao, he took off my clothes, and not only that, he even... At this point, Lu Qingyan burst into tears. Young Master Fang, you have to do justice for me. Fang Hu's eyes widened in fury, and his body trembled violently. Bastard, Lin Zhao, I will definitely kill you. Don't worry, Qingyan, if he treats you like that, I'll treat his beautiful wives the same way, twice as well. But before he could finish his sentence, Fang Hu realized something was wrong. If Lin Zhao isn't here, then where did he go? When did he leave? Lu Qingyan thought for a moment. He had been gone for a while. Then why didn't you call ahead? Fang Hu questioned. He gagged me, and I finally managed to... Fang Hu instantly realized something was wrong. Oh no, I've fallen into their trap again. Just then, Fang Tai and the madam entered. Tiger, Fang Tai said, the servants just reported that the men you sent out arrived at the inn, but Lin Zhao has crippled them all. What? That's impossible. How did he manage to fool everyone? Fang Tai took out the gold ingot and handed it to Fang Hu. Father, what does this mean? Fang Tai's expression was serious, his face grave. Tiger, this is the gold your father gave to Lian Hong. Lin Zhao gave it to the madam. What? Fang Hu's eyes widened instantly, and he almost lost his balance. Father, do you mean that Lian Hong is already dead at Lin Zhao's hands? Fang Tai was silent for a moment, then slowly said, at the moment, this is probably the only explanation. How could he be so powerful? Fang Hu grabbed Fang Tai's arm. Dad, what we do now? Lin Zhao's gold is clearly a warning to us. Fang Tai sneered. Lin Zhao may be formidable, but your father isn't one to be trifled with either. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Father, what other options do we have? We simply can't win. Fang Tai gritted his teeth, his gaze suddenly hardening. Since he couldn't win, he'd resort to underhanded tactics. Playing dirty tricks? Fang Hu looked puzzled, wondering what his father was up to this time. But he was becoming increasingly skeptical of Fang Tai's words. Fang Tai suddenly looked at Lu Qingyan, walked over, pulled out his hand, and slapped her. After a resounding slap, Lu Qingyan spun around and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She stared blankly at Fang Tai beside her, then knelt on the ground in fear. Master Fang, this was all Lin Zhao's doing. I was truly powerless to resist. Fang Tai stretched out his hand, and one of his men immediately handed him a sword, which Fang Tai took. He drew his sword and slashed it across Lu Qingyan's chest, instantly opening her clothes to reveal a green satin bodice. Only then did Fang Tai realize that the bodice was on backwards. He immediately pointed his sword at Lu Qingyan's chest and said, since you are no longer pure, why should I keep you around? Chapter 63, Making Lu Qingyan an Assassin. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan was immediately terrified, her face drained of all color, and she kept kowtowing, begging, Master Fang, spare my life. I was forced by Lin Zhao. I didn't want to do it. Fang Tai suddenly sheathed his sword. I can spare you, but I want you to kill Lin Zhao. Lu Qingyan was immediately stunned. What, Master Fang? How could I possibly? At this moment, Fang Tai squatted down, his face grim. I'm not asking you to kill him directly, but to find a way to catch him off guard. As he spoke, Fang Tai pulled a small black bottle from his pocket. This is a bottle of poison. Lin Zhao will definitely come looking for you later. Find a way to make him drink it. Lu Qingyan tremblingly accepted the bottle of poison. Yes, Master Fang. Fang Tai immediately stood up. Of course, if you have any other methods, that's fine too. As long as you can kill Lin Zhao, I will reward you handsomely. But I'll only give you 3 days. If you can't kill him... Fang Tai's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Then I guarantee you'll die on the wooden donkey. Lu Qingyan trembled with fear. Yes, Master Fang, I definitely. Fang Tai stood up, looked at the madam, and instructed her that Lu Qingyan could freely enter and leave Yingchun Tower for the next few days. The madam immediately stepped forward and said, Yes, it's Master Fang. Immediately afterwards, Fang Tai flicked his sleeves and walked out, and Fang Hu followed him out immediately. He was very puzzled. Father, Lu Qingyan has no martial arts skills at all. Do you really think she can kill Lin Zhao? Fang Tai sneered upon hearing this. Tiger, sometimes killing doesn't necessarily require martial arts skills. Lu Qingyan is just your father's knife. After saying this, Fang Tai looked at Fang Hu and said, Don't worry, Dad has already planned everything. This time, even if Lin Zhao had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Fang Hu was starting to doubt Fang Tai's confidence. He always spoke with such conviction, but never succeeded. Seeing Fang Hu remain silent, Fang Tai gently patted his shoulder. I've encountered this situation many times before, but I've always been the victor. Yes, father, I understand, Fang Hu replied, bowing his head. However, Tiger, Don't pay any attention to Lin Zhao for the next few days. Just stay in the manor. Lin Zhao will definitely die within 3 days. 3 days, then another 3 days, and Fong Hu was speechless. Father, you keep making mistakes. Where does your confidence come from? But Fong Hu just didn't believe it and didn't dare to question it openly. Yes, your son will obey your orders, father. After saying this, Fong Tai waved his sleeve and strode downstairs, full of confidence. Let's go back to the mansion. Ingchun restaurant will remain open for business as usual. Seeing Fong Tai's departing steps and the skill with which he used his sword, only cutting through his clothes without harming his skin, this was something no ordinary person could do. Could it be that father knows martial arts? Is that why he's so confident? Fong Hu began to speculate to himself. He quickly ran downstairs and ordered, "Go and dispose of these useless corpses." After giving Fong Hu his instructions, he left Ingchun Tower. At this moment, Lu Qingyan slowly stood up from the ground in the room. Looking at the bottle of poison in her hand, she was still somewhat shaken. She was indeed reluctant to kill Lin Zhao, but when she saw the pair of socks on the ground, Lu Qingyan was so angry that she wanted to curse again. Lin Zhao actually stuffed the sock into his mouth. This is an utter disgrace, and I must avenge him. I will definitely stuff the sock into his mouth when the time comes. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyan sat on the bed and began to ponder. Fong Tai was a ruthless man. If she didn't finish, he definitely wouldn't show any mercy. At this moment, Lu Qingyan suddenly made up her mind to take the initiative to go to Lin Zhao's house, since Fong Tai allowed her to come and go freely. Soon, Lu Qingyan changed into a black outfit, wore a veil, and concealed a dagger in her sleeve. She left Ingchun Tower and headed towards the inn where Lin Zhao was staying. About 10 minutes later, Lu Qingyan arrived at the inn's door and knocked. There was no response from inside, so Lu Qingyan knocked on the door again. This time, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me. I'm Lin Zhao's friend. Here to see him." Footsteps came from inside the room. Luing walked over, opened the door, and looked at Lu Qingyan standing at the door. She was stunned for a moment. You've come to see your benefactor?" "My benefactor?" Lu Qingyan asked curiously, looking Luing up and down. "Where is Lin Zhao?" "My benefactor is upstairs." At that moment, a door upstairs opened, and Lin Zhao walked out while tying her belt. Lin Zhao spotted Lu Qingyan downstairs at a glance. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Lu Qingyan looked serious. "I need to talk to you. Can we go upstairs and talk?" "Come on up." Lu Qingyan quickly came up the stairs and saw 4 beautiful women coming out of the room, each with an outstanding appearance and temperament. The 3 sisters' skin was slightly yellowish due to hunger, but after being fed by Lin Zhao these past few days, it has become increasingly fair and tender, making them appear even more graceful and slender. Lu Qingyan was immediately stunned. "Lin Zhao, these are..." Lin Zhao made no attempt to hide it, pointing to 4 people and saying, "These 4 are all my wives and my family." Looking at Song Yuro's slightly flushed cheeks and her clothes, which were noticeably disheveled, and considering Lin Zhao's actions just now, Lu Qingyan seemed to understand. Song Yuro seemed to notice the other person's strange gaze and quickly straightened her clothes. Before the 4 beauties could raise any questions, Lin Zhao pointed to Lu Qingyan and introduced her. This is the famous top courtesan of Ingchun Pavilion, Miss Qingyan." This introduction made Lu Qingyan wish she could disappear into the ground. Her face flushed red, and she dared not look at the others, so she could only lower her head. "Lin Zhao, I need to talk to you. Let's go. Let's talk in a room." Lin Zhao walked directly to the side, pushed open a door, and went inside. Jiang Yuru and the other 3 simply waited outside, without harboring too many doubts or asking any further questions. After entering, Lin Zhao walked over and sat down at a table, and Lu Qingyan walked over somewhat nervously. At this moment, Lin Zhao prepared some tea, walked over, picked up the kettle, and poured some boiling water into the teapot. "Come on, have some water." Lu Qingyan stared at the thermos in surprise. "Lin Zhao, what is this?" Lin Zhao poured Lu Qingyan a cup of tea. "Here, have some water." Lu Qingyan took the teacup and looked at the bamboo thermos again. "Lin Zhao, where did you buy this?" Lin Zhao put the thermos on the ground. "Oh, that's not important. Are you here to kill me?" Lu Qingyan choked on the water and coughed. She suddenly stood up. Lin Zhao, no, not Lin Zhao." Lin Zhao sipped her tea, glancing at Lu Qingyan out of the corner of her eye. "Your heart is beating fast, which means you're guilty. You're here to kill me." After saying that, Lin Zhao suddenly crushed the teacup in her hand and slammed her hand on the table. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingyan was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. Lin Zhao, I was forced to do this. I didn't want to kill you, but Fong Tai said that if I didn't kill you, I would die. So, you decided to kill me? How do you plan to do it? By assassination, poisoning, or seduction?" I dare not finish speaking. Lu Qingyan took out the poison Fong Tai had given her. "Lin Zhao, Fong Tai asked me to use this to poison you. I didn't want to. If you don't want to, how can I trust you? Wasn't it you who conspired with them to scheme against me last time?" Lu Qingyin, don't know how to explain. I did have that last time, but I was not in control of my own destiny, and I did nothing except sing a song for Lin Zhao. Alright, actually there's a way. Lin Zhao went over and helped Lu Qingyin up. Lu Qingyin's eyes immediately lit up. What method? Lin Zhao's gaze darkened instantly. He straightened Lu Qingyin's clothes. The method was simple. You die. Chapter 64. To be a good person to the end, I'll give you a few feet of white silk. Lu Qingyin was so frightened that she knelt down on the ground with a thud. Lin Zhao, please don't kill me. Lin Zhao, as long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Seeing Lu Qingyin's terrified face, Lin Zhao walked over again. I won't kill you. I mean, you should commit suicide. Upon seeing Lin Zhao's indifferent expression, Lu Qingyin immediately collapsed to the ground, as if she had become a completely different person. But thinking about it, he didn't hesitate at all when he blinded those people. Although those people weren't good people, Lin Zhao's heart had indeed turned cold and hard. Lin Zhao sat at the table, continuing to sip her tea. I'm trying to help you. Suicide is the best way. If you commit suicide, you can alleviate your pain. So I'll go all the way and give you a piece of white silk for free. You can hang yourself anywhere. It's the simplest way, and there's no pain. As he spoke, he walked over and took out a 4-foot-long white silk ribbon from his sleeve, handing it to Lu Qingyin. She stood up angrily, looking at Lin Zhao with a chilling expression. I never imagined you'd become like this. You have no compassion at all. What became of me? I was brutally beaten by those thugs, stripped naked, and left in the wilderness. Who helped me? Lu Qingyin replied. But what can I, a weak woman, do? If I disobey, I will die too. All right, let's not argue about this anymore. I've already given you the best solution. Anyway, if you dare to lay a hand on me and the dagger in your sleeve tries to stab me, I'll snap your neck, then strip you naked and throw you in the latrine. You're not human, Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao ignored her and handed the white silk to Lu Qingyin. Do you want it? If not, I'll throw it away. Lu Qingyin angrily accepted the white silk ribbon. Lin Zhao, I figured it out. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. After saying that, he turned around angrily and walked out with a disappointed look. He saw the 4 beauties standing outside, but he didn't say anything. He went downstairs and left the inn. Lin Zhao quickly went out as well, and Zhang Yueru and the 3 sisters stood blankly at the door watching him. But Lin Zhao couldn't help but smile. All right, it's nothing. Everyone's tired, go and rest. I'll go out and buy some eggs. After saying that, he looked downstairs and said, Lu Ying, go to the back and tidy up the kitchen. Yes, my benefactor. Lu Ying quickly gathered the other girls and went to the back. As he spoke, Lin Zhao went downstairs and left the inn, leaving Jiang Yuru, Song Yuro, and the other 2 stunned. They didn't know what to say. Jiang Yuru muttered to herself, Erwa, how come you become so heartless? Song Yuro and her 2 younger sisters also felt a little scared, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, Lin Zhao quickly went out and found a general store where he bought 100 eggs. Unexpectedly, the price of eggs was now about 10 coins each. I only have 50 cents in my own shop, but I have plenty of money, 500 taels of gold and 6,000 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver can buy 100 of them. The reason I opened a shop is not to do business myself, but mainly to settle Lu Ying and the others. I really don't care about this little bit of money. If I wanted to make money, there are so many ways. As for spices, apart from soy sauce, Lin Zhao could only buy the others from the store, such as star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, and tea leaves, which cost a total of 120 store coins. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhao went to the city to see where he could buy coal and saltpeter. As dusk approached, Lu Qingyin returned to Yingchun Tower, which was now open for business. Lin Zhao's outburst at Yingchun Tower did not affect the tower's operations. After the bloodstains on the ground were wiped clean, the place was still bustling with singing and dancing, with women on either side of her. At this moment, many men who were very proper during the day entered the room. Scholars, rough men, round and wealthy men, thin and bony old men, and killers with menacing faces. As soon as Lu Qingyin walked in, those people looked at her like starving people and kept swallowing their saliva. But everyone knew she was the top courtesan, so they only dared to admire her from afar and not to provoke her, since the Fong family was the most powerful family in Yingchun County. Soon, 5 burly men entered through the door. One of them stepped forward, and the madam immediately went to greet him. Master Nyo, you've arrived. The old man shoved the madam aside and shouted, Go and call little red girl over, so she can play with us brothers. The madam immediately shouted, Little red, where have you gone, you brat? Just then, a rather thin-looking girl limped out and quickly approached the madam. Mom, I'm not feeling well today. The madam immediately slapped him across the face. What do you mean by convenient or inconvenient? Are you itching for a beating again? You dare to refuse me, Master Nyo? The madam was arrogant and domineering toward Xiao Hong, but she immediately became all smiles when facing the 5 people. Mr. Nyo, please. Mom, I really... Xiao Hong pleaded with tears in her eyes. At this moment, one of the 5 men got angry, walked over, and carried Xiao Hong away. Soon, the brothel owner threw a bag of silver at the madam. After all, this was Yingchun County, where the Fong family was in charge. As long as you were willing to pay, there was a way to share the profits. Yingchunla will not refuse any request from any customer, as long as they can afford it. Xiao Hong cried and struggled against the burly man, but was still forcibly taken upstairs by the 5 men. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyan was filled with despair and fear, which made her scalp tingle. If she couldn't kill Lin Zhao, she would probably be in a worse situation than Xiao Hong. Fong Tai is vicious and cruel. While thinking about this, Lu Qingyan went upstairs. The madam just watched without daring to approach and speak, and soon Lu Qingyan arrived at her room. After entering, Lu Qingyan closed the door, and soon Xiao Hong's heart-wrenching screams came from next door. About 10 minutes later, news came that little red girl was dead. A moment later, the madam came up, and soon Xiao Hong was carried out wrapped in a thin sheet, which was covered in blood. Upon seeing that scene, Lu Qingyan nearly broke down and lost her voice, covering her mouth in shock. Xiao Hong died. It was like the death of a dog. Yingchunla was still bustling and unaffected. No one cared that she was dead. Grandpa Nyo came forward and said, "Mom, we haven't had enough fun yet. Go and call little green girl over." The madam immediately beamed with joy. Good, good, Master Nyo." Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyan was overwhelmed by despair and fear. These things had happened often before, but she was unaffected. Now, she felt that next time, she would be the one wrapped in that sheet. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyan immediately felt utterly hopeless. She walked over, brought out a stool, and then took out the white silk that Lin Zhao had given her from her sleeve and tied it to the roof beam. After tying the white silk ribbon, Lu Qingyan hung it up and then kicked over the stool. Lin Zhao was right. It was better to commit suicide than to be tortured to death by the Fong family father and son. As breathing became increasingly difficult and blood could no longer reach her brain, Lu Qingyan's world soon went black, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she suddenly found herself lying on her bed. She slowly sat up. Then she noticed Lin Zhao doing push-ups on the floor next to the bed. Looking around, Lu Qingyan immediately noticed the dazzling white silk hanging from the beam. She immediately realized that she was not dead and that Lin Zhao must have saved her. She looked at Lin Zhao by the bedside in confusion. Lin Zhao, yes, it was you who saved me. Why?" While doing push-ups, Lin Zhao replied, "I was just testing you. Since you've chosen death, I'll give you a way out." Lu Qingyan was completely confused. What did that mean? Lin Zhao, it's okay if you don't understand. From this moment on, I guarantee you won't die. Fong Tai won't dare to touch you. Lu Qingyan sneered. Lin Zhao, aren't you underestimating Fong Tai? What wouldn't he dare to do? Lin Zhao stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "I told you he wouldn't dare, and he really wouldn't. You just need to stay in the room." Seeing Lin Zhao's relaxed yet serious expression, Lu Qingyan, though still harboring doubts, dared not ask any further questions. At this moment, she lowered her head. "Hey Lin Zhao, what were you doing on the ground just now? Were you thinking about something?" As she spoke, Lu Qingyan slowly loosened her belt, patted the blankets on the bed, and thought, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well give myself to you before I die." Lin Zhao immediately took several steps back, looking serious. "Your train of thought switches too quickly. Goodbye. I need to go back and make some tea eggs." Chapter 65, The Secret in Lu Qingyan's Boudoir. As soon as she said that, Lin Zhao jumped out of the window and disappeared in a flash. Lu Qingyan immediately chased after her. "Lin Zhao, I really am chased, I'm not lying to you." But there was no response. Lu Qingyan returned to her room, feeling awkward and speechless. At this moment, a man in black appeared on Lu Qingyan's roof. Shortly after Lin Zhao left, he immediately ran from the roof to the other side with lightning speed and disappeared into the night in an instant. Meanwhile, in Fangyuan, Fong Tai was practicing his swordplay in the backyard under the moonlight. He moved with agility, weaving between the scarecrows in the yard like a dragon, and after a moment, all the scarecrows' heads fell off. Fong Tai suddenly kicked off and flew out, piercing a wooden stake with his sword, and then pulled it out. Just then, Fong Hu jumped off the roof. "Dad, you really know martial arts." Fong Tai tossed the sword to Fong Hu, then rubbed his lower back and walked over. "Hooer, it seems you noticed what I did to you today." Fong Hu took the sword and was surprised to find that it was actually a soft sword. He never expected that his father's martial arts skills were so high. Fong Tai, on the contrary, became modest. "Sigh, I haven't practiced in a long time. I've gotten rusty." No. Father, your martial arts skills far surpass mine. No wonder you're not afraid of that brat Lin Zhao." Fong Tai waved his hand. Although Father's martial arts are good, he might not be able to beat Lin Zhao if they were to really compete. Father doesn't need to do it himself to kill him. "So Father, what do you mean?" Fong Tai looked at Fong Hu with a solemn expression. "Hooer, today I'll tell you another principle. If you encounter an opponent you can kill, but you will also suffer minor injuries, will you still take action? Of course. I only suffered minor injuries. Definitely. Fong Tai immediately cursed. Stupid, utterly stupid. After being scolded by Fong Tai, Fong Hu immediately lost his confidence. Dad, is there something wrong? In this situation, why must you intervene personally? Can't you resolve the situation without getting hurt? Preserving your own strength is always paramount. Everyone else is just a pawn. Fong Hu nodded, seemingly understanding. Yes. Father, I understand. But I'm still worried about Lu Qingyan. She really... Before Fong Hu could finish speaking, a white pebble suddenly flew through the night and headed straight for Fong Tai. Fong Tai's hand shot out like a cobra and grabbed the stone, which was wrapped in a piece of paper covered with densely written words. After reading it, Fong Tai smiled calmly. Everything was going according to plan. That bitch Lu Qingyan was indeed still chaste. What? Dad, how did you know? Fong Hu suddenly remembered the stone that had just flown over. The one who sent you the message was... Fong Tai suddenly interrupted Fong Hu with his hand, signaling him not to ask any more questions. At this moment, Fong Tai handed the note to Fong Hu, who read it and was immediately filled with disbelief. That Lu Qingyan deserves to die. How dare she lie to us? Father, I'm going to kill her right now. Fong Tai was immediately exasperated. Tiger, how can you still be so brainless? Can't you see that this is your father's scheme? Father, with your vast experience with women, can't you tell whether Lu Qingyan has lost her virginity? I was just pretending. Why? The fact that she dares to lie to us now shows she has ulterior motives, so why keep her around? Fong Tai is stone subtenet. The reason I forced her to kill Lin Zhao today was to push her to her death. Besides that, I also arranged for someone to deliberately make Xiao Hong die a gruesome death in front of her. Force Lu Qingyan to her death? Father, didn't you tell her to kill Lin Zhao? Fong Tai was speechless again. How could his son be so stupid? Once Lu Qingyan dies, Lin Zhao will believe her. This is called putting yourself in a desperate situation to survive. Fong Hu was still somewhat puzzled. Come with me, Tiger. He quickly led Fong Hu to a side courtyard. Several guards stood at the entrance, and no one was allowed to approach this courtyard normally. After entering, Fong Tai led Fong Hu to a room, and Fong Hu was immediately stunned upon entering. The layout here is exactly the same as Lu Qingyan's Fong family home. Father, how can this be the same as Lu Qingyan's room? Also, what is that wooden board on the bed? Fong Tai didn't explain, but walked to a pillar in the room and turned the lamp holder on it. Just then, Fong Hu suddenly noticed that 3 sharp blades, each a foot long, suddenly sprang out from the bed and instantly pierced through the wooden board. But that wasn't the end. Suddenly, 36 crossbow bolts shot out from the bed and embedded themselves in the wooden planks. Fong Tai looked at his work with great satisfaction. Tiger, what do you think will happen when Lu Qingyan and Lin Zhao are busy on that boudoir bed and encounter this scene? Fong Hu suddenly realized something. Father, you mean that Lu Qingyan's bed in her room is also designed like this? Fong Doi notif. Of course, it's even more advanced there than here. If Lin Zhao manages to jump off the bed and dodge the daggers and crossbow bolts, the darts in the wall will immediately fly over, and they're all poisoned. At that time, even if he were a god, he would not escape death. Fong Tai said, laughing heartily. Fong Hu immediately burst into laughter. Dad, you're amazing. There's still so much I need to learn from you. At this moment, Fong Tai looked at Fong Hu and said, Now, do you understand why your father forced Lu Qingyan to die? Fong Hu shook his head. Father, I don't understand. What's the connection between these two things? Fong Tai was so angry he was about to explode. I really wonder if I was born from a donkey? Fong Hu quickly admitted his mistake. Father, please enlighten me. Fong Tai was getting impatient. This mechanism required Lu Qingyan to trick Lin Zhao into bed, which in turn required Lin Zhao to fully trust Lu Qingyan. That's easier said than done. But once she dies, Lin Zhao will believe it. Fong Hu nodded immediately. Oh, Father, I understand. This is what you meant by putting yourself in a life-or-death situation to survive. Yes, that's right. But Father, what if Lu Qingyan really dies? So what if he's dead? He was just a pawn. Nothing to do with the grand plan. Fong Tai said casually. Fong Hu nodded. Oh, so that means Lu Qingyan will die alongside Lin Zhao this time. Of course, Lu Qingyan was originally someone I carefully selected to entertain distinguished guests, but she can also be used to kill powerful figures. Regardless of who wins or loses, both of them will surely die. After saying that, Fong Tai patted Fong Hu on the shoulder. However, you still need to go and talk to Lu Qingyan and tell her to seduce Lin Zhao as soon as possible, so she won't have to die. Yes, Father. But remember, you must use the right methods. Threats and coercion will only arouse suspicion. This is a test from your father. Fong Hu immediately clenched his fists and said, Father, I will definitely live up to your expectations. The two quickly walked out of the courtyard, and Fong Hu also left Feng Yuan shortly afterward. At the inn, Lin Zhao had already boiled the eggs. He boiled 50 eggs first, and then let them sit for a while. Then, the instructor taught that after the eggs are boiled, you should use a tool to tap the surface of the eggs to create fine and even cracks so that the flavors can penetrate. Come on, Lu Ying, you guys come over and give it a try. As she spoke, Lu Ying and a few other girls went over and started cracking eggs. Jiang Yuru and her 3 sisters watched from the side. It was also their first time eating eggs this way. Many villagers would eat bird eggs raw or make egg drop soup. At this point, Lin Zhao put several large spoonfuls of water into the pot, simmered the braising spices, and added tea leaves, cinnamon, star anise and bay leaves, salt, rock sugar, and soy sauce for color. Soon, as the water boiled, the aroma of the broth filled the entire room. Jiang Yuru and her 3 sisters immediately gathered around, sniffing the air. It smells so good. Erwa, how did you come up with this way to cook eggs? Yuru, I read about her in a book, but I forgot which book it was. Lin Zhao replied. Jiang Yuru and her 3 sisters did not suspect anything. After all, there are countless books in the world, and it is normal that they have never seen them before. When the eggs were almost cooked, Lin Zhao put the cracked eggs into the pot and cooked them for a while before turning off the heat. Letting them soak in the pot overnight will make them even more flavorful. Tomorrow, just reheat them slightly, and they'll be available for sale tomorrow. Chapter 66. Jiang Yuru, who wants to be a shopkeeper. Lu Ying and everyone else were somewhat surprised. Lin Zhao was incredibly efficient, getting things done as soon as he said he would. Lu Ying, since you can read, you can take on both the accounting and management roles. Yes, my benefactor. Lin Zhao looked at the others and said, from now on, you will all listen to Lu Ying. Everyone answered in unison. Yes, benefactor. At this moment, Jiang Yuru seemed to have something to say and kept exchanging glances with Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao found it strange. Jiang Yuru seemed to have become a little addicted to him since she married him. But hadn't she just finished her work at noon? But upon closer reflection, I realized that I am now a heptaploid, a true calabash brother, and the third one at that. Lin Zhao could only look at Lu Ying and say, that's fine. You two should get some rest tonight. I'm going upstairs. He quickly followed Jiang Yuru and the 3 sisters upstairs. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yuru closed the door and sat on Lin Zhao's lap. Although all 3 sisters were present, they were already used to it, so Jiang Yuru no longer tried to hide it from others. Lin Zhao immediately picked up Jiang Yuru and walked towards the bed. Yuru, but getting naughtier and naughtier. All right, your husband will make an exception today. Jiang Yuru lowered her head shyly. Erwa, that shopkeeper, my sister thinks I can handle it too. I can do the accounting. Why don't you let me? Lin Zhao instantly understood Jiang Yuru's thoughts. She actually had a business addiction, but this addiction was different from the one she had in other places. It was her own heart. Lin Zhao immediately put her on the ground and pinched her nose with his hand. Yuru, you're with me. How can I let you do chores? You and my eldest sister, second sister, and youngest sister, you are my family. You don't need to do anything. Song Yuro and her 2 younger sisters, who were sitting to the side, immediately stood up. Thank you for your concern, husband, but we also want to share some of your burden. All right, no need to share the burden. Your main task is just to be good wives to me. Seeing Jiang Yuru's disappointment, Lin Zhao comforted her. Look, Yuru, you still have to take care of Nyonyo for now. What's so special about being a tea shop manager? When the business grows bigger, I'll let you be a bigger manager. Jiang Yuru's eyes lit up instantly. Erwa, really? It's true. Jiang Yuru was born into a business family, but many unexpected events occurred later. She encountered Lin Day after experiencing numerous setbacks, and then married Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao looked at the 4 beauties and said, family members, go wash up and go to bed. Get warm in your blankets. As he spoke, he picked up Jiang Yuru and said, if there's anything you need to say in the future, just say it directly. Don't sit on my lap. It's easy to get hurt like that. Jiang Yuru nodded immediately. Yes, I've got it. The 3 sisters immediately followed, a blush spreading across their faces. At this time, Yingchun Tower was still bustling with activity, with many customers coming and going, and the madam busy attending to them. In Lu Qingyin's room, Fang Hu sat at a table to the side. He dared not approach the bed, fearing that if it malfunctioned, he would be riddled with bullets. Qingyin, did you remember what I just told you? Lu Qingyin was puzzled. During the day, he asked her to kill Lin Zhao, and now he asked her to seduce Lin Zhao. What exactly did this father and son want to do? But this is much easier. Lu Qingyin immediately agreed. Young Master Fang, yes, this servant has remembered. But Fang Hu still didn't quite believe Lu Qingyin and took a few steps forward. Lu Qingyin, to be honest, I don't want to be enemies with Lin Zhao, but he keeps trying to take Wang Shuixian from me. So, Qingyin, you must find a way to keep him trapped, preferably so that he comes to see you every night. At this moment, Lu Qingyin immediately stood up from the bed. Understand, young Master Fang. I will definitely do my best. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, Fang Hu flicked his sleeves and walked out of the room. His gaze quickly darkened. When the 2 of them were having sex, he would activate the mechanism, and they would be instantly turned into meat skewers. Thinking of this, Fang Hu suddenly felt a surge of anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, and he thought that when Lin Zhao died, he would definitely treat his 4 beautiful wives well. But that wasn't enough. He needed to come up with a way to lure Lin Zhao over. Fang Hu's eyes darted around, and he quickly smiled smugly. He had an idea. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Zhao got up and went downstairs to do push-ups. Now he insists on doing 10,000 four-finger push-ups every day, which is equivalent to 5 standard push-ups, so the total number of push-ups can reach 50,000. This 4-finger push-up is difficult for the average person, but for someone like me who can easily poke a stone slab with my fingers, it's a piece of cake. After inspection, Lin Zhao's equivalent standard push-up count has reached 320,000, and her total number of mall coins is now 1,898. If you do 10,000 four-finger push-ups every day, you can earn 500 mall coins, which is a good monthly income of 15,000. The better days are yet to come. When Lin Zhao reached 330,000, the 4 beauties came downstairs, and Lu Ying and the others also came out and began tidying up the house. For breakfast, they cooked rice porridge and steamed buns. Lin Zhao also stir-fried some cabbage and prepared a dish of pickled bean sprouts. Everyone ate with great relish. Finally, the grand finale, the tea eggs, was served, and Lin Zhao brought them over. "Try it," he said, peeling one out himself and taking a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. Lin Zhao was initially worried that the taste would be mediocre or too salty. In this era, people's taste buds would be uncomfortable with overly salty food. After tasting it, Lin Zhao felt it was pretty good with a moderate saltiness. After all, she had reduced the amount of salt slightly during the cooking process, and the eggs were also of high quality. Lu Ying nodded as she ate. It tastes very fresh and fragrant, and there's a hint of tea flavor. So this is what tea eggs are. Jiang Yuru also tried it. This was the first time she had ever seen it prepared this way. However, with salt, tea, rock sugar, and all those spices, the cost must be quite high. Yuru, I'm going to price it at 1 qian of silver each. Upon hearing Lin Zhao price the eggs at 1 qian of silver each, everyone holding their eggs froze, too afraid to take a bite. The money spent on these eggs could buy enough grain to feed a family of 5 for a month. It's all right, everyone can eat. Lin Zhao then looked at Lu Ying and said, "Because you're the manager and accountant, you only get 2 taels of silver a month, while the 5 of you only get 1 tael of silver a month." Lu Ying immediately led the 6 people to stand up in unison, kneeling on the ground with tears in their eyes to express their gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Zhao, they would have been ravaged by the bandits long ago. Now Lin Zhao not only provides them with jobs, but also allows them to earn money every month, which moves them deeply. All right, everyone, get up, sit down, and eat. We'll try out the business in a bit, starting with 30 tea eggs. Yes, benefactor. Lu Ying answered first. Soon the group sat down to eat breakfast, and after breakfast, the room was tidied up. Lin Zhao opened the door and casually wrote a sign. Tea eggs, 1 qian each. Then he started banging the gong to attract customers, and soon a crowd gathered around. "Why are you banging the gong so early in the morning? It's so noisy. We're tea eggs." "Eggs laid under tea leaves?" "I don't think so. It must have been laid by a hen named Tea Leaf." No. I think they must have buried the eggs under the tea trees, or the boss ordered the tea." Everyone had different opinions, and Lin Zhao was almost amused. She never expected that the ancients had such imaginative ideas. Just as he was about to explain, a commoner suddenly shouted, "What? 1 coin per piece? Is this for human consumption?" "Exactly. Boss, how can you be so heartless? Are you robbing me? Even if you gave me these eggs for free, I wouldn't eat them. Let's walk around, it's boring." Lin Zhao quickly promoted his tea eggs, saying, "These tea eggs are made with several kinds of spices and fresh eggs, and they've been aged for 49 days. "What? 49 days? Won't it spoil? Even a dog wouldn't eat it." Lin Zhao was so angry she laughed and was about to explode when suddenly a gong rang out. A loud male voice rang out. "Today's event at Yingchun Pavilion. Our top courtesan, Lu Qingyan, is up for auction starting at 1 tael of silver. There will also be a striptease performance by Qingyan." Chapter 67, Dressing Up as an Old Man. As soon as the gong sounded and the shouts rang out, the crowd that had been watching vanished in a flash, each one running faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, only an old man remained, hunched over, walking unsteadily toward him. Lin Zhao immediately went up to him and said, "Grandpa, these tea eggs are really delicious. You have excellent taste." But the next second, Lin Zhao realized that the old man hadn't come to buy tea eggs at all, but had gone over to pick up a wooden stick leaning against the wall. After he got the stick, he turned around, leaned on it, and shouted, "Wait for me." Lin Zhao and the others were all stunned. Jiang Yuru and Song Yuro blushed. So it turned out that this old man was also going to a brothel to join in the fun. Lin Zhao immediately chased after him. "No, sir, you can barely walk straight, and you're going to join the fun?" The old man turned around and glared at Lin Zhao. "What? Can't I go? Young man, are you discriminating against the elderly? The old man smiled as he spoke, his wrinkled face breaking into a grin, like a Shar-Pei drooling with a laugh. Haven't you heard about the striptease show? It's Lu Qingyan. As he spoke, he leaned on his cane and hurried over, panting heavily. He moved with the speed of a tiger, but his speed was surprisingly slow. Lin Zhao couldn't help but complain. This old man is still not hungry enough. He then turned to look at Lu Ying and the others. It's all right. It's business. This kind of thing is normal on the first day. Take it slow. Lu Ying didn't know what to say, so she just smiled slightly and said, yes, my benefactor. Lin Zhao looked at the street, which looked as if it had been suddenly washed away by a flood. There wasn't a single person in sight. Most of them had probably gone to join the fun. The auction of Lu Qingyan, along with the striptease performance, were indeed attractive gimmicks. Lin Zhao was somewhat puzzled. Yingchen was always coming up with something out of nowhere, and the Fong family father and son were truly ingenious. Should I go or not? If I don't go, I promised Lu Qingyan I'd keep her alive. But if we go, what if it turns out to be a trap, another feint that draws our attention to Yingshan Tower while sending people here? None of the 10 girls in front of him knew martial arts. Lin Zhao felt that if he were to add more family members later, he would have to find one who knew martial arts so that he could extricate himself from the situation. All right, that's it for today. Close the shop. As they were talking, Lin Zhao walked into the lobby on the first floor of the inn. Although Lu Ying was puzzled, she immediately did as he was told, packed her things, and soon the shop door was completely closed. Once inside, Lin Zhao sat on a stool and pondered. The people who came to watch were not potential consumers at all. Even if the price was reduced to 50 coins, they still couldn't afford it. Those who actually have the means to buy tea eggs have probably all gone to Yingshanla. To sell the tea eggs, we need to do some marketing. Lin Zhao's mind raced, trying to find a way to generate a viral sensation and exploit the wealthy in Yingshan County. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao quickly went upstairs to his room and started dressing up in front of the mirror. He bought some fake beard from the mall, dyed his hair gray, and drew some age spots on his face. Soon, the person in the mirror turned into an old man, and he couldn't even recognize himself. Lin Zhao stood up with satisfaction, opened the door, and came downstairs, quickly arriving at Jiang Yuru and the others. The four of them stared at Lin Zhao with panicked eyes. Jiang Yuru hugged her child tightly in fright. Who are you? How did you get in? Song Yuro didn't recognize them at first either, and spread her arms to protect her 2 younger sisters. Lin Zhao deliberately put on a very lewd expression and disguised his voice as somewhat old. I've knocked your husbands out, so you'd better go to sleep with this old man. Shameless. You scoundrel. Jiang Yuru cursed, looking at Lin Zhao with fear in her eyes. But Lin Zhao walked straight over, startling Jiang Yuru so much that she retreated repeatedly. What are you going to do? Young lady, let me kiss you, he said, walking over. Jiang Yuru closed her eyes in fright. You get away. If you come any closer, I'll kill myself. Lu Ying picked up a chair and warned, You should leave now. Seeing that no one recognized him, Lin Zhao was extremely satisfied. At this moment, Song Yuro walked to the front and asked, Husband, is that you? Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment. How did Song Yuro recognize him? Song Yuro glanced at Lin Zhao from head to toe. Husband, what happened to you? Lin Zhao had no choice but to stop pretending. Big sister, how did you figure out? Song Yuro pointed to Lin Zhao's shoes. Husband, I can't tell from your face and voice, but you haven't changed your shoes. Lin Zhao looked down and realized that she hadn't changed her shoes. She couldn't help but praise her. Big sister, you're so thoughtful. Song Yuro blushed immediately upon being praised. At that moment, Jiang Yuru handed Nyo to Song Yujiao and then walked over. Erwa, you've gone too far. Why did you scare me? I was just kidding. How's my disguise going? He then kissed Jiang Yuru on the cheek. I'll pamper you tonight. Jiang Yuru shuddered as if she had been electrocuted, her pretty face showing. Erwa, what are you doing dressed up like this? Yuru, I'm going out for a bit. You all stay here and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Lin Zhao jumped to the second floor, went out of the second floor window, and successfully climbed onto the roof. Using the rooftop as a springboard, Lin Zhao quickly arrived at Yingshan Tower, where the area was completely surrounded by crowds, with people thronging the streets. However, most people were turned away because it cost money to get in. Several strong and burly guards stood at the entrance, shirtless even in the dead of winter. One man was carrying a wooden box, while the other was shouting loudly, wanting to go inside. 10 taels of silver. Fong, who quickly arrived at the door, poked his head out to look around, and looked somewhat anxious. I put on this whole show to lure Lin Zhao over, but why hasn't he come yet? Lin Zhao walked to the door and asked in a weathered voice, Is it true that as long as I pay the money, I can go in? No, what are you doing here, an old man? A guard at the door gave Lin Zhao a disdainful look. Fong, who glanced at Lin Zhao but didn't recognize him. He then slapped one of his men. Damn it, anyone who can afford it can spend the night with Qing Yin. Lin Zhao took out a 10-tael silver ingot and put it into the box, then walked in openly and honestly. Fong, who was still looking outside from the doorway, his mind racing with worry. Would Lin Zhao really not come? He thought. If he dare not come, I'd really sell Lu Qingyan off. Upon entering, Lin Zhao discovered that Lu Qingyan was hanging from the rafters, her mouth covered with a cloth, and she wore no outer garment, only a light green strapless satin dress. Everyone watched with great interest. Lu Qingyan truly lived up to her reputation as the top courtesan of Yingshan Pavilion. Her figure and skin were simply stunning. Yes, if I were lucky enough to spend even one night with him, I would die happy. I heard that this girl, Qingyan, is still a virgin. Why haven't you started yet? Qingyan will be hanged soon, someone urged impatiently. Lin Zhao observed carefully and saw that the people who came here were all different kinds of people, all dressed in silk and looked very wealthy and noble. Of course, there were also some young masters standing at the back. At this moment, Fong, who walked in, looked at the anxious crowd and said, "All right, everyone, thank you for waiting. Now let's start the bidding for the right to use Qingyan. The starting bid is 1 tael of silver. I'll give 2 ounces. I'll pay 5 taels, 10 taels, 50 taels, 100 taels. I'll offer 500 taels." A familiar voice rang out. Lin Zhao turned around and saw that it was Zhou Buren, the manager of the pawn shop that never returned. That old man really knows how to spend money. Looks like he's got a lot of money. I'll go and rip him off again sometime. I'll offer 1,000 taels, said a wealthy man in a corner, eliciting another gasp of surprise from the crowd. Lin Zhao, too lazy to waste any more words, simply shouted, "I'll offer 100,000 taels." Chapter 68, Cooperating in a Play. As soon as Lin Zhao spoke, the scene fell silent. Even Fong, who was stunned. He hadn't expected that his attempt to lure Lin Zhao would result in catching a big fish instead. This old man must be from out of town. I've never heard of anyone so wealthy in Yingshan County. Anyone else want to make a bid? Fong, who asked. Silence fell again. At a price of 100,000 taels, what were they even talking about? Nobody in Yingshan County had that kind of financial power. At this moment, Fong, who walked over and looked Lin Zhao up and down. "Old man, you're not playing a trick on me, are you? You really have 100,000 taels." Lin Zhao sneered. "If I didn't have money, how would I dare to come here? 10,000 taels is nothing to me. All right, take us to get the silver. Once we have the silver, Qingyan is yours." Hanging upstairs, Lu Qingyan looked down at the old man dressed as Lin Zhao and immediately began to struggle. Lin Zhao stroked his beard and asked coldly, "Don't I have to inspect the goods first? When you go to a restaurant, do you pay first?" Fong, whose face immediately darkened. "Old man, are you playing me for a fool?" Soon, more than a dozen thugs surrounded Lin Zhao, staring at him fiercely. But Lin Zhao was not afraid at all. Suddenly, he slapped Fong, who across the face. "You bastard, go and ask around about my name, Sang Biao. When have I ever reneged on a debt? How dare you talk to me like that?" The slap stunned Fong, who on the spot. His men immediately tried to surround him, but Fong, who quickly stopped them. Sang Bi, I've never heard of him." Lin Zhao slapped Fong, who across the face again. "Now you've heard it." Fong, who was instantly enraged. "Old man, don't push your luck. I'm only giving you leeway because I respect you as an elder. Don't you dare." Lin Zhao slapped Fong, who across the face again. The onlookers were stunned, wondering if they were dreaming. Someone actually dared to hit Fong, who. They secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. This time, Fong, who couldn't take it anymore and swung his fist to meet her. Lin Zhao slid behind him and delivered a chop to his neck, knocking Fong, who unconscious on the spot. Upon seeing Fong, who fall to the ground, the guards immediately rushed over. Lin Zhao showed no mercy, rushing forward and breaking all of their legs in a few swift moves, causing a chorus of groans to erupt on the ground. The crowd gasped in amazement, and discussions erupted. "My goodness, I never knew this old man was so amazing. At such an advanced age, you're even in better physical condition than me? Yeah, what kind of tonic did they take? I want to try it too." Lin Zhao immediately picked up the thread. "Good question. The reason I'm so strong is because I go to Sherpu Street every day to buy a 5 treasures tea egg. Since eating these tea eggs, I feel my hearing and eyesight have improved, and I'm full of energy." After saying that, Lin Zhao performed a backflip followed by 10 Thomas flares. After this set of movements was completed, the onlookers were all stunned, and even the guards on the side were speechless with astonishment. At this moment, Lin Zhao suddenly leaped up and ran directly to the 2nd floor. Then he jumped into the air, cut the rope, and elegantly rescued Lu Qingyan. But Lu Qingyan didn't recognize Lin Zhao and struggled incessantly in fright. Lin Zhao picked her up and carried her on his shoulder, but Lu Qingyan continued to struggle like a fish out of water. Lin Zhao walked over, bent down, and picked Fong Hu up in his hands. He carried the struggling Lu Qingyan on his back and Fong Hu in his arms, and soon went straight into Lu Qingyan's room. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked again. "My God, this old man is amazing. He has such great strength. No wonder he still frequents brothels at his age. He's still got it." A young scholar scoffed. You are strong, but matters concerning the young ladies are not a matter of strength. This quickly piqued everyone's curiosity. Shall we go up and take a look? Everyone remained silent, and soon they all ran upstairs and surrounded Lu Qingyan's room. Lin Zhao soon heard footsteps outside, which was a rare opportunity for him. Lin Zhao first threw Feng Hu to the ground, then hugged Lu Qingyan in his arms and deliberately raised his voice. Little lady, you smell so good and are so soft. As he spoke, he kissed Lu Qingyan on the cheek, which immediately filled Lu Qingyan with disgust, making her want to die. The old man in front of her looked even older and more sleazy than Feng Tai, yet she continued to struggle. At this moment, Lin Zhao continued, Girl, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more I like it. Lin Zhao quickly lowered her voice again. I am Lin Zhao, Lu Qingyan. If you understand, blink. Lu Qingyan's eyes widened as she looked at the old man who was holding her. Lin Zhao ripped the gag off her mouth. Lu Qingyan, you have to cooperate with me in a play. You really are Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao immediately covered his mouth and said, Keep your voice down. I'm an old man. My name is Sang Biao. Lu Qingyan blinked immediately, her face turning red. It turned out that the person who had just kissed her wasn't an old man, but Lin Zhao. He really did have feelings for her. At this moment, Lin Zhao carried Lu Qingyan to the boudoir bed, then looked at her seriously and said, Next, you don't need to do anything. Just scream loudly. Call me. Lu Qingyan asked, puzzled. Lin Zhao was speechless. Lu Qingyan, what are you pretending for? You've been in a brothel. Haven't you heard of? Lu Qingyan immediately understood and blushed again. I understand. Soon she emitted a very soul-stirring sound, which made Lin Zhao feel a little flutter. Sure enough, like soil produces like life, Lu Qingyan is indeed very professional. Lin Zhao immediately joined in, reciting some lines, and Lu Qingyan responded sweetly in return. Uncle Lin Sanbiao, you're amazing. I love you so much. The people gathered outside the house listened with great interest, while simultaneously filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. They were so engrossed in it that they were practically digging holes in the wooden railings. Oh dear, what a waste. Such a beautiful flower has been stuck in dog poop. I think the young woman with green smoke seems quite fond of this old man. Soon after, Lu Qingyan's soft, sweet voice came from inside again. Uncle Sang Biao, why are you so strong? Soon, Lin Zhao's voice came from inside. Miss Qingyan, because I eat a 5 treasures tea egg every day, it's only 1 qian of silver each, very cheap. Seeing Lin Zhao shouting, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh and asked in a low voice, Lin Zhao, what is 5 treasure tea egg? Why do you keep talking about this? You'll see when you buy 1 for me. Okay, Lin Zhao urged, keep going, don't stop. Lu Qingyan was naturally sensible and quickly understood Lin Zhao's purpose, so she cooperated very hard. The onlookers outside were filled with worry and anxiety. Would Qingyan be all right? She's still so young. Have you heard of the 5 treasures tea egg that the old man mentioned earlier? I don't know. Wasn't it supposed to be on Sherpu Street? I'll go check it out later. It should be something good. Soon, half an hour passed, and Lu Qingyan's voice could still be heard from inside from time to time. Lin Zhao went over, poured a glass of water, and brought it to him. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Qingyan took the teacup, took a sip, and then looked at Lin Zhao with a seductive gaze. Lin Zhao, you're so boring. How about we do something real? As she spoke, Lu Qingyan walked over and stood in front of Lin Zhao. Although I work in a brothel, I'm truly chaste and pure of heart. But the next second, Lin Zhao pinched Lu Qingyan's waist hard, and she immediately screamed in pain. Why did you pinch me? Continue, don't stop, Lin Zhao whispered. Lu Qingyan was speechless and could only continue to make pleasant sounds in response. Just then, Feng Tai led 10 black-clad swordsmen into Yingshun Tower. He cleared his throat and coughed, and the people upstairs instantly turned around in fright and stood in neat rows. Feng Tai's face was grim, his eyes fierce, and after a moment he let out a low, murderous voice. Everyone please go out first. We have some household matters to attend to at Yingshun Restaurant. Feng Tai's face was full of murderous intent, his eyes like knives, and the swordsmen around him were all ashen-faced, like executioners. The onlookers in the brothel shuddered, for it was often at this moment that Feng Tai was about to unleash a massacre. After all, everyone knows Feng Tai's cruelty. He kills entire families in one go, and then sets the house on fire. The women in the family are raped before being killed. Everyone immediately and obediently came downstairs, quickly arriving at the bottom and politely greeting Feng Tai. One by one, they left Yingshun Tower looking dejected. Feng Tai immediately ordered, get ready, everyone. As soon as he comes out, take care of him immediately. In Yingshun County, I'm the one who calls the shots. Yes, Master Feng. Soon all the swordsmen drew their swords, raised their hands in front of their chests, and were ready to start the killing spree. These swordsmen were all assassins by training, and their martial arts skills were far superior to those of ordinary thugs. Moreover, they all knew how to use hidden weapons. After all the customers left, the old man who had been watching the commotion at Lin Zhao's stall walked over, leaning on his cane and panting. He walked straight into Ingshun Tower, coughed, and said, "Hey, isn't there a striptease show? Let me see." Upon hearing this, Fong Tai's face immediately turned cold, and he turned around and walked to the old man. He chuckled speechlessly at first. "At your age, why are you still here?" The old man chuckled. "I heard there are beautiful women to see, but I've never seen any before." "Fine, then I'll show you." Suddenly, Fong Tai's face turned cold, and he pulled out a dagger, instantly plunging it into the old man's eye. The old man's face contorted in agony as he screamed and flailed his arms in the air. Then, Fong Tai snapped his neck and sent him sprawling to the ground. Soon, one of his men took out a white handkerchief and handed it to Fong Tai. He wiped the blood off his hands and then threw the handkerchief at the old man. "Throw him out." "Yes." Two men immediately stepped forward and threw the old man's body out. At this moment, Fong Tai looked at the rooms upstairs and said, "Be careful. Don't hurt my tiger." "Yes, Mr. Fong." Soon, several swordsmen rushed out, their steps light and quick, reaching the second floor without making a sound. In no time, they were all lying in ambush outside the house. At this moment, Fong Tai walked up and stood at the door. "I don't know who's inside. Hand over whoever, and I'll let you go, otherwise." At this moment, Lu Qingyan inside the room immediately panicked. Lin Zhao, Fong Tai are here." Lin Zhao remained calm. "It's all right, don't be afraid." He stood up, walked over, and kicked Fong Hu on the ground. "All right, stop pretending to be dead, get up." Fong Hu remained lying on the ground, too afraid to wake up. After all, he had been slapped several times, and he was now afraid of being beaten again. Helpless, Lin Zhao kicked Fong Hu, who couldn't help but scream in pain. Lin Zhao picked Fong Hu up, walked to the door, opened it, and threw him out. He then walked out and came to Fong Tai. "Old man, I haven't finished yet, and you guys have already disturbed my enjoyment." Fong Tai sneered. "Old man, don't be too arrogant. Don't you know there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people?" Lin Zhao retorted, "Hee, how do you know that I am not someone from another mountain or another person?" Fong Tai took a step back and made a gesture. 10 swordsmen immediately flew forward and formed a dumpling-making formation, trapping Lin Zhao in the middle. Seeing 10 swords flying towards him from all directions, Lin Zhao gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, prying up a wooden plank and hitting a swordsman in the chin. The swordsman screamed and was knocked unconscious on the spot. Lin Zhao turned around smoothly, took the sword from him, and transformed into a black shadow, dashing downstairs. Seeing this, Fong Tai couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, turns out he's a coward, trying to run away already." As soon as he finished speaking, all the swordsmen's pants fell down, and they hurriedly pulled them up in embarrassment. Lin Zhao warned, "I held back just now. I only lost my pants. If you dare to do it again, you'll lose flesh." Lin Zhao was so fast that they couldn't see him clearly, and no one dared to go forward. Fong Tai shouted and jumped down from the building. Suddenly, a sword came out of his sleeve and slashed at Lin Zhao. Just as he was brimming with confidence, Lin Zhao suddenly dodged and then kicked him, striking Fong Tai directly in the waist and sending him flying several meters away before he landed on the ground. "I'm not playing with you anymore." With that, Lin Zhao flew out of the inn like a gust of wind and disappeared. This scene was witnessed by the onlookers, who were all speechless with astonishment. The old man was incredibly agile. "It seems these tea eggs have some special medicinal properties. I'm not going to buy it. It's obviously a scam," said one of the scholars. "How do you explain how strong this old man is?" The group continued their discussion with great interest. Lin Zhao left suddenly because he was worried that it was another feint attack and that someone had gone to the inn to raid his home, so he dared not linger and left early. As for the Fong family, dealing with Fong Tai is easy, but finding the valuables he's amassed will be difficult, so there's no rush. The cat-and-mouse game has only just begun. After Lin Zhao left, Fong Tai stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, rubbed his back, and cursed, "Which bastard mopped the floor? It's so slippery." No one dared to speak. Soon, Fong Hu got up from the ground and couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected his father to suffer a loss and try to find a way to save face. "Father, that old man is Lin Zhao in disguise," Fong Hu said as he ran over to Fong Tai. "How did you know?" "Father, I was lying on the ground, eavesdropping." Lin Zhao was in disguise, and Lu Qingyan was also there to help. As Fong Hu was speaking, Fong Tai slapped him across the face. "How could you be so stupid and like to think you're so clever?" Fong Hu looked aggrieved. "Dad, what did I do now? Are you pulling this stunt because you're afraid Lin Zhao won't arouse suspicion?" Fong Tai nudged Fong Hu's head with his hand. "Use your brain. We were just waiting for Lin Zhao, but now you've arranged this whole thing. Isn't it easy for Lin Zhao to realize we're plotting against him?" At this moment, Fong Hu seemed to understand something. "Father, son knows he was wrong. I was too reckless. Fong Tai could only sigh, hoping that Lin Zhao hadn't discovered the problem, and simply thought they were punishing Lu Qingyan. After saying that, he looked at Fong Hu speechlessly and said, "Hooer, you need to know that there is no difference between being clever and being stupid." "Yes, father. Your son will heed your teachings." Fong Hu bowed and clasped his hands in reply. At this moment, Fong Tai turned to look at Lu Qingyan's room upstairs. His face was contorted with rage, and murderous intent was palpable. However, in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, he had no choice but to keep Lu Qingyan around for the time being. "All right, Tiger, don't cause any trouble these next few days. Just stay home." "Yes, father." Fong Tai rubbed his waist again, flicked his sleeves, and walked out with an air of nonchalance. Soon, the 10 swordsmen followed him. Fong Tai really wanted to get rid of these 10 swordsmen, but they were his elite troops, and killing them would be tantamount to cutting off his own arms. Having thought this through, Fong Tai had no choice but to give up. Lin Zhao quickly returned to the inn. After some questioning, he found nothing unusual and couldn't help but sigh again. "It seems I need to find a reliable female bodyguard." He returned to his room reassured and continued doing push-ups. At night, after darkness fell, Lin Zhao lay comfortably and contentedly in Jiang Yueru's arms. In Fong Tai's room on the other side, Fong Tai sat alone on the edge of the bed, quietly thinking, when suddenly a gust of wind blew by. A dark figure rushed in and reached Fong Tai's bedside, followed by a clear, cold female voice. "Lin Zhao, there are no abnormalities over there yet." Chapter 70, The Mysterious Envoy Girl. Fong Tai immediately stood up and asked very respectfully, "Your Excellency, what is he doing?" From the darkness, a mysterious woman's voice came. "A lecherous thief, just like you. What else can you do?" Fong Tai couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Your Excellency, you don't understand matters of men and women. This is quite interesting. You'll see later." "Shut up." Yes, I won't say anymore." "Your Excellency, that tiger has caused trouble, and relying on Lu Qingyan to deal with Lin Zhao is probably a bit risky, so I want you to take action. Wait a bit longer. I have other important matters to attend to, so I cannot act unless absolutely necessary." "Okay, I understand. What are the next plans, sir?" Fong Tai asked curiously. "Is this even a question you should be asking? Just focus on doing your own thing." Yes, the once arrogant Fong Tai was scolded like a grandson, only able to nod and bow. At this moment, the mysterious woman took out a small bottle. It contained a kind of bewitching potion called Fox Charm. When the girl applied it to her body, even a eunuch would be unable to resist it. Fong Tai immediately took the bottle of medicine. Thank you, Your Excellency. But Your Excellency is just an envoy. The daughter of the former murder magistrate is with me right now. Her name is Luing. Could you go and fetch her?" The other party quickly refused, saying, "You'll have to figure it out yourself. I won't kill defenseless women and children, and I have other things to take care of." Fong Tai didn't know what else to say. "I understand, Your Excellency. I'll figure something out myself." As soon as she finished speaking, the mysterious girl vanished instantly, followed by the sound of the window creaking back and forth. Fong Tai sniffed the air. How fragrant! This envoy must be a great beauty. At this point, Fong Tai sighed. It's still good to have power. This great beauty is probably just a plaything. Then he looked at the bottle of medicine again. This time, Lin Zhao, I'd like to see you still alive. As they were talking, Fong Tai left the room and headed straight for Yingshun Tower. His purpose was to tell Lu Qingyan how to use the medicine. The next day, early in the morning, before dawn, Lin Zhao continued to do push-ups. Despite being busy until midnight the night before, he was still full of energy during the day. He easily and rhythmically did push-ups with his 4 fingers on the ground, watching the number of mall coins and push-ups increase continuously, and was about to approach the 400,000 mark. Lin Zhao works so hard for 2 reasons. Firstly, to improve his overall combat strength as soon as possible, and secondly, to earn enough in-game currency. After all, my new house will need a toilet, PVC pipes, solar panels, water pipes, and glass windows, which are not a small expense. Since there's such a shopping mall, we should eat well, stay comfortably, and have fun, otherwise it would be a waste of our time travel. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao felt a little regretful. His past self was already dead, and he didn't know what position his beautiful wife was in, lying in someone's arms right now. But thinking about it carefully, it's not a bad deal. In the past life, there was only one, but in this life, there are 4 of them, all with stunning looks and amazing figures. As Lin Zhao thought about it, he did push-ups. Soon, he had done 400,000 push-ups and had 2,669 store coins. Buying 2 toilets wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and the other 5 girls had already gotten up and were busy cooking, boiling tea eggs, and doing other tasks. Last night, Lin Zhao had made 60 of them in one go. After everyone had breakfast, Lin Zhao went over and opened the door, ready to start his business. But when the door was opened, they found a large crowd gathered outside, consisting of men of all ages, as well as servants from wealthy families. "Boss, give me a tea egg. I want one too. I want 10. Wrap them up for me. I want 5. Yesterday, the scholar asked curiously, Boss, what treasure do you use in these tea eggs? Why was that old man so fierce yesterday? Others chimed in, yes. That old lady is as light as a feather, especially her demeanor in the inner chambers. Even I, a young person, am ashamed of my own abilities. It seems this group of people really came for this reason. It's always been the same throughout history. For men, enhancing their masculinity is more attractive than anything else. Everyone line up properly. My 5 treasures tea eggs are said to bring longevity, wealth, and countless beautiful women. As they were talking, Jiang Yuru, Song Yuro, and Lu Ying and the others came down to the first floor. The customers were stunned again when they saw them. My God, how can they all be so beautiful? Boss, all of these are yours. How did you manage to marry them? Mainly because I love eating tea eggs. It's good for my health. Lin Zhao said as she walked over and embraced Jiang Yuru and the 3 sisters on either side. The customers were incredibly envious. The boss was practically a god. But you mustn't let your health deteriorate. Lin Zhao laughed heartily. I eat 5 treasure tea eggs every day, and I'm in excellent health. A customer urged impatiently, and the boss's voice was loud and clear. Quickly install one for me. Mimi, I want some too. I want 5. Wrap them up for me. Lin Zhao stepped forward and said, Esteemed guests, I'm truly sorry. Our 5 treasures tea eggs are limited in quantity. During the initial opening period, each customer is limited to 1. Everyone lined up. Soon everyone lined up in 2 rows, and the 60 eggs were sold out in less than 10 minutes. Those who didn't manage to buy any could only leave with disappointed expressions, having easily obtained 6 taels. Jiang Yueru and Song Yuro were both stunned. Erwa, you make money way too easily. Lin Zhao smiled calmly. This is just the beginning. There's something even more amazing to come. All right, let's pack up and leave. As they were talking, Lin Zhao went inside, and Lu Ying and the other girls immediately packed up their things and closed the shop door. We've almost used up the eggs. I'll go out and buy some more. As he spoke, Lin Zhao pretended to go upstairs, took out a few books from his spatial storage, and handed them to Song Yuro and Jiang Yueru. To keep you from getting bored, here are the books. I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Lin Zhao leaped out of the window and onto the roof. Using the rooftops as stepping stones, the straight line distance was 150 meters, which Lin Zhao could cross in just 1 minute. He suddenly appeared in Lu Qingyin's room, because Lu Qingyin had said she was coming to buy his tea eggs today and had specifically asked him to save 2 for her, but she didn't come. Lin Zhao was a little worried, so he went over to check on her. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, Lu Qingyin was sitting on the tea table, her chin resting on her hand, her face as red as an apple, as if she was thinking about man. Upon seeing Lin Zhao enter, Lu Qingyin immediately stood up excitedly. Lin Zhao, you're here. Lin Zhao looked around. Let me check if anything is unusual. Lu Qingyin's expression stiffened. Would it be wrong? It's just that after your outburst yesterday, they won't let me leave the house. As she spoke, Lu Qingyin stood up, tossed her hair with her hand, and immediately a very intoxicating fragrance wafted over, awakening one's primal blood. Lin Zhao suddenly felt that Lu Qingyin was like a delicious chicken leg, and he was a gluttonous cat. Lu Qingyin, what brand of perfume are you using? It's so alluring. Perfume? Lu Qingyin paused, then suddenly smiled alluringly. No, I took a shower last night. How about it? Does it smell good? Smells good. Lin Zhao felt a little dizzy and just wanted to get rid of Lu Qingyin. The feeling is like a cat seeing catnip. The body's behavior becomes uncontrollable, and blood begins to flow downwards. Without saying a word, Lin Zhao picked up Lu Qingyin and kept sniffing her deeply. Lu Qingyin, something's off about you today. You look so alluring. Lu Qingyin wrapped her arms around Lin Zhao's neck sweetly. Lin Zhao, I'm glad you like it. I'm not only clean, but I'm also very clean. Lin Zhao suddenly felt he couldn't take it anymore. So he carried Lu Qingyin to her bed and quickly placed her on it. At this moment, Fang Tai was sitting in the room next to Lu Qingyin. Hearing the commotion, his hand holding the teacup trembled and a brief smile appeared on his lips. The opportunity has finally arrived. As long as he goes over and turns the mechanism, Lin Zhao and Lu Qingyin will be skewered into meat skewers. Chapter 71, The Wicked Plan Failed. The mechanism was well hidden, concealed inside one of the supports of the bed frame. Fang Tai squatted there, listening carefully to the sounds coming from next door. Sure enough, soon came Lu Qingyin's coquettish voice and the giggling sound coming from Lu Qingyin's boudoir. The sound were rhythmic and even. Fang Tai was furious as he listened to them. His top courtesan, whom he had painstakingly cultivated, had been ruined, and the other party hadn't even paid a penny. Fang Tai was even more surprised that Lu Qingyin was so hospitable, and he regretted not having tried it himself. But Fang Tai wasn't in a hurry. What he wanted was for the 2 of them to be killed in the middle of their passionate encounter, so that he could finally vent his hatred. Fang Tai listened to the commotion over there for more than an hour. The more he listened, the angrier he became, the more heartbroken he felt, and the more jealous he became. How could it have taken so long? Fong Tai's expression suddenly changed drastically. His gaze sharpened, and he gritted his teeth. Qing Yin, since you like Lin Zhao so much, you two should be together forever. Thinking of this, Fong Tai walked over and turned the mechanism without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he heard Lu Qingyin let out a shrill scream. Fong Tai stood up from the ground, his eyes red and swollen, the fierceness on his face still lingering. He sat on the bed, deep in thought, somewhat hesitant to go over and take a look. After all, that mechanism once activated. Even if Lu Qingyin were incredibly beautiful, if she suddenly had 3 knives stuck in her body and 36 poison arrows inserted into her, she would become extremely grotesque and unrecognizable. Moreover, he's entangled with that kid Lin Zhao. It's not hard to imagine how outrageous the scene would be. However, now that the two are dead, I will take their bodies out to display so that everyone in Yingshun County will understand that there is no good end to going against the Fong family. Lin Zhao is dead, and his beautiful concubines will be mine to enjoy. I will treat them to my heart's content and use all my talents to entertain them. The more Fong Tai thought about it, the more excited he became. The depression he had been feeling these past few days had finally dissipated. It was only the death of Lu Qingyin. It was well worth it. I need to hurry up and not let Hooer get there first. As a father, I can't very well compete with my son directly, can I? Thinking of this, Fong Tai immediately went out and arrived outside Lu Qingyin's room. He quickly summoned a group of swordsmen to ambush outside the door. When you go inside, give each of the 2 corpses another stab. Don't separate them. Carry them out together with a bed. Yes, Master Fong. The swordsmen clasped their hands in unison. At this moment, Fong Tai kicked the door open and walked in. Several swordsmen nimbly rolled on the ground and rushed in. But once inside, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Right next to the bed on the floor was a quilt covered with a white sheet. The fallen blood was clearly visible on it, and Lin Zhao was wearing a coat and a belt at the moment. Lu Qingyin, standing to the side, had her hair disheveled and her clothes open, revealing a gleaming purple satin bodice underneath. She hadn't even had time to put on her outer clothes yet. Her face flushed red, and she kept glancing at Lin Zhao beside her with a look of infatuation. Several swordsmen were also stunned, and Fong Tai was completely dumbfounded. Lin Zhao, why didn't you go to the boudoir? The floor is the same. It's all wood anyway. Lin Zhao turned her head and glanced at the bed next to her. This bed is quite uniquely designed. It has both knives and arrows. As he spoke, Lin Zhao quickly looked at Lu Qingyin again and ruffled her hair with his hand. You still smell so good. I didn't expect you to be so chaste. Lu Qingyin lowered her head shyly. Lin Zhao, you're so annoying. I already said it's true, but you just won't believe me. The two flirted and teased each other in front of Fong Tai, which made Fong Tai furious. How could his carefully planned scheme be exposed? Could it be that Lu Qingyin said it? But upon closer inspection, Lu Qingyin had no idea about this plan at all. Fong Tai suddenly glared fiercely at Lin Zhao, a soft sword emerging from his sleeve. He stared at Lin Zhao with murderous intent. While your martial arts skills are certainly impressive, my swordsmanship is equally formidable. Let me test my skills. As he spoke, Fong Tai leaped into the air, picked up his sword, and thrust it towards Lin Zhao. Although Fong Tai was over 50 years old, he was exceptionally agile, moving in an S shape with speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, arriving in front of Lin Zhao in just 1 second. But Lin Zhao suddenly turned around and easily dodged, then grabbed Fong Tai's hand and knocked the sword out of his hand. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao jumped up and delivered a spinning kick to Fong Tai's chest, sending him staggering backward and flying out of the doorway, rolling around in the corridor like a ball. Just as he was about to tumble down the stairs, Fong Tai suddenly did a somersault and stood up straight, gently smoothing his clothes on his chest with his hand. That's all there is to it. I can handle it. But as soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Fong Tai clenched his lips and swallowed the blood back down. The main point is that I didn't vomit, which means I wasn't injured. It's just that the blood didn't taste good. Fong Tai was kicked so far away that the swordsman naturally dared not go forward again and could only remain in a stalemate. Lin Zhao said dismissively, "Retreat." The swordsmen remained standing there, swords raised, as if they hadn't heard anything. At that moment, Lin Zhao walked over and took a crossbow bolt from the bedboard. He suddenly turned around and threw it. The crossbow bolt flew out like it had been shot and accurately embedded itself in the head of swordsman. The swordsman died on the spot in the northwest, collapsing to the ground. In a short while, his face turned black. This startled everyone else. At this moment, Fong Tai walked in, looked at Lin Zhao, and said, "Lin Zhao, I won't hold it against you today. After all, this is a brothel, a place for business. Go, carry that body out," Fong Tai ordered. Soon, several swordsmen carried the body out, and Fong Tai slowly retreated as well. Lin Zhao almost laughed. Fong Tai's only remaining stubbornness was his mouth. Lu Qingyan looked at the bed, went up and grabbed Lin Zhao's arm. Lin Zhao, take me away. Lin Zhao hesitated. He had come with the intention of revenge, and his goal was to get something for nothing. He had no intention of taking responsibility for her. Besides, I already have 4 children in my family, and I don't want to add more anytime soon. Seeing Lin Zhao struggling with his thoughts, Lu Qingyan seemed to have discerned his feelings and felt a pang of disappointment. After all, she was born in a brothel, and she was indeed one of the accomplices in framing Lin Zhao last time. She was too embarrassed to ask Lin Zhao for anything more. Okay, I understand. Lin Zhao looked at Lu Qingyan and comforted her. Lu Qingyan, stay here for now. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you when the time comes. Lu Qingyan didn't know what to say, so she could only nod and say, okay. Lin Zhao walked out and quickly came to Fong Tai. Lu Qingyan is mine now. Take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I guarantee your Fong family will be wiped out. Fong Tai diakled coldly. No one in Yingchun County dare to threaten me. Then you can try it, Lin Zhao said, then casually walked downstairs with his hands behind his back. Chapter 72, Not Against It. How come it's now in support? Fong Tai watched this scene with a burning hatred, and he looked coldly at Lu Qingyan's room again. He was willing to rush in right now and chop her into mincemeat to feed the dogs, but Fong Tai's suspicious nature immediately made him realize that this was Lin Zhao's doing. Lu Qingyan was already Lin Zhao's woman, so why did he keep her? This shows that Lu Qingyan was not important to Lin Zhao. Women are like clothes. Lin Zhao did everything for her, but he didn't take her with him. This shows that in Lin Zhao's heart, Lu Qingyan was just a piece of clothing that could be thrown away at any time. Even if she died, Lin Zhao wouldn't feel sorry for her. On the contrary, it would give him a reason to cause trouble. Fong Tai became angrier the more he thought about it, but he knew that taking a step back would open up a whole new world, and that being able to bend and stretch was the mark of a true man. Thinking of this, Fong Tai forced himself to breathe and think of another way. He was not out of options yet, and still had many tricks up his sleeve. As long as the government of Yingchun County still belongs to the Fong family, he will always be the winner. Thinking of this, Fong Tai had no choice but to swallow his anger and instructed, Go, and tidy up Lu Qingyan's room again. Yes, Master Fong, Fong Tai said and quickly left. He had just swallowed a mouthful of blood, and now his stomach was churning as if he had drunk cow urine. It seems I'm really getting old. I can't even withstand a single move. I can only try to get that woman to use her horse. Thinking of this, Fong Tai quickly left Yingchun Tower. Lin Zhao soon went outside to buy some eggs and returned to his residence. After returning, he didn't mention his relationship with Lu Qingyan, but today was quite a close call. Fortunately, Lu Qingyan reminded her that Fong Tai had given her something to apply to her body the night before, which was why it smelled so good. She said that Fong Tai was definitely not that kind. Hearing hurried footsteps and breathing from the next room, Lin Zhao knew something was wrong. Looking at Lu Qingyan's bed again, its thickness clearly exceeds that of ancient beds. Moreover, the room was empty, and upon closer inspection, the attic above the boudoir bed had clearly been altered. Therefore, Lin Zhao immediately concluded that there was a problem and successfully escaped a calamity. It was mainly because my hearing was too good, and Lu Qingyan's reminder was also very important. Fong Tai is too insidious. If it weren't for me, even a top-notch expert would be lying in bed today. Lin Zhao carried a large basket of eggs into the inn, and everyone quickly came to greet him. Why did it take so long? Jiang Yueru became curious. She quickly walked over and sniffed Lin Zhao's clothes. Wow, they smell so good. You smell like a woman's perfume. Just as Lin Zhao was about to make a sophistry, Jiang Yueru suddenly changed the subject. We've been out for a while this time. When are we going back to Huangta village? Yueru, what's wrong? Are you bored being cooped up in this inn all day? No. I want to go back and check how the cave dwelling was being dug. Yueru, such a big house. How could it possibly be built in less than 3 months? There's no rush. Jiang Yueru didn't say anything more. In fact, she could tell from the smell that Lin Zhao was definitely with another girl, but she was a widow with a child. Lin Zhao didn't mind and married her, treating her like a treasure. She was already very content and dared not ask for more. Jiang Yueru's concern was that if Lin Zhao brought in new people, the 3 Song sisters would be bullied, since their status as slaves had not been lifted and they were treated as inferior to everyone else. Let's go upstairs. I have a few words to say to you. Jiang Yueru looked serious, and Lin Zhao handed the eggs to Lu Ying. I'll cook rice this afternoon. Go get some water. I'll also make braised pork to improve everyone's meals. As he spoke, Lin Zhao followed Jiang Yueru and the 3 Song sisters upstairs. After entering the room, Jiang Yueru coaxed Nyo in her arms to sleep and then put her on the bed. She looked at Lin Zhao seriously. Your older sister doesn't object to you marrying another girl, but, as she spoke, Jiang Yueru looked at the 3 sisters and said, I just hope that the girl you find is of good character and won't bully Yuro and the others. Song Yuro, Song Yujiao, and Song Yuding sat to the side, not daring to speak. After all, they were slaves, and they were grateful in their hearts for their master's kindness. If their master treated them badly, that was their fate, and they wouldn't dare to stop him from taking concubines or wives. Although Lin Zhao married them, and they were of the same status as Jiang Yueru. But the three Song sisters knew very well that the government would not recognize them at all, because their status as slaves was like a huge mountain. Lin Zhao glanced at Jiang Yueru and then at the three sisters. These four beauties were all intelligent. Jiang Yueru is magnanimous, gentle, and kind. I haven't misjudged her. After all, she showed a different side of me when she was still my cousin's wife. At this moment, Lin Zhao stood up, looking very serious. All right, Yueru, eldest sister, second sister, youngest sister, I won't hide it from you anymore. As she spoke, she described the scene that had just occurred. Lin Zhao quickly explained, really, Lu Qingyan had some kind of medicine applied to her body. I was poisoned and out of control at the time. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, Jiang Yueru stood up seriously, walked up to Lin Zhao, and said, Erwa, what do you mean? Are you going to abandon her? Lu Qingyan must have been a woman with a tragic fate, but having fallen to that state, you can't do everything and then shirk your responsibilities. Lin Zhao was immediately stunned. Something seemed off about this situation. Shouldn't they be opposing it? Why were they supporting it instead? Lin Zhao, stammered, unsure how to answer. He felt that 4 beauties were enough. At most, he would try to find a girl who was a martial arts expert. Having 5 beautiful wives would be enough. He was not the greedy kind of person, and he couldn't handle more than that. Erwa, if Lu Qingyan is of good character, we won't object to you marrying her. Jiang Yueru said earnestly. Song Yuro also came over. Husband, if you don't take care of her, I'm afraid she won't be able to escape death in the end. Lin Zhao was a little unsure how to express herself, so she simply walked over, opened her arms, and embraced the 4 of them. No matter what happens in the future, the 4 of you will always be my family. I will definitely save Lu Qingyan. Let's not talk about this today. I'm going downstairs to cook. I'll make a few of my best dishes today. With that, Lin Zhao opened the door and walked out in a cheerful mood. Ladies, you're all reading in your rooms. The kitchen is small. Even if you all squeezed in, there wouldn't be enough room to move around. In fact, Lin Zhao was afraid that they would discover her secret, so she quickly went downstairs. After getting downstairs, Lin Zhao sent Lu Ying and the others out, then took out pork belly, various seasonings, and vegetables from his spatial storage. He planned to cook 4 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork, eggplant with minced meat, and stir-fried bean sprouts with meat. Since arriving in this ancient world, Lin Zhao has mostly eaten vegetarian food, except for buying 2 chicken legs to eat in the mall and having a meal of pork dumplings. Today, it's a good opportunity to give everyone a taste of meat. These vegetables were all purchased from the mall and are very fresh, but Lin Zhao felt that he should build his own vegetable garden when he had time. After all, 100 standard push-ups can't even buy you a cucumber or a banana, which is too expensive. The key is that homegrown vegetables are of higher quality. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Jiang Yueru and the others came downstairs as the aroma wafted over. Lin Zhao quickly brought out 4 dishes and placed them on a large square table. Everyone, come and eat. Soon, Lu Ying arrived downstairs with 5 girls, Jiang Yueru and her 3 sisters. They saw 4 large bowls of food, and the aroma was enticing. Several people quickly gathered around, and Lin Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to remind them, the rice is in the pot. Help yourselves. Come and try my cooking. Lin Zhao had already tasted it in the kitchen. Although it couldn't compare to a star chef, it was definitely enough to make these people in front of him eat until they were stuffed. Soon after everyone sat down, Lin Zhao served food to Jiang Yueru and the 3 sisters, inviting them to try the braised pork. The group quickly started eating and immediately began praising it highly. Erwa, did you learn this from a book? Yueru, you're so smart, that's right. Lin Zhao gave a thumbs up. Song Yuro also praised him from the side. Husband, you are so amazing. When will you teach me? I want to learn how to make it for you too. Okay, behave well tonight, and I'll teach you a lesson then. Lin Zhao looked at Song Yuro with a wicked grin. Song Yuro immediately lowered her head shyly and ate her rice in small bites. After all, Lu Ying and the others were also there, and she was still a little embarrassed. Lin Zhao put some tomato and egg into Song Yuro's bowl. Big sister, we're husband and wife now. Why do you still seem a little reserved? Don't you like me? Song Yuro blushed again, her face turning redder than the tomatoes in the bowl. She looked at Lin Zhao in a flustered manner. No, husband, I like you very much. I want to have your children. I'll let go. Lu Ying pretended not to hear and continued eating. Jiang Yueru patted Lin Zhao and said, Erwa, it's time to eat. Seeing this, Lin Zhao realized that Lu Ying and the other 6 had also blushed, too embarrassed to pick up any food. He quickly changed the subject. After all, this was not a suitable occasion to tease his lover. Eat up, everyone, Don't leave any leftovers. I'll go get some more rice. Saying that, she awkwardly picked up her bowl and ran to the kitchen. Jiang Yuru laughed and complained from the side. This second child is getting more and more unserious. Song Yuro looked at Jiang Yuru with a pleading expression. Sister Yueru, have I not served my husband well? Sister Yueru, please teach me how to make my husband feel comfortable letting go. The others immediately turned to look at Jiang Yuru, who was incredibly embarrassed. Song Yuro's question made it seem as if she were some kind of expert. Actually, it was just because she wasn't afraid of Lin Zhao, and there was no barrier between them. The three sisters, because of their status as slaves, were still somewhat afraid of Lin Zhao. Yuro, I'll teach you when we go upstairs later. Let's eat first. Okay, Sister Yueru. That night, after dark, Lin Zhao held Song Yuro in his arms, their embrace intimate. She had indeed become bolder, but she was still somewhat cautious, shy, and timid, which made Lin Zhao feel guilty. Meanwhile, in Fong Tai's house, the bedroom in the backyard was pitch black. The mysterious female assassin flew in like a gust of wind. Fong Tai immediately stood up, bowed, and stepped forward. Your Excellency, Lu Qingyan has failed. I'll have to trouble you to personally deal with Lin Zhao. Chapter 73 The Mysterious Female Envoy is Poisonous. As soon as Fong Tai spoke, the mysterious female envoy immediately refused, saying, No, I have other missions. Other tasks? Fong Tai was somewhat curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't know if you want to die. The female envoy suddenly changed her tone, her words as cold as a knife, startling Fong Tai on the spot. Fong Tai composed himself, his eyes darting around. Your Excellency, are you perhaps afraid that you are no match for Lin Zhao? As he spoke, Fong Tai deliberately flattered her, saying, After all, I've tested Lin Zhao's martial arts. They're unfathomable. I'm afraid you are too. The female envoy immediately sneered. Ha! Do you think I'll go just because you're trying to provoke me? Fong Tai continued to mock. Ha! It seems the female envoy is truly no match for Lin Zhao. So she's making excuses here. I understand. I'll figure it out myself. Otherwise, you'll just be throwing your life away. Fong Tai paused deliberately at this point, saying that Lin Zhao is a lecherous man. I'm afraid the envoy won't only be unable to defeat him, but might also lose his chastity. Before he could finish speaking, Fong Tai was slapped hard across the face. Shut up. Seeing that the female envoy had been provoked, Fong Tai did not show any weakness. Instead, he sneered triumphantly. Even if the envoy kills me today, I will still say that Lin Zhao is my biggest threat in Yingshan County. If I can't deal with him, then the higher-ups will probably... All right, I'll go kill Lin Zhao for you. Wait 3 days for the results. The female envoy paused for a moment. Killing Lin Zhao is fine, but after he dies, you cannot harm his family. Fong Tai immediately stepped forward and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt them. After all, I'm a person who cherishes women. In the darkness, Fong Tai curled his lips into a sinister smile. So what if he hurts someone? Could this envoy really kill me? If he does, how will I explain it to my superiors? You've become an assassin. Why are you still pretending to be kind? You've sold yourself, and you're still pretending to be innocent, too. Fong Tai said involuntarily. In that case, I'll be going now, came the envoy's cold voice. As he was about to leave, Fong Tai was still a little uneasy and wanted to test the envoy's skills. Suddenly, he turned on the room's light and then stabbed at the envoy with a short dagger. But just as the dagger reached the female envoy's ear, it was suddenly grabbed by her hand and twisted in midair with a slight effort. Before Fong Tai could react, the female envoy suddenly kicked him in the chin, sending him flying onto the bed. Fong Tai coughed up blood, but then laughed gleefully. It seemed the envoy's martial arts were indeed remarkable. He just didn't know. No sooner had she finished speaking than the female envoy darted forward, stood in front of Fong Tai, and slapped him across the face. You're asking for death. This shocked Fong Tai. Although the female envoy's face was covered, only her eyes were visible, but she had a very good figure, slender and graceful, round and full. Fong Tai subconsciously swallowed, but then he was slapped by the female envoy again. He instantly snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The female envoy was not only beautiful, but also highly skilled in martial arts. Being stared at by Fong Tai's old, narrow face, the female envoy felt as if she had fallen into a cesspool, her whole body aching with disgust, her bright, dazzling eyes filled with disdain. She seemed too lazy to explain and could only turn away again. Fong Tai kindly reminded her, Female envoy, when dealing with Lin Zhao, you should try to ambush him if you can, or use underhanded tactics if you can. Otherwise, if you lose and fall into his hands, you'll be soaking wet. The female envoy took 2 steps in frustration, then retreated. She reached out her hand, intending to slap Fong Tai twice, but quickly lowered it and instead lifted the veil from her face. A handsome, flawless face was revealed, with a pair of dazzling obsidian eyes, long eyebrows, and a nose sculpted like mutton fat jade. but his lips were black. This puzzled Fong Tai. Female envoy, you are truly a great beauty, but what about your lips? A flicker of pain suddenly flashed in the female envoy's eyes, and her tone lowered. That's because I have a poisonous constitution. I was one of 7 sisters who were raised on poison since childhood, and I was the only one who survived. What's the meaning? The female envoy turned away coldly. If your knife had actually pierced your eye, and my blood had entered your eyes, you would have gone blind or even died. No, really? When the female envoy saw that Fong Tai did not believe her, she immediately took out a knife and cut her finger. Instantly, a drop of black blood dripped down and onto the floor. Bubbles soon appeared on the floor, startling Fong Tai, who quickly retreated to the bed. The female envoy laughed. What? Are you scared now? A man would die even if he shared a water glass with me, let alone had intercourse with me. Fong Tai nodded vigorously, understanding. If Lin Zhao really dared to do anything improper to him, then he would be poisoned. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The female envoy said nothing more, but turned and walked to the door. Don't worry, Lin Zhao will be killed soon. May I ask your name, Your Excellency? I thought the female envoy wouldn't answer, but to my surprise, she left behind 2 words, Ice Kite, and disappeared. Ice Kite, truly living up to her name. It's just a pity she's too poisonous. I'm not worthy of her, Lin Zhao. You can have her. At this point, Fong Tai suddenly burst into laughter. I wonder what the symptoms of poisoning will be. Will it cause ruptured liver and gallbladder, or even intestinal perforation and abdominal rot? He couldn't wait to hear the news of Lin Zhao's death. When that time came, he would immediately dismember Lu Qingyan and skin her to make a human skin drum. Thinking of this, Fong Tai's face turned cold, and his eyes were full of malice. The next day, Lin Zhao got up early and did push-ups again, using 4 fingers. His progress was very fast, and in no time his equivalent number of push-ups reached 460,000. It takes another 40,000 standard push-ups, or 8,000 4-finger push-ups, to reach that goal. Lin Zhao prepared 100 tea eggs last night, but to his surprise, they were sold out very quickly, and he earned 10 taels of silver in the blink of an eye. People were already lining up before the store even opened. After all, this tea egg has become a legendary egg. Even if it has no effect, Lin Zhao has her own way of dealing with it. After having lunch in the morning, Lin Zhao stayed in the inn and didn't go anywhere. Fong Tai wouldn't dare do anything with Lu Qingyan, so there's no need to worry. Instead, it would be better to be content with little, quickly finish 500,000 push-ups and get this matter settled. Jiang Yueru is very anxious now, and she keeps worrying about going back to check on them. After all, they haven't left the inn since they entered the city, and she hasn't taken them out shopping. They must be feeling very cooped up. After continuous efforts, the long-awaited system notification sound finally arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing 500,000 standard push-ups. Your overall physical abilities have increased 8-fold. Would you like to continue? Chapter 74, The Beautiful Bodyguard Who Came to My Door. Of course, we should upgrade now. As a powerful force flowed from his brain throughout his body once again, Lin Zhao could clearly feel his body being strengthened once more. My limbs became stronger, and a heat source kept oozing out of my perineum, as if 4 kidneys had grown on my body. He immediately jumped up from the ground, feeling as light as a swallow. With 8 times the combat power, there was probably no opponent more powerful than him in the Yingshan region now. He quickly went upstairs to his room, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it. Jiang Yueru and the 3 sisters were engrossed in reading. The 4 of them seemed to really enjoy reading. Lin Zhao walked over and patted Song Yuro on the back. Big sister, can you write? Song Yuro immediately stood up and replied, Husband, Yuro can write. What do you need Yuro for if you ask me this? Lin Zhao quickly went over and took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. She came back and spread them on the table, then ground the ink beside her. Let me see how it is, elder sister, she said. Song Yuro was a little embarrassed. My husband, I've made a fool of myself. Come on, I'll talk, you write. Yes, my husband. Lin Zhao quickly began to recite. A winding stone path leads up the cold mountain, where houses stand amidst the deep white clouds. I stopped my carriage to admire the maple forest at dusk, its frosted leaves redder than February flowers. As Song Yuro took notes, her eyes widened. Lin Zhao quickly came over to look at the 4-line poem and immediately praised her. Not bad, Yuro. Your handwriting is so beautiful, just like you. Song Yuro's cheeks flushed slightly. My husband, your poem is truly wonderful. Is it about autumn? It captures both the distant and the near, the scenery and the emotions. My husband is indeed a man of great talent. Lin Zhao scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't write this. I'm not that good at it. It was written by a friend of mine. Friends. Jiang Yueru and the 3 sisters were immediately curious, because they had never met Lin Zhao's friends either. But just then, a mocking laugh came from outside. Haha, I knew you lecherous scoundrel could write poetry. Turns out it's a friend. Who? Lin Zhao quickly rushed out of the window and successfully climbed onto the roof. Once up there, he saw a person dressed in black night clothes. Lin Zhao looked her up and down and was immediately attracted by her curvaceous figure. Oh, it's a girl. Bing Yuan looked down and immediately cursed. Shameless and despicable. As he spoke, he suddenly threw a dart, but Lin Zhao quickly dodged it. Girl, do you have any sense of reason? You were eavesdropping on other people's rooftops, and you even call me shameless? Ice Kite turned and flew away. Lin Zhao didn't chase after it. Trying to lure me out with a trick? How naive. No sooner had she finished speaking than a strange noise came from inside the room. Lin Zhao quickly climbed out of the window from the roof again, but when she entered the room, she found something was wrong. Jiang Yuru and the three sisters had all suddenly fainted. Yuru, eldest sister, second sister, youngest sister Lin Zhao went up to check. Just then, a voice came from downstairs. They're all right, they're just unconscious. I just didn't want to kill you in front of them. Lin Zhao then realized that it must have been the poison thrown to lure him out earlier. He rushed out of the room and into the corridor, where he saw the woman in black standing below. Lin Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, your speed is incredible. You seem to be a master." Bing Yuan looked at Lin Zhao with disdain, wondering what those girls saw in you. "Is it any of your business? Who sent you?" Bing Yuan looked at Lin Zhao coldly. "Do you want to commit suicide or be killed by me?" Lin Zhao immediately jumped down from the building. "You're pretty arrogant. I would never commit suicide. I'm the one who kills others. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish." Bing Yuan suddenly rushed over, her speed as fast as lightning. In less than half a second, it arrived in front of Lin Zhao, and then a dagger was thrust at him. She was incredibly fast, far surpassing Fong Tai, but unfortunately, she was still a second slower than him. Lin Zhao struck Bing Yuan on the shoulder with a palm strike, and she immediately let out a soft cry. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhao punched Bing Yuan in the chest, sending her flying 10 meters away, and her mask fell off. Upon seeing her face, Lin Zhao was astonished. She hadn't expected her to be such a stunning beauty, the kind of girl who was a bit fierce yet adorable. A fiery rage rose on Bing Yuan's face as she angrily cursed again. You are utterly shameless. How dare you take advantage of me? Fists and kicks have no eyes. What do you mean I took advantage of you?" Lin Zhao rubbed his fist. "I'd say you took advantage of me. You shameless bastard." Bing Yuan continued cursing, then suddenly jumped up, leaping into the air and attacking Lin Zhao's face with both feet. Although she was moving so fast that she left a blur, Lin Zhao still managed to grab her feet and throw her away, sending her flying to a pillar. Bing Yuan stood up, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of black blood. She looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief. "You have no martial arts foundation. How can you be so strong? Is it that big?" Lin Zhao teased. "You're quite big too, but why are your lips black? That kind of lip makeup is scary. People who don't know better might think you've been poisoned." Seeing that she was no match for Lin Zhao, Bing Yuan prepared to escape. She threw out 3 darts to attract attention and then ran in the opposite direction. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhao not only easily dodged, but also suddenly appeared, and she couldn't stop in time and bumped into Lin Zhao's arms. At that moment, Lin Zhao felt as if he had been electrocuted, and suddenly an idea came to him. He had always wanted to find a female bodyguard, and here it was. Although this martial arts skill is not as good as mine, it is still definitely top-notch. If I can figure out a way to win her over, she'll be my free bodyguard. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao acted like a rogue, pulling Bing Yuan into his arms and restraining her with both hands. Bing Yuan struggled for a long time, but the more she struggled, the tighter the grip became, as if she were being entangled by a python. You let me go right now, you lecherous thief. If I let you go, you come to my house, knock out my family, and now you want me to let you go? You have to give me an explanation. Say it, say what? What do you mean? Bing Yuan's face was already as red as a persimmon, and she was stammering. But Lin Zhao didn't let go. Instead, he kissed her on the lips. Her lips were dark, but they seemed sweet. Was she wearing lipstick? "You son of a bitch!" Bing Yuan shouted angrily, her composure breaking down. "You lecherous scoundrel! Release me now, or I'll kill you." But Bing Yuan quickly became puzzled. Lin Zhao kissed her, so how come he was completely unharmed? Perhaps the poison in her mouth wasn't too strong, and his body could withstand it. "Oh, you're in this state, and you still dare to talk tough? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Lin Zhao suddenly took out a rope about 1 centimeter thick from his spatial storage and tied Bing Yuan up tightly. He then quickly led her into a room on the first floor. Bing Yuan was tied to a pillar, and Lin Zhao sat beside her. Even an ox couldn't break free from this rope. Forget about it. Lin Zhao suddenly slammed her hand on the table. "Speak quickly. Who sent you? And where is the antidote?" After saying that, Lin Zhao stood up and glared at Bing Yuan. "Don't think that just because you're pretty I won't kill you. If any of my family members lose a single hair, I'll strip you naked and parade you through the streets. After that, I'll throw you into a cesspool to soak." You're so ruthless," Bing Yuan said coldly. "No, don't worry. They will wake up naturally in 12 hours. What? 12 2-hour periods? That's 24 hours. Lin Zhao walked over, pointed at Bing Yuan, and said, I'll say it again, hurry up and hand over the antidote. My patience is limited. I've already said there's no antidote. The medicine will neutralize the effects in time. You forced me to do this. Lin Zhao immediately squatted down and reached into Bing Yuan's clothes to search her body. Bing Yuan glared at him angrily and shouted, You son of a bitch, have you ever seen anyone hide the antidote in their pants? Take your hand out right now, you lecherous thief. Lin Zhao ignored him completely and continued searching on his own. He quickly found a small medicine bottle in Bing Yuan's arms, about an inch in size, containing yellow pills. Lin Zhao opened it and smelled it. It was cool to the touch. What was this? Was a nitroglycerin pill? Bing Yuan's expression immediately froze. Quick, give it back to me. That's not the antidote. It seems this is the antidote. Lin Zhao stood up, preparing to go and give it to Jiang Yuru and the others. Bing Yuan suddenly warned coldly, That's my antidote. If you give it to them, they'll die from intestinal perforation. Lin Zhao was so frightened that his hand trembled and the medicine bottle fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. No, I'm sorry, I'll pick it up right away. At this moment, Bing Yuan's gaze suddenly darkened. Her skin turned as white as snow, and she kept emitting eerie laughter. No need. Lin Zhao, you can die soon too. Chapter 75, Suffering from Strange Poison. Symptoms appear at midnight. Lin Zhao walked over, sat down in front of Bing Yuan, and suddenly slapped her. What's wrong? Have you lost your mind? Why am I going to die? Bing Yuan was stunned by the slap. Her eyes lowered, and she didn't say anything more because she didn't expect that Lin Zhao would hit a woman. What a scoundrel. At this moment, Lin Zhao smiled and stroked Bing Yuan's chin. Not bad looking, but your lip makeup is terrible. What's your name? Are you interested in being my woman? You're shameless and despicable. I've never seen anyone as vile as you in my entire life. Don't start cursing yet. Listen to my terms. You'll be my wife, and at the same time, you'll be a bodyguard for my other wives. I can guarantee you at least two things. First, you'll have plenty of soy milk and fried dough sticks, and you won't have to worry about food or drink. Second, I won't leave you alone in your room. Wait, what is a wife? Also, what are fried dough sticks and soy milk? Lin Zhao suddenly realized that these things did not exist in this era, even though people in this era already knew how to make fermented soybeans and soy sauce. Unfortunately, tofu was never invented. Although there were sorcerers and alchemists in this fictional era, they just couldn't make tofu. This is an opportunity for Lin Zhao, since tofu is a very important ingredient with many derivative products. He thought for a moment and explained, fried dough sticks are for eating, soy milk is for drinking, and wife means lady. If you help me protect my family, I guarantee you'll eat better than an emperor. Bing Yuan burst into laughter. Haha, you arrogant fool. Do you even know what the emperor eats? You're just saying you eat better than the emperor. Believe it or not, have you ever tried ham sausage and braised eggs? I guarantee you'll want more after you try them. Bing Yuan scoffed dismissively and continued her warning. Lin Zhao, you'd better release me right now, or you'll regret it. Lin Zhao laughed heartily. I'll release you the moment my wives wake up. Of course, regarding becoming my wife, I suggest you consider it. Lots of benefits and lots of fun await. Bing Yuan seemed about to speak, but quickly fell silent, because what Lin Zhao had just knocked over was not something else, but her own antidote. There were 7 girls who went to the training camp with her. They had all been fed a strange poison when they were young, and she was the only one who survived. But every night at midnight, I would experience severe chest pain and a burning sensation all over my body, as if I were being bitten by ants. That was my antidote. The antidote was only available to his master, and Lin Zhao had scattered it all on the ground. When the poison takes effect, not only will she suffer greatly, but she will also emit a fragrance that men find irresistible, a scent that is more than 10 times stronger than that of a fox spirit. Once Lin Zhao smells it, he will definitely lose control and become unable to extricate himself. However, if he dares to actually do it, he will be poisoned and no one can save him. Bing Yuan originally wanted to tell Lin Zhao, but when she saw his lewd appearance, she gave up. It was just a good opportunity to kill him, but it was too good for the kid. He could still have a romantic time before he died. Anyway, as long as I don't say anything about it, no one will know how Lin Zhao died. I'll just claim to the outside world that she killed him herself. As for Fong Tai, if he dares to cause trouble, I'll take care of him. Thinking of this, Bing Yuan felt a sense of relief. She even looked at Lin Zhao sitting at the table with a bit of pity. After all, he would not see the sun tomorrow. The two of them remained locked in this stalemate. Lin Zhao went upstairs to check on Song Yuro and Jiang Yuru and move them to the bed. Then I went downstairs and continued doing 4-finger push-ups on the ground. After my physical fitness improved by 8 times, doing 4-finger push-ups was incredibly easy. After all, his strength has increased 8-fold, but his weight has not changed. Doing 4-finger push-ups is as easy as playing with walnuts for him. 1 per second, 3,600 per hour, and they don't even break sweat. If their combat power is increased tenfold in the future, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Bing Yuan, who was tied to a pillar, looked at Lin Zhao with contempt, cursing him as shameless, scoundrel, vulgar, and despicable. Despite the cursing, Bing Yuan was still shocked by Lin Zhao's physical abilities. Was he even human? Such stamina? No wonder he was a lecher. After 3 hours, Lin Zhao successfully did another 10,000 four-finger push-ups, bringing his total number of standard equivalent push-ups to 50,000, his total number of push-ups to 550,000, and his number of mall coins to 3,988. At this moment, Lin Zhao stood up and sat down at the table to rest, with his back to Bing Yuan. He took out a compressed biscuit from his spatial storage and started eating it. With the improvement in his physical strength, his appetite also improved, although it wasn't as much of an equivalent increase. But Lin Zhao's appetite is now almost equivalent to that of 3 adults, which is quite a lot. And compressed biscuits are the fastest way to replenish energy, since his stomach can digest them anyway. Time passed by, and before they knew it, night had fallen, but Jiang Yuru and the others still hadn't woken up. Lin Zhao was getting impatient. He walked up to Bing Yuan and said, "Let me tell you, if Jiang Yuru and my older sister don't wake up, you'll see how I deal with you." Looking into Lin Zhao's gaze, even the cold-blooded assassin Bing Yuan felt a chill for the first time. Her body trembled. She felt a tightening in her lower abdomen, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Zhao, I need to use the restroom. Big or small?" "Little one," Bing Yuan replied, her head lowered and biting her lip. "Hold it in," Lin Zhao replied directly. Ice Kite huffed and puffed. "Big one, I can't hold it in anymore." "Then hold it in." Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh, squatting down. "You really think I'm stupid? I'm familiar with the use the pee excuse. Several of my friends have used this excuse when it comes to paying at hotels." "Alcohol a hotel?" Bing Yuan asked, puzzled for a moment before coldly mocking. "I can't believe someone like you has friends. It's a misfortune for your friends." Lin Zhao adopts a Buddhist-like mentality. Curse as you please, but letting you go is out of the question. Either hand over the antidote, or wait for my wives to wake up. Bing Yuan immediately cursed, her voice trembling with tears. "Lin Zhao, you have no humanity." Lin Zhao sat leisurely at the table drinking tea, while Bing Yuan, who was tied to a pillar, was trembling uncomfortably. After all, the dam was on the verge of collapse, and she was about to lose control of it. Lin Zhao, I really can't hold on any longer. You have me tied up here all day. Can't you have any humanity? Of course, you can be humane when dealing with good people, but what humanity do you have when dealing with bad people? If you can't hold it in, then just wet your pants. No way you can escape. You son of a bitch. Lin Zhao, you're not human. Bing Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Zhao then realized something was wrong. He saw beads of sweat rolling down Bing Yuan's forehead and her body trembling. He then realized that it probably wasn't fake, and he couldn't let her dirty the room. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao quickly went over and untied the rope, then carried Bing Yuan to the toilet in the backyard, and soon brought Bing Yuan back up. Bing Yuan was like a child in Lin Zhao's arms, except her face was as red as an apple. Lin Zhao tied her up again. "I'm sorry. I only did this to prevent you from escaping." Bing Yuan felt utterly humiliated, having to be carried to the toilet by someone. She was seething with hatred, but quickly came to terms with it, because Lin Zhao was about to die. These secrets will be buried forever, and no one will know that she will remain a top female assassin. Before long, it was midnight, and Bing Yuan felt a chill creep over her. In an instant, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if countless nails were constantly piercing her, and soon her whole body felt like it was being bitten by ants. Bing Yuan immediately screamed in agony, because the pain was even worse than childbirth for a woman. Moreover, this pain will last for 3 hours until dawn, and if there is no antidote, one can only endure the excruciating pain. Lin Zhao walked over. "Hey, what are you yelling about? Sending a distress signal to your companions? Let me tell you, forget it. I'll kill one if one comes, and two if two come, I'll kill them both." But Bing Yuan completely ignored Lin Zhao, because only those who have experienced such excruciating pain can understand it. "Wow, it smells so good. What's that smell?" Lin Zhao sniffed it. When his gaze fell on Bing Yuan again, he sensed something was wrong, because Bing Yuan suddenly looked incredibly alluring. Lin Zhao's thoughts were racing, his breathing quickened, and scenes of a neon film battle kept replaying in his mind. No, something's not right. Lin Zhao felt his hand reach out to Bing Yuan uncontrollably. Chapter 76, a 180-degree shift in attitude. Soon, Lin Zhao untied Bing Yuan from her ropes and carried her to the bed. A moment later, Bing Yuan's clothes were scattered all over the ground. Her eyes were glazed over, and she offered no resistance, choosing instead to lie flat. Since he couldn't defeat Lin Zhao with force, he used the poison in his body to kill her. An hour later, the room fell silent. Bing Yuan lay on the bed, wrapped in a thin blanket, her eyes lifeless. After all, she had lost her virginity, and it was as if she had lost her soul. Lin Zhao sat at the table to the side and complained, "Why do you have the same thing on you as Lu Qingyan? What is that?" Bing Yuan's eyes lit up immediately, and she sat up abruptly. "You Lin Zhao, how come you're not dead?" Lin Zhao scratched his head, puzzled. "Why should I die? It's just a nap. How could it lead to someone's death?" After saying that, Lin Zhao couldn't help but complain, "But girl, how come you're so dark-skinned? Even your blood is black. Are you a mutated creature?" Bing Yuan's head was buzzing. She instantly realized that not only was Lin Zhao not dead, but she also seemed to be in no pain anymore. The poisoning usually lasted for 3 hours, tormenting people to the point of wishing they were dead. But this time, how could it have disappeared so quickly? Bing Yuan began to recall the details. In fact, after Lin Zhao carried her onto the bed, the excruciating pain in her body began to lessen in less than 15 minutes. She looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief. Who was this person? Not only was she not poisoned, but she could also help her detoxify. Thinking of this, Bing Yuan's mentality seemed to have changed 180 degrees in an instant. Why bother killing anymore? Killing the person who could help me detoxify would be idiotic, wouldn't it? Whoever kills Lin Zhao is my enemy. If he can truly help me completely detoxify, I can completely break free from the control above and no longer be subject to others. Thinking of this, she immediately stood up, without even putting on her clothes, and ran over to a bronze mirror on the dressing table to look at herself. Only then did she realize that the color of her lips had also lightened, changing from dark black to a dark red. Lin Zhao turned her head and almost spat out her water. Sure enough, once a woman loses her virginity, she becomes especially shameless. "Hey girl, could you please put on some clothes? You'll catch a cold." But at this moment, Bing Yuan suddenly walked to Lin Zhao's side, clasped her hands, and knelt on one knee. "My benefactor, is it true that you just said you wanted me to be your wife?" Before Lin Zhao could speak, Bing Yuan blurted out, "I'm willing." Lin Zhao immediately stood up. Wasn't this change in attitude too fast? He was caught off guard. Could it be that she was captivated by his own masculine charm? Lin Zhao nodded. Yes, definitely. But he still had some doubts in his heart. It wasn't until he looked at Bing Yuan that he was surprised. "Girl, you were very dark just now. How come your color has become lighter?" Bing Yuan clasped her hands and knelt on the ground. "Husband, I won't hide it from you anymore, actually." Lin Zhao interrupted her. "Wait a minute, I haven't said I wanted to marry you yet, have I? Why are you calling me husband?" Bing Yuan immediately hugged Lin Zhao's leg tightly. "Husband, you've done everything. Are you going to renege on your promise?" After speaking, she blinked her bright, piercing eyes at Lin Zhao. "My dear husband, didn't you ask me to protect your family members? Don't worry, leave it to me. With me here, their safety is guaranteed." Lin Zhao even suspected that Bing Yuan had been usurped by a transmigrator. Because of this change in attitude, she was completely different from someone else. "You should put your clothes on first." "Yes, my love." Bing Yuan immediately went over and picked up the clothes from the ground and began to put them on. While dressing, she stared at Lin Zhao with a shy yet unrestrained gaze. "My husband, you're amazing. My husband, you are the real man. My love, I'm so infatuated with you." Lin Zhao was almost carried away by the praise. "That's right," she exclaimed. But she quickly regained her composure and became serious. "Stop flattering me. Tell me, why did your attitude change so quickly? Just now you said you wouldn't hide it from me anymore." Bing Yuan immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said, "Husband, I have actually already been poisoned." As she spoke, Bing Yuan cut her finger with a knife, and blood dripped onto a piece of white cloth, instantly leaving a dark red stain. Vina's blood is indeed darker, but it's definitely not this color. At this moment, Bing Yuan brought over the white sheet with her blood on it. Comparing the two bloodstains, although both are very dark, you can clearly see that the latter's color is starting to lighten. "What does this mean?" "My lord, I was poisoned. I had just thought that after the poison took effect and we consummated our marriage, you would die from the poison. But to my surprise, you were completely unharmed." At this point, Bing Yuan seemed relieved, her eyes shining. "I didn't expect you to also help me cure the poison." After saying this, Bing Yuan immediately grabbed Lin Zhao's arm. "Husband, do you know? This poison is called Heart Eater. I've been suffering from it for 10 years, tormented to the point of wishing I were dead." Speaking of this, Bing Yuan recalled that 8 years ago, when she was only 10 years old, she was locked in a secret room and tied up because she was disobedient. "For 7 whole days, every midnight I would be in excruciating pain, groaning and howling, but no one paid any attention to me. Now I still have nightmares every time I fall asleep, recalling those scenes." Bing Yuan quickly told Lin Zhao about her identity and everything she knew, as she naturally dared not hide anything in order to gain Lin Zhao's trust. Hearing what Bing Yuan said, Lin Zhao naturally understood what was going on. It seemed that his 8-fold increase in physical strength also included his resistance to poison. Ice Kite's poison was transferred into her own body, but her body was not afraid of the poison at all. Looking at Bing Yuan nestled in his arms, acting coquettishly, Lin Zhao patted her head. All right, since you insist, I'll reluctantly accept you, but you must never be an assassin again. Bing Yuan immediately knelt on one knee. Yes, husband, I never liked fighting and killing. I was forced into it. Lin Zhao nodded with great satisfaction. Oh, right. I haven't asked yet. What's your name? My name is Bing Yuan. Okay, I understand. Bing Yuan, are my family members all right? Bing Yuan immediately stood up. Of course I'm all right. Although I'm an assassin, I never kill women or children. I have strong principles. After saying that, Bing Yuan grabbed Lin Zhao's arm and said coquettishly, Husband, I still want to say something. Then she looked at the bed next to her. The poison has subsided somewhat, but it hasn't completely disappeared, so she always wants to strike while the iron is hot. Lin Zhao naturally saw through her thoughts, but he had no emotions at the moment. According to Bing Yuan's description, she also has a master, but Bing Yuan doesn't know him and has never met him. He is very mysterious, and all she knows is that people outside call him master. This must be an even more powerful and ruthless character. Otherwise, how could he command Feng Tai? Therefore, I will face even bigger opponents in the future. However, I have now gained a powerful general, so I can act more freely in the future without having to worry about everything. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao began to formulate a plan in his mind. This Feng Tai was ruthless and had wiped out many families in Yingshun County. He was very powerful. He may look like a human being, but he's no different from a bandit or a beast, so it's time to get rid of Feng Tai. Chapter 77 still needs a proper test. Lin Zhao looked at Bing Yuan, sizing her up, and immediately became wary. After all, according to unofficial historical records, the great Genghis Khan was assassinated by the Western Xia princess and died a very unjust death. So this ice kite still needs to be thoroughly tested. I'm asking you, are you truly willing to be my wife? Or are you just trying to use me as a tool? What's a tool? Bing Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Her face as red as a peach blossom. Husband, how could that be? Bing Yuan isn't that kind of person. She patted her chest and said, I promise I will be devoted to you and protect your family. Lin Zhao analyzed it carefully again. Ancient women valued chastity. She had given her first time to him, so it was definitely not a joke. The probability of her getting involved was not high. Moreover, this ice kite is quite skilled in martial arts, making it very suitable to protect Jiang Yuru and the three sisters. Besides, even if she denies it by the time the poison is completely cured, I've already enjoyed it all, so it doesn't seem like a loss. After all, Bing Yuan looks like she ate well when she was young, with her fair skin and plump figure. In my time, without a dowry of 500,000 yuan, you probably wouldn't even be qualified to enter the house. However, Lin Zhao was still somewhat uneasy and needed to test her. If she dared to harbor any disloyalty and harm Jiang Yueru and the others, he would immediately deal with her. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao patted Bing Yuan, whispered something in her ear for about a minute, and asked, Did you understand? Bing Yuan nodded immediately. Yes, I understand, husband. Actually, I've disliked the Feng family father and son for a long time too. After saying that, Lin Zhao patted Bing Yuan's waist. She immediately looked at Lin Zhao with her eyes full of spring water and said, Husband, let Bing Yuan help you change your clothes. What clothes? You hurry up and get on with your business. I'll treat you to a good meal when I get back. Lin Zhao was speechless, but she still had to play hard to get. The dog-walking tactic wasn't just applicable to male simps, but also to female simps. Bing Yuan held up 3 fingers. Husband, 3 times. Li Bai walked over and took 3 of her fingers in his grasp. Go take care of your business first. We'll talk when I get back. This stark contrast left Lin Zhao somewhat puzzled. The voice was clearly very cold, and should logically be as cold as ice, so why was it so shameless? But it suited his taste quite well. Go quickly. Come back soon, and I'll reward you sooner. Yes, my lord, I'll go right away. Lin Zhao shook his hand, and Bing Yuan immediately flew out of the window and disappeared in a moment. Lin Zhao sat on the table and slowly let out a sigh of relief, but immediately felt immense pressure. There used to be only 4 people, but now there are 6. Everything must be bought in 6 sets. There could be no favoritism, and everyone must be treated equally. The original plan was to buy 8 sets of black stockings, 2 sets for each person, but now it's turned into 12 sets, plus their feminine hygiene products and intimate apparel. Looking at the meager balance in his online store, Lin Zhao suddenly felt financially strapped. It seemed that even with a monthly income of 15,000, supporting 6 beautiful women would be a challenge. If everyone has children and uses disposable diapers, even if I earn 1,000 mall coins a day, it won't be enough to cover their expenses. As for formula, Lin Zhao didn't even dare to think about it. She'd rather they all breastfeed. It's healthier that way. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'd better hurry up and check on Jiang Yueru and the others. Lin Zhao entered the room. The 4 people were still lying on the bed. Lin Zhao went over and touched their foreheads, which were still warm. Lin Zhao was still a little worried that Bing Yuan had tricked her and that she had run away and wouldn't come back. She really had just fainted. But upon closer reflection, that's unlikely. Bing Yuan is poisoned. If she really escapes, who will cure her? Even if she really does see herself as a tool, how could she throw away a tool before she's finished using it? Now Lin Zhao just needs to wait for good news. As he thought about it, he felt sleepy and lay down on the bed, holding the four people tightly by his side. As dawn approached, Bing Yuan suddenly appeared in Fong Tai's room. Fong Tai was fast asleep when he was startled awake by the sudden fragrance. He immediately sat up. Who is it? Is it me? Fong Tai finally came to his senses. So is Bing Yuan. You succeeded? Bing Yuan coughed, deliberately making her breath very weak. I messed up. Lin Zhao is too powerful. I'm no match for him at all. Aren't you a poisoner? Could it be? Lin Zhao is ruthless and has no interest in this matter whatsoever. She was about to kill me, and I barely managed to escape. I'm badly injured now and can't help you anymore. You'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying that, Bing Yuan left. Fong Tai lit up the room, but she was already gone. Ice kite girl. Fong Tai suddenly collapsed to the ground. Was it really fate that the Fong family was doomed? Fong Tai gritted his teeth and pounded the floor with his fist. No, I can't give up like this. I must kill Lin Zhao. Thinking of this, Fong Tai immediately stood up, glaring fiercely out the window. I will never allow anyone in Yingchuan County to ride roughshod over me. As he spoke, he called out, "Direction, direction." Soon the butler walked in. Master Fong, what's wrong? Do me two things. Master Fong, what are your orders? The first thing to do is to pack up the remaining money and valuables from all of the Fong family businesses. The second thing is to summon all our troops from Yingchuan County back to prepare for battle. Yes, Master Fong. Fong Xiang rushed out after receiving the order. At this moment, Fong Tai pushed open the door and came outside. It was almost dawn. This was his last desperate struggle. Either the Fong family would perish or Lin Zhao would die. Meanwhile, because Lu Ying and the others were also drugged, no tea eggs were prepared this morning. Lin Zhao could only do push-ups alone in the room, 1, 2, 3, until she had done 10,000 four-finger push-ups by dawn, equivalent to 50,000 standard push-ups. The quantity has successfully reached 600,000, and the total number of mall coins is 4,479. By this time, quite a few people had arrived outside, and so were even banging on the door. Lin Zhao went over and opened the door. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, we have nothing to sell today. Please go back." After saying that, he hung up a sign that read, "Closed for the day due to unforeseen circumstances." Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhao closed the door and returned to the shop. According to Bing Yuan, he should have woken up around 9 a.m., but since 5 a.m. had not yet ended, it would take another hour. Yesterday was a busy day, helping Bing Yuan detoxify, and this morning I did push-ups as soon as I woke up. My stomach is already protesting. Since she was alone, Lin Zhao was too lazy to cook, so she went to the mall and bought 6 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk, spending a total of 15 yuan. The fried dough sticks cost 2 yuan each, and the cup of soy milk cost 3 yuan. After doing so many push-ups, I'll splurge a little and try the freshly made food from this store. After clicking OK, Lin Zhao's space immediately contained 6 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. Lin Zhao immediately took them out. The moment he held them in his hands, he was surprised. Both things were hot. The soy milk was still steaming and even a little hot to the touch. Lin Zhao immediately tasted the soy milk and nodded repeatedly, finding it to be a flavor she hadn't experienced in a long time. Maybe it's because I'm a bit of a jerk, but I just love roasted soybeans, preferably with a slightly charred flavor because that makes the soy milk more fragrant. Lin Zhao then tried the fried dough sticks, which were both crispy and soft, indicating a high level of craftsmanship. As Lin Zhao ate, he suddenly realized that in addition to selling tea eggs, he could also sell soy milk, fried dough sticks, and even milk tea. Firstly, he could earn some extra money on the side, and secondly, he could help Lu Ying and the others find employment. In fact, the chaos and misery of the late dynasties were mostly due to natural disasters, but the bigger reason was the change in social structure, which led to a large gap between the rich and the poor and the monopoly of resources. Take the present as an example. Although people starve to death every day, these gentry and merchants still indulge in a life of pleasure and debauchery. As long as social order does not completely collapse, they live happier than anyone else. They could even unite to influence the court, bribe officials, and thus restrain imperial power, leaving the court powerless to provide disaster relief or wage war, and forced to watch helplessly as order collapsed. So Lin Zhao had another idea, which was to indirectly harvest the wealth of these people. The tea eggs were just the beginning. Chapter 78. Treating everyone to fried dough sticks and soy milk. As Lin Zhao ate and pondered, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Bing Yuan. She walked over with a smile. "Husband, you're amazing. You even noticed my light footsteps." After saying that, she walked over, rubbed her stomach, and said, Husband, is all this delicious? I'm hungry too. Everything's taken care of? Here, have a taste of this fried dough stick. Bing Yuan immediately took the fried dough stick and took a bite. Everything's done. This fried dough stick is so crispy. This golden stick is called a fried dough stick? Oh right, husband, didn't you say there was soy milk too? Lin Zhao was about to buy Bing Yuan another cup of soy milk when she spotted the cup in front of her. My lord, what is this? This is soy milk. Lin Zhao stood up. I'll go to the kitchen and get you another cup. Do you want sugar? I think soy milk tastes better with a little sugar. It's all right, husband. I'll just drink your soy milk. With that, she quickly grabbed the soy milk cup from the table and started drinking it through the straw. Lin Zhao was stunned. An untrained ancient person actually knew how to use a straw. And didn't Bing Yuan think that this cup of soy milk was out of place in this era? Didn't she even have a moment of doubt? Husband's soy milk is so delicious. Bing Yuan loves drinking husband's soy milk. Bing Yuan's eyes sparkled as she nodded and looked at Lin Zhao with admiration. Lin Zhao coughed. That's not my soy milk, it's the soy milk I made. Huh? Husband, is there a difference? Bing Yuan looked at Lin Zhao with a smile again. Husband is so amazing. There are so many delicious foods and drinks at home. What? Is this really the same female assassin I met yesterday? Are all female assassins this naive and innocent? This contrast with Bing Yuan is too outrageous. She's so good at providing emotional value. Lin Zhao didn't know what to say, so she went straight to the kitchen, ordered another drink, and pretended to take it out. A moment later, he came out, took out the soy milk cup, placed it on the table, and then sat down. Ice Kite, when my family members wake up later, you should know how to explain it, right? Don't worry, my husband. I will definitely give a very reasonable explanation. Although Lin Zhao was still a little worried, she felt that Bing Yuan seemed a bit brainless. She wondered if her children would be mentally challenged. But since things had come to this, they could only take it one step at a time. Soon the two finished eating, and Lin Zhao cleaned up all the plastic bags and paper cups. The main concern was that it would be difficult to explain when she woke up later. At least for now, Lin Zhao didn't want to waste time on endless questions and explanations. After finishing his meal, Lin Zhao sat there quietly waiting. After a while, there was a commotion upstairs. As the door opened, Jiang Yueru and Song Yuro, the three sisters, came out. Soon, the two of them noticed Bing Yuan opposite Lin Zhao and came down from upstairs. Lin Zhao immediately went to greet them. Yueru, eldest sister, you're both awake. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat for breakfast? Jiang Yueru quickly noticed the girl next to Lin Zhao. Who is this girl? Bing Yuan immediately stepped forward and took Lin Zhao's arm, then stepped forward and curtsied, saying, Bing Yuan greets all the sisters. I am my husband's newly acquired wife. Wife. Everyone was a little confused because this term didn't seem to exist in this era. That's what my wife means. That's what my husband said. Bing Yuan explained softly. Seeing that Jiang Yuru and Song Yuro were both in a daze, Bing Yuan bowed again. My husband arranged for me to protect you. From now on, I'll be your bodyguard. At this moment, Lin Zhao, who was a little nervous, nodded and said, Yes, that's right. I think she is very skilled in martial arts. From now on, when I'm not by your side, she will protect you. A hush fell over the room. After a long while, Jiang Yuru finally replied, you're so thoughtful. Song Yuro and her two younger sisters quickly stepped forward and expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you for your thoughtfulness, husband. This made Lin Zhao feel embarrassed. Yueru, eldest sister, second sister, and youngest sister, I'm treating you to fried dough sticks and soy milk this morning. As he spoke, Lin Zhao ran to the kitchen and ordered 10 cups of unsweetened soy milk, spending 30 mall coins. He then poured all the soy milk into a clean porcelain basin. I temporarily put all the paper cups and straws into the space. We could just burn them when we need to cook. Then I bought another 20 fried dough sticks, which cost another 40 mall coins, for a total of 70 mall coins. This breakfast cost nearly 100 yuan, and Lin Zhao really felt a little heartache, but then she thought about how considerate Jiang Yueru and Song Yuro were, and felt a little apologetic instead. He quickly carried out a bowl of slightly yellowish white soup, and a thick, bean-like aroma wafted from it. Lin Zhao took out the fried dough sticks and sugar jar, and brought out several bowls as well. Just then, Lu Ying and the others woke up and gathered together. They were all puzzled when they saw Bing Yuan. This usually cold-blooded killer was now mingling with the others, chatting and laughing, seemingly more impressive than himself. Everyone was quite surprised to see the food on the table. Lin Zhao served the food in bowls while introducing it to the guests. This is soy milk, made from ground soybeans, usually yellow soybeans, but you can also add mung beans, red beans, or black beans to blend and flavor it. Come and have a taste. Add sugar to yourselves. Before Lin Zhao could even introduce the fried dough sticks, Bing Yuan eagerly explained, These stick-like, yellow things are called fried dough sticks. They're very crispy and delicious. Lin Zhao was somewhat speechless. Yeah, right. Everyone quickly received 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk, and then they all looked at Lin Zhao and Bing Yuan. It's all right, we've already eaten and drunk together, Lin Zhao explained. Bing Yuan nodded with a smile. Yes. I've already had my husband's soy milk. Lin Zhao was speechless. Was Bing Yuan really that stingy with words? This way of expressing herself was very risky. He looked at Jiang Yueru and Song Yuro. Yueru, eldest sister, how is it? How does it taste? Jiang Yueru nodded immediately. It tastes good. Sweet, creamy, and with a very smooth texture. Song Yuro also became curious. Husband, did you make this soy milk? Lin Zhao nodded. Yes, when the time is right. I'll teach everyone how to do it. Luing nodded immediately in satisfaction. Yes, the shop can also sell fried dough sticks and soy milk. It will definitely be very popular. To be honest, that's exactly what I planned. With that, Lin Zhao stood up. I'm going out to buy some soybeans and a stone mill. As she spoke, she stood up, and Bing Yuan immediately stood up as well. Husband, you can go in peace. Leave the protection of all the sisters to me. With that, Lin Zhao left the inn. At the Fong residence, early in the morning, Fong Tai summoned Fong Hu to the house. He looked serious and patted Fong Hu on the shoulder. Tiger, hurry back and prepare. We'll leave Yingshun County in 3 days. Father, where are we going after leaving Yingshun County? Fong Tai didn't tell Fong Hu directly, but whispered a reminder. You'll find out in time. These next few days, go back and prepare all your valuables, put them in a box, and remember, don't let anyone find out. Although Fong Hu had many questions, Fong Tai's serious expression suggested that things were not simple, so he dare not ask any more questions. Yes, father, I'll go prepare right away, he said, and hurriedly left the house. After Fong Hu left, Fong Xiang walked in. Master Fong, everything is ready. Okay, take me to see it. Yes, Mr. Fong. The speaker led Fong Tai into an east wing room. Inside, the entire wing room was open, and the floor was filled with more than 20 large boxes. He walked over and opened the boxes one by one. Inside were piles of gleaming silver. Master Fong, all 78,000 taels of silver in the money shop are here. In addition, there are about 8,000 taels of silver in Yingchenla, and the total amount in the various casinos is 14,000 taels. He then brought over a small box. Master Fong, the account books are in here. Please take a look. Fong Tai nodded with great satisfaction. No need. I trust you. Then he lowered his voice and said, You'll have to go with Tiger and transport all this money to the designated place. Yes, Sir Fong, I will certainly not fail on my mission. I guarantee it will be delivered. Fong Tai patted the direction again. Let go, very good. How's the preparation of the medicine going? Everything is ready. Very good. Go and prepare some gifts for me, and also prepare 100 taels of gold. Take Lu Qingyan with you. I want to visit Lin Zhao in person. Chapter 79. Lin Zhao really knows a lot. Yes, Mr. Fong. I'll take care of it right away. Fong Xiang said and left in a hurry. At this moment, Fong Tai's gaze immediately darkened. He felt that Fong Xiang knew too much, and he would instruct Fong Hu to deal with him. Soon Fong Tai went over to check the money in those boxes. 80% of it was silver and 20% was banknotes. Since the money shops in Yingshun County were owned by the Fong family, they had no reason to exchange their own money for their own banknotes. Therefore, the vast majority of these are cash deposits from merchants in the county town, while the banknotes are banknotes that Fong Tai exchanged for in the prefectural city during his spare time at more reliable money shops. In total, there was only 100,000 taels left. My own expenses were huge, and after paying tribute to the higher authorities, this was all that was left. However, if I hadn't given those big shots enough benefits, how could I have wielded such influence in Yingshun County all these years? Although he was a local bigwig, those powerful figures could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. Fong Tai originally intended to sell his house and brothel assets, but then he thought that selling them would easily arouse suspicion, so he gave up on the idea. Anyway, this cash is enough to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Besides, I am confident of winning this time, so there's no need to sell these assets. Although Yingshun County is just a small county, it is located at the intersection of the north and south. 800 li to the north is Yongjing, the capital of Daeong. Heading south, you'll find Daeong, a major center for salt, tea, silk, fish, and rice. It attracts many merchants from both the north and south, and the profits are substantial, making it hard to give up. So now we have to get rid of Lin Zhao, otherwise my good days won't last much longer. Thinking of this, Fong Tai stood up again. He gritted his teeth and decided to fight Lin Zhao to the death this time, risking everything. Meanwhile, at the tea egg shop, Lin Zhao had already bought the stone mill and soybeans and was carefully cleaning the stone mill. Lin Zhao originally wanted to buy a high-speed blender, but a high-speed blender requires electricity, which would require a generator. Hydropower is not feasible, and photovoltaic power generation requires batteries. All of this is too troublesome, so he can only use a stone mill to grind the food. The only downside is that it may not achieve the same smooth texture as a high-speed blender. Beans ground with a stone mill required discarding the residue, and there's a tendency for small grains of sand to be present. However, conditions were limited. People in ancient times weren't so delicate, so this would have been a very good drink. As for milk tea, Lin Zhao really had no choice right now. After all, I can't find milk myself, and there's no large-scale dairy farming in this era. As for technologically advanced milk, I don't have any either. So I'll put this plan on hold for now, and I'll just use the shop occasionally to improve my family's life. Lin Zhao was washing the stone mill next to him. He took some beans that had been soaking for a while and tried it. It didn't take him much effort. Lu Ying, you should give it a try too. Lu Ying also went over and pushed the millstone with her hands. Although she could push it, she clearly felt some strain. The beans aren't soaked yet. Once they're soaked, it'll be easier to grind them. You could take turns grinding, or you can hire a stronger woman to be in charge of grinding. Yes, my benefactor, Lu Ying replied earnestly. Lin Zhao continued to provide guidance, saying that it's best to soak the beans overnight in cold water and then boil them in a pot after grinding them the next day. At this point, Lin Zhao began to speak eloquently. Besides making soy milk, this can also be used to make tofu. When it's dried, it's tofu jerky. When it's runny, it's tofu pudding. The skin on top is bean curd skin. It can also be used to make spicy strips, stinky tofu, fermented bean curd, and even soy milk when added to milk. Those around them were stunned, and Jiang Yueru was even more surprised. She hadn't expected that after knowing him for so long, she knew absolutely nothing about him. Erwa, you really know a lot. If you put your mind to studying, you would probably have become the top scholar by now. After saying that, he couldn't help but tease her from the side. You're no good at taking the imperial examinations, but you're quite good at eating and having sex. At this point, Jiang Yueru suddenly felt that it was a bit inappropriate. It would have been fine to complain in front of the three sisters, but Lu Ying and the others were here, and she hadn't been careful with her words. That little girl is hungry. I'm going to feed her, Jiang Yueru said, feeling extremely embarrassed, and quickly went out. Song Yuro didn't dare to speak. She just smiled and wondered if Jiang Yueru was criticizing or praising Lin Zhao. Bing Yuan chimed in. Anyway, I knew it. My husband's soy milk is delicious. I wouldn't want to spill a single drop. Lin Zhao looked at Bing Yuan helplessly again, then smiled and said, Next, I'll teach you the essentials of making soy milk. As they were talking, there was a knock at the door, followed by a sinister, furtive voice. Is Lin Zhao here? I am Fong Tai, here to pay a visit. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Zhao glanced at Bing Yuan, who immediately understood. She winked at Lin Zhao, left the kitchen, and swiftly climbed over the wall to go upstairs. This scene left everyone else stunned. He climbed over a wall more than 10 feet high without hesitation. He was truly a master. Lin Zhao was about to leave when she noticed that Lu Ying's expression had changed. She clenched her fists, her body trembled, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Zhao walked over and said in a low voice, Lu Ying, just bear with it a little longer, and I will naturally avenge you then. At this moment, Lu Ying suddenly looked at Lin Zhao with some surprise and immediately clasped her hands and said, My benefactor, I'm sorry. It was Lu Ying who was rash. After saying that, everyone went to the lobby on the first floor. Lin Zhao walked over and opened the door. At this moment, only 3 people were seen standing at the door. Fong Tai, Fong Tai's butler Fong Xiang, and Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan was dressed in a green robe, with her hair styled in a bun adorned with gold hairpins and floral ornaments. Her face was also painted with rouge, and underneath her front-opening, waist-cinching dress was a strapless satin undergarment. She looked radiant and charming, with a graceful figure. What this is? Lin Zhao asked, feigning surprise. Fong Tai immediately ordered. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and carry it inside. Fong Xiang immediately led 2 servants to carry a small red wooden box inside. When they opened it, 10 gleaming gold ingots were revealed inside. Everyone was stunned by the sight of the glittering gold in front of them. After all, gold is a rare commodity, and 1 gold ingot is enough for an ordinary farmer's family to live on for a lifetime. Lin Zhao wasn't shocked. After all, he still had nearly 500 taels of gold in his own storage space. Come in then. Lin Zhao walked in. It said that you can't hit a smiling face. Since he was offering money and women, Lin Zhao had to give him some face. But Lu Ying, standing to the side, looked rather grim. She was worried that Lin Zhao would accept the gift and then cooperate with them. Fong Tai had Fong Xiang and 2 servants wait outside, while he and Lu Qingyan went inside together. Once inside, Fong Tai got straight to the point. Lin Zhao, actually I came to you today to make peace. Yingchuan County is so big. Why should we make things too awkward? As long as you don't bother me in the future, I promise I will never bother you again. After saying that, he looked at Lu Qingyan beside him and said, Qingyan, since you like it anyway, I'll give it to you. This is her indenture. He then handed the indenture to Lin Zhao and pointed to the gold, saying, Those 100 taels of gold are a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept them. Lin Zhao glanced at Fong Tai. He had suddenly become so amiable. He was probably up to something bad again. Lin Zhao didn't expose Fong Tai, but simply smiled and said, all right. Since Boss Fong is being so polite, then I won't be polite either. I'll accept the incense and the gold. After saying that, Lin Zhao stood up, clasped his fists, and said, well then, Mr. Fong, I won't keep you for dinner. Chapter 80 Lu Qingyan, you'll be a handyman. Fong Tai's face stiffened for a moment, looking somewhat embarrassed, and then the skin at the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. But soon, Fong Tai clasped his fists, a smile on his face, and said, since that's the case, then I won't stay any longer. Farewell. After saying that, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left with a resentful look on his face. He came out quickly, and Fong Xiang immediately went to greet him, asking in surprise, Master Fong, why did you come out so soon? Fong Tai glanced back at the shop, flicked his sleeves, and snorted. Let him be arrogant for a while longer, then I'll get my revenge. Direction, head back home. After saying this, Fong Tai strode into the street, got into his carriage, and slowly drove away. At this moment, everyone immediately gathered around the box of gold, including the usually calm Song Yuro, who ran over and looked at the gold with her eyes gleaming. It seems that girls from all eras love things that are golden. Lin Zhao almost laughed, but he quickly noticed that Lu Ying's expression was very abnormal. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she wiped the corners of her eyes with her hands, as if she had a lot to say. Lin Zhao walked over to Lu Ying and said, Lu Ying, I know the hatred in your heart. Don't worry, it won't be long before this cancer in the Fong family is completely removed. Lin Zhao's tone was firm, his expression earnest. Lu Ying slightly raised her eyes, gazed at him for a moment, then nodded. My benefactor, Lu Ying kowtows to you. If you can truly do this, I will be your servant for life. She suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Zhao, who quickly helped her up. All right, I don't do that here. You don't need to be a servant. Just help me manage the shop's business. Yes, my benefactor, Lu Ying said. As they were talking, Lin Zhao walked over to the box of gold, glanced at it, and found nothing unusual. The gold was real gold. The wooden box was quite exquisite, and it still smelled of wood lacquer. There were no hidden compartments inside. Lin Zhao walked over and closed the lid. All right, I'll keep this gold here for now. If you want it, I'll find a shop to make some gold jewelry for you. Jiang Yuru immediately waved her hand. You misunderstood. That's not what we meant. We just came to take a look because it's the first time we've seen so much gold. Song Yuro also came over. Husband, we are slaves. How can we wear gold jewelry? Yuro was just curious. Song Yujiao, who was standing to the side, immediately chimed in. Yes. Husband, you've been so good to us. It's an honor for us sisters to be able to be with you every day. Yes, my husband. I'm just like my two older sisters. Song Yuding blinked, but couldn't help but steal a glance at the wooden box containing the gold. Just then, Bing Yuan jumped down from upstairs and walked over with a serious expression. Husband, that old guy's suddenly sending you something. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. As she spoke, Bing Yuan walked up to Lu Qingyan and coldly questioned, Tell me, did he send you to harm our husband? Lu Qingyan shuddered at the sight of the woman in front of her, whose lips were somewhat dark purple and whose eyes were icy cold. She looked at Lin Zhao in a panic. Lin Zhao walked over, glanced at Lu Qingyan, and spoke in a cold tone. Since Fong Tai has given you to me, I can't refuse you. You'll work as a servant in the house, taking care of me and my family. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan was stunned. Lin Zhao hadn't said this in the brothel. How could he change his mind so suddenly? Seeing Lu Qingyan in a daze, Lin Zhao immediately scolded her. What are you staring at? Didn't you understand? Lu Qingyan immediately trembled with fright, her face turning pale. She quickly nodded. Yes. This scene left Jiang Yuru and the three sisters somewhat bewildered. They even felt that Lin Zhao seemed to have gone a bit too far, but no one dared to speak up. Jiang Yuru was unsure of Lin Zhao's temperament and dared not try to dissuade him, and the three sisters were even less likely to do so. Bing Yuan, standing to the side, laughed instead. Then, husband, can I also order her around? Of course. Bing Yuan immediately laughed. Then I'll have to use it properly from now on. Lu Qingyan immediately felt a little wronged, but she didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, Lin Zhao scolded again. What are you standing there for? Go upstairs and tidy up the room. Yes. Lu Qingyan immediately turned her head and ran upstairs in a panic. Watching Lu Qingyan leave, Lin Zhao felt a little reluctant, but he had no choice but to do it. Firstly, this would allow Jiang Yuru and the three sisters to get closer to her and avoid any sense of distance, since she came from a background of prostitution and there would inevitably be some barriers between them. Secondly, Lu Qingyan had also been indifferent to the original owner of the body and felt contempt for her. When the original owner was tricked, stripped naked, and thrown into the suburbs, she was one of the accomplices, even though she was forced to do so. But Lin Zhao still felt it necessary to punish her a little and temper her temper. If she dared to complain, Lin Zhao was prepared to send her back to the brothel. Lin Zhao went to the brothel to find her with the intention of revenge, but unexpectedly, he still ended up walking in by accident. After Lu Qingyan left, Lin Zhao looked at the others and said, all right, let's go back inside and talk about the soy milk. As for the fried dough sticks, that's a bit complicated. As she spoke, she led everyone into the kitchen. After everyone went inside, Lu Qingyan wiped away her tears and peeked out from the corridor. She still couldn't quite believe it. How could Lin Zhao suddenly seem like a completely different person? This is definitely a test for me. Lu Qingyan comforted herself. Even doing odd jobs is better than staying in a brothel. Being the top courtesan in a brothel doesn't have a good reputation. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyan went back into the house and started tidying up carefully, though she felt a little regretful. I dressed up nicely today, hoping Lin Zhao would compliment me or hug me, but I didn't get to. Lu Qingyan smiled bitterly. Finally, she was leaving that awful place. Fong Tai returned to the mansion and mysteriously walked to the backyard. Inside, there was a coffin standing there. Fong Xiang walked over and whispered, Master Fong, this demon corpse pill is too potent. We can only do this for now. Perfect timing, let's test it out, Fong Tai said, reaching out his hand. Fong immediately handed him a wooden plaque, which Fong Tai tied around his waist. Fong Xiang quickly reminded him, Master Fong, these soldiers have taken the demon corpse pill and have no humanity. If you get bitten, you'll die from the poison. I know. Fong Tai then ordered 4 servants to lift the coffin lid. Just as the lid was lifted, a disheveled man inside suddenly opened his eyes. The man was the medicine soldier Fong Xiang had mentioned. His 2 scarlet eyes looked like they were about to burst out, his lips were black, and his face was covered with thin black veins. The veins on his neck and arms bulged out, and his blood turned black. He bared his teeth, black blood dripping from his gums, his lifeless eyes darting around. Just then, he suddenly looked at Fong Tai and pounced on him like a mad dog. Fong Xiang immediately shouted, Quick, protect Master Fong. Several servants, armed with wooden sticks, immediately stepped forward to protect Fong Tai. But the next second, the medicine soldier in the coffin suddenly flew over and bit one of the servants' neck. The servant's neck was instantly bitten, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon after, the wound on his neck turned black. The other 3 servants panicked and grabbed sticks to smash the medicine soldier's head, breaking the sticks on the spot. But the medicine soldier did not stop at all. Instead, he tore off one of the servant's arms. Just as the servant was screaming in pain, the medicine soldier suddenly snapped his neck. The other 2 servants panicked and tried to run away, but were suddenly grabbed by the medicine soldier, who grabbed them by the neck, lifted them up, and snapped their necks on the spot, killing them instantly. After killing 4 servants, the medicine soldiers continued their charge towards Fong Tai. Fong Tai immediately drew his long sword from the tree and leaped forward, kicking the medicine soldier dozens of times in the chest. The medicine soldier staggered back, but quickly got back up after being kicked down. Continuing to chase after Fong Tai, he let out a strange roar. Fong Tai once again flew into the air and severed the right arm of the medicine soldier with the sword. But instead of feeling any pain, the soldier continued to pounce upwards. Fong Tai severed his left arm again. Although he lost both arms, the medicine soldier continued to gnaw at him. Master Fong, the only way to deal with him is to cut off his head. I know, I just wanted to test his limits. With that, Fong Tai circled behind him, swept his sword across, and severed the head of the medicine soldier. The medicine soldier had only taken 2 steps when he stopped on the ground, his head falling off, but his legs were still twitching on the ground. Fong Xiang was so frightened that he trembled all over and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Fong Tai sheathed his sword, but with great satisfaction. With these medicinal soldiers, let's see how Lin Zhao deals with this. Chapter 81, presenting a treasure to Wang Shuixian. Fong Xiang immediately came up to flatter him. Master Fong, your martial arts skills are truly extraordinary. Fong Tai looked at the corpse of the medicine soldier on the ground and said calmly, I'm confident I can handle one of him, but I'm afraid I'd struggle against 3. Against 5, I might not be able to win, and against 10, I'd definitely lose. After saying that, Fong Tai looked in the direction. Even if Lin Zhao is very powerful, I admit that I am no match for him. But with my 100 medicine soldiers, how can he withstand it? Yes, Mr. Fong. That makes sense. After flattering him, Fong Xiang reminded him again from the side. But Master Fong, these soldiers are your elite troops. After consuming the demon corpse pill, although their combat power can be increased by more than 2 times and they become impervious to pain, they will die from exhaustion after 3 days. Master Fong, how about we prepare 50? How high is Lin Zhao's martial arts skill? Otherwise, after we deal with Lin Zhao, our own strength will be greatly weakened. Fong Tai glared at Fong Xiang and said, What do you know? I want absolute certainty. As long as I deal with Lin Zhao, I have plenty of ways to make a comeback and rebuild my power. Fong Xiang, standing to the side, dared not speak again and could only nod repeatedly. Yes, Master Fong. Fong Tai couldn't help but show off. Lin Zhao probably thought he really gave him gold. Little did he know that the wooden box containing the gold was coated with a special fragrance. This spice has a very faint scent, but the soldiers go mad when they come into contact with it. At this moment, Fong Tai handed the wooden sign to Fong Xiang. All right, go down and burn all these corpses. Yes, Mr. Fong, I'll go right away. He went out to call for help, and Fong Tai walked in, his hands behind his back, muttering to himself, I need to urge Hu Er on. The next day, around noon, in Fong Hu's private residence, a purplish-red box was placed on the floor of the bedroom. The box contained a total of 1,000 taels of silver and 7,000 taels of silver notes. After all, with so many idle people on his paycheck and spending money extravagantly, Fong Hu hadn't saved up much money. After packing the box, he checked it again, took out the mirror and lighter he had bought from Zhou Buren, and a resolute look flashed in his eyes. Soon, he ran happily to the gate of the mansion, mounted his horse, and arrived at the gate of Wang Garden. After being informed by the servants, Fong Hu was taken to the courtyard where Wang Shuixian was staying. At that moment, she was lost in thought in the small garden outside the courtyard. In front of her was a blackened copper basin, filled with the ashes of burnt yellow paper, where Wang Shuixian was muttering incantations. Since her last visit to Danyang Inn, Wang Shuixian has stayed at home, never venturing out and remaining completely unaware of what's happening outside. She was completely unaware that in just a few days, the tide had turned, and the Fong family was now in a very passive position, contemplating their future and transferring their assets. Narcissus, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Wang Shuixian immediately stood up. When she saw Fong Hu, she was a little scared. After all, she had seen him send a group of people out to kill Lin Zhao last time, and he probably succeeded. She's been having dreams every night lately, where Lin Zhao suddenly transforms into a vengeful ghost and comes to claim her life. Shuixian, what is this? Fong Hu looked at the brazier in front of him in confusion. He quickly came to the conclusion. Wang Shuixian must be commemorating her mother. No, I wonder what business young Master Fong has with me. Wang Shuixian stammered. She looked at Fong Hu in front of her with a sense of awe. She had heard that the Fong family was ruthless, but she was even more afraid after witnessing it firsthand. Therefore, Wang Shuixian didn't dare to go out during this period, for fear that she might accidentally let slip something to Fong Hu, which could bring disaster to the Wang family. Fong Hu looked at Wang Shuixian with a serious expression. Oh, I've come to say goodbye. I have to go on a long trip to do some business. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back for your birthday. Wang Shuixian immediately replied gently, Young Master Fong, if you have something to attend to, please go ahead and do it. Don't worry about me. Fong Hu nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly took out the mirror and kerosene lighter he had bought from Zhou Buren, which cost him a total of 1,000 taels of silver. These 2 daffodils cost me 5,000 taels of silver. I'm giving them to you. This fire starter is for you to use when burning paper money for your mother. Wang Shuixian was stunned, but she dared not admit that she was burning paper money for Lin Zhao. What shocked her even more was the 5,000 taels. What? 5,000 taels? Wang Shuixian's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Fong, such a valuable gift. I dare not accept it. Fong Hu took the lighter, rubbed the roller together, sparks flew everywhere, and it quickly caught fire, leaving Wang Shuixian stunned on the spot. Then he handed the mirror to Wang Shuixian, saying, This mirror is perfect for you to do your hair and makeup. Wang Shuixian quickly waved her hand. This is too valuable, 5,000 taels, young Master Fong. Please keep it for yourself. Narcissus, these 2 treasures are indeed valuable, but only you, Narcissus, are worthy of using them. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuixian felt a surge of joy. Although Fong, who was indeed ruthless and not as handsome as Lin Zhao, and his skin was rough, he was genuinely good to her. She slowly picked up the mirror and looked at it. This mirror is indeed very clear, and you can see very clearly. The bronze mirror at home can't compare. Yes, this is called a glass mirror. There is only one in the world, and there is absolutely no way there can be a second one. This firebox is even more magical. It will be convenient for you to take it to the grave to burn paper money. Looking at Fong Hu's introduction, Wang Shuixian had no doubts. After all, the Fong family was wealthy and powerful, and buying treasures for 5,000 taels of silver was not a problem for them. Moreover, these 2 are indeed treasures, which shows that the Fong family strength is not to be underestimated, as they were able to acquire such items. After careful consideration, Wang Shuixian realized that marrying Fong Hu would not be a bad deal for her. She would not lack money and would be respected by others when she went out. Fong Hu looked at Wang Shuixian's surprised expression, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. This Wang Shuixian was really easy to fool. Suddenly, Fong Hu grabbed Wang Shuixian's hand. Shuixian, look, I'm about to leave. Can you please do me this once? You'll marry me sooner or later anyway. Fong Hu's face turned serious. Narcissus, you know I, Fong Hu, have never lacked women, but I've always been waiting for you. Consider this 3,000 taels mirror a small gift. Later, I'll have my father arrange the betrothal. Wang Shuixian immediately became conflicted, biting her lip and looking somewhat troubled. This is... After thinking for a long time, she blushed and lowered her head. Young Master Fong, if you come to my place after dark tonight, and my father sees you during the day. Fong, who immediately understood. I get it, Narcissus. I'll come again tonight. Don't close the door. All right. Then, young Master Fong, I won't keep you any longer. Okay, Narcissus, don't worry. I'll marry you as soon as I get back from my business. With that, Fong Hu turned and left. He was thrilled. He could finally have his wish fulfilled. Before leaving, he figured he might as well have some fun. Soon Fong Hu left the Wang family, rode away on horseback, and left with a sense of triumph. Wang Shuixian looked at the mirror, held it in her arms, and put the lighter into her pocket. Muttering to myself, in this chaotic world, it's more reliable to find a man with power and money. Being handsome is useless. As she spoke, Wang Shuixian walked into the room. That night, Fong Hu took a bath, changed his clothes, and prepared to meet Wang Shuixian in secret to enjoy the beauty. But at this moment, Fong Tai suddenly led a group of people and rushed into his house. Without saying a word, the swordsman went up and killed all the maids and servants in Fong Hu's mansion to silence them. Fong Hu immediately came out of the room. Father, what are you doing? Tiger, you have to leave now. I've already prepared the carriage and the men. Chapter 82, waiting in the middle of the road for the money. Dad, didn't you say we wouldn't leave until the day after tomorrow? Why the rush? Everything is ready, but I'm afraid things might change if I delay. Fong Tai's expression was serious, with a hint of unease in his eyes. He was thinking that he should act quickly before Lin Zhao noticed anything unusual. If he waited for 3 days and Lin Zhao discovered something, things would get complicated. Fong Hu looked aggrieved. Dad, couldn't you wait? Can't we go tomorrow? I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. No, I have to leave right now. Fong Hu was a little annoyed. He had already made an appointment with Wang Shuixian and was very unwilling. Dad, I think you've been scared by that brat Lin Zhao. Enraged, Fong Tai slapped Fong Hu across the face. You bastard! How dare you disobey me? I'm doing this for your own good. But father, I want to say goodbye to Narcissus. It'll be quick. Half an hour will be enough. Half an hour will also be fine. You bastard, what time is it? You still can't let go of that woman. How did I give birth to such a useless son like you? You piece of trash. But after scolding him, Fong Tai felt somewhat helpless. He pulled Fong Hu aside. Tiger, I'm sending you away to protect you. If you ever find out that I died in battle, never go back to Yingshun County. Father, what's wrong? Why are you so pessimistic? This was the first time Fong Hu had seen Fong Tai so lacking in confidence. It seemed he was truly facing a huge crisis. No, I have to stay and keep father company. What are you doing staying here? The money I've saved for you is enough for you to squander for the rest of your life. Fong Tai continued in a low voice. Tiger, take this money to Xinglong Prefecture and deposit it in Jubao Money Shop. Jubao Money Shop is the largest money shop in Daeong, with branches all over the country. Besides merchants, many officials also deposit their money there. It's safe and reliable. Fong Hu shook his head incredulously. Father, I don't believe it. Does our Fong family really have to run away? All right, Tiger, when the time comes, find a place, live in seclusion, buy a house, and a few hundred acres of land. That'll be enough for you to live a carefree and happy life for the rest of your days. Just don't let the Fong family line die out. Seeing Fong Tai's tearful face, Fong Hu felt a pang of heartache and could only clench his fists, saying, Father, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Fong Tai's eyes turned cold. He knew too much about Fong Tai. When they got to Xinglong, he would deal with him immediately. Yes, father, I understand. Fong Tai patted Fong Hu on the shoulder again. All right, let's get going. We'll go through the back door. The carriage is ready. We'll set off to Xinglong Prefecture tonight. Yes, father. Fong Hu quickly changed his clothes. Fong Tai walked over to Fong Xiang and said, Fong Xiang, I'm entrusting Hu to your care all the way here. Don't worry, Mr. Fong. Fong Xiang patted his chest. After bidding farewell to Fong Tai, everyone went to the street outside the mansion gate. At this time, more than a dozen carriages were ready, all loaded with boxes. Fong Hu rode his horse at the very front. Before leaving, he glanced at Fong Tai one last time and said, Father, take care. After saying that, he looked longingly in the direction of Wang Shuixian. Although he felt a pang of regret, he had no time to worry about these things now. According to his father, if he had been any slower, he might have lost his life. Besides, he could come back if he had the chance in the future, and his father might not necessarily lose. With that in mind, Fong Hu had no choice but to ride away on his horse. After Fong Hu left, Fong Tai also got into the carriage and ordered, dispose of the corpses in this house and lock the door. Yes, Master Fong. The swordsmen immediately clasped their hands in greeting and rushed into the house. When they returned, Fong Tai's courtyard was already full of people, all of them strong and muscular men. These people were all thugs hired by Fong Tai. They were responsible for collecting debts, harassing debtors, kidnapping women, seizing land, acting as bodyguards for various merchants, and occasionally robbing people on the trade routes. These are all 100 people carefully selected by Fang Tai's orders to serve as medicine soldiers. They are all healthy and capable of fighting. Fang Tai has now summoned everyone back. All right, I've gathered you all here because I have something important to announce. I'm going to kill someone. A chorus of shouts erupted from the crowd. Kill! Kill! Offending Master Fang deserves to die. Fang Tai quelled the crowd's clamor. The reason I've mobilized so much power is because that person is not easy to deal with. But tonight, anyone who participates will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. It is our honor to die from Master Fang. As he spoke, Fang Tai ordered the swordsman beside him to take out the medicine box. This box contained a power pill. Once you take the power pill, your fighting power will double in an hour. The subordinates did not know that it was a demon corpse pill, so none of them questioned it, and they all picked up the pill and ate it. The demon corpse pill mainly uses several poisonous insects combined with 7 stone powder, and the key ingredient is the brains of those mad and starving people. The medicine is extremely potent, but it also causes severe damage. Almost none of the users survive more than 3 days. Therefore, Fang Tai is taking a huge gamble. After everyone took the medicine, Fang Tai checked the time. The toxicity would reach its peak in an hour, at which point they would lose consciousness, while Fang, who would have already left Chun County. He quickly went into the house, took out a suit of armor he had secretly kept, put on the helmet, leaving only his eyes exposed, carried a bow on his back, and held a long sword in his hand. He raised his arm and shouted, "Tonight, we will fight Lin Zhao to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." The roar of the crowd was deafening, wave after wave. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the medicine was about to take effect. Fang Tai rode ahead on horseback. Let's go. He then led the way on horseback, followed by several swordsmen, and his subordinates who had taken the demon corpse pill followed behind. Everyone marched in a great procession toward where Lin Zhao was. At this moment, Fang Hu and his men had already left the city and passed through Shuanghe town, heading north. After taking only a few steps, Fang Hu's horse suddenly neighed in fright. Fang Hu immediately slashed at Fang Xiang with his sword, and Fang Xiang's head flew off on the spot. He quickly fell off the horse. Then Lin Zhao's voice rang out. "Holy crap! Fang Hu, what kind of crazy move is this? Cutting off your own arm before facing the enemy?" Wow! Upon hearing the voice,